Champions Series. I love the sound of that.
An EXO against the wall, and Team Peps will full cap.
Where did Pelican come from? Straight on top of their heads.
Quartz won't let them stand much longer, kneecapping 3 in that fight.
The new kings of EU have been crowned. Toronto defiant in an absolute shutout. Some kings were born to rule.
Zoe here, joined by my very best friends in the whole wide world. Aww. It's Joss and Costa. Stage 2 groups are in full swing, but before we get into it, how you guys doing? It's been a while since I saw you guys being, an item.
Yeah, I know. We made Jaws and I took a break, but we're back together. We're trying things out a little bit.
That's nice.
They call us the Ross and Rachel of Overwatch Esports. We're supposed to take a big break and then we come back together.
Yeah, sometimes you need that perspective. You need to miss someone, So I hope that people got some perspective the last week when they didn't get to watch any OWCS, because we are back. We're back with some great games. And of course, we're also back with more drops. So make sure to connect your Battlenet accounts to your Twitch account, YouTube account, wherever else you might be able to watch. I think that's only those two, but, that's it. That's all we got. But here are some sprays that you can get this time around. So make sure to connect your accounts. And that's that. Now, also, of course, if you're here, newly here, or maybe you just need a refresher, I don't know, I would love to walk all of you quickly through the format. It all started with a Swiss stage through which the top 16 teams emerged. And now those 16 teams are finding themselves in a GSL style group stage. 4 groups, each with 4 teams, and the top 2 teams will then advance to the main event, which is in, I want to say 2 weeks from now, question mark, exclamation point. Let's just say with confidence, why won't we? Now, of course, they're not just doing it for the bragging rights. Nope, they will also walk away with cold hard cash, and more importantly, circuit points. But also the first place team from that stage will automatically qualify to the Dreamhack Dallas main event. No, that would be a Masters event.
Major.
It's a lot of big words. It's a major. Let's go with that one. That sounds great, Joss. I'm buying
I kind
it.
of spit with these words.
There we go. Graphics. Love those. Now, of course, they have to fight to get to Dallas. You, however, you can just throw money at the problem. You can just, get your tickets, come hang out with us. And of course, also through it, you don't only have to watch the Overwatch Champions Series. No, you can just enjoy Dreamhack as a whole, which is a really cool experience. I don't know. Have you guys ever been to a Dreamhack?
Yes, I've been to the one in Stockholm, like way back when in 2016, when Overwatch, when Overwatch was originally at Dreamhack. So they were the good times, and then I lost to Soon, and I'm still sad about it. As you can.
Wow, damn, he's holding on to that grudge.
It's an experience that sticks with you for a lifetime, whether you lose or you're winning.
It's not good.
Either way, that one happened to you. Soon might not be there. So all of you are safe. Make sure to get your tickets. Of course, OWCS isn't the only high-level competition that we're keeping our eyes on, because FACEIT Leagues just got announced recently. Let's take a look at it. Heroes, this is your game, your team. And now this is your league. This is your community's future. And this is your prize pool. Win your matches, battle for your progression. Go far, go further, even as far as the Esports World Cup. It is your time to shine. Build your team, register your team, go the distance with your team. FACEIT League, powered by you. Yeah, it's super exciting. Of course, FACEIT League's competition will lead to the Esports World Cup. And that also means that teams you know, just like, for example, Costa's team, not to rub it in, who got knocked out in the Swiss stages, you could compete in there. Do you have your eyes set on that sign up right now, Costa?
Yeah, we're looking to sign up. We don't want to go through the Masters because we prefer to start low,
that makes sense.
Gain some confidence by beating up lower people, and then just try and leave before we start losing matches and get knocked out. Like
I'll be there, front row seat. I'll be there, front row seat, buddy. When you lose to a gold team.
Every time, Jaws. Why are you always like this?
You know, it's a warm welcome back. You know, friends give each other, jabs here and there.
That's right. I love that, though. I mean, I generally love open signups like that. We might see Jake's team participate. Who knows? Exciting stuff. So make sure that you and your team are signing up as well. Read through all the information. You'll see links, or you saw links flying through the screen if you paid attention, because I certainly did not. Hence, I don't know if they actually were up already or not. But yeah, back to OWCS, though. Back to things I know what to say about. Before we're discussing our first matchups today, I want to quickly glance at the group standings, because of course the opening matches already happened yesterday off our screens, and yeah, I'm just gonna throw the question out here to you two experts. Which team caught your eyes or hearts? Perhaps, Costa, starting with you.
I'm going to have to go with Ents to start off with. Honestly, I'm just biased towards Kai and Kevster, just phenomenal players. We have Hitscan, Tracer meta, what can be better? And they also just have so much experience throughout it. They fell second in the last stage. They really want to get that #1 spot. They don't want to have to rely on points to be able to qualify for Dreamhack Dallas. You get that #1 spot, you go there. And, you know, this team definitely has the chops to be able to do it, especially leading at the front with the Vestola.
Yeah, Vestola was super sick. I watched a few of these games. Obviously, they were, like So was saying, streamed off-stream, like the players' POVs and stuff. It's always nice to tune into player POVs as well. I listen to comms and whatnot. That's always really sick to see. I think they can go pretty far as well. Like Ents, you know, they're in the top 3, like upper echelons. But a team that was also in like the top 3 that didn't make it anywhere near the finals, it felt like, and needs some revenge is Space Station. That's who I've got my eye on right now. Like, they got knocked out by EXO in the lower bracket in the main event like a few weeks ago, and you are just kicking yourself with your Space Station, because everybody was just so hyped for this team and just excited to see how far they could really go. And then they had a very close game with EXO in the group stages in stage 1, and then again a very close game, but they ended up losing. But they've gotten their revenge already during the Swiss stage. Of course, you can kind of see here, but with Space Station, Scott, I think with all the mounting pressure of them being basically all former Overwatch League players and being with an incredibly stacked backroom staff as well, maybe they were a bit disappointed with their positioning last time. Well, I guess you could be disappointed even if you finished second, you know, you didn't win. Sure, there's some sort of disappointment there, but yeah, I'm shocked to see this team go down that early, but I don't expect to see that happen again.
Jules, I actually have a question about that. How do you think Funny Astro, as a young British boy, is going to feel about losing to SK in the Lucio 1v1 and then inherently not being the best Lucio in the world anymore?
Okay, I'm going to be honest. That guy needs to go meditate or something. Like, he has some of the best Lucio mechanics in the world, but SK, she kind of bopped it. Like, actual straight up bop.
Not just kinda, like she did bop him.
Yeah. I want to add on about SSG as well in a real sense. SSG went 11-0 in the Swiss stage, but more importantly about it, they played 9 of the 16 teams that made it to groups as well. So it wasn't like they had an easy path to 11-0. They are at top form right now, and they're looking to be the team to beat.
That's right. Well, Joss, as you just made your big point about SSG, they will be our first team to watch in the Group A winners match, and they're going up against ex-Oblivioni. So let's talk about those two teams. While SSG, of course, did not make any roster moves during the break, EXO did, in fact, swap out and add a few pieces. Tank Chase left. Now he's with Ents, and Dan and Twals actually joined. They formerly played in Stage 1 with Quick Esports. However, it wasn't so clean, all that swapping and changing, was it, Costa?
Yeah, you know, let's address the elephant in the room with ex-Oblivioni. Obviously tried to pick up some Korean players. You know, Mag specifically, with going into a Winston meta would have been a huge asset to ex-Oblivioni. Unfortunately, so that could not happen. So they do have a player in Dan, which he's experienced. He's been in the Overwatch League. He might not be, you know, one of the best in the world at this pick, but he is a solid player. They have 12s as well if we go towards an off-tank meta. So they should be solid, but right now, they don't seem to be in the form that they were in the last stage when they made that upset against SSG, because so far they went to map 5 in their first match in this group stage, which isn't a good look considering it should have been an easier match for them.
Yeah, I mean, most teams, quite frankly, and maybe this is the reason why we're playing those off stream, lots of 3-0s in those opening matches in the group stages. So if yours wasn't the 3-0 that everyone else has been enjoying, you already look like you're having one foot out of the door. Now, well, they have opportunities to come back here. However, if we're looking at our viewer predictions down here, not a lot of faith being put into Oblivioni. Lots of people put their eggs into that SSG basket, but understandably so. I mean, SSG is just so star-studded, guys.
Yeah, you expect this to be a 3-0. Like, at least that's what a lot of Space Station people, and clearly the chat are feeling that way as well. Like, maybe Oblivioni, they level up during the main events? Like, I don't know. If it's a map 5 again, like, that would be sick for a storyline perspective, but SSG just want a 3-0. They just want a clean victory here, just continue moving on, just prove how dominant they can be with all those expectations kind of laid upon them during like the pre-season and the lead up to the OWCS kind of starting, Scott. I mean, where do you think they stand now and amongst the competition?
Yeah, well, like, I feel like it's 2 trains passing in the night as SSG goes up the hill while EXO seems to be on a downwards trend. So definitely for SSG, if you're heading into this match, you're like, hey, we want to clear this 3-0. We want to continue to, you know, say to everybody else in the EMEA region, we are the team to beat. We are the strongest in the region. They have a good meta for themselves, and they should be able to run with this. You know, they're a roster that isn't happy with 4th in the region, right? They're playing for, you know, to be the best, to be at Dreamhack. So especially with the point system, because they came 4th last stage, there's a world in which they need these points, or even just they need to finish rank 1 to get to Dreamhack Dallas.
Yeah, obviously both teams have a fair amount of points already, but a guaranteed spot at Dreamhack Dallas. It's on the line for both teams. The revenge match. Space Station Gaming versus Oblivioni. They did face off in Swiss, like you were saying, Scott. Space Station going 11-0 and beat Oblivioni. Can they do it again? Or is it because it's a stream game? I don't know, bro. I don't know. Maybe Oblivioni have got some secret up their sleeves. Of course, both of them won their game yesterday as well, hence the scoreline already on your screen right now. But Samoa is going to be the first map.
Yeah, it can be hard to gauge everything off of the Swiss stage, right? Because these teams are great. They know they're going to qualify. It's more for the seeding more than anything. So, you know, you never know what can happen. But now teams have another week to practice. The meta does seem a little up in the air. And now we get to see, you know, what these teams are made of, because every match matters. You really want to win this one, get out of groups as quickly as you can. And both teams actually rolling out on something different. Space Station over to the Orisa with Landon on the Baptiste. A good look for them. But Oblivioni on the Sigma Symmetra?
Yeah, okay. I mean, you can play the little high grounds, I suppose, right? If you just kind of TP up and down, but Space Station, their ability to hold the point with the Orisa, that's second to none. Nice little flank here from Sparker and the rest of the gang. Hardy's trying to get some sort of angles on Oblivioni. Oblivioni have the movement advantage, I suppose, with the Symmetra, but they've just been more than happy and content with just burning down Hardy in the front line for the time being. There's the TP. It's a TP back to the back line. As the first cap goes over to Oblivioni, and Space Station now trying to make their move.
You can see Space Station, they're just respecting the amount of damage that comes out with this Cassidy and the Symmetra. They don't have the Tracer to put on the pressure, but now SSG, they're stepping up and they're taking the Cloud.
Boop. Astro just booping Cloud and Dawn into the front line. Hardy just spear spins them away from the heels. The lamp wasn't quick enough from Kanale. Now with Space Station regaining control at that point. 26%, a little bit there for Oblivioni.
Yeah, just great recognition by Space Station. They're respecting the teleport out from Cloud. They're understanding that they don't need to force this fight, and then they essentially just wait and then run over Oblivioni, because that's what you need. You need to force out the Sigma resources before you can engage, because if you just run into him, he's never going to die, and you're going to potentially fall over as you try this. So let's see how Oblivioni now with the Symmetra are going to utilize the teleporter.
Walls are about 70% as well. Hardy backing up. Just afraid of that tier 3 beam. Trying to find some right clicks here, but you can see the flag coming in from Psycho. What a pulse too. That window, pulse bomb thrown in. Easy fight win for Space Station. A lot of ults to spare as well. Didn't even really need the window, to be honest with you, but you'll take it. And Kanale,
oh no.
A little bit of a stagger. No. Keep staggering, making sure Crispy can't get in there either. I mean, that's brutal. Canal ends up going down. That's an extra 20+% you've got to imagine. And the air Cloud on the back end of it in Shockwave. All right, just touch the spawn door. We get it, Space Station. You want some sweet revenge?
They're looking really good, and you can understand why SSG right now is so good at this composition. It's essentially the London Spitfire, but they're just playing an Orisa instead of a Reinhardt.
It actually is.
Yeah, so they can just play around their strengths, and the thing that they're so strong at this composition is just the tempo, and you can see so far, X and Oblivione haven't been able to deal with it.
Oh, what? Okay. The Miracle Orb just flying through the team. Terror Surge comes in, same with the Sound Barrier from Canal, hits 5. Space Station, not sure they want to invest anything here. Especially knowing X Oblivione used their beats to try and get into this fight and make sure it was a guaranteed win. Surely Psycho doesn't kill anybody here. Cassie going pretty low. Shockwave saved by his healers. And what a good pick there from Cloud. That right click just weaving its way through Space Station's front line and hitting a land and square in the chest.
Yeah, just a mistake that happens. Whoa.
Oh, let's go,
Speaking into existence, Hardy goes over to the Reinhardt of all things. I wonder what he thinks, why he thinks the Reinhardt is a better matchup against, you know, this X Oblivione comp. Maybe he can just go faster, but I liked it. You know, Hardy used his Terror Surge at the end there, force out the Sound Barrier of Crispy. That's a great trade, and now he can go over to this Reinhardt. So let's see how he's going to do this one. Maybe he's just going to pin to the back line. Protect the high noon.
Oh my god, that pulse is huge! The wall too! It wasn't quite enough to save Dan from the high noon. That was an unbelievable pulse bomb there from Psycho. Everybody received damage. That lamp from Canal was good to save people, but that was just about it. The damage was done, and then Astro with a perfect boop. A window and a wall from X Oblivione, not finding anything at all, really. Cloud switching over to the Tracer now, as Space Station Gaming are rounding to that 99%. Overtime is here, as X Oblivione need to touch.
Yeah, Dan has the gravitic flux, but he's getting so low.
So low, he's 1 HP, Scott. Hands, use, there's the flux, hits Hardy, but Hardy is very safe right now. Could back up the lander, there's the lamp, used a bit later, and now, with all that healing, got a free window. Cloud ends up going down to the 1v1 to Psycho, and now they've got to contend with this window. X Oblivione down a DPS and down a lot of health as well. Darn super low, same with Canal. He's getting chased out, and with Landon just kind of sitting here with Sparker. What can you really do to kill him? I mean, Darn overextends to try and secure the kill, and he does so successfully, but it is Space Station Gaming claiming that first round.
X Oblivione, they were able to get a fair fight at the end there, but they didn't get enough value from the High Noon and the Gravitic Flux, almost forcing it just due to the sheer amount of damage coming out from SSG, so they don't find any value in from that moment. Space Station Gaming is just able to come back with ultimates of their own, and that's a pretty convincing first round over to SSG, even with Hardy on the Reinhardt.
I mean, it was that miracle right click from Cloud that really set them up for that big fight win of theirs. And then, well, I think Space Station Gaming kind of out-macroing them in a way. I mean, the pulse with the high noon, you're against a window and a wall. You expect the team that used the giant shield to win, right? But Space Station Gaming just beating them there.
And I think a lot of credit needs to go to Psycho. He had a great first round. He hits 2 very impactful pulse bombs that essentially won them team fights. So if he can keep up that level of performance, that's huge for SSG, because Psycho was one of the players that we looked at when they put this roster together of like, can he perform at the highest level? And so far in this match, he has.
Finally. Torbjorn.
Oh my God, right. Why does every time I cast with you, I have to listen to you just gas up Torbjorn the whole time as he accomplishes absolutely nothing?
Look at him off angle right now, Scott. Look at him off angle. Well, he's actually not really off angling. He's just kind of with the team, but the turret was off. Okay, the turret's dead.
Okay, turret's dead. Now what?
Turret's dead. You fire the little spaghettis across the map and hopefully kill people. Unfortunately, Space Station capped, Scott, so that's unlucky for the Torp. I think the rest of the team needs to pick it up a little bit.
Yeah, not the Torbjorn, just the rest of the team. Come on,
just
guys.
The rest of the team. Look at the Torp. Look at him go. Dude, look at him. The off angle's crazy.
Boy, he's so low. He needs so much assistance right now. It's crazy. And they're so split. Oh, they do get a pick on the lander, though. Big pick by Shockwave.
Okay. It's all good. Distraction technique as Landon goes down. That's a good trade for the Torbjorn. Sound Barrier coming in for Space Station. Doesn't hit Hardy, but here's the front line. I mean, Psycho could just play without fear. Jumping into the back line. A D-Mech from Sparker, and then Psycho finishing off the Baby Diva. Nice couple extra kills there as well. Nice tracking from Psycho. An ult save too. I like that Sound Barrier usage from Space Station. Losing Landon early there, just knowing they had to win the fight fast.
I think the big thing that Oblivion is struggling with is they're not playing Tracer. And because they don't have that threat on the outside, Psycho's just able to play on the flank, do a lot of damage. I don't know how Dawn falls this early in the right, but they need to get out of there. That's more percentage off the clock. We're going to a final fight before, you know, we've even really had two. And that's a Lampin thing. Canal goes over to the Ana. Like, yeah, Obliviono, they seem a little lost right now. And Space Station, they're just punishing them for every single mistake that they're making.
And they can punish them even more now as well, because they can play super far off if they want to, just catch them off with the Flux, and then force Oblivione into a situation where they need to touch. Or they can play it slow, wait for 99. I think that's exactly what they're going to do. Molten Core available for Cloud. I mean, where's it going to go? Not sure. Torb dodging out of that one, though. That Flux does land, however, Crispy lands a sound barrier. Pulse bomb from Psycho going a little wide too. Here's the window from Sparker hiding behind this corner. And now good luck approaching the enemy team. Okay, Cloud's dead. Molten Core not finding much effectiveness at all, Scott. I'm going to be honest with you, maybe the Torb wasn't working. It is 99%, it's 100. Space Station Gaming take map 1.
And yeah, that Psycho Pulse Bomb was actually incredibly impactful in that round. Like you said, it went wide, but he actually hit, did a ton of damage to the Torb and the Cassidy, forced out the Lamp.
Yeah.
Psycho hitting another big Pulse Bomb, and right now SSG, they look very comfortable playing their own style. They played multiple tanks, but they have a great understanding of how they want to play around it.
Yeah, they look super clean. This is what you kind of expect too, especially a team that went lossless in the Swiss stage. Like, you're feeling pretty good. They went 2-0 versus EXO in the Swiss stage 2. So just kind of a repeat, just kind of brush your hands off. We're kind of done with this one. We're going to Hybrid as our next map, Scott. Midtown. Anything we're going to see here, you reckon, from Space Station, or is it just going to be the same old thing? Because Hardy, I will say, especially after like the Overwatch League and after London Spitfire, which this roster pretty much is, just under a brand new name. I mean, you're looking at a team that only played the Rhine Rush because that's just what they were good at. And it worked against a lot of teams because teams couldn't really practice against it because no one played the Rhine Rush, especially with like the Sim, the May, and everything else, like they could. And that's not really the case anymore. Hardy is... it feels like a brand new man. It evolved under the Space Station banner, right? Maybe the stage 3 Hardy is like come into full effect. No rare candy needed. Like, he can play pretty much everything to an extremely high level now. The Sigma, he was a ball player originally, actually, funnily enough, but his Ram's also really solid. Sigma's looking really clean. Like, there's nothing really that Hardy can't play right now, and in this meta that's so in flux, you need that from your tank player.
And one of the nice things about OWCS is we've been able to see these teams scrim a little bit, right? And we've seen from just the scrims that SSG has been showing and the matches that you've been able to see them play against, you know, even Toronto Defiant, they can play the dive at a very effective point as well. So it's not like they are just this rush one-trick team like we knew them in the past as London Spitfire. Right. They're a team that actually has a lot of versatility, a lot of depth. So it doesn't feel like you can just sort of cheese them by trying to go an anti-rush composition. And that kind of seems like what we're seeing from Oblivion. They're trying to do something that will make SSG uncomfortable, but so far it has not worked.
It's yeah, exactly. It's not worked at all. Like they're feeling pretty confident right now and comfortable, just doing their own thing. And it's funny too because you can always just go back. We saw it there, right? But you can always just go back to the Rhine if they really want to. They know they got one of the best Rhine players. I'd say top 2 Rhine player, him and Cloudy, right, in EU. Yeah. You're like, okay, if you want to play something that we can just run over with the Rhine. We've played this for a long time. Like, we can just swap to that, not a problem. We can just run you over. Like, our DPS can hang. Like, it's all good. Like, Space Station, they look really, really clean. Like, EXO, what do you think they really need to play? Okay, the Tor probably wasn't a good idea. Okay, I'm going to be honest.
Wait, yo, someone clip that. George just said the Tor wasn't a good idea. This is a new evolvement.
They lost. Okay, I don't think Tor's going to be the best on Midtown either. It's not great. Like, do you think they need to swap up anything here? Like, what comp do you expect EXO to run?
Well, as we head over to Midtown, this is a map that you really want to play something that has a little bit of sustainability. I could see them playing the Sigma or the Orisa. It's pretty difficult to play Winston on Midtown unless you play in the Korean region. So I don't expect either of these teams to change things up too much. As I said in Samoa, the thing that's surprising me is they weren't playing the Tracer. There's 2 issues if you don't play the Tracer. First of all, you don't have the flanker of your own. You don't have someone applying pressure, but you also don't have someone keeping the opposition Tracer in check. Psycho is just running circles around them. They're trying to play this high damage output comp, with the Torbjorn and the Cassidy, but they're all just stuck in a choke and just getting surrounded by Space Station who can just go whenever they want. So I want to see something, I guess, a little bit better with Oblivione that is able to deal with some of the threats of Space Station rather than just trying to throw everything at the wall like a Torbjorn.
Yeah, let's have a look what they're doing on defense then, because they're running Brig, which is quite interesting. Although on these kind of maps where you can just kind of hold super far back and hold in this big choke point where Canaille is currently, I don't think I mind the Brig at all. Plus it checks Psycho a little bit. Brig's not the kind of tracer eraser that she used to be, but still, the Tracer still has to kind of deal with the shield, the whip shot, and then also the packs that can fly in and help Canaille. So I quite like it. We'll see what Space Station want to run.
Yeah, I really like the Brig here. It's not just the packs going on Canaille as well, it's the packs going over to Cloud. That gives Cloud the advantage in the Tracer duel because now they have a lot more health than the support the Psyche is going to get. But Oblivion are going to walk out of spawn. They're going to see... sorry, Space Station. Sorry, we're a little mixed up here. Oh, dude, every time Hardy sees the Sigma, he's like, it's Ryan in time. Just makes the insta-swap, and they're going to go... Are they going to try and run through the train here? It's usually a bait, but I can see it working against this composition.
Yeah, look at that. Just the sheer presence. Just Giga Chad.
Oh, he's right.
Donk walking. I mean, it doesn't matter. They've already used Lamb. Look how healthy Dan is. He's got no HP. That's how healthy he is. Needs some emergency care ASAP. I really like that. It feels like a bait normally, right? When you walk through the train, you're like, there's no shot they actually push through here. But if you got a speed and Space Station don't, you can just run over them. Is Crispy going to swap to Lucio? Okay, he does. Yeah. So there you go. Dan now on the Ram. Shockwave even switching over to the Ash here. You got to run that speed boost because Hardy's just going to be on top of you instantly. And in fact, Hardy's just going to switch. They just take first point and swap the Ram. Okay, mirror now, almost.
Yeah, I think Hardy is smart enough to know that playing the Reinhardt into the Ramattra matchup is just very difficult. I think the Reinhardt is more built to deal with the Sigma. You can just play aggressive into it, and as you just saw in that first point. But it seems like Hardy's like, hey, you want to take a Ramattra matchup? Hey, that's fine with us. That's what we want to do.
Of course, it is Exo on the left-hand side area of the screen, and Space Station on the right. We'll get that fixed in a moment. Window for Landon. Did a lot of damage fairly early on in that fight. Even got a few final blows, too. Pretty early
so
window.
Good at that. It's actually a fun little thing. We have like a little sheet and they fill out information for us. Landon put himself down as the best Baptiste in the world. And honestly, part of me believes it at certain times. He is so good at this hero, the amount of healing and damage that he puts out. Very
clean, yeah. Force him off to high ground. Oh, Canaille drops the window. And just like that, Space Station, Houdini them, just disappear. Just under the car wash now. Shockwave has earned a lot of ult charge in a short amount of time. It's about 15% when he swapped. Already nearing that bob. Here comes the wrap from Space Station. Walking high ground. Whoa. Sound barrier comes in very, very early. Pulse bomb. Oh, Psycho. Double kill with a pulse. That'll do. 4 minutes to go now for Space Station Gaming. As they push on forward. Oblivione, just no say at all. Like, what do you do against this, Scott? Like, it's so rough. The rotations from Space Station, they're just so clean.
They're so clever. They use the window to give themselves space, and then as soon as the window comes back in response from Canaille, they then disengage from that one, route around, go under them, flank them, and now they're spawned back holding them once again. They have to use a couple of ultimates, but they're getting the picks. Oh, couple back though.
Oh, saying that though. The sixth man, the Bob, comes up the kill onto Sparker. Although the spawn points are pretty close here for Space Station. So they should be fine to win here. That was the saddest moment too. We called it live in 4K there, Scott, was when you coach gun in a vortex or use any movement ability and you jump like 1 centimeter and you're like, oh, okay, I guess I won't then.
It's just like,
yeah, it feels like you got like thousands of pounds like strapped to you. Feels pretty funny.
Shockwave over the window. Yeah,
I like this.
Here's the thing, I like it because you look at how long this sightline is. It's going to be so difficult for SSG to deal with it. But the problem with the Widowmaker in these matchups is there's so much damage coming out from the Cassidy. If Shockwave isn't finding picks, they're going to just slowly bleed out. So Oblivione needs to do a good job of playing around these sightlines and not getting too aggressive so the Shockwave can help.
Pretty scared of Cloud right now. Is holding this high ground. Narrowly killing Sparker there as well. You heard that Widowmaker shot whistle past his head. Now they're pushing for Space Station. Oblivione with the ult advantage. They've got that Ramantra Annihilation to use if they really want it. Here comes the flank. And now Shockwave has a lot less space to really deal with. Pulse bomb from Psycho goes a little bit wide. Sound barrier for Oblivione now as Sparker used that high noon Annihilation not doing all too much. There you go. Okay, I take it back. Landon ends up going down just on the back of things after utilizing the lamp to try and stay alive. Still Space Station willing to fight this with Darn low HP. Really low, in fact. Needs some desperate heals. Canal comes in nick of time. Just dealing with Spark on the sidelines first, making sure no funny business can occur. And Space Station, they're going to get a hold on this push, but they got a fair amount of meterage, Scott.
Yeah, Don, the new addition to Oblivion, doing a phenomenal job of just like balancing his health pool. You know, you said it, that Annihilation almost got no value, but does get that pick onto land and manages to live to tell the tale as well. And now, if Shockwave can keep getting picks, that's just taking more and more time off of the clock.
God, he was a menace too. I think he's rocking the Philadelphia Fusion skin. Was on Philadelphia Fusion quite a long time ago, and was on Vancouver for a little while too. A very, very strong hit scan player. Always has been. A very fearsome Widowmaker, and now with the sights too is going to be even more fearsome. We'll see how Space Station want to deal with this one. They can use the sound barrier and the Annihilation. Looks like Astro just wants to go in, just get up close and personal. There's the beat. Oh yeah, deal with us now, huh? That's a quad headshot required from Shockwave. Although I say that through the window, that's a lot of damage. Double kill from Shockwave. Landing headshot after headshot. 2.5 minutes to go now for Space Station. Shockwave takes over the game.
You can see the idea, Space Station, they know they need to close that distance, but that was a very early sound barrier from Funny Astro that they weren't able to take as much space, and the window from Canale with Shockwave behind it was just too much for them to deal with. Spark is actually going to respect the Widowmaker here, move over to the Genji so that him and the rest of the team can play faster. They need to get in the face of Shockwave.
Trying to take that high ground control away from Cloud. Don't want him descending on anybody using that pulse bomb. So got to be careful though. Shockwave in the distance. Spark can kind of spot that out. Doesn't want to use deflect too early, so playing around the corner.
Oh, wow.
Don't know how that happened. Yeah, Cloud goes down. Pulse bomb still in hand. Here comes the Annihilation. Supports in the backline under a momentum out of pressure now. You can see Hardy even body blocking Darn, who's also pulled his own Annihilation, but the support nowhere to be found. Shockwave needs to come up with something large here as the frontliners are just falling.
They have sound barrier.
They only need to touch. Sound barrier comes in, hits 4. Here's the aggressive peek from Shockwave. Where's the pulse? There it is. Psycho just wrapping around Shockwave. 6 the pulse, but Canale is actually the hero for Oblivion. Coming back with 2 kills. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go for Space Station. They got no support, Scott, as Darn swaps over to the Orisa to be a little bit more survival, and they're even kind of staggering Hardy. I don't see that all too often, staggering the Ram. 1 minute to go. Oblivion, the defense is looking stellar.
Yeah, the crispy sound barrier was right there in the nick of time, gives them the opportunity to touch, and now Hardy goes over to the Winston. They're going to a full dive composition, recognizing they need to play fast, but with only a minute remaining in the map, I don't know how many ultimates SSG is going to get up. They have to get to this Funny Astro sound barrier and spark a blade if they're going to break this, because Canale has a window, and you can see how difficult it has been for them to get into that backline so far and punish the supports.
I mean, the best thing they can do is like jump past the window, right? And yeah, big swap up as well for Shockwave. 2 ultimates in the bank for Oblivion for this final fight. Here's the dive in. Hardy booped away instantly. Bubble not doing all too much as Sparker just deflecting some of that damage through the window. I mean, Cloud used the pulse on too, not finding anything, but Space Station Gaming and Sparker need to be able to stay alive. 1% away from the blade, and now they're not going to be able to use the ultimate. Space Station Gaming just bleeding out of the final hurdle. Oblivion holding firm. A 3+ minute time bank in the bank for Space Station Gaming, and they're not going to even be able to complete. Oblivion only let Space Station get 2 points. What a defense!
That's the EXO team we saw in the last stage. That's the team that we expect. They're just doing such a great job of recognizing their win condition, playing to their own strengths, right? They just were so aware of how difficult it was going to be for Space Station Gaming to close into their backline. They even used the window like in their spawn doors right there to just deal with the pressure coming out from Sparker on the Genji, and that's what ultimately gets Sparker punished. So just playing a phenomenal round. I was getting a little worried after those first 2 rounds. I won't lie, Jaws, thinking this might be a quick 3-0, but they're able to stabilize. Now it comes down to what can they do on their attack.
Looking good so far. Yeah, let's have a look at what they want to pick up here, because Space Station don't really have that opportunity to swap like instantly. So it looks like they're just running the safe bet. I think this is pretty safe, actually. Running the Ram, Not too much of a shock. I mean, you don't really want to run the Rhine because you can just get counter-comped pretty quickly. Yeah. So I think Ram is like kind of the best of both worlds in that regard. Can play a little bit range, obviously, with his little shield, his staff. And then if they want to go crazy, go super far into the back line, they can with the that sort of skateboard in there. With
parkour.
Dude, I love when you can slide off things like that. You can there's a spot on the train on the top left that you can kind of hold on to.
Yeah.
As like a Genji and stuff, which is quite cool. It's not super useful, I'm going to be honest, but yeah, I kind of like those little spots.
I do want to speak on the Ramatra as well, because it's kind of interesting. Like, no other region in the world right now is playing as much Ramatra as we're seeing in the EMEA. They really like playing around this pick. Obviously, it's a brawl hero, and anytime there is a brawl hero, Europe is like, yo, we have to play this hero almost all the time. So maybe that's just comfort for them, but Oblivion coming on the Symmetra, TP's into this mega health room so they can have a defensive setup. Now, Space Station are going to have to react. They need to choke them out, because if Oblivion get any space here with their backline safe in this mega room, it's going to be very difficult to deal with. Oh, another TP to the other side again.
Another CP. And just trying to clear them off the high ground, just force them and just corral them. Oh my god! Okay, well, that's a reset. That's an unbelievable angle to get a double dink there as Cassie. Definitely one of the more satisfying kills to get to as Cass.
I have to question whether or not that second TP was necessary. Like, obviously you want to get out of that room at some point, but it almost felt like they hadn't gotten the full value out of being able to sort of maybe juggle the point, force Space Station Gaming out of position. They TP to the high ground. Yes, I guess you can't anticipate Sparker just two-tapping your Cassidy, but it feels like they're maybe overthinking it a little bit instead of really reacting to what Space Station we're doing.
There's a TP.
Bait TP.
A little bit of a bait though, yeah. Now Cloud can just charge up off of this shield, and now you can go to town. Oh, Astro with a boop kill through the window of all things. But yeah, Shockwave with the return. Nice angle for the window too. Look at that. Not much you can do if you're Space Station. They were 10% off their window of their own. Don't really need to stagger Spark here, so they won't. That's Oblivion taking first point.
Yeah, Cassidy's both having huge impact in the two team fights that we've had, and we talked about Sparker. He is a very, in my opinion, streaky player. Like, sometimes I'll watch him, I'll be like, this guy is like one of the best skins in the world, and sometimes he just goes missing. So it's cool to see him coming alive, playing the Widowmaker, playing the Cassidy, because Oblivion need those types of picks if they're going to be able to go toe-to-toe with SSG. And now, Ultimate's coming up. Hardy wants to hold incredibly close with the Annihilation.
Got to really tied around these pillars, which is really nice, and hard around the payload now as well. And that door's going to close in just a moment, and that's when Hardy really wants to go. I say in just a moment because they're contesting it. The doors are still open. They need to wait for Oblivion here to move it just an inch forward. There you go. And Cloud, did Cloud die on the other side of that little wall there? Just like, one final bullet from Landon. Oh my god, that's so annoying.
Yeah, and that's a great window from Landon, recognizing they're losing control at that point. Hardy's taking too much damage, just flips the tempo, and Oblivion just weren't there to be able to react. But now, tons of ultimates coming out. If they're going to play the Symmetra, they need to use these teleporters, though. Yeah, exactly like I said. Flip the map, give yourself an advantage, to force SSG to react. And now, High Noon's good, but it doesn't look like they're going to find anyone.
They can't really push the payload forward either, because Hardy's hiding behind it with a shield, so the High Noon isn't going to result in a kill, at least not for now. Someone's got to deal with Shockwave though, and it might be up to Hardy to do that. Sound barrier coming in, a late one from Astro, doesn't hit Sparker. Could it affect anything? Hardy is still pretty low, Sparker just runs through the team. That later Annihilation, later sound barrier there from Space Station just ended up working out. And this is a horrible place to be held as well, Scott.
Especially because the ult cycling really starts now. Oblivion have to use so many ultimates to get into that fight. So SSG were just able to react with their own ultimates, and now Landon's back up to another window. We saw how effective they were at holding the push last time with that ultimate. So Oblivion going to try something different. They're moving up into this window. They have the Symmetra ultimate to maybe give them a little bit of space.
Yeah, the photon barrier can be deployed.
Thinking about it.
Bit scared to at the moment. Darn going super low. Another really early window here from Landon.
They have the card.
Almost caught Darn. They do end up stealing the payload, and there comes the wall. Doesn't separate off like the entire team, it just kind of splits everybody. Lamb comes in, it's enough for a kill onto Landon here as they continue to move that point. Spark comes up with a kill, but it won't really matter, and this is a lot of free real estate right now for Oblivione, Scott. They've not killed everybody, and Space Station have lost control of the payload completely.
They don't need to kill everybody. They're more than happy to be like, hey, if you guys want to eventually try and make the run, and now they're going to try and punish them as they run across. Down gets pulse bomb, but that doesn't do anything to a Ramatra. These are late staggers, the cart's moving, and all of a sudden the value that you get from holding close for Space Station Gaming is lost because the cart progressed so far. Now, Oblivione needs to win one more fight, and their ultimates are coming back up to capture the second point.
Yeah, they don't need to deal with that, like, dodgy high ground that you have to take, and yeah, that's really rough. And now it's one fight, like you said, giant Panasonic windscreen right now with us 8K, making sure Shockwave can set up for some kills. High Noon available. There's the Annihilation, and now Hardy is going to have to require some support. Lamp already comes in, but no, there is the cap. 3 minutes to go for Oblivione. Can Space Station Gaming kind of repeat the same success? Oh, Sparker still comes up with a kill. Shouldn't matter. But can they continue this, like, hold on this third point? Annihilation and Sound Barrier for Space Station going into this next one.
Yeah, I talked about how much I wanted to see them play a Tracer, but the Symmetra and how they're playing on this Midtown attack so far is dramatically better, and I really like they're kind of controlling the flanks by just teleporting their whole team to it. Shockwave lives with 1 health, but he's in such a good position that's so difficult for SSG to be able to deal with when a hit scan can teleport onto the high ground at any moment.
Speed up with a High Noon. Looking for people, Sound Barrier comes in, same with the Lamb. Shockwave in trouble, Lamb comes in for Oblivione, and there's the beat. Noticing Hardy was stepping a little bit too close to the sun there. They're beaming him out. Pulse Bomb comes in from Psycho yet again. A very late engagement there, and it didn't look like Oblivione wanted to kind of speed onto them, as Hardy was already like half HP, almost getting healed up to that armor point. Now uses the window, an extremely aggressive one as Psycho is still in the backline that whole time, just completely unchecked.
Yeah, Psycho bailing SSG out. They used a lot of ultimates but weren't able to find value, but once that pulse bomb stuck, you could see EXO would just spread out, panicked, and Canal even uses the window, a tool that I'm sure they wish they had back. But now you can see SSG, they don't want to give space to the rush composition of Oblivione. They don't want to allow them to just set up. TP goes onto the high ground so they can hold it, but you can see Space Station Gaming, they're more than happy to just flip the map.
As soon as that teleporter comes in as well, Scott, you have to all TP at the same time. You saw what Space Station were trying to do there. They tried to speed up and get Astro in a position where he can boot people out of the teleporter.
They can't lose the card again.
They've kind of lost it, but they're still in a decent spot. You can kind of hold the corner. Here comes the High Noon, however. Photon Barrier unleashed. Oh, Cloud dodges out the way. Astro a millisecond away from helping Sparker secure some kills. And that Sparker on the wrong side of the wall couldn't get healed. However, they do end up trading. Both DPS dead, though, for Space Station Gaming as they burn down the clock even more. Annihilation for Dawn. Definitely doesn't want to use it here. They need to stack ultimates for this last fight, Scott. 45 seconds to go for Oblivione to try and win this one.
There's going to be a lot of Qs to use in this final fight as well, Jack. It doesn't even need to go the whole fight. Yeah, the problem is how are they going to get in with it? Oh, okay. That's just, you know, that's a lot right there. But there's going to be so many ultimates coming up. It's going to come down to how each team uses their ultimates. You don't want to be the team to go first because usually the team that plays reactive and is able to use their ultimates later will be able to win the fight. So both teams are going to be on this tightrope of when do we want to use ultimates? How do we get into this fight?
Yeah, you don't want to use the Annihilation for... Although, I guess the Annihilation is not too bad, especially if you're already, like, always ticking people. But the Sound Barrier is the big one. Don't want to use the Sound Barrier first. Otherwise, Astro, or, well, either one of the Lucios can just kind of hold on and just wait it out. Oh, your health bar's gone? Okay, all good. Now we beat in and then we just win because we've got a better resource advantage. It's going to be a bloodbath. I mean, 45 seconds to go as well. There's not really a chance either for Oblivione to get a touch at all. Like, maybe the Lucio, if they die really early, they get a touch again. But, like, the likelihood that this is going to be last fight is almost 100%.
Something I would like to see is I'd love to see Dawn play hyper aggressive. You know, right now I think at that pause frame he was just chilling the cart. If he can get into an aggressive position, you know, can play against that wall and make it really hard for SSG to walk out, that could be a huge asset. All of a sudden it becomes really difficult for the defending team to be able to step up. So let's see if Dawn makes that adaptation, you know, when we get back into the game.
I'm just hearing Psycho actually DC'd, so hopefully we can get him back in the game in just a moment. Now, yeah, we'll talk about it in a minute, I guess, but there's a DC. I'm hoping he hasn't lost his ult charge there, depending on how the DC ended up going, but that does happen.
Will. It does happen. You
know, the game completely, you lose all ult charge. So I'm hoping he didn't I'm hoping his ghost is still in the server somehow, retaining some of that ult charge. But we are going to jump to a quick break, just making sure Psycho can get back in. Final fight up next. Don't go anywhere. It's Midtown. XWLeone versus Space Station Gaming.
Let's make history! No way! Ha! This season's got my name written all over it. Tectonic Shock is ready to rock! Taking names from strata to stratosphere.
Only the good triumph. We will tear them down.
No mercy. I decide who receives my aid.
Good always has the last word.
Mace to the face. Evil can't hide from my sight. I can be nice.
Hard work is rewarded.
Heroes, this is your game, your team, and now this is your league. This is your community's future, and this is your prize pool. Win your matches, battle for your progression. Go far, go further, even as far as the Esports World Cup. It is your time to shine. Build your team, register your team, go the distance with your team. FACEIT League, powered by you.
Welcome back. Don't worry, Psycho's getting back in the game. Apparently his whole internet DC'd, which sucks, happens to the best of us sometimes, unfortunately. But yeah, hopefully getting back into the game. We were speaking about it, and these situations do happen, obviously. And Scott, this happened to you as well, I believe. And when you DC, you do lose that ult charge, but Psycho being on Tracer is like not too bad. You'd obviously want the pulse bomb, but like Tracer's pretty quick to build one up. So I'm hoping here that it's not too much of an issue for the team, and we just kind of get back things back to normal. But yeah, these things happen.
Yeah, let's just assume that you're playing with J3 and he's going to miss the pulse bomb anyway. That's what I have to deal with in my matches. So just assume that happened to Psycho.
It's not me dunking on him this time. Okay,
I'm just being honest. I love you, Jay, but the pulse bombs just don't land sometimes. But yeah, Psycho, you can see, loses the pulse bomb. As I said, I want to see Dan get aggressive here. I want to see them choke out SSG.
All right, here we go.
Defensively instead.
Really early window. Both windows being utilized. Nice angle from Canale here. Can play this high ground. Could duck behind cover if they really need to as well. Here comes the annihilation from Dan. Ripped pretty early, and Funny Astro booping him away. And there's the sound barrier. Crispy just got his online, hits his as well. 5-man sound barrier, both at roughly the same time, but the focus fire into Hardy is just super
low.
Oblivione. Cloud ends up going down to the annihilation, but there you go. A long-range Deadeye from Shockwave takes down Landon. They still need to be able to touch those, Scott. And it looks like, regardless of the front line being alive and well, and regardless of Landon going down, it doesn't really matter. Psycho and Hardy just take it into their own hands. Space Station Gaming, after what was quite a frustrating pause for them, end up defending on that last point and taking the series to a match point.
Hardy being able to live with a sliver of health in that annihilation. That was the swing that they needed to be able to just live long enough. Even though Landon does fall to the high noon, the damage was done. All of a sudden, Oblivione couldn't spend any more time in that fight, and they just weren't able to get the second map. But Silver Linings, that was a much closer map. They look a lot more competitive when they're playing these brawl versus brawl compositions.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. And you saw as well, I just want to point out, Cloud going down first. That's just a symptom of Cloud being so close to Hardy, obviously taking the ticket damage from Annihilation. And it's almost like gambling too. You're just hoping the beam can just finish off the Ram. Because if they kill the Ram there, Cloud probably gets healed up. It's a very different story, very much a gamble, but a gamble you have to take if you're in that situation, it being overtime. A 2-0 for Space Station right now, Scott. Almost a repeat from Swiss stage, but like you said, a lot more competitive now from EXO going on to Midtown. We'll see if that can continue going into map number 3.
Yeah, honestly, that's one of the things that's most exciting about EMEA. It feels like there's a lot of competition at the top end, and depending on the meta and at least the form as well of these teams, it could go back and forth. And EXO have been struggling for form ever since they lost Chase, their tank from last stage, and they haven't been able to find their footing. But feeling a lot better and playing around that Symmetra was a much better look.
Okay, I just freaked out there a second, but I think that Pulse Bomb, because it triggered something on my brain. I was like, that's a really weird timing for Pulse Bomb to come up in the kill feed. I believe Psycho stuck somebody and they die to the stick damage.
It does 5 damage, I think?
Yeah, it does like 5 damage, and then the Pulse Bomb exploded on the floor. In my head in that moment, I was like, that's a really weird, because normally when you see Pulse Bomb kills, right, it's just like, boom, there you go. Like, if it's a double, it comes up at the same time, but I'm pretty sure he killed someone with the stick damage there. And then the Pulse Bomb landed on the ground and then killed someone else, which is, that is a rarity that we see that happen. So that's pretty cool. Very, very small thing, but I thought that was very interesting.
Look at here as well. This is the moment where Hardy
there it is.
You can see Cloud. He's so close, so low.
Oh my god. And like I said, that's the gamble you have to take. And he was kind of juggling around the payload as well, hoping that obviously Canale can just kind of pump healing in. But with the DPS passive, man, you are just strained in those last few moments. And, whoa, Scott, I mean, map stats on your screen. This is how close it was. It was down to the wire. KDA is extremely similar. Damage dealt. Actually, it was EXO that was doing a lot more damage than Space Station there. Very, very scrappy, both these teams on map number 2. Hopefully, continue that into map number 3.
Yeah, and honestly, it makes sense. When you're playing the Symmetra, you're moving around the map, you're going to be doing more poke damage, but it really comes down to finding the picks and the execution once you've done that damage. So we move over to Esperanza, and now all of a sudden, I'm curious to see what Oblivione is going to play, because you really want to play a Tracer on this map. It's just so big. Or do they want to just stick with the Symmetra? It worked really well for them on Midtown, but with how open the map is and how free-flowing push is, just as a game mode, is the Symmetra going to work in the same way? I would say no, but so far, they've been leaning on the Symmetra very heavily.
I mean, Space Station, like in their team historically, they've made Sim work on this map before. And that was with the Rheincom. Some of their best games that they've had in the Overwatch League were on Esperanza with the Sim TPs, because you can like teleport up to high ground, you can teleport across to the other high ground. There's lots of different ways, but it requires such a specific style of play that I don't think it will necessarily work against EXO here. So maybe EXO, they're also going to decide to go not with the Sim. I mean, what do you think would be the best kind of picks for DPS? Tracer seems like an obvious one, right? But we're seeing a lot less Sojourn too, mind you. A lot more of this Cassidy.
Yeah, people really like playing the Cassidy recently because it kind of is very good against the dive heroes like Tracer. If you hit a Tracer with a Hinder Grenade, it's just GG, good luck, you know, and it can also go the size of, you know, a planet and, you know, orbit around you as well. So that's frustrating to deal with, and that threat of the Cassidy can be difficult to deal with, but I think in other regions, we're seeing a dramatically more Sojourn just for that one-shot capability. It keeps the Tracers in check, and honestly, it has such high swing. So if you have confidence in your Sojourn player, then you can just play it. But for the most part, SSG, they prefer to play around the Cassidy and just play as that Deathball unit and deal with the flankers.
Also really annoying for the Lucio player, the BAP as well. Like the Hinder does, it's like sneaky really OP, especially if you can kind of land it on
Sneaky
good targets.
OP.
Sneaky OP, yeah, hidden tech. Only the pros know about it. Ranked players hate them.
Use this in your ranked game to climb up SR.
Jaws and Scott's top 10 things you should use to play Overwatch really good. Watch the video, please like, subscribe.
Yes, the very common DPS players, me and you know, we love playing Cassidy.
I'm just, okay, Cassidy not so much. Yeah, you know, the winner in the top, kind of my specialty. What's your specialty DPS?
I'm more of a Hanzo player because I like to play the lottery when I play DPS and just hope. And then if I miss, I'm like, hey man, just not my day. You know, sometimes they just don't hit.
Look, sometimes I get 5 kills, sometimes I get 0 and die 14 times. Like, hey, can't be helped, man. Their movement's too clean. And they got Lucio, so the movement's even quicker. Yeah, I don't think we're seeing Hanzo, sadly. Right, map number 3 on your screens in just a moment. We are going to jump to a quick break. Apologies for this, but we're just making sure everybody's ready to go in the lobby and also give the teams a little bit of time just to have a break for themselves. So yeah, we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Esperanza up next. Everybody's raring and ready to go. Esperanto, map number 3, Space Station Gaming and Exoblivione. Exoblivione right now looking for a reverse sweep. We are jumping straight into the map. And it's SSG's map pick here. So, Space Station and Exo right now, currently, you know, Space Station, they beat him in Swiss, Scott. You know, they beat him. It's whatever. It's another day. But Midtown was not really like we expected it, maybe, right? I mean, they almost ended up winning out against Space Station Gaming. Like, that was a very, very close final. Neither team able to cap that 3rd point, and Exo and Cloud, like, trying to make that big hero play against the Ram, just couldn't quite make it work. We'll see if Exoblivione can stand a little bit taller, maybe bump their chest a little bit. We'll see if Space Station Gaming do end up toppling here.
What's this gaggle of, you know, grouping up that they have in the corner? You're talking about strats. Okay, guys, here's what we're gonna do. Yeah, they're in proximity chat. They're just chat. We're gonna win. Everybody, hands in.
That would be crazy if we had proximity chat. It wouldn't work at all, I don't think, but it would be kind of funny.
So we are going to see a switch up here from EXO. They're going over to the Winston dive. This is very common on this map just because you want to be able to play the flanks, you want to be able to dive. But now, if you're landing, you're the target. You need to be careful about getting jumped on. You need to put as much pressure on Dan as you can and keep landing alive.
It's easier said than done sometimes, but I mean, you're just hanging around in this big death ball too, and with the Cassidy, it's harder for the Winston. You can just get blown up so quickly, regardless of like the bubble. That hinder nade is really the biggest tool. I mean, you start, all right, okay, where's the dive now? It's not happening. Sparker with a 3-tap onto Crispy. Cloud just ended up going down though, and I think that might just be it. Yeah. And now Space Station can do what their comp loves to do, is just hold one position, hold this high ground, Scott.
Sparker's just so sick at hit scan. Honestly, every time I watch him play like any of these heroes, I think Cassidy is definitely one of his more comfort heroes, but how many times throughout this series have we just seen it's like, oh, Sparker killed someone. I guess that's the team fight over. And now all of a sudden, EXO, they've lost all map control, they're losing card presence, and they're the ones who have to step up into the defensive position of SSG. And now Landon can just heal back here. They don't have to do anything and just wait for Sparker to find another pick.
Yeah, that's it. Okay, Sparker, find a pick now, please.
Sparker, go kill. Come on. Whenever you... Hurry it up.
It's like the proper equivalent.
Yeah.
EU equivalent there. Proper go kill. Sparker, go kill. All right, there's the small dive. Really early rush as well. Used to make Oblivione. Space Station Gaming well out of the range of that rush now. Garn going super low. Saw that Suzu fly in to save his bacon. Crispy also going super low, and you've got to be careful with Space Station swinging around these like wide corners, because as soon as Sparker kind of sets up, and you can see how much damage he's already done, already got a high noon. There's the window. There's no way Dan survives that. Yeah, that dive not working out too well for them, and even a overclock invested, Scott. It's just really rough for Exoblivione, just not finding anything at all. Like, this is nightmare fuel right now for Exoblivione fans.
Yeah, they pop the overclock, but the rest of SSG just disengages and punishes Dan for just being a little bit too greedy with his dive, and just a very slow, methodical play here from SSG. They recognize, hey, we don't need to take quick fights. We have positioning, we have the setup, and that's the first checkpoint in the first 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, that's a lightning fast cap. Cloud forced to recall. Good boop from Astro there. Booping Cloud up, forcing him to use yet another blink. Pulse bomb available. It's going to have to go quite large. Annihilation. Oh, Primal Rage. And he's gone. That Primal Rage just used an escape tool. Nice little boop there from Astro, trying to help Sparker land a kill with a high nuke. Sound barrier, annihilation, everything used. Nicely. A better roll. Never mind. Pulse bomb, nowhere to be seen anymore. And Dan ends up falling over. And Scott, they've stolen the bot, but I think Space Station Gaming might just steal the game here.
Yeah, you can see how much respect Dan has to put on the damage that Space Station Gaming has. He jumps in, gets low, and just pops Primal Rage to run away. Yes, he got a bunch of ultimates out, but it doesn't feel like he's able to find any value, and that's why Dan switched back over to the Ramatra, decided to take the Ramatra on Ramatra duel because he can't get anything done as Winston.
And investing all those ultimates too there for a Space Station, you might think that, well, that's kind of an overcommittal, but you're getting it over 100 meters, and they have 0. Like, that is very much worth kind of over-investing to try and get the bot as far as possible, especially after you got the checkpoint. Because now you can just perma reset them. Like, oh, you use ult? Okay, we just reset. Oh, you use ult? Okay, we reset. And now we have ult, and now we win.
Yeah, that's 2 from 2 rushes that have since fallen by the wayside of just like, hey, SSG's like, oh, you're going to pop that? We're just going to disengage. They're now going to commit with the overclocked sound barrier. They have to win this fight.
They got to. Sparker dead, carry down. Shockwave with a nice little angle. Still getting checked, though, by Landon, who's 1 HP. There's Cloud with the finishing move. Shockwave does end up falling over, and Space Station is still kind of holding on to this point, but shouldn't be much longer now before Oblivione are going to be able to take it. There you go. They take control, Scott, but Oblivione, they need to deal with forward spawns, and Space Station Gaming, they'll be back in, I don't know, like 10 seconds or so.
Yeah, because they have the forward spawns as well, yeah. And that was 2 big ultimates, the overclock and the sound barrier. Those are big teamfight ultimates that you need to win on. So it was good that they closed that one out, but now Space Station Gaming is coming back with a wealth of ultimates that they have on their own. And you can see Oblivione, they have to put so much respect on, the sound barrier disadvantage that they have.
Speed boost, high noon, pulse bomb, hits the lamp, and Shockwave. I think that was a boop from Astro there in the kill feed. Oh, yes. This is a Space Station game, I think. Not the biggest stagger onto Canale there.
But getting Landon is actually kind of nice. Yeah. Let's see if I think Landon should still get the forward spawns. No, it didn't get the forward spawn as well, so they have to go all the way back to spawn. So that's actually a really big swing and kill from Canale, because all of a sudden Space Station, they're not going to be able to get meterage. You can see they're just like, they're off the bot at this point. They're just like, we need to wait for our Baptiste to get back before we can take this fight. So big individual play by Canale, potentially giving them some silver lining on that lost team fight, but it didn't cost Space Station really much at all. They only have to use the high noon, so Hardy can just use this annihilation.
Insane boop! Oh, good, even better boop there. They boop Darn off of the high ground, and then they sound barrier in. Of Astro, though, getting booped by Crispy, saw that beat coming in a little bit sooner than they wanted, so that's a big reset from Oblivione, although, oh man, Shockwave dead. This is looking so rough.
Yeah.
Pick after pick. I mean, I guess Space Station ended up using the sound barrier, and they get the kill onto Sparker as well. Like, okay, they're not in the worst shape right now, but they need to be able to win this fight. Trades here aren't that great for Oblivione. Space Station Gaming, they got the forward spawn yet again, Scott, and they're 100 meters plus right now on this bot.
I'm going to just say it again, Canale getting a late pick on Landon is a big deal. Once again, Space Station has to get off of the bot because they don't have their healer. So big picks, and as you said, Jack, Space Station used 3 ultimates to get that team fight. So not a bad fight if you're Oblivione, but they need to start stringing together some team fight wins right now. They are 100-meter deficit right now in this round, and yes, you can do some overtime pushes, but they need to at least start getting at least fighting on the opposite side of the map.
Right. So you need to get there is the big problem for them right now. 3 minutes to go too, so winning some team fights is the imperative. A lot of ultimates for Oblivione, looking at a stack of 4. Forces the recall there of Psycho. Crispy healing up Shockwave. But now they have to contend with the window. If they do want to invest an ultimate here, they're going to have to get through Landon somehow. Oh, 19 HP, hit with a railgun. Does force him to recoil slightly, but now they can just window on the high ground. And Crispy a little bit scared. Oh, the Suzu to make sure he can guarantee get the sound barrier off. But Shockwave not really in a position to get any more kills, maybe. Sparker ends up going down behind a window, and Space Station Gaming willing to make this a scrappy fight. Just fight on point, try and find as many picks as possible. Canale ends up using the rush there, Scott, but ends up going down to the vortex of Hardy after already TPing away to the rest of his team. And Space Station Gaming, they still have ult, Scott. They are forcing Oblivione to use everything they have to win this fight.
Yeah, that annihilation feels so bad if you're done. You really wanted to hold on to that one so that you can take it into the next fight, because as you said, that was so expensive. Shockwave dying late to Landon, of all people as well. So it's like, even when Exa was winning fights, it just doesn't feel good, right? Like, if they needed to string these fight wins together, they need those ultimates. So at least they fighting on the opposite side of the map. Shockwave should make it back. They should have the positioning, but they have no ults to their name.
High noon, pulse bomb, annihilation versus, yes, 0, Scott. Well, I mean, I guess Cloud maybe gets a pulse bomb here, but gonna have to go pretty large. Nice little move there onto Sparker. Yeah. Getting off the high ground. Gonna force the rest of Space Station Gaming to join him. Nice little headshot, 180. Hits the high noon. Now really has to cower in fear. Oh my, I'm surprised he didn't let go of that one quicker just to guarantee the kill onto the Tracer, but goes a little bit greedy there. Doesn't find anybody in the end. Bot has been moved a fair distance too, if you think about it. I mean, now Exoblivione are going to have to regain all of that space. Psycho in a little bit of trouble, no recall. And Exoblivione are just slowly getting corralled onto their high ground. 60 seconds to go, Scott. They are not looking good.
Shockwave with this rail and this overclock needs to be the hero they need to be able to deal with this. They've respected the window and disengaged a little bit. So now all of a sudden Shockwave coming back with this this overclock.
Oh,
there it goes.
Annihilation. Gotta help Dan! Gotta help Dan! Alright, Shockwave trying to do his best. Best offense is a good defense, and defensive tools you need. You need that sound barrier, you need the rush, you need something to deal with the Annihilation, because Hardy's Annihilation, I think that got to be near to the max duration there. He had that up. 20 seconds to go. They're down 72 meters, Scott. This is an upward hill battle if I ever seen one. Exoblivione, they got another chance to touch here, and they got a beat.
Yeah, and SSG, they have the freedom to either fight or disengage. If they use another Canale ultimate and the rush a little too early, also Shockwave down, doesn't even matter.
5 seconds to go. Bot's still going. Sound barrier available from Astro. He's just waiting for Crispy to use his, and he doesn't even get the chance. Space Station Gaming with a clean Esperanza and a clean 3-0. A complete, a complete mirror of what happened in the Swiss stage 2. They ended up beating Exoblivione a 2-0, and now it's the 3-0 in the group stage. Space Station Gaming advancing on forward, Scott. I mean, you're feeling so good if you're Space Station right now. You want to be able to prove it to everybody that you are in the upper echelons, and I think this is going to do it. Got their revenge too against Exoblivione.
Yeah, it really feels like SSG have leveled up since stage 1. Obviously, maybe a chip on their shoulder, especially against Exoblivione, finishing 4th in the last stage. Want to come back stronger and really like send a message. It's like, hey, we're the best right now. You're going to have to deal and play our games.
I want to talk a bit about what we've seen from both of those teams, because I mean, SSG I keep on getting flashbacks to a London Spitfire. They're playing their style, they're making it work. However, it's not as out of the box this time around. I feel like this is a very EMEA look that they're showing us. Hardy giving us a lot of different looks, actually, just short of picking that Winston up. Alas, we are in EMEA, not in Korea, so it is what it is. What did you see from the opposition? Because I really felt like on the other side, EXO not nearly as comfortable on the compositions they were running.
Yeah, it felt like they really were trying different things, like things that no other team is trying, and that's usually a sign that you're not confident in taking the mirror or taking that matchup head-to-head. So you're trying to throw curveballs, and we saw that with the Symmetra on Midtown, and it worked to some degree, but eventually, you know, if you have to end up playing the mirror like they did on Esperanza, you're just going to fall short. So EXO making some good adjustments, but not enough to deal with SSG.
Yeah, it's definitely worth keeping in mind too. These additions to the roster were fairly recent, like April 5th. Dan and Twirls end up joining the team. Obviously, we didn't see Twirls here, but Dan, relatively new compared to Chase, who ended up leaving for Ents, of course. So maybe just getting to grips with the new team. I mean, you're facing a Space Station Gaming who've been together for a long time. At least the core of the team has been together longer than the OWCS has been around, right? So it's worth kind of keeping that in mind. And Exoblivione maybe need to, you know, gel together for another couple of weeks. But it also does just feel like the SSG we were promised last stage as well. Like, they are just hyper dominant and they can play their own thing. But like you said, Zoe, too, they're not afraid to just put Hardy on whatever, because he's become such a well-rounded tank player that he is someone to fear in OWCS.
My favorite thing about it is it's kind of like that Scooby-Doo meme where it's like, you know, SSG, and then he like pulls off the mask and it's just a London Spitfire below them. They're like, oh no, it's just us, because they play very similar to the London Spitfire, and that synergy is really coming in clutch so far in this stage, because they're able to play their game, and if they play this game, almost no one is better than them at.
Yeah, and we're seeing our player of the match here, Psycho. I mean, that Tracer was definitely a difference maker in the first 1 or 2 maps you guys did talk about. There is so much threat on the server with Psycho on that Tracer. Not seeing the Tracer on the other side really hurt them, especially on Samoa.
Yeah, it very much felt like that. And a lot of the time, and what me and Scott called it out in this map specifically, was that Psycho was just kind of getting ignored. And it's not like, oh, we're just going to ignore the Tracer and hope we win, right? It's like, we actually can't deal with the Tracer right now, so we're hoping we can just win the fight. We're just praying that Psycho doesn't just delete everybody, and then he just kind of did. Like, you need a Tracer in this meta, and you just need a Tracer in general. Like, the hero is just insane. It will be for a long time. Like, just the mobility and the high skill ceiling is just something that just rewards like very, very high mechanical play, and Psycho is one of those players. And it's really nice to see him on the Tracer just getting ignored too, because there's one thing to get ignored and then, you know, you're doing your own thing as Tracer, but he's just putting in so much work, and you just can't let him run you aground, man. Like, you need the caster, you need something to deal with him, otherwise he's just going to take over the game. And it was just map after map after map. It was just Psycho highlight reels.
It really was. And now another man who honestly should be in every highlight reel, at least for the interviews he's given, will be joining us for a quick chat after their victory. Christopher is standing by and ready to bring some spice, hopefully. Christopher, love what you've done with your room, first of all. Yeah, looks great. Good luck. Now, let's chat a little bit about you and the team. We talked about the synergy that your team obviously has. You guys have played together for a long time. On the other side, very recent changes. Do you feel like that affected Ex-Oblivioni's performance today?
100%, yeah. I think they were probably lacking a Korean main tank and a Korean flex DPS. If there was a way to get those in, I think we would have.
You took the baits.
Thankfully,
thank you.
Yeah. Thankfully, we were able to pull it out because they were full Western, but my propaganda mission to stop them signing MAG has once again proved to be the reason for our team's success.
I love that for you.
God, the smartest coach in EU. He's in-game, he's out-of-game, and he's running a propaganda machine behind the scenes too. This is
Hit
great.
him with the
Unreal.
Yeah, exactly. There's been many of those in Overwatch League. I'm glad to see it's carrying on in OWCS. I did want to ask you, like, what has changed from this stage to the next? Because you do look well more like drilled, and you look just straight better, like across the board. Has anything like massively changed for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, I think we felt we were like one of the strongest teams last stage, but we had like real problems where I think one thing that we had to learn was obviously in Overwatch League, we were quite able to be the underdogs the whole time, right? Like we were kind of, and it was really easy mentally to play as the underdogs. Whereas obviously now that we're in EMEA, we're the big dogs, you know, and I think that it requires like a slightly different mindset, like a way to approach the games. Like we can't be relying to kind of play this like safe style where we just counter the enemy teams and we play this counter dive style. We kind of need to go in and like punch them in the face and like find the best way to prove that like on a pound for pound basis, I think we have like mechanically the best team in the region.
Yeah, absolutely. And I had a question to you about like the meta, because obviously, you know, the meme is that you guys love to play rush, but you know, we've seen from you guys in scrims and other situations, you can play the dive. Do you guys play a lot more of the rush because that is the comfort, or do you think it's just actually a better composition right now?
I think it's really map dependent. Like we have a lot of maps where we play dive, like we haven't given up on it. I think the way that EXO clearly wanted to draft was away from the dive, again because he didn't have a Korean main tank, so it's probably impossible to win on dive.
Tough.
So
rough out there.
It was like, I think there was such, if there was a Hollywood, a Paris, or Route 66, or maybe one of the other escort maps, I think you'd probably see dive from us. I think we feel pretty confident on both comps. Like last stage, maybe we felt like our only brawl comp that we were really, really good at was the Malga one. And then obviously the establishment kind of like cut its knees out before the tournament. So now we kind of learned a new style. We played a little bit of the Orisa. Hopefully Jake's watching at home, like really excited with the gameplay. And then yeah.
Do you feel generally that maybe more Winston comms will make their way over to the EMEA region, or will we just be sticking to the guns, rush and brawl it out?
It's funny because I actually think on like, if you look at across the whole region, I think we play way more Winston than we did in stage one. Like maybe we haven't, like there hasn't been enough games to fully say it, but like stage one, like very few teams maybe outside of like us and EXO were playing like dive, whereas I see a lot of like that second tier of teams, like the like 4th to 8th best team, they have a lot of like Winston maps. I also think stage 2 map pool is way more Winston favored than stage 1, but obviously we have a patch coming Tuesday, so like we have no idea how dive looks after that.
Yeah.
Well, we'll find out soon enough. Christopher, thank you so much for the chat. Best of luck in your next games. We can't wait to see and hear more from you and the squad.
Thank you. Search Uncoachable on YouTube.
So true.
Quick plug, I love it.
Yeah, it was a very digestible 4-hour episode, to tell you that. So, yeah, gotta work on those timings. But yeah, I mean, very interesting to hear it here from Christopher, coach of SSG. Any thoughts on what he answered?
I love Christopher, man. Like
Same.
that guy knows how to work a team and he knows how to work social media. Like that's for sure. Like, it's always good hearing from. I think as well, and this will be a theme. I think over the next maybe half a year or so is like comparing like how their team was to the way they were in the Overwatch League. But as time kind of moves on, and like he kind of mentioned too, like we're not forced and like to go into we're going to play Ryan, we're going to be the underdog team. Like they're very much like evolving as a team as a whole. So like it's not like a brand new look, a brand new like polished team or whatever, like a brand new shiny team. Like it's the same team almost, but it's just evolving in their style and the way how they want to play, and also their mentality going into it. And I really like that point from him. Like now we're the big dogs. Now we're not the underdogs. We have to play like it, and we have to make sure we can prove to everybody we're not the ones that everybody's kind of cheering for because we're the underdogs in the team or in the server, right? So yeah, I think that was a really interesting point from him.
I also think that also goes in with the idea of it's like, hey, we're not the underdogs anymore. We can't just be the haha silly Reinhardt team.
Right.
Work out how to deal with us. It's like they need to be a completely fleshed out, smart team that can play a lot of different metas. So I'm excited to see them play dive, and if they can sort of hang with some of the best teams in that dive matchup.
Indeed. Now, a quick look here at the groups as SSG just got their second victory, and I believe with 2 victories in your group, you have made your way already to the main event. Whereas Ex-Oblivionia are now standing on a 1-1 score, so they will have to fight it out once more in their group in order to actually advance. Now, moving on, we will be, of course, having another match coming your way, and that will all happen after a quick break, so don't go anywhere because ENCE and Team Peps coming up next. Heroes, this is your game, your team, and now this is your league. This is your community's future, and this is your prize pool. Win your matches, battle for your progression. Go far, go further, even as far as the Esports World Cup. It is your time to shine. Build your team, register your team, go the distance with your team. FACEIT League, powered by you. FACEIT Leagues, another opportunity for those who didn't quite make it into the group stages, such as Custa.
Why did I know that was coming from Omar? When you started talking, I was like, I'm about to take a hit here. I'm taking a hit. In it.
It's such an easy target. I'm so sorry. But I'm also very much not sorry. So I lied. Only lies are being spreaded here. Also, I'm still waiting for Overwatch propaganda, but we can get to that a little later today. You still have some time to make that one work. I want to talk about our next match. ENCE will be going up against Team Peps, and let's chat ENCE first. They're formerly known, of course, as Bubo Spray Check. They now are ENCE. Dropped the DPS player Sauna. They added Tank Chase into the mix. Ghost was a no-show. Insert the ghosted jokes somewhere here. Aha! But even with the lack of Ghost, still a very dominant showing from their opening match yesterday.
Well, it's pretty nice to be able to be like, hey, Ghost, you're not in. Crimzo, get in there. Like, Crimzo is a phenomenal flex support who has a lot of experience playing Overwatch Esports as a whole, but this roster is just so strong. You got Kevster and Kai, dominant DPS duo, and honestly, Vestola's been playing a really solid game. If Vestola's able to play just like more of these brawl heroes like Orisa, that's really strong for ENCE, and they look to be in top form right now. The issue is they're running into the exact same problem they had last stage, which is they're always the bridesmaid, never the bride. It always feels like they've never been able to be in that #1 spot yet.
I mean, yeah, they came out of Swiss losing one game to guess who? Well, you know, everybody lost them. So I think ENCE, like, they want to be able to prove, yeah, they are #1 team, but with Space Station Gaming also kind of leveling up. Like, come on, it's rough. But against Team Peps, I mean, maybe this is their kind of chance to do so. I agree, Scott. I think Kai and Kevster, are they the best DPS duo? I think they are, yeah. I would say they're the best DPS duo in EMEA right now. I mean, Twisted Minds actually have got something to say about that. That's tough. Maybe they're #2 after Twisted Minds DPS.
They're definitely in the top 2.
They're in the top 2 for sure. But that does kind of lead on to what Team Peps, like Naga has been around the scene for just an extraordinary amount of time, around Overwatch Esports for a long time. Like, it's up to Team Peps now and their DPS lineup to kind of like mess with the best. And Tread, a relatively new name compared to someone like Vestola. A lot of like it's rookies and old heads mixed in together in a team versus some of the very best to ever kind of do it. So Team Peps, this is going to be an underdog showing from them, but you know, ENCE, they only lost one game to Space Station. We'll see if they can topple Peps here, Scott.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. And I'm also curious to see what happens with the tank line of Team Peps, because they seem like they're going through the same issue that we've seen from other like teams where you're like, you don't know when you want to play which player when. Like Tread comes in to play the Orisa and then Bembes comes in to play the Orisa. They both play a little bit of Winston. So I would like for them to like flesh that out so they can really start improving as an entire team rather than just subbing players in almost indiscriminately.
Yeah, they did end up facing against each other in the Swiss, and ENCE did end up winning that one, 2-1, Scott. So
it was close.
It was close. We aren't seeing any of those maps, though. It was Busan, Hollywood, and Junkertown, but we are going Nepal, Paraíso, and then Colosseo. Paraíso, though, Scott, that's when was the last time we saw that map?
Yeah, well, it wasn't in last stage, and but whenever you see a new map come into the map pool, everyone's like, yeah, we're going to ban that map, because people just don't really know how to play it. And Paraíso especially, it's a map that has a lot of verticality, a lot of high ground. You're going to expect teams to play a lot of dive. You can't really play the Orisa just sitting on the low ground. So it'll be interesting when we get there, but we're going to start off over here on Nepal, and I expect both teams to come out in somewhat similar compositions.
Yeah, it would make the most sense. Any Hog enjoyers? No, there's no Hog, sadly. One day, no, we won't. No,
how about any life weavers? Any life weavers?
Any life weaver enjoyers?
Capture.
Oh, that was a late switch. I thought we were actually going to get it for a second.
You can TP as the Kiri. You can make those bait lay switches. 2 Orisas though, Scots. But Whoa, spear and then Cheerios from FD God. Kai's already down. Okay, that sucks, but the best thing about losing someone so early there is that you are going to be able to get a quick reset, but with that later kill, that's a little bit more rough.
Oh yeah, that was a great opening fight there for Team Peps. As you said, just great setup play, knowing that they're going to meet there, hitting the spear, and if you're Ents, you just got to reset. The only difference that we're seeing from these two teams is Kai on the Sojourn. It's more of a comfort hero from Kai. Really likes to play those like one-shot heroes, while Exiodal over on the Cassidy as well.
Yeah, Exodal versus Kai. Definitely favor Kai in this situation, especially on the Sojourn. We kind of spoke about it a little bit earlier on. Well, case in point. Point proven. Thank you, Kai.
There it is.
I'll PayPal you the 5 later.
Making you look smart.
1 DPS down for Team Peps. Nice Suzu. You can see Kai is basically able to do anything he wants. Like, step up, it doesn't really matter, because Crimzo is also sat on top of him. So if you need the Suzu, sure. And then you also have to kind of get through Vestola to do so. Oh, we're back. But with that early pick, like, you lose so much of that damage, and then Naga can't even get onto the backline either. The Sojourn is equally as scary as the Cassidy in like a very close range shot, especially when you got a charge railgun.
Yeah, and that's something that a lot of teams and players have gotten really good at, is just charging up on the tank and then just saving that body shot. If you're able to body shot the Tracer, you don't even need a one shot. It gives your Tracer just such a huge advantage, which they can then play around. Like, you can see right now, Kevs is just sitting on this high ground, pressuring Team Peps, and that's just something that FD God has to worry about. They're just gonna have to worry about early rush coming out from Team Peps.
Really early rush. Good disengagement though from Ents. They don't lose anybody just yet. Although I say that and Master ends up falling, same with Kai. Nice triple blink there from Naga. Split the entirety of the team there. Ents went half the team went one way, half the team went the other. Easy kills for Team Peps. And a good team to flip as well onto the point. So 50% now. That very early percentage that they gained from winning that first initial fight, Scott, really paying off for them now.
Yeah, and Crimzo was just 5% off of having the rush of their own. I'm sure they would have liked to have mirrored those rush, but because they had to disengage, eventually get punished. Naga lurking, wants this pulse bomb.
Very, very patient. Oh, spots Crimzo, 1 HP.
Something
no Suzu to be seen. Throws out the pulse bomb as well. Sure, make it last fight here if you can find any more stagger kills, and they do. With Kai getting booped back into the fight. Surely Kevster doesn't go down. Here come the healing offers, including a Suzu. Oh, he ends up going down to the spear of all things. That's a very late death. Only just now is Kai spawning. Kevster not too far behind him, but this is last fight now for Team Peps.
Oh, you can see Team Peps, they're trying to play aggressive, make the fight happen here so that someone has to run through to get to the point.
Crimzo's dead. 2 Terror Surges, sound barrier, spin away. Naga kills 2. That's Team Peps with a round win for sure. Sound barrier came out from Master, but Master's in spawn. And there's not much left to be seen here from Kevster. Force recall, cheeky whipping out the pulse bomb there from Naga. Didn't end up getting the kill, but what a nice round from Team Peps there, starting off strong.
If that's one of those rounds that if you're Ents, you need to just be like, okay, shake it off, maybe a little bit of nerves, just some unlucky plays. Like, obviously they lose someone very early on in the team fight, and then Crimzo as well must have been hit by some spam damage and then followed up by Naga, so they didn't really have many effective team fights. So you just gotta, be like, okay, everybody calm down, lock in, let's go over to Sanctum. But overall, great play by Team Peps. Just individual picks have been just going to that next level.
Yeah, I mean, Kai, like I mentioned before on the point, he's kind of immortal there, and he can when he's got all the support, but the rest of the team's falling around you, not so great. And especially that first pick, too. First pick leading into 2 more, and then you've wiped half the team, and then you get the point first, and you're able to fight super close. Really nice work from Team Peps so far. Very different comps, though, rolling out the gate for...
Very different. So Ents is playing with the Kiriko still, so they're going to want to play fast, especially based around that Echo, while on the side for Team Peps, they want to play slow, give the Ashe these long sightlines, play around the Dynamites. So expect Team Peps to try and find a way to disengage. The real question that I have is, how is Kevster going to be able to get close enough to anybody to get into this fight?
It's going to be a really, really hard task to do that. I mean, yeah, you can kind of dance around this high ground here. You can get some healing cards coming from Crimzo, but I mean, that's about it. The Ashe playing such long range and the Sigma holding things down looks pretty nice, and it's actually Naga that ends up going down first. Will be Team Peps to cap too. There should be a flip from Team Ents. I mean, with Naga dead, like, you can still fight there, but they just lost so much position.
Yeah. And you can see there, like, if they can isolate individual players, the Echo's going to work very well if they can get into the fight. The question is, can they get close enough to be able to do that? You see them once again, Team Peps playing it slow. Now they don't have the point. They're going to have to kind of like try and juggle it.
Who touches though?
Kev's is fighting Naga. You can see in the small room. We can't see it right now, but there is a 1v1 going on.
There is a 1v1. Kevs are going super low. Naga goes down again. Just the random left clicks from across the map from Vestola. They do trade for Kevster, but they're still holding on to the point. FD God's having a hard time of actually capping this one out as well, as Master's there to match. Master goes pretty low after FD God flings a couple of Cheerios his way. It's actually Exodar who finds the kill eventually, and there's Team Peps with the cap. FD God, oh my, how did FD God not go down? Exodar maybe saving there just with the presence alone. As the fight does continue to rage on Vestola taking a lot of damage, forced to spear spin, ends up backing away, and there's the sound barrier to match that rush. Bob comes in too, a lot of things thrown into this fight. It actually ends with the latest sound barrier here as Exodar and the rest of the gang trying to march on backwards. Nice Terror Surge lands perfectly onto the back line, forces the lamp, even gets the instant kill onto Exodar there, as their Team Peps using a lot of their ultimates super early onto that fight, but ends with a perfect disengage and then re-engage with a sound barrier. That later sound barrier always wins out.
Yeah, that's a textbook. Use your sound barrier later and then re-engage. And because they have the Orisa can play aggressive into that Simi. You can see Tread's actually struggling to get anything done this round. Still does not even have the Gravitic Flux. He's just sort of standing there. He's like a big shield that he's just like sort of poking and prodding, but he can't really get into the fight. 60%, once again climbing. We're going to go back into this fight of the tanks dueling on the left side. Tracer and the Lucio trying to get the capture. Oh, body shot rail.
Third time in a row. Third time in a row. Naga's been picked off, but he's the one you're going to be picking off, to be fair, if you're Ents, because he's the one to try and force the cap. So a little rough here from Team Peps as Naga's gone down again, but here comes the dupe from Kevster. That's a large rock. 66% ult charge already. He's not even a couple of seconds into the dupe. That flux to try and eliminate him. No free flux for Kevster, but the damage might have already been done. Naga comes back with a little bit of vengeance here, but once again, Team Peps have just been bisected. Their team split up completely as Team Ents hold on to this point. 5% to go. Who touches? Probably Naga, who's onto the side. A couple of blinks. Oh no, force recall. What a spear from Vestola.
And that's what you want to see from Ents. You can see they played around their own tempo really well. Kai doing a phenomenal job getting that rail and shooting the Tracer, just like we talked about in the first round. And that just made it very difficult for Naga to almost do anything. And Tread just on the Sigma just felt like he was shooting air the entire game. But this is a very different round now as we head over to Village. You know, I expect both teams to play this brawl, walk out this top left room, and meet in the middle.
Very slow-paced game. It's not very slugfest. It was mainly Naga kind of going down first, which really tipped the favor in Ents, towards Ents. But with Peps now running out with the Ram, you're going to be able to do a lot more against the Orisa. It's nice playing this kind of poke style, but you need your DPS to also find those picks, right? Teleports out from both squads. Kai on the Soj again. Exodile on the Cass. High ground control is very important here for both
Getting
teams.
out the door is important as well. I don't like that level 1 Crook. You can see they actually just got speared back into the room. So now level 1 Crook is going to be trying to healing, and that's going to require a disengage from Tread. When you go into that middle fight, you really need to try and sort of get out of the door so you're not all just in one singular choke wave. Oh, Kai gets Naga again, though.
Again, Naga is having the worst time right now. Jeez. Like you mentioned before, Scott, you don't necessarily need to land the headshot, but a body shot kill, you'll take those any day of the week. Just forcing the recall a lot of time on the Tracer just forces so much out of the comp. Oh, wow. There goes Vestola, though. Very aggressive push. There was no Master there for the extra healing and speed away, so Vestola was left on an island. Kevster going pretty low. No recall, only one blink. Gets finished off by FD God, as Exodal is there with the extra couple of shots. There's a very quick cap. Oh, Crypto sliding down from the roof. Ends up going back to spawn.
That was maybe a mistake by Ents, not putting enough respect. Yes, you had a pick in a 5v4, but because you had your Tracer going to the point and playing on the point to try and capture it, and your Baptiste was playing pretty far back, Vestola ends up falling down to damage, and then another sloppy death here by Kai. I feel like that's really been where Team Peps has found the most success, is just punishing Ents for poor positioning and not respecting that they could just keep going and trying to get another pick and another pick.
Yeah, very big tempo swap from last round. Low and slow, and now hard and fast. All right, Kitchen for ENCE. Their entrance will be made here. Pulse bomb for Kevster, already have to dash him back. I would have recalled there, but Kevster, much better player than I. Who's surprised? Doesn't end up blowing the recall and actually reaches the point, dodging out the window and still saving onto the pulse bomb. But, I mean, meanwhile, you cap the rest of your team. They're just getting jumped on. Team Peps know they're in a 5v4 if they try and take control of the kitchen, and there's not even a cap for ENCE there, so they weren't even able to delay some more time and sneak some capture percentage away as Team Peps just wipe the floor with them.
ENCE just weren't able to get out of that room. And once that window goes down from level 1 Crook, they're just stuck in a rock and a hard place. And once again, Team Pep's getting very aggressive at this spawn room.
I like it.
This is something that Timeless actually really likes to do. I know because they did it against us and it was very rude. But like, you get aggressive at those spawn doors and people don't expect it. And they're actually very in the open exposed. So they did a great job of punishing. But now all of a sudden, ENCE has made it to the point. Team Pep's matching them on it.
High Noon forces people away. That pulse bomb going wide. Oh, Vestola. He had really nowhere to go there. Final fight coming up for Team Peps. The annihilation from Tread is just going to eat away at that overhealth. Surely this is their round, this is their map as well. Yeah, ENCE, where you at? This third form of damage unlocked by Team Peps right now, Scott. I feel like that's that being emotional. They do end up just running to their spawn half the time and just kind of forcing that positioning, forcing positional mistakes from ENCE. And Team Peps with a very clean round end up taking map number 1.
Playing with a lot of confidence as well. You can see they really understand how they want to play around this composition. The only times they really floundered in that entire map was on a round where they played a suboptimal composition, I would say, but that's a great sign for you moving further into the rounds. It's like, hey, if we end up in this Remacha mirror, we're more than confident to play our own game, because right now it doesn't feel like ENCE can match them.
Wow, that was a very different look from what I kind of expected out of the gate, although it was a 2-1 affair in the Swiss stage, right? So maybe a 2-1 as well here. Paraiso is our next map, Scott. Peps pick this one. Like I mentioned before, Paraiso, I feel like even when it's in the map pool, a lot of teams don't really want to pick it.
Yeah. And this one was picked by Team Peps as well, as you can see in the bottom right of your screen. So that's interesting. That usually means that, hey, that we feel confident in this map because we have a strategy for it. And as I said, a lot of teams don't like to scrim new maps, or at least don't have as much knowledge of how to play around this map. But going back to this map, Naga, other than on that second round, he was all over them. He was just setting up in good positions, putting on a lot of pressure. And when he wasn't just getting railed one shot by Kai, he was putting on so much work in the server.
Yeah, we'll see if there's any substitutions as well, Scott. Of course, I'd say Paraiso, you can play the rush for sure. There's so much high ground, especially on second. Even on first, you could argue too. You could have dive, so we could have Winston. We have a little Ben Best. We'll see if Team Peps end up wanting to sub anybody out. I can't imagine that ENCE are going to do that. They're just going to stick with the same 5.
Yeah, even with the acquisition of Chase, for the most part, they've decided to stay with Vestola. You know, really just want to play around, what they're comfortable with, and especially on the Orisa, it feels like Vestola, we know is phenomenal Orisa, so why would you switch things out? But yeah, very interesting matchup so far. Let's have a look at the numbers. Look, that's a pretty big difference in KD overall.
Yeah, pretty big differential. But still, the damage is there. Damage mitigation, healing done. Yeah. A lot of the time, I feel like, especially the damage numbers, damage mitigating, healing, it doesn't. A lot of the time they're so close, like it doesn't really matter. But the KDs really do paint a bigger picture. Although we've seen teams in the past like lose with higher KDs, etc. Stats in Overwatch, sometimes they don't really paint the entirety of an image. You're just kind of, okay, bigger KD, probably going to win. But, you know, we can have those swings back and forth, which is always quite interesting. It's always about just, hey, if you just get that one team fight, it might not matter in the end of it, you know? Like, that, those things do end up happening. Paraiso is our next map, and you can see viewer predictions there. Very much like the last game. A lot of people voted for Space Station. It was plus 90%. Same with this one. ENCE 91% to Peps' 9%. French fans, well, they're in the 9% there.
Not showing up for the vote, at least. But, you know, like, we know Team Peps is a great team. Like, they have great players all around. The reason that a lot of people just put weight into ENCE is because of the story and history of this team, and also they've just been playing very consistently over the last 2 stages. This is really the first time we've seen them really struggle, and that was like, it wasn't close, right? You look at the KDs, it was not particularly close in the 2 rounds that they did lose. So now you have to have that fear of like, hey, what do we do? How do we reset going into Paris? So I'm sure Goomba has a few stern words for them right now.
Stern words for sure. Hopefully they're not too mean. But yeah, Paraíso is the next map up. I mean, with Peps taking that 2-1, and you're thinking, and with no substitutions, by the way, I just want to point that out, which you're getting word in now. So we're not going to see Ben Best. So you're still thinking a little bit of rush here. There's not too much of a surprise to see that. I think with Winston, it's definitely playable here. And having Vestola in, especially for Team Ends, don't think we're going to see the Winston at all. You definitely want chasing for that kind of thing. And like you were saying, Scott, we're probably just going to see Vestola throughout this whole thing. And Vestola's a player too that was really on the come up when he first kind of emerged onto the scene in competitive Overwatch, and especially like going into Overwatch League. And he didn't really get his chance to shine as like a top dog, but he is a player that you've just got to continually keep your eye out for. He's only getting better every single map and every single match he does end up playing. So very scary roster Eds has picked up, but they are down one map right now as we load onto our second.
And speaking of Vestola, right, like we saw, as you said, on the come up for Vestola in the Overwatch League, he had some success, but, you know, wasn't ever, you know, one of the top dogs. Where he's really hit his stride recently in the last year was when he had that Overwatch World Cup match, right, where they beat Team Finland beat Team Korea in a shocking turn of events, and Vestola was one of the core components of that, playing the Sigma just at such a world-class level. So I was curious to see if we were going to see that come out, but actually going over to another comfort pick from Vestola, which is the D.Va, which makes sense. If a lot of off-tank players will sort of, you know, tank players are all tank players now, but if you're more comfortable on the D.Va, you're happy to play the D.Va in Winston style maps. Well, let's see how Team Peps are going to adjust to that. Maybe recognizing this might come out and going to play a Zai, or maybe this is just to bubble the Widow. I swear that never works. Actually going over to the Winston, of all things.
Okay, Winston, little dive with the Soj. Okay, let's see how Ents deal with this one. Of course, Master's on the Brig, not on his famous Lucio.
Briggs really
on the Ana.
Because if you can play on the defensive setup, you can just play back with your Ana. Makes it really difficult for the Winston to get on your backline. You can pack people from range. You can whip them around. So Brig, very common to be played as they're jostling for position. Huge nade.
Surely they get that kill. Oh, Trep was 1 HP. Oh, it's actually Crimson that goes down first of all people. They do end up trading for level 1 Crook, but no healers. All the damage is permanent now if you're on Ents' side of things. Kai and Vestola do end up taking names and numbers in the backline. Very equal trade when it comes down to it. I mean, Kevster, no recall surely. No, it's up to Kai. Couple of low health people. Exodal down. He only needs one more. Hinder grenade going out, just playing it rather safe. What an unbelievable turnaround there from Kai and Kev. Ooh. Nice headshot too as he rolls away, but the spawn positioning for Peps. Scrappy first point. They're going to be able to get a re-engage, but Peps have 2 ticks.
Yeah, 2 ticks on the board is pretty good. Obviously, you'd love to cap there, but Kai on the high ground is a difficult beast to deal with. But now you're going to see both teams be able to get their backlines on the high ground, but Team Peps have to go in. They're playing Lucio Kiriko. They need to close the distance, and you can see Tread going in from the side.
Oh, nice bit of healing there coming into Kai to make sure he doesn't die to the damage of Tread. Hainu coming in, but Naga with the double pulse. Oh, surely that's it. Kai with 22 HP. Don't think he's going to be able to clutch this one. Kevster, though, comes back in. Kind of doesn't need Kai, apparently. Oh, you got to get the D.Va kill. No, Vestola ends up just pistol smacking Naga. A double pulse bomb from Team Peps onto the backline. The perfect pick, and we still lose. Team, please.
Yeah, that's an actual team please moment from Naga. Just not able to close everybody out. Everyone was so low. Like Kai was at like 20 health, but they just couldn't get in and close out the rest of the backline. That was a lot of ultimates used by the D.Va Bomb and the High Noon though.
Yeah, let's get a Peps listening though. They got 66% and 1 minute and 40 to go.
Cast one. Lift. Shoot Tracer. Tracer has touched. Tracer. One. Yes, can we push? Seconds. Under. Come on, undercast one.
Woo, just finishing up some picks here. Just making sure they had the target prioritization of the Tracer.
They really hate Kevster. They're like, screw Kevster, shoot that guy, don't let him touch. Well, it's the right thing to do, right? They knew the Tracer was going to be touching. So once again, another great pick onto the backline. Ents' backline has been really struggling to stay alive so far. Yes, it was okay on the first point, but they need to find a way to live.
Rally available from Ents, but classic pulse bomb onto the rallying Brig. Could be in his sight, so he's not careful. Oh, this high ground control easily taken with this overclock. How split up everybody is, though. It is very early. Can they make anything of it? That is the question. Here comes the rally from Marsa. Naga with the pulse, looking for the break. Oh, the 180 flick, looking like Fury. Taking that pulse one clean out of his hand, saving Marsa, but Crimson not quite so lucky. Here's the sound barrier. They've already lost their tank, but it might not matter. Marsa down, all the healing gone now for Ents. Crimson's going to be back in just a moment. Kevster still holding on though, and killing Exodar as he was taking that high ground. And with this small advantage too for Team Ents, might not matter all too much. Peps end up getting quite a fair distance, however, on this push.
Yeah, they even though Team Peps were able to push it like relatively far, Ents had to use like a lot of ultimates to stabilize. Once again, Crimso's just getting picked over and over again. Let's see how they try and use this Kitsune rush from level 1 Crook, because it's very difficult, you know, it's hard to get it on the high ground. Maybe they're all going to commit as one and drop it onto the high ground. There it is.
There's the rush on the high ground, perfectly called, and Vestola just getting bullied by FD God right there, and then got boot back in, more damage landed, even the self-destruct, unable to get a remake. As Leveron Crook there was with a kunai to finish him off, and now they just gotta kill Kevster. Kill that man. Oh, Leveron Crook though. That's no Suzu available. That's a big kill. Can anybody get the touch? Yes, Kevster's back, so is Vestola. And Crimso's even got a nano if they really need to use it, but with Tread dead, they should be good for this fight. Oh, goodbye. Wow, Exodal flew off the map.
Jumping down into the low ground at rapid speed.
You just went to a different map. Like, what?
And that's kind of the issue that Team Peps have. If you lose the Kiriko, you just don't have enough healing, and if you can't get onto the backline, Crimso and Master just sit in the back, healing their team, keeping everybody alive. It's difficult to dislodge Vestola and pretty much anybody from the point. So now Team Peps, even though it feels like they've been winning team fights and getting opening picks, there's only a minute 15 remaining on the second point attack.
Nay. Oh, landed too. Oh, Tread's in trouble. Very good reaction times there from level 1 Crook, laying down that Suzu. Stops them advancing though. Honest nade's going to be up and available in just a moment. That Suzu a little bit further behind. Going to go in for the instant nade again. There it is on the back line. No Suzu. There's a cooldown differential there that Crimso took full advantage of. A couple of seconds in it, but the nade always comes back first. So if you nade here the Suzu, you can nade again without the fear of one. And FD God and Exodal, they get antied, and a good push from Vestola, using that nano to force his way in. Final fight now, 35 seconds to go, Scott.
Yeah, and that's a huge pick. You can see Crimso recognizing he threw the nade, and as soon as it hit, he's like, Vestola, I'm nanning you, just go in and we'll kill him. Yep. And with FD God down, no sustainability, but lots of ultimates coming up for both sides.
Exile's got to be careful. That's got the slide, but FD God's right next to him, and there's no one there can assault his position. Well, speaking of which, actually, maybe Kevster can. Here comes the overclock. A lot of that is getting eaten by the defense matrix, and that rally! Crimso just jumping straight in front of him, wanted to try and get behind the wide screen of the rally, but no, taken clean out of the game. Team Peps, they do end up losing Exodile, but they have wiped Ents from the map. Overtime is here. Maybe there's touches. Crimso, Master switching over. Lucio on the Kiriko to try and get the touch. Kevster still perma holding the payload. Forced to recall now, but Vestola is back. This rush in the Primal Rage should be good to keep Tread alive, and the sound barrier too. Had to use everything to try and stay in this one, and Team Ents know it. There's a post bomb on the floor. Does send Tread pretty low. This should be just a slow eke out of the health bars now of Team Ents. Kevster does come up with a kill. Same with Crimso though. But Exodal on the legs, gets back in time, finishes off Vestola and Kevster. But Team Ents made that one hurt. Team Peps had to use everything in that fight.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where Team Peps are like, we probably win these fight without using all 4 of these ultimates, but as it starts going on for a little bit longer, you're just like, hey, it's overtime, we have to use our ultimates. So they're going to be very poor in terms of ult economy heading into these couple of fights, and they might not even get some of these ultimates back up. So that's maybe why they switch over to the Orisa Baptiste, just play a more brawl comp that is better in the neutral.
Minutes ago, they wasted so much of Team Peps' time.
Oh,
so very winnable low.
One cooked down.
Yeah, that's the second time I feel like he's been caught out by the Cassidy, whether it's a high noon or just a couple of headshots.
Now all of a sudden, 35 seconds remaining, one good team fight left in it. Crimso's going to get up to this rush before them. I look to see if Ents try and go very aggressive with this one. Even with the high noon, they can pair them both. You get that speed boost, can play aggressive, catch Team Peps off.
Kevston know where he belongs, and that's on the payload right now. Just payload princessing. Make sure they don't get the touch and can't move it for free. Rush available from Crimson. It looks like they want to set up with this one. Could be a good place to do it too. Arista's already used all the cooldowns, but they'll be up in just a moment. Tread ends up falling, and with 5 seconds to go, Team Peps are going to have to find something, but of course, it's Kevster in the kill feed. A 3K, almost make that a 4th. There's FD God narrowly dashing out that pulse bomb, but it doesn't matter. You got to touch FD God, and that is Team Peps. Their push halted there just after that 2nd point.
And that's the cause of them just having to use so many ults on that 2nd point. You can see they just didn't have anything to be able to deal with all the pressure that ENCE was throwing out with the rush, with the high noon, sound barrier at the end there as well. So it is worth noting, Paraiso is historically one of those maps that's just very difficult to even get to the 3rd point. The 2nd point especially is just very choke heavy. The defensive team has a huge advantage, so not the worst push if you're Team Peps.
So what they want to do on their defense. Are they going to go the Brig, you reckon? FD God historically has just been only a Lucio player. Like I think we've seen FD God on Brig like every now and then when he used to play like Paris Eternal and whatnot, but I doubt that is going to come out here.
We were actually looking at and talking about a lot of Europe in general, and historically they don't like playing Brig. They prefer to play the Lucio. That's where their comforts are at, and like you have to agree that maybe Ana Brig would be better here for Team Peps just on a sheer like strategic basis. But if you're more confident in the Lucio Kiriko and that helps your playstyle, just play to it, right? We know how good of a Lucio player FD God can be. If Brig is going to struggle and potentially be a liability, just play what you're good at.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to do, and they're going to also play the Winston. So a little bit of dive here, but ENCE and Kev on the Widow. It's kind of crazy. Normally you think Kai would be jumping over to that pick, but both just phenomenal Widow players. Wait, kind of disgusting actually when you think about it.
Kev's is going to go the Echo. That's why we've got Kai on the Tracer as well. One of the big limitations that I want to talk about with these guys as well is Vestola on the D.Va. D.Va can be good at controlling positioning, but you cannot effectively dive. But it actually might be okay because Team Peps aren't playing the Ana Brig. He can just play in a very counter-dive style, and Team Peps are going to be the ones that are going to need to do something.
Yeah, you can't really go super aggressive with the Monkey, because if you dive in, easy thrusters, you can push him into the team. Plus, Winston takes a lot of damage from D.Va, especially with those micro missiles. What a nade. FD God and... okay, Exile in trouble? Apparently not. Apparently it's your backline that's in trouble. Or frontline, sorry. Naga takes down Kai on the Tracer. That is not the way they wanted that to go. Although, they do have positioning here, Scott, with Crimzo and Marso just keeping Vestola alive on this high ground.
Yeah. You can actually see the issue with playing a D.Va in that situation. The nade's hit, but there just wasn't the follow-up. Nade goes short this time, but Vestola's just able to sustain for so long sitting on this point, getting packs and healing from the Ana.
Nice little leap there from Treads. Oh, the body block as well from FD God was just nasty. Just refused to basically let Crimzo drop and get help from the rest of his team. Good defense thus far. 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Not even a single tick. And they're staggering Vestola too.
Yeah, that feels really bad. And now Ultimate's coming up for Team Peps. How do you deal with this nano boost from Crimzo though, right? So the nano's probably either going to go on Kevstar or Vestola to allow them to just go hyper aggressive. Team Peps have 2 options ahead of them. You either go aggressive with the rush yourself, or you use the rush to give your team sustainability and staying power.
Another attack here for ENCE. They got a lot of ults. Let's take a quick listen in, see what they got going on.
Monkey's like 100 point. I can push. I can push. Just slow. Looking out. Neil. Q right.
We're trying to go with copy first, I think.
Yeah, I'm walking on the side.
Okay, guide a bit, that's about all. Okay, we're fine. Okay, I'm going to take it. Trace me.
I drop.
Yeah, dropping. Okay, walk.
Sorry.
I have like 4.
Kill. I need up search me.
I can't swim. Coming soon. None of us, keep going. Get inside. Kill one back.
Get back. Living point if you can. Get me. Get me top.
I rally if they come. Monkey.
3 on point.
Nade shot.
I don't want to chase.
Yeah, I rally if they push. I rally that touch, okay?
You don't know. Monkey touch. First monkey.
God, Vestola is cracked. Another pulse bomb eaten there. Could have been the difference maker from Team Peps if that landed and got a kill. They could have re-engaged with how close they were.
And just great calling there as well. Really listening to the calls, caught onto that, you know, Kiriko being low, being able to transfer together. And that's, you can see the strategy that they were trying to use. Go in with the duplicate, force out the Kitsune Rush, gives you more value for the nano boost. That's what makes these players and these teams the best in the world. And now they're moving on to the second point, 3 minutes remaining. This is where I said it's going to get hard for the D.Va.
Oh, Naga dead.
It's fine.
Yeah, that's twice in a row now.
Yeah.
Naga's kind of had Kai's number, especially on that first point, but tides have turned. There's a rally available too, Scott, so it might be fairly easy for them to take high ground, but they still got to be careful.
But they're stuck on the low ground, right? Like, yeah, they have the rally, but they're not going to be able to use it. It kind of feels like they're just trying to accept that they're not going to get value of the high ground and just try and push the card as far as they can. And now rotate to the high ground.
Yeah, it's a decent spot too as well, because if you get height here, you can just drop onto the payload. You're not having to like go back when you've already taken height.
Yeah.
Master in a little bit of trouble. There's the rally. Duplication coming in from Kevster as well. A dupe onto Toad? Sure, why not? Kevster, you can do anything you like. Vestola though, he's always the one in the kill feed. Didn't even need the nano this time around either. There's a pulse bomb kill onto Crook 2. 2 minutes to go, Scott. Team Peps looking worse for wear as they're getting spawn held right now, and no touches either. Pulse bomb, Suzu'd. No touch. 3.5 minutes to go, and that golden box of victory, Scott, just around that corner.
Yeah, it's not very far in at all in this third point. I said it was going to be difficult, and it's making it look very easy, perfectly timed rally. And it just feels like Team Peps are just losing members very early on in these fights, and then it's just, they're having to use ultimates to compensate, and it's just falling away from them.
Well, there's the sound barrier. They're taking these fights very aggressive. Vestola with another eat on a pulse bomb. Third this map so far, refusing to let Naga get away with any form of damage with that ult. Team Peps now, they have to retreat. FT got in trouble. Kevster just moving in. Kai just annihilating Naga, just diffing him in the Tracer matchup right now. And now Team Peps have to try and sustain Scott. They're using the rush to try and find this fight, but they cannot let Kai get into the backline. Oh, and he's copied the Winston too. This might just be over right here. A slide away, a nice little right click landing into the backline. Exadile already gone. Team Peps struggling to hold on to this point now.
Yeah, and just picks coming out left and right. Naga falling once again. They're doing a pretty good job of taking this fight. Tread staying alive, but FD God falling. Level 1 Crook under pressure, having to use the super.
This is rough, man. And they got a rally, and we got a pulse, and we got the kills. You got an overclock, but you ain't got any teammates left. Team Peps end up going down. Ents, just with straight fundamentals on that map, end up taking it.
It's interesting because it feels like very different to what happened in the first map for Ents. It's like this time it was Team Peps were the ones who were getting picked at time and time again. Naga just unable to do anything. Maybe an adaptation for Ents, recognizing the aggression from Team Peps, being like, hey, if we can deal with the flankers, they'll crumble and they'll fall down piece by piece.
Yeah, I mean, Vestola is also just insane in that map. Naga, the last 3 pulse bombs, 3 or 4 pulse bombs, nothing, 0. Like, they didn't even land on the ground. Like, they didn't even get Suzu'd. They got eaten straight up. And then Vestola receives nano, always comes up with kills. Team Ents, I mean, this is what we're expecting from this team. This is what a lot of the chat are expecting too, right? 91% predictions, looking real strong. And by the way, here in this very point, Scott, my word, did Kevster and Kai have a game too. They kept the whole team in it, regardless of how many people they were down as well. Like, it was unbelievable to watch, like, Kai and Kevster navigate these team fights and staying alive and getting kills without backup, without those supports.
And interestingly enough as well, on their attack side, Kai's on the Tracer, a hero that he is not known for. He's known very much as like a hit scan guy. Kevs is usually the one picking up that Tracer, but Kai really just diffing Naga in a lot of those situations, getting those first picks. But as you said, honestly, the MVP for me so far in this map was Vestola. We talked his praises going into this map, and you can see it here on D.Va. Those kind of eats, it seems easy when you look at it in a highlight, but in the heat of the moment, it's just so difficult to predict. But he did it time and time again on Paraiso.
I mean, how many frames was the Tracer on the screen? Like, that's how many you got to count, right? Like, it got to be less than 10, it felt like. And yeah, he really looking like Fury, like with the 180 eats is kind of nasty. One apiece now.
Got a series.
Very, very strong showing on Paraiso. They did end up going to 3 maps, of course, beforehand in their Swiss round, but this is first to 3, so we're definitely getting a 4th here.
Yeah, and then look at the damage mitigated. That's just the D.Va value right there. Almost 10k more damage mitigated. That's just damage that the Peps really could be peppering the backline, and maybe that's one of the reasons that the rest of their team just seems to be falling over, is just they can't seem to match that level of damage because of what Vestola is doing. So that was Team Pep's map pick as well. So they were comfortable in that dive and confident in the dive going into that map. Maybe going to have to reevaluate after that one, how that one went.
So wait and see. Are Pep's going to end up subbing any people out? We'll have to wait and find out. We'll receive word about that in just a moment. As we go into our next map, it's Colosseo, Scott.
Colosseo. Very different map from Esperanza, because in the way that Esperanza is very open and you can do a lot of flanks, you can control high grounds, Colosseo is very linear, especially the first fight, right? It's about playing, these sort of pokey styles, poking down the situations, or then playing on the high ground. So this should lead more towards playing the Brawl style, which if we go back to the first map, that was dramatically better for Team Peps.
Dramatically better. Yeah, what kind of composition are you thinking here for Team Ents, though?
I would assume we're going to see either a Matra or a Orisa. I don't think you can play for Ents the D.Va. I think D.Va just kind of ends up in that middle ground where you're not really doing anything, you're not getting value from the defense matrix, and it's hard to get on the high ground. So I'd expect both teams to come out on probably the Orisa and see, similar to what we saw on Nepal, you could go the Sigma and go like super pokey. We know Vestola is very adept at that hero, but I don't know. From what we've seen so far, I would expect them all, both teams to go onto the Orisa.
All right, let's find out. Of course, as we're loading in, there's no substitutions at all. Just Team Pep sticking with their 5, and it's the same. It's a very menacing-looking cat.
That is a very scary-looking cat. That's like one of those cats that you see in your nightmares, and then you just know it's over.
Yeah. Is that what you dream about a lot? Is that your nightmares? Is that what?
Well, I have 3 cats. Yeah, of course, that's what I dream about. The cat uprising that is imminent at all times.
You know what's crazy? When I get stressed, actually, I have a lot of dreams about my fish tanks cracking and breaking, and it's very, very stressful. Like
Armageddon is when the fish tanks start breaking.
Yeah, I mean, dude, it's I can't think about that right now. It's gonna stress me. All right, double Orisa. Complete mirror comps here, Scott.
Yeah, so both teams playing exactly what I expected, and this is just because of what I was talking about. Funnily enough, in these opening fight for Colosseo, there's a lot of juggling because you want to fight for the left side, but what a lot of teams have been doing is they've been putting more and more resources over to the right side, because if you control the flank, you have an advantage, and it's just a lot more difficult to deal with. So even Team Pep's bringing Tread over to help this matchup, just poking back and forth, but we might be here a while, so if you need to get water, now's the time. Never mind, Naga's dead to Kai again.
We take it back. Take it back. Not on the Tracer this time, it's on the Sojourn, but still getting the better of Naga. As Ents now move on forward. And this is going to be a really tough point, of course, being Colosseo, but with a Sojourn, if you can find one more pick here, especially with Kiri too, you are in such a good spot. And speaking of picks, there they are. And now the high ground for Team Ents. They're just going to take it for free.
And yeah, the big advantage that you have as the defensive team is this bridge right here. You have cover, you have positioning. And that's why you can see Ents, they're going to fight very heavily for this. You've got 4 of your team just sitting up here on the high ground, making it very difficult for Team Peps to step up. Force them to use resources to get into the fight.
Oh, spear, disrupt shot, everybody thrown in there to force Ents down to low ground. Happy to back off though. Want to take another fight in the mid, hoping that Kai can find another headshot, maybe onto Naga.
Yeah, Naga's just it needs to be more aware of the Sojourn. So far in this series, it's just every time he looks away, he's just getting railed by Kai. Oh, there we go. There goes the other side.
Well, on the other side of things is Kevster this time around. That falls prey to the Sojourn railgun. They're not going to let him take high ground for free, though. That is for sure.
Yeah. And Exile needs to really step up in a big way. If they're going to take this Sojourn versus Sojourn matchup, needs to be finding picks like that. Otherwise, if you let Kai just go completely unmarked and unchecked, it's going to be very difficult to win Colosseo.
Extremely difficult. About 20 meters behind now. As they aren't exactly moving forward with the same fervor as Ents did on their attack. 100% energy straight to the high ground. Master takes a body shot, and here he goes. There's the overclock. Crimzo jumping in. Suzu just saving, but Crimzo and Master end up dropping to the floor in the waiting arms of Naga and Tread. Pulse bomb went wide. Kevster does get the kill onto the Soj, but it's not going to matter. Team Peps with an explosive entry into that fight. and now they're going to push on forward.
Bit of a mistake there by Crimzo. I understand the desire to want to teleport Suzu on your Sojin, but he just left himself so exposed. He falls down. No more healing for the rest of his team. But the big thing that Team Peps need to do is they need to get the bot moving under the low ground, but Kai's popped the overclock.
Them got the lead. Oh, the overclock takes to the skies and takes Naga's head clean off. And now everybody looking at rather, well, they're whimpering in a corner, Scott, is exactly what they're doing. And there's a 1 meter difference between them. ENCE control the bot, and they still have the lead. Just playing pixel perfect there, making sure Peps didn't steal that one away from them.
Well, it's very easy to play pixel perfect when Kai can just slide in the mid-air, do a 360, and shoot Naga out of the server, almost. And that's just tough for Naga. You can't even blame him for that one. So huge overclock by Kai, stabilizes there for ENCE. And now we once again meet back in the middle, fighting for this right side.
All right, Naga, your pulse bomb can get eaten, sadly, by the spear spin. A little harder to do.
PTSD.
Yeah, exactly. You got to be a little bit scared at least, but at least it's a big cooldown out, I suppose. Like that's a copium for you. Yeah, I got spear spin out with the pulse bomb, guys. Push. Yeah, push.
I will say it is a very important cooldown in the Orisa matchup, but that's mainly to just the Orisas. But if you can eat the pulse bomb, absolutely you'll take that value.
100%.
And you can actually see ENCE is actually happy to sit here in this fight because they're actually charging up a lot of important ultimates. They're getting up the sound barrier, the Kitsune rush, Kai's building up another overclock. If they just take this fight slower, then that's fine for them because FD just holding on a sound barrier here, not doing anything with it.
There's the push, there's the rush too. I mean, Tread, the overextension of the century there. Sound barrier coming in the nick of time from Masa. Saved Vestola's life, was 1 HP hitting that Terror Surge. Masa is dead, however, but it might not matter. Any casualties here for ENCE might be a little bit disastrous. Vestola trying to
dangerous push, I like it though.
Yeah, well, he's got cooldowns, right? So you might as well. 45 meters and counting, and there is the pick. Exodal taking down Kai. Vestola dying on the point. Important to do, so you get a reset with the rest of your team. And with 5 minutes to go, ENCE gained, what, 2 meters there? 3 meters?
Yeah, this is a Colosseo moment. This is one of the most difficult parts of this map is getting the push and getting it under the bridge because the defensive team just has such a huge advantage, and that's why
what?
ENCE Tread. Yeah, I don't know.
How is Tread here? All right, well, he's down on the floor again. There's the rush.
Go very aggressive.
From Crook. Yeah, well, they kill Kevster. You take that any day of the week. They're going to take the lead too, even the checkpoint. I mean, you can hold super far up. No one can touch, really. I mean, you got Terror Surge. You're happy to just play this corner, right?
And the overclock, right? Like, look at how long this corridor is. Yeah, there goes the overclock.
1 HP. Oh, he's dead. Take 2 body shots there from Exodal, and Tread finish him off with just with the left click. Exodal with a clean shot into Kevster too. That's checkpoint and then some for Team Peps now as they take the lead.
Yeah, Exodal, like, I was like, hey, he needs to step up in this map, and doing so in a huge way, getting a bunch of picks, gives them the checkpoint, gets them even more meterage, and Team Peps firmly in the lead now, and they're still holding on to this Terror Surge as well. When ENCE step up, they're going to be getting pulled in together and have to deal with that damage.
This ends now. Oh, what a stick. Revenge best served with a side of pulse bomb. Nice team wipe. 3 minutes to go here. Checkpoint though for Team Peps. You're feeling super good about that fight. Getting the pulse bomb and the overclock out of ENCE. That's 2 less scary tools that they have to deal with now.
Yeah, and then now they're more than happy as well to brawl in this midsection. When you have the advantage on Colosseo, you're not the team that needs to be proactive or feel like you need to force the fight. So they're just happy to sit here, slow down the bot, use their ultimates reactively.
Just get a Peps quick listening though, as Exodal ends up going down.
3, 2, 1,
don't commit, don't commit. Kill the TP. Dive point.
Carry right side, help. Carry one inside left.
8 stun. Orisa beat good. It's really fun.
We can kill a mid fight. We have time for touch.
If they want to brawl, we can just match. It's okay, we have same advantage.
Yes,
I'm using my ult to live or to fight that beat. Okay, are they on high ground too? They are, aren't they?
Yeah.
Walk up, yes.
Okay, let Naga fight point. We're gonna fight high ground. Ready? 3.
Get it together. We can't
Pushing really hard. Look wrist. The wrist out already. Can we fight? Fight with me.
Someone to try.
I can kill you.
Kelly.
Fight. Hold it.
No CDs. We can push.
Go back. Deep.
On point on Nurser. Carry one, Nickens.
Loop one.
Lift it. I don't have stick. Don't have Tracer. Nika. The rest is pushing.
I can't. Try to live. Play under. Can we touch anyone? We can't.
They're just trying to live. Crimson and FD are going down as Exodal just doing that with Kevster. Just a messy fight, Scott. Slowly going in the way of Ents, but Naga's going to flip the script on him, land that pulse ball onto Vestola, and that'll be Kevster trying to get out of there with Marsa in tow. Got a fair amount of meterage there, Scott, as well, but not the lead.
Tread just had the most Overwatch moment ever where he shot at a Kiriko once, did 1 damage and was saying, Kiriko's one. And I was like, man, just like me for real. But as you can see, Ents, they get the checkpoint. Yes, they did lose the forward spawns, but now, next time they get to that situation, they don't have to wait for that delay of the checkpoint getting get. So that's a good fight for Ents, but Kevster gets his head ripped off.
Jesus. All right, Exodal. Showing up in a big way. That's exactly what you wanted from him, Scott. And he is delivering. Ents going to have to retreat now. And Team Peps, they are happy about this lead that they have taken. Although FD God gets checked. No idea, actually.
Yeah, it felt like there was a disconnect there from Team Peps of FD God thought they were going up there, they were going to fight for it, but completely alone, and Kai punishes them for it. And that's a big mistake there from FD God, because now all of a sudden the cast is switching the other way and Kai wants to get more.
That's an early overclock. Oh, spots FD God. Hits the body shot. Looking for more. Spots Naga. Couple of extra Cheerios will finish him off, but Vestola's already dead. I mean, you got a railgun, you got an overclock, sorry. I've just got the generic railgun, and I'm still going to come out with more kills than you. Exodal comes up big, yet again. 30 seconds to go here as Peps. I mean, they're going to land on match point. If Kevster ends up going down here, he's got a couple of blinks left, surely. Ends up not getting away. FD God with a nice little wraparound. These kills, they are punishing for Ents now. 20 seconds to go as Terra Surge gets used by Vestola just to keep himself alive.
Overclock by Exodio, where he's been so clutch throughout this entire map.
Every hit
with the Terra Surge.
Everybody hit Q at once. Rush, Terra Surge beats, Overclock, everything used. Master down. Time bank is a ticking. Overtime is here, but it's only Kevster on the point.
Kevster wins these.
Kevster in a 1v4 situation with a pulse bomb. I've seen crazier things, but I'm not sure it's going to happen today. Ends up falling over to Tread as Team Peps don't really need to escort the bot now either, as Marsa just gives his life for the cause. And with Vestola jumping onto the Doomfist, you know it's well and truly over. They even get the checkpoint at the very end there. A few little fireworks for Team Peps as they gain match point.
Just like in the first map, we talked about it. In this Orisa matchup, it feels like Team Peps just have a much better understanding of how they want to play the tempo. We saw some mistakes from Ents there. Early ultimates, out of position, just a couple of things, but the big difference maker for me in that map was Exodial just going absolutely nuclear with some of these first picks.
Yeah, the picks onto Kevster specifically. Kevster was like trying to peek around the corner, trying to get in a position where he can set up for his team to then push, and then he can dive in on the back line, but well, you can't do that if you're dead. Can't do that if you've got a railgun staring at you. And yeah, huge kills at the very end. A very early lead for Team Ents too. Just kind of slipped away from them.
Yeah, it did feel like Ents were slowly making their way back. Dude, that shot was actually so difficult.
Nasty, bro.
They make it look easy. But yeah, you can see both teams really like going back and forth. This is a very close series. You know, we looked at the poll. All of us believed that this should be Ents just feeling very confident and comfortable in this series. But right now, Team Peps in the driver's seat at 2-1, and now we move on over to, I believe it's Flashpoint is the next map mode that we'll go into, and New Junk City. That's another brawl map in which we've seen everything go Team Peps.
Oh god, yeah, some of these shots are just nutty. This is exactly what you want. This is another one that I was kind of speaking about. Just boop, oof, straight headshot, easy as you like, and you can see the response there from Ents just backing all the way up. They know they can't fight with Kevster. You're right, Scott. Exodal just going absolutely nuclear on that map. Colosseo is Team Peps. And as we move into this last map, you know, Team Peps, they went down to Ents in the Swiss stage. And Ents only lost to one team, and that was, funnily enough, Space Station Gaming. So Peps, another like revenge match, you could say, for the Swiss stage. As we go into New Junk City, and with the brawl type maps, like you mentioned, Peps feels like they've got the advantage. Do end up changing anything up? Because the big map that they want was the Paraíso, Scott, and that was Diva. That was like going a bit live. That was even like Kevster on Echo, for example.
And you're not going to get, you know, as we heard from Christopher in the interview, there are maps like Paraíso where you can play the dive and you're almost required to play the dive, but for the most part, the map pool trends towards being able to play these Orisa compositions, being able to play as a unit and rely on your Sojourn players. So for ENCE, you can't rely on be like, hey, let's just play Diva. That's not going to work on all these maps. So they need to find some way to do quick adjustments to be able to give themselves the edge in some of these situations, because it really isn't that big of a difference either, right? It's just a couple of picks, a couple of better ultimates, you know, just a little bit better strategy, and we could see ENCE take the lead. But right now, we'll have to see what happens on New Junk City.
Oh, it's all up to ENCE now to try and take us to a map number 5, and I'm just getting word now, there's no substitutions either, so both teams happy to sticking with the 5 that they got in. No Ben Best today, which I'm a little bit surprised at, but well, the way Tread's playing too, really stepping up to the plate, going up against one of the hottest prospects in EU in Vestola, like you mentioned before, Scott. And at the start of the series, really, like Vestola had a crazy performance against Team South Korea at the Overwatch World Cup, and was one of the, is like a new breed Finnish superstar, which is funny. I did a video with a Master the other day, just a kind of an in-depth talk to him about like just himself and everything else, and I was talking about like Finnish players like on the come up, and it just kind of reminded me like the amount of superstars Finland has produced in the past, and now we're kind of seeing this second wave of them. But I mean, hey, maybe Tread's got something to say about that. I don't know, because Vestola right now not looking as good as Tread on the Orisa.
Well, that's one of the exciting things overall about OWCS is, right, it's a much more global, and each region gets to represent and send their best teams and best players. That's what made Overwatch World Cup phenomenal, and it's good to have that back. But for me, the thing is that Europe was just underrepresented overall in Overwatch League, so I feel like we didn't ever really get to see how great the talent was in this region. They have so many phenomenal players that were never really given their shot in the Overwatch League, so being able to see them go up against players like Kevster and Kai, storied players of the Overwatch League, and go toe-to-toe or even just be teammates with them like Vestola is being cool to see.
Yeah, it's been really sick. And Finland produces crazy talent, and then so does Denmark as well, which is a little bit wild.
The Scandinavian countries are doing great, honestly.
Yeah,
you know,
they're doing great for themselves.
They take Kevster as well for the Swedes. You know, there's something in the water in Scandinavia that's really taking them a long way.
Yeah, I don't know what, yeah, exactly. I don't know what, maybe it's the fresh, clean drinking water. I don't know what it is, man, but something that Johnny needs to sip out of clearly, right? I mean, look, Kevster is still performing super well and has been for the longest time, but right now, Exodar has got his number. If he can continue this trend of just beating out even Kyle, like even if you just look at the head-to-head, Kai on the Sojourn, another just fantastic, like another historied player. Hey, good stuff. Keep it up, champ. Like, are you feeling worried right now if you're ENCE, if you're Kai and Kev? You've been in these kind of situations before. Like, it does remind me like last year a little bit. I know this is a very small sample size, what we're looking at in this series, Scott, but like the Gladiators, when they had Kev, and it was just like, how is this team not doing well? Like, how is this team kind of squandering right now? Like, again, very, very small sample size in this series, but, you know, maybe it's shades of that going into this next map, because Team Pep's very much the underdog in this series. We're going to jump to a quick break, make sure all the teams are ready. Just give them a small break one as well, and we'll be right back with map number 4, New Junk City, up next.
Begin excavation log. Sloan Cameron here on side to Petra. Me and the Whitefinders just found the coolest artifact I think I've ever... Again? Come on! Whoa, whoa, whoa! If you want to mess with these artifacts, you gotta go through me. Hey, I'm on to you! I gotta tell you, I wanna scream it out. Hey! I'm gonna show you, here's what it's all about. Up top, you big doofus. Rock and roll. Activation initiation! Time to really drill it in. We did it! We had a party or what? Whoa, no way.
All right, welcome back. It's Suravasa, my bad. I thought it was New York City. Sorry.
Lying on the internet. You said it with so much confidence. I was like, wow, it must be New York City. You said it with like so much bravado. I was like, oh my god, I guess so.
My bad. I thought I saw it. I thought I saw it. I think that was the last series. It just kind of stuck in my head, maybe. I don't know.
I'm just gonna start guessing things these days.
Yeah, me when I just guess, and there's actually graphics that show me exactly what's going on. You know the vibes. It's all good. Suravasa though, I mean, still it's a Flashpoint map, so you know it's still going to be the same in terms of like compositions. I would imagine there's not too much difference realistically between the two.
Yeah, they both play very similarly. They're very big maps where you're going to want to play a Lucio, but very choke heavy, so you want to play these like close range quarters heroes. So I expect both teams to once again roll out with the Lucio, Kiriko, Orisa setup, and I think that's just like going to be the meta, at least in EU. If you're watching Korea, they play a lot of dive, but in EU, we love and respect Brawl all the times at all moments.
Yeah, Brawl, that's the way to go, baby. I love it. I love seeing Ram as well. I think Ram's definitely one of my favorite tank heroes to watch in the Brawl because it's just funny seeing him run down the back line.
Yeah.
We are just jumping into game. Map number 4. It is Peps. It is Ents. We're about to go to a map number 5 if Ents have got something to say in this map. Or it could just be Peps closing this one out, getting revenge for their match in the Swiss stage as we load on in.
Yeah. Ents with their backs against the wall. Not many people expected this. Obviously, they should still be confident coming out of groups, but there are only 3 teams that get to go to Dreamhack Dallas from each region, right?
Right.
The points matter a lot. Yes, they finished second in the last stage, so they got the points there. If you start finishing like a 5th, 6th, like Team Peps, and you just do start falling below Team Peps, all of a sudden you're in that cutoff range that doesn't feel very comfortable. So you need to see both of these teams in every single match matters because points are on the line.
The guaranteed spot is quite tantalizing as well.
Absolutely. And that can change everything up as well, right? Like you can be like, oh, assume SSG is going to get there with lots of points. But if it's a team like Team Peps gets first, all of a sudden there's a lot of very high point teams that are going to be in the running to try and get those 3 spots, or at least remaining 2 spots. But there is going to be a mix up here from Ents. Kevs is on the Genji instead of the Tracer. Everything else is the same.
All right, okay. No Tracer. Interesting stuff. Well, you can deflect the railgun shot. That's
they can't shoot you if you can deflect it.
Exactly. Damn, I'm very clever. I should be.
That's why we bring you in, Jack, for the hard-hitting analysis.
Yeah, so true. Spit him with that one. All right, Ents, what you got? Prim's almost getting 1 clip there. Exile going down though first for Team Peps. 4v5 now. Kai just trying to look for FD God, who's 1 HP. Still manages to sneak away a kill somehow, some way. Make that 2 kills, but it's all good. Kevs has got the resets. He's got the damage, and Ents get the point.
I wonder what the reasoning for the Genji is. If it's something that they always play on Suravasa, if this is a reaction to what's been happening in these matchups so far, we are going to see a response from Team Peps come out. Tread goes over to the Winston. Very strong counter versus the Genji, because if the Winston gets on top of you, you kind of just get zapped to death. All of a sudden, that deflect that Joels was hyping up so much is no longer good.
Nice, so good. Look at him go. Wait, he deflected and walked away. No, wait. Wait a second here. Pulse bomb available from Naga. 10% away at least. A bit scared to kind of approach. Have to wait for all their cooldowns to come back. Crook pretty low too, although that passive healing will kick in just a moment. They're going to make this final fight though. Ents also not trying to make a move here. As Tread ends up getting Suzu'd as he does end up walking all the way back. Oh, what a stick from Naga. Just dunks him straight on the head. For the 4v5, Tread pretty low. Same with Naga and X-Style though. They're low, diving in. Tread needs help. Sound Barrier comes in the nick of time to save the Winston, but still taking a lot of damage. I mean, he's trying to look one way, he's trying to look the other way, but the rest of his team just cannot get in onto the back line. It's actually Vestola taking the fight to them. Even as a Terror Surge, receives the Suzu just in time. Oh, Paul's FD got in. Almost gets the assassination kill. No mega health back to be found by FD God. And here comes the blade from Kevster. That'll do it. You'd imagine anyway. Oh no, Naga manages to take him out. And now it's just tank on tank. Honest Overwatch.
You got this.
I don't think Winston's got that. Sorry, buddy. Sorry, buddy. Orisa is too powerful. There's the first point, over to Ents.
Yeah, no, you can see Tread's really struggling to do anything here on the Winston. It feels like every time Tread's going in, the first step after going in is running away because there's just so much damage coming out from Ents and you're jumping into an Orisa. So the team as a whole, Team Peps, need to be willing to work with Tread to sort of take some of that space. Lots of ultimates used, but the big thing to look at, both Sojin players with overclock. Kai's popping it early.
It's go time and this ends now. Which one wins? At the moment it's a coin flip. It's heads. It is Kevster. As Exile ends up going down. Kai not finding too many kills initially with the railgun, but it's enough to force Crook all the way back at least with just the body shot. Master falls to the primal rage. Now Kai suffering a similar fate. Oh, still takes Crook out with him though.
Great shot at the end there. That can be a meaningful trade. It probably won't do anything once this gold finishes for Vestola. It's just going to fall over, but it's still a nice shot nonetheless. And it's going to be Team Peps holding on, even though they did lose Zyodal on the original overclock charge. Tread with the Primal Rage got so much value done. When you have that Primal Rage, when you have the sustainability to be able to go in, you can see how much value you can get from the Winston.
Slowly but surely they're making their move. They have got rush in 20% or so. Of course, with the Orisa, ideally you just cap the point here and then Terror Surge people in that choke. Crimzo with some good kiting there. It's almost wrapped by Ents. Here comes the sound barrier though. Doesn't hit Krug. And he's going to fall to Kev, so he's not careful. It's actually Vestola who secures the kill. So 2-for-2 trade, 3-on-3 on the point, and Tread is 1 HP and slowly bleeding out. Here's Vestola saving the day for Team Ents there.
They need to get Crimzo. Crimzo's 1 health, no Suzu. Okay, with Crimzo falling, Vestola has no more healing around them. They are healthy though. Gonna recontest late into this fight, but now with level 1 Crook coming back, there's the healing. Gold, pulse bomb onto the gold. Vestola's literally 1 health. What's the Naga?
Okay, Vestola dead. At least he survived for a long period of time, but I mean, Team Peps, they can play up here.
Yeah, and this is where the Winston composition is really strong, where you can play aggressive and just like zap them as they're trying to come in. 92%, I'd be surprised if Ents decided to commit to this.
Well, they're gonna get the touch at least.
This
for Vestola, I mean, yeah, the Hindenade and Kevster going down super early. That's point. That's point.
And I don't know if I love the Doomfist swap there. Like, obviously it's to be able to help them in touching, but now all of a sudden that affects the following round, right? Vestola's probably going to go back over to the Orisa, so that's ult charge loss. That's a late fight that you lose, that you could have been in position for. So I understand you want to be desperate and you never want to give up a point, but that's going to cost them a lot for that late contest.
Like a gentle rain.
Team Peps grouping up in the mid. Trying to find an angle to maybe cut off Ents here. Just get speared, all good though. Speeding everybody along. Okay, so yeah, ideally here, Ents do get the priority position just stacking onto the point, but they're going to end up meeting in the middle.
It will be Ents taking position. Kai's going to pop the overclock once again quite early.
It's a bubble in the way. Oh, nice pulse, but even better Suzu there from Crook, saving the entire team. High Noon coming in, pulse ball onto Vestola, but shrugs it off. Sound barrier and that armor and the fortify, making sure he survives all that incoming damage. No point cap just yet as Exdal speared to the wall. 1 pixel away. There you go, finally. The difference maker there being at that rush. Oh my god, look how fast Cass fires in the rush. It's a little silly.
Machine gun Cass just absolutely shooting in that rush, and smart by FD God as well, able to hold on to the sound barrier. And you can see how well Team Peps are playing when they have the ultimates. Tread did a great job of mitigating the value from Kai with the overclock on the Sojin, pushes people around, lives to tell the tale, and all of a sudden Team Peps just had too many ultimates once the level 1 Crook Kitsune rush comes out. But now it's on Ents. They have the Kitsune rush. It's so much staying power that they can just put onto the point.
Let's see how they want to plant it. Yeah, they know Crimzo's going to do that, and they actually just respond with a beat. Basically on the frame. It's actually Kai that falls first. Both Casties now down. Vestolo with so many cooldowns, like you're immortal on the Orisa, and Kevster comes out with a clean 3. Only the supports left. Vestolo takes the ace. But Team Pep still at 88%. That's one fight in it now.
Yeah, you definitely take that fight. The sound barrier engage was good. They got 1 pick, but it just wasn't enough. And at the end of the day, they're fighting in a Kitsune Rush, which just gives you so many extra stats that you just can't find into it. Now, Vestola, the only ultimate they really have to speak for is going to be this Orisa Horse ultimate that doesn't really give you a lot of value. It's more used as a defensive aspect more than offensive.
Oh, that looked like someone went off the map there.
Yeah, I think it was the Kiriko though.
Oh, Crimzo, 1 HP! Oh, the spear! Oh, good tank, Vestola. Tanking that spear. There's the ultimate. Oh, Vestola didn't even have a chance to activate it. They do trade him for Crook, though. So there's not really any sustain now. You got the Lucio, I suppose, and yeah, Ents know it. Use that sound barrier, just rush on forward. You got no health, you got no Suzu. Ents got to win this one. They got to win this one now. That Orisa. Raid boss dead. Oh, Naga just weaving his way in to the back line, but Kai with a sharp shot to 180 to finish off the Tracer. And even FD God trying to get back, but Kevster, very smart play by Kevster there, just kind of catching FD God as he was trying to get a final touch. And Ents now, they're on capture point here. 2-1 on Saravasa.
Yeah, did a great job stabilizing. Vestola sticking onto the Doomfist now as well. I think went Doomfist to touch in the final fight like he did the previous time. No, actually goes back to spawn now, switches over to the Orisa. So that should mean that Team Peps will have the initial positioning, but Ents is going to fight them up here. You generally want to fight with the Orisa to control this high ground.
Oh, don't test him.
Yeah, that was dangerous.
Don't test him again.
Never peek, ever.
Just never peek. Suzu's everything. Oh, just throw everything in this small room. Tiny Overwatch mode activated, and Kai falls. Vestola 2. All right. Straight to custom games. Wrap it up. There's the team kill. Triple kill from Exodal there.
That was 3 ultimates from Ents as well in that fight. It was just a really smart beat and rush from Team Peps. Just nothing that Ents can do. So they do get the first checkpoint. Now we have to see how Ents are going to attack this. They're going to go all the way around the right side, avoid themselves getting poked and prodded as they try and fight for this high ground.
Yeah, those 3 ultimates thrown in, Scott. They're definitely going to feel it on this fight as Peps have 3 of their own ready and raring to go. God, Crimzo's almost kind of too scared to peek because they know they got ult, surely. Terror Surge is absolutely ginormous. Although Tread almost ends up going down, just spinning up and getting the over health, the over armor, and then oh well, you're dead. Naga ends up still picking up kills though, and again, you used so many ults in that last fight, and Team Peps played that kind of slow, Scott. They know they can kind of bait him in, just burn down that time bank. There's going to be a final touch here for Ents, but it's going to be a messy one.
Yeah, Tread just did so much damage with that Terror Surge, just no way that Ents could get back into the fight. They have the sound barrier, Terror Surge of their own here for Team Ents, so they should get at least a touch and a fight, but they can't fight for the high ground anymore. They have to fight on the point.
Jeez, Kev almost hitting the click from the skies. Vestola's 1 HP. Forced to amp it up was Marta to keep him alive. And here's the high noon. However, there is a Tracer that can still touch, and Master, even with the sound barrier, really just eking out the advantage here. Kevster with a pulse, well, I'm not sure where it went, but it didn't land any kills. Master's got to be very careful. 75 HP. The dive into the backline was just sublime there. Still with the sound barrier in hand, doesn't want to use it. Kai and Vestola end up going down, and yeah, Master just refusing to use the sound barrier as they get cleaned up. And that's point there. 2-2 now on Saravasa.
That almost feels like Masa, they went into that fight knowing that it was going to be a difficult fight, and it was like a let's dry fight, force them to use ultimates, which they did accomplish. That was the rush and the sound barrier used by Team Pep. So maybe like, hey, let's get an ultimate advantage going into this final round, so therefore we can snowball that advantage. Because that could have been a dicey fight even with the sound barrier in it.
Yeah, for sure. Could have gone anyone's way, but now they've got 2 support ultimates to come into this fight, so you're feeling pretty nice. All right, Naga, what you got? Okay, you've been insta-spotted. You're chilling, you're vibing. Oh, okay. Wow. Well, FD God, not quite so lucky. Oh, Masa! That was very unlucky. Well, both Lucio's down. Rush
used.
Rush, Pulse, Suzu, gone. Magnade on Orisa, dead. all good. Ents control the point. I do like it when people fall off the map. And only rush used there by Ents. Very, very nice fight from them. Still with the sound barrier. Marsa, diamond hands.
It also might not feel like it's important, but because of when Ents got the point beginning that fight as well, they're already up to 40%, so they're only 1 to 2 team fights away from winning this entire map, and they still have that ult bank to sort of hang on to, while FD and Level 1 Crook so far away from their own support ultimates.
Oh, Kai just revealing himself just for a mere moment there, and there is the beat. Tread, though, splitting everybody up, but Kevster comes in with a clutch 2k pulse. Smart from Kroot there, just quickly jumping off the map. Same with Naga.
6%.
They get a touch, maybe. Tread's going Doom. FD goes on Lucio. Naga's spawning last.
Yeah, you can see Tread's going through the main area as well. It's going to be difficult to get all the way to the point. And even if he does touch, it's not going to feel good. Early block. FD God needs to live. No more other touches.
Are you serious? Okay. Okay.
What do you want them to do, John?
Okay.
What did you want?
I want them to touch. I want them to touch. Just one touch. Just one touch. We have Doom. We have the slam. We have the punch. We have the Lucio spin.
There is a horse with a spear standing there waiting for you to go anywhere. What do you want from them, huh?
I'm done with this conversation. They should have touched. What? At the very end, I'm like looking at the time, but I'm like, okay, they're gonna touch. They're gonna touch surely, but no. Just no touches. I guess, yeah, with the spear, spin, the Orisa, and yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't matter at the end of the day. I think that was probably going to be Ents' fight. Nonetheless, they had the ultimates, they had the position, they had the point, and everything to speak for. And that is going to match us up 2-2. And then we go over to Shambali Monastery as the final map. And that's, I'm going to say it again, Jaws. Yeah, it's probably going to happen a lot. That's an Orisa map. That's a Brawl map. Maybe we'll see some Ramatra, but for the most part, we're going to see similar things.
Just no touches.
You still thinking about the touches, bro?
I mean, look, you just touch once, maybe we win, but they don't end up doing it, and it is 2-2. Match points now for both teams. We're going all the way to a map number 5, and I wouldn't have it any other way. But you're not wrong. We're jumping into a very Orisa-centric or just like Rush-centric map. Shambali Monastery, it's feeling like a classic right now. It's like an OWCS classic Shambali Monastery. It's, I don't mind this map at all, and it's a fun map to spectate as well, especially how different teams end up navigating second. I think second, oh man. Do you remember the first map, when the map came out, Scott, and we played like a ton that week when the map first came out, and we couldn't get past second. Like, it was the mythological third point. Like, no one had ever seen it.
This is nice. What's this spawn door? I've never seen this spawn door.
Yeah, it's like, oh, wow, this map design's really, oh, the architecture, oh, so lovely. And it's like, no one ever gets there. It's so ridiculous. But now teams are finishing their map, but it's still extremely hard to do so.
I want to reference back to this moment exactly here where Master doesn't use the sound barrier, uses it here in this situation. Like, as I said, from a situation where you're thinking of every single fight is winnable, it can be difficult and you can really hurt your ultimate economy. But that recognition from Master of like, yes, maybe they win that fight with that sound barrier, because he didn't, that ended up snowballing into the situation where they were able to just close out the map by winning the 5th round. So great heads-up play and great macro play from Master and team.
Oh, he punched away!
Yeah, okay, that was weird. I think you were a little right. If he had punched around and maybe tried to get around, he would have been...
That's why I was like, I thought he had punch up, but I didn't see he like short punched away. Oh, and he only had slam to like get back, and oh, okay, that makes a lot more sense than like them obviously just not touching, right? Okay, all right. Okay,
you good now? Yeah, you've come to terms with the moment.
I've come to terms. I'm all good. It's all good, Scott. Don't worry. I now understand what happened in that final game. Thank you, Ob.
You're just like chat, just right now spamming C9, just C9 all over again and making fun of the pro players. You know, maybe it's just difficult to touch the point sometimes. You know, especially as I said, when there's a horse standing in front of you. Horses are hard to get by.
That's true. That's true. Not so much in real life, I suppose. You just kind of shoot them away, but.
Well, horses are big. That's pretty hard to get by a horse. Like, how often have you tried to get?
Yeah, but the horse isn't going to stand there. It's probably just going to. If you're like walking, it's probably going to move out of the way at some point.
It also doesn't have a spear, which also helps most of the time.
Yeah, it doesn't have a spear and like armor, like Oblivion horse armor, bro. It's not standing there just in your way permanently. I mean, maybe it is. I don't know.
You're right.
I don't know.
Well, anyway, moving on to Shambali Monastery, as you said, like I think Team Peps, like ENCE seems to have made some adjustments to the way that they're playing in the Orisa, but this map could honestly go either way. They seem very evenly matched up when they're playing on these like Brawl Orisa compositions. So I wouldn't expect to see any subs from them. Maybe they'll do the map 5 Benbest sub, you know, just for lol jokes. No, never mind. Producers in my ear telling me that Benbest is not coming in. I still miss him. But, you know, I expect this map is honestly up in the air, and it probably will come down to that second point. As you said, Jaws, that is a very difficult point to assail. And if you get stuck there, it can be very difficult to recompose and get further on and get to the third point.
Yeah, it's really tough. I think a Brawl, it works out really well, though. That comp is just so good at kind of taking that high ground on a second. But as we get the players in the lobby, we're going to give them another quick break, guys. Do not go anywhere. Shambali Monastery, the penultimate map in this series, coming up after this.
Let's make history! No way! Ha! This season's got my name written all over it. Tectonic Shock is ready to rock! Taking names from strata to stratosphere.
Only the good triumph. We will tear them down.
No mercy. I decide who receives my aid.
Good always has the last word.
Mace to the face.
Evil can't hide from my sight. I can be nice.
Hard work is rewarded.
Welcome back. And yeah, okay, I got scored in the break. Okay, I said penultimate. It's the last map. Penultimate is the second to last. Thank you, Zoe. Okay. Let's get that out of the way. Let's all laugh. And let's move on to the next map. Thank you. Please and thank you.
English isn't even Zoe's, you know, first language.
I know, it's not even Zoe knows like
you're
5
actually
languages.
English. You're British. You're supposed to know better, Jack. Come on.
My bad. My bad, guys. I'll buy a dictionary in the break. Don't worry. I'll Amazon it real fast. All right, Shambali Monastery. Map picked by ENCE, Scott.
Yeah, well, once you get like this deep into the map banning process, there's not a lot of great options. I'm trying to think of what an escort map is that would go more towards the dive style that could have helped ENCE, but you know, it's hard to really know. At this point, you're just locked in and you're just playing what you want to play, right? ENCE is coming out, playing the Orisa and the Cassidy from Kai. I expect to see very similar things from Team Pep. So it's going to be less so about the compositions being played and the micro adjustments being played within those compositions.
Oh, I'd love to see a winner here, but probably just a spawn peak. Same with Naga. Doubt it's anything too fancy. Kai back on the Cassidy as well. That is good to see. I was curious if ENCE were going to play the Ana Brig, because you can definitely play it. A lot of these corners have like high grounds, or they have like places where you can play super far back, but looks like they're just going to go with Faithful, that being the Lucio, and the Kiri. Oh, that, I mean...
Ah, yes, the old Junkrat to break the spawn hole. Honestly, I like the idea of the Junkrat here. It's shooting over the... Oh, wow.
1 HP. Couldn't be lower. Okay, there we go. Actually won. All right, Kai ends up going down to try and break the spawn hold.
Yeah, because like the whole point of spawn hold is as soon as you start losing any members, it will start to trickle away from you, because obviously the attacking team has a much closer spawn door. But Tread dying late. Exodial switching back over to the Sojourn. Let's see if ENCE are going to concede this corner, if they're just going to continue to fight with it, even though Kai isn't here. No, they're going to back up to the defensive high ground.
Yeah, concede it slightly. Gotta wait for Kai to get back in the mix. Decent though, you can perma-stall payload here if you do see it right on the very edge, but you're so exposed it doesn't really matter. Versola trying to keep Kevster at bay. Easier said than done though. Kevster super low. Crimzo with a TP Suzu to try and save Kev. Forces Naga to recall, and Kev, you best believe he's paying him yet another visit. Takes the mega health back, and there you go. There's the recall from Kevster this time. Both Tracers now with pulse bombs in hand, but with the Kiriko dead for Team Peps, they're going to have to play this one slower.
Yeah, level 1 Crook falling, no healing. So they're just going to have to get out time. This is already a minute and a half off the clock just from this early close hold. And now Crimzo has a rush. As soon as they see them commit any direction, I would expect Crimzo to drop this one.
Oh. Yeah, easy rush. Thought he was going to insta-kill the Tracer there. I mean, there's no chance. That was that a one-man from FD God? That might have been a one-man beat. Little rough there.
I like the idea. I don't think he realized the rest of his team wasn't really there at that moment, and then as Tread dropped off of the high ground, FD God showed up, so it happens. Oh, Naga attacking out Crimzo is a big switch and pick. So once again, ENCE should have to fall back, and they will.
Yeah, they're falling all the way back, not even just on their little platform anymore. They have to play this corner just before first. Pot of ultimates to spare, though. You've got to be careful. But now, because of that window swap as well from Naga. Oh, well, we'll speak about that in a minute. Flanking sped up high noon.
It forces off the point here. The thing they need to be careful is this thing, the rush. Disengage comes through, later beat.
Sound barrier. Crook already used all of his cooldowns, but can Crook get away? Now Kevster just hounding down Exodial. And here comes the Terror Surge on the point. Pulse doesn't land, but the damage does. A little bit more of a tickle there. Then a giant explosion onto Tread as he was fortified. Kev 8 HP being more of a distraction tool right now for Team ENCE, who are on defense, just FYI. They've just swapped side of the map almost there. Tread in a whole heap of hurt.
Oh, no.
Tread ends up going down.
Tread getting very confident at the end there, thinking they could clean up some of these staggers, loses their life. They do trade back for Crimzo, which is good, but most importantly, ENCE should get another fight to close out this first point. So they've been able to get 3 different fights at 3 different points at this first point.
That's crazy.
Yeah, if Crimzo can get up to this Kitsune rush, they're in a great spot. Exodial needs to finish this before it begins.
Just got to get in an angle for overclock. There's so many places you can hide, though, but those hiding spaces are very close quarters. Collaterals can happen. We've seen it before. We'll see it again, I'd imagine. Couple of small hit markers there, but nothing more than that. Here's the rush, and Naga down. Sandbarry hitting 4 this time for Team Peps. Pushing forward on the point, and trading a little bit of trouble on the Mega Health Pack, but the Mega Health Pack is nowhere to be seen. That is ENCE's territory to hold. Team Peps have lost 2, make that 3 now. With 2 meters to go, ENCE just kind of swept Team Peps under the rug. They're just dust particles to them. There it is. There's the stop. And that was not close. ENCE just holding that, even just on the spawn hold there, Scott, burning so much time at every small intersection.
And just a couple of minor mistakes there by Tread. I think Tread just overvaluing or expecting to be able to live just a little bit longer on the Orisa, but every time he just overextended just a little bit, ENCE were punishing him. First time cost them a sound barrier, second time cost them getting some positioning for that final fight on first point, and it cost them in a big way, getting full hold on this first point. It's not the crazy thing, full holds on full holds happen all the time, but ENCE is definitely in the driver's seat in this series. They just need to be smart with their ultimate economy, and they should be able to close out this series.
I've seen crazier things happen on this point. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Like, some of these corners are just so hard to take. It looks like Pep's actually changing things up too. Naga, May, and then Tread on the Ram, and then we have a Bab. All right, okay, so really wanting to stick firm to the point and just like stick on these small corners, just trying to isolate people. Makes it a bit more difficult though, Scott, to spawn hold with because of how open that first like bit of ground is. It's hard to really isolate people.
They're going to try and do like the walls to try and isolate players and set them up, but there's a lot of great wall positionings that you can get to, and the Blizzard is also just such a great ultimate further into this round in terms of just denying positioning and just isolating targets. So we'll see if the Mei is going to work here for Team Pest. We haven't seen any Mei so far today.
Let's have a little look then. Yeah, they know it's Mei. Looks like a lot of swaps coming through. Okay, Kai onto Soj, Kev Tracer.
Kev's completely unmarked in this situation, and that's what they're going to have to deal with.
If there's one person you don't want unmarked, it is Kevster. Look, already chunking 3 different people. Naga forced to block. There's the Nemesis form from Tread, but you can see in the top right there, everybody's super low. Kevster, like you mentioned, completely unchecked in the front line. There goes the lamp. Their Stola does end up falling, but they may have just taken a little bit too much damage. They're going to have to back off. Yeah, Ents. They take down a couple. They take down Crook, most importantly, there.
Yeah, early fight wins, which is really good. Tread needs to be really careful about lingering around here. They need to start pulling back.
What a stick from Kevster. FD God sliding straight into Exodial's lap. And that'll be a 2-piece. Kevster farming Team Peps.
Not enough respect going onto the Kevster Tracer there. Kevster was just shooting them in the side, as I said, going completely unpunished. And eventually that pulse bomb just puts the nail in the coffin. Not terrible for Team Peps. They got a minute off the clock, and now we're going into situations and fights where the Mei is going to be more valuable. But you can see Ents not wanting to give up that position, and do break Vasola out, and that should be... That's a cooldown use. If you're Ents, you go, we can play aggressive. The wall is down. They can't do that to us again.
The Orisa 2, it's obviously a high-value, like, isolation target, Scott, but it's not like a Sigma. Orisa has, like, 2 survivability tools.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit more punishing to take down. Window from Crook here. Struggling to keep people alive and well, though. Here comes the rush. Super early on. Blizzard thrown in by Naga, as well as that sound barrier. Do Ents want to invest even more? They see a win. They definitely will. Kai and FD got to end up trading as Crook now could just sit behind this window, just pepper that front line. Double DPS down for Ents, but they got a lot of ultimates out of Team Peps in this fight.
Yeah, just like we saw in Suravasa, that absolutely felt like Ents being like, whoa, they just committed window sound barrier Blizzard. We don't need to win this fight. We have 2 more minutes left on the clock. Now they're going to come back in with a sound barrier of their own. They have the overclock, so they should have the tools to close this out. So once again, I'm asking Exodial, they need to be the one to step up with this overclock. They didn't find it on their attacking side. Can they do it on the defense?
Pulse one for Kevster. Gotta be careful. Doesn't want to hit Naga, obviously.
Very early.
Good pick. All right, okay. Reset. Go again. You're chilling. You're vibing. Can't kill Kev, though.
And that was actually not a bad lost fight for Ents there as well, because not a lot of ult charge was given to the other heroes because it was just a very quick one-and-done kill, and the fight was over. So now, once again, Ents coming in with a wealth of ultimates.
Almost 50% for Crimzo there to make it a clean one. Here's the pulse bomb. Wow, Naga was a 1 HP. Has to back off. It's go time now for Kai. Same with Kevster, waiting for the slide, but Master's already dead. FD got to fall as well. Annihilation, that should just be it. No hope, no prayers there for Team Peps. Ents just roll over them on Shambali Monastery. That, again, was not a close map. So back and forth throughout this whole series, but Ents clean this one up. 3-2, and they will advance, Scott.
Yeah, Team Peps. Honestly, their defense was pretty solid. It's just their offense, just a couple of mistakes, got punished at such a big level, and the macro is so important, and the ultimate usage is so important in these Orisa mirror matchups, so May not really paying off, and congratulations to Ents, but that was a very close series. Team Peps is no joke in this stage. They definitely feel comfortable when they're playing this Orisa.
Really comfortable. They're a team not to be messed with. Unfortunately, Team Peps couldn't get their revenge there. That's unfortunate, but they went all the way again, right? They went 2-1 in their Swiss stage match, and they went all the way to map number 5 here. So, yeah, Ents still looking very formidable. When they're in control, they make the games look easy.
I love how many pop-up performances we had, like on both teams, honestly. Like Vestola, I think, was an absolute highlight on that map, number 1. Also seeing Vestola on D.Va, always an absolute joy. But then on the other side, they're seeing those newer faces like Exodial just popping off hard, and you're going up against Kai and Kevster, right? So like being able to be the star player on that server when you have those CPS like facing off against you, that is not a small feat. So I'd love to just take a look at once again at some highlights of this very, very close series that we just got treated to.
Yeah, and honestly, it was just individual performance. As you said, we hyped up these DPS players for ends with Kai and Kevster, but honestly, there was some great individual performance by Exodial and Naga. Yeah, obviously, Naga got picked first in a bunch of situations, but Naga was also making big plays, and that's just the risk to reward that you have to play when you're on this Tracer. So, honestly, very impressed with how Team Peps played, but yeah, it just wasn't enough. But there was some really good signs of life here. The only thing that I think where they looked weak was when they were on this Winston. It didn't feel like they were able to get too much value.
Yeah, the D.Va was crazy here. This was, again, it felt like whenever ENCE was winning a map, they would just kind of roll over Peps, and then the opposite could have been said when Peps are winning. It was like very, very close. When they're in control, they very much steamroll, they can get ahead of you, and they will just non-stop pressure advantage. But on Coliseum, it was a completely different story. Exodial was just insane on the Sojourn, keeping Kevster in check, and like you were saying, Zoe, that's no easy feat at all. Like, they're two powerhouse DPS players, and Kev on Tracer, his best hero, and one of the best Tracers in the world, and boom, look at that. Exodial was just doing so much work here, but couldn't end up making it work. I like the different looks as well on Shambali Monastery, just trying to hold on, but the Rush and Vestola are also just popping off, man. It feels like there's nothing Team ENCE can't do, but I think this is still a good look for Peps, taking them this far.
Yeah, and one thing that I'd like to see from Team Peps moving forward is just sorting out their ultimate economy. I think they got punished multiple times by ENCE. Like, ENCE started to realize as the series continued to go on, that's like, hey, they're using Sound Barrier and ultimates like really early to win fights. If we just don't commit our own ultimates, we'll get an advantage in the long run. So just those like little macro plays, I don't know, I find that stuff like sexy and cool, but you know, maybe I'm just an Overwatch nerd.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, no, but you're making a great point. I think especially on this map, you talked about it, how every time Peps were down a player, like they get picked up first, they would use their ultimates to, you know, make up for that and trying to edge out the team fights rather than just, you know, sitting back for a little bit. Vestola, of course, player of the match. Fantastic performance on that Orisa, on that D.Va. What can't he do?
Yeah, Vestola continues to impress. Like, that Paraiso game was insane too. An insane performance on the D.Va. Eating ult after ult after ult after ult. There was nothing Naga could really do about that. And like, you need to be able to, as Tracer, just use the pulse bomb as much as possible because of how quickly you charge it up. You can't be like, well, lying, oh, maybe I'll use it here. Oh, no, I won't use it. D.Va's too, like, oh, no. But you need to go for these, like, big plays. You need to be able to find backliners. But Vestola was just denying that the entire time here. And it was a really spectacular performance. And then there's Orisa. I mean, also looked incredibly solid. Really, really good up-and-coming tank in the EU region.
And I do want to give some props to the backline from ENCE as well. You know, Crimson and Masa on the Ana Brig, obviously very solid, you know, enabling Vestola to make those kind of plays. But overall, I think the Lucio Kiriko was just very clean. They didn't make a lot of mistakes. They were playing around their win conditions. Like Masa was on the Team Finland with Vestola that ended up having that miracle run in the Overwatch World Cup. And Crimzo, very, very successful player throughout the history of the Overwatch League. Isn't really known for his Kiriko, but played at quite a strong level.
Yeah, well, he's known for his Ana, and we saw Ana on Paraiso, right? And that was sick to watch. That guy goes crazy when he's on the Ana character. Who'd have thought that? And then Master was on the Brig, which is also a little bit of a rarity, but, you know, it ends up working out.
Do you guys feel like there's, for a team like Peps, like so many players, obviously, that are coming in from, you know, the contender scene, collegiate scene, Saudi E-League, are those, could it be nerfed sometimes as well? If you're going up against such, like, veterans of the sports on the other side, is there, as a player yourself, do you ever get nervous when you have to go up against a legend? Costa, maybe you can answer that.
I think I would say it's almost more stage nerves, or at least like match nerves, than it would be just like individual players, because these guys have been playing with each other for so long, especially within their region. You know, you play ranked with these guys, you play a lot of like scrims against these guys. Yes, there's always that thought in the back of your mind, it's like, oh my god, I'm playing against Kevster. His trace is pretty good. I should be careful of that. And you have to change the way you play with certain situations. But these players are all at such an exceptional level that it's very rarely like, oh my god, can we do anything against this guy? It's usually scary teams that are the biggest issues.
Yeah, I think with how storied a lot of these players are, even in like tier 2, going back when Overwatch League was around, right? They've been around there for a long time too. It's just like, oh, okay, now Kevster and Kai are back. Oh, great, now we have to face them. Yippee! Like, it's a little rough, but yeah, I mean, the guys have been playing that region for a long time anyway. So yeah, I don't know if there's a lot of nerves, especially coming out from some of the top teams. I mean, ENCE came in second, by the way, coming in seeding wise, and Peps for a 7th. So like, Peps have really got something to say here. They can still obviously make it to the main event. Like, this isn't over for them just yet. There's still a big chance for them, and I wouldn't be too surprised to see them move on.
And I mean, I love the mix that Peps has. Like, they have a lot of veteran players, of course, as well. Some on the server, some on the bench. I think that really helps the team generally, because you have, you know, the new players, that new energy. Like, it's a different kind of style, a different kind of play versus what you're seeing from a lot of the veterans. But having kind of both things meshing together, it's very great to see. I
also think Team Peps is like, it's easy to be like, oh, they're the 7th seed, but they went 8-3 in their in the Swiss stage, and they lost to ENCE, SSG, and Twisted Minds. So it's like, it wasn't like they got 7th seed because they lost to a couple of, you know, easier teams, or they, you know, didn't win as hard as they should have. They actually just lost a very strong team. So I think they have a lot to prove in this stage, and they want to improve from that 5th and 6th that they got last stage.
Yeah, but as you said, it is not over yet for Team Peps. They still have a chance to get to the main event in their elimination match. That, of course, will be happening very soon. For now, though, we're taking a very quick break, and then afterwards, we are back with the last game of our EMEA region today. Twisted Minds will face off against the Impero. Stick around. Heroes, this is your game, your team, and now this is your league. This is your community's future, and this is your prize pool. Win your matches, battle for your progression. Go far, go further, even as far as the Esports World Cup. It is your time to shine. Build your team, register your team, go the distance with your team. FACEIT League, powered by you. Welcome back, one and all. We are getting ready for our third match here in the EMEA region, and joining me for all the festivities are once again Joss and Costa, who broke it all down for you thus far. Got another one coming, but first I want to quickly chat about the FACEIT Leagues. Of course, very exciting for people who have been going out already in the Swiss stages here, or which will go out in the group stages, getting another shot at fame and fortune. Jake, actually, Costa, I wanted to hit on Jake this time around. I was
preparing for a jab. Like, I was waiting for the moment that you made fun of me. I was just preparing for it.
I did it twice. No way I would do that 3 times.
Okay.
No way. No, I wanted to make fun of Jake.
Okay, that's way better. Okay, you can do that.
He's not here to defend himself.
No, but I mean, he's got his eyes set on the big box there.
He's been grinding away, man. Like, he even forgot that we were filming Plat Chat the other day, and he forgot they had a game, so he had to leave halfway through and was like, sorry guys, bye. And that was great. That was really good. Hope you won though, Jake. Hope you won.
A true professional. That's nice.
I believe he did qualify. So apparently he made the Masters Road. There are qualifiers right now to get to the Masters stage.
And we'll be taking our cut.
Yeah. Well, he's competing for $170,000. So, if he wins money, you can just say Plat Chat owns 50% of that, and then you just divide that among everyone else.
Yeah, I'm sure that makes sense, and he will agree with that. Now, some teams who are currently competing in the OWCS are, of course, Twisted Minds and the Impero. Let's talk about Twisted Minds. I mean, they enter stage 2 with just a minor change in their backline, parting ways with Calix, who actually retired, and they added Estonian support player Admiral in his stead. Thoughts?
Well, I've heard rumblings that people are yelling, Calix is the glue that held this team together, and that Admiral, Admiral's a great player, but like from what we saw from them in the Swiss stage so far, they haven't been as dominant as we saw from them in stage 1, where they went on to win the entire thing. They dropped 2 series in the Swiss stage, one to SSG and one to ENCE. It's a little bit of banter going back and forth that they weren't trying in the Swiss stage, but now you're in groups, you gotta try, you have to step up, and that excuse doesn't count anymore.
Yeah, right. They weren't trying. That's a classic for scene 1. They will be going up. They will be going up against the Impero. They actually managed to qualify already for the stage 1 group stages, but failed to meet some eligibility criteria. Now they qualified again and making some roster changes, so they get to have a real go at it. Of course, double circuit points on the line here, so who knows what's in store for them. Very exciting. Yeah. I'm still trying to make sense of their name, because it's not quite Latin, but like it wants to be Latin. Yeah, I mean, Impero is in Latin. Impero would be commanding, and de is like about, so it's about commanding. But Imperio is Italian for like the empire, so I don't know what this is, because it's not a word.
How do you know so many languages, including Latin now? I feel like I know.
Because we learned Latin.
So please, please, you show.
Because we learned Latin in school in Switzerland. I don't know.
Do you remember when you went to school, Jack?
Do you remember school?
Okay, I failed French hard. Like, dude, I did not do well in French.
French is difficult.
Ain't happening, Chief.
But so you speak French as well, don't you?
I do. Mais mon français est très mauvais, but I do speak it.
That's
well, I'm from Switzerland. That's a cheat code.
That is true. You do speak a million languages in Switzerland.
We speak like 3 by default, and then you just add on to that. So anyway, there was a Swiss player in the Impero, by the way, who's not made a return. Very upset. So I obviously now have to actively root against the team, and I'm not alone. 91% of our viewers also don't have the Impero's back.
Just because they don't have a Swiss player again. Everyone in chat is like, we want the Swiss player back.
Give me the Swiss player.
But I think we can all agree. Twisted Minds have to be the favorites heading into this one. They won the last stage, even if they are in a bit of a slump right now, or they're still adjusting to some of the changes that have happened to their roster. The Impero have a mountain to climb in this series.
Yeah, they really do. I did watch a couple of their games actually the other day. When I say the other day, I meant yesterday. But China actually really impressed me on the Tracer. So I want to see how they're going to stack up, because I already mentioned before like how good Kevster and Kai are, probably like top 2 DPS in the region, or top 2 DPS duos in the region. But Twisted Mind's lineup is absurd. Quartz and Yubi are just nightmare fuel. Like 3 a.m. Nightmare Demon peering over my bed. That is Yubi and Quartz like just scaring me to death. You know, like they are unbelievable at what they do. And Quartz in the World Cup specifically as well, Scott, was just unbelievable, like lights out performances, like world class and like world star performances against like Team South Korea. Wow, who'd have thought they'd go down? You know what I mean? Like against a lot of other cracked hit scan, cracked Widow players and cracked like Ashe players. It was just ridiculous. So can these like rookie DPS players match up against some of the very best EU has to offer? I don't know, but I like what you picked up on, Scott, in that Twisted Minds they're in a little bit of a slump right now, it feels like. Maybe they just weren't trying in the Swiss stage or whatever, right? But
that's a classic excuse. Me, every time I lose a ranked game, I didn't care about that game anyway. Bro. Yeah, I wasn't trying. Yeah, no, my other teammates were throwing, you know, we weren't trying, it's fine. Like I say, you know, you can use that excuse to a certain degree, but at some point you have to sit up straight and you got to win the games. And Twisted Minds are good at that. You know, they do win matches that matter. And interestingly enough, this was something that I saw from their matches in the Swiss. They're one of the few teams that are still playing Malga. Even after the nerfs, we saw it a lot last stage, KSA is still sticking on to this matchup, even against the Orisa.
Yeah, quite interesting. Like, what do you rate the Malga versus the Orisa, like, straight up? Head-to-head.
I think in the head-to-head, Malga's really strong, but the thing that makes Orisa better is that she's just more survivable, right? Like, Malga can shoot tanks if you just shoot tanks, but if you're going to play the Malga, you need to do exactly what KSA is doing right now. Get in the face, utilize the value of every single cardiac overdrive, because once you run out of it, as you can see, his health bar's just going to 0.
Oh, it just gets deleted. Oh, speaking of which, though, long-range railgun shot takes care of the Orisa. Now KSA trying to get back to that point, but so low. Cardiac overdrive initiated. He's ever so low, like what, sub 20 HP there? That was all on that DPS passive. China manages to take him down. Twisted Mind still managing to cap here though, Scott. Are they going to be able to get this one for free? Looks like China wants to get on there, and there you go. Admiral speared to death.
Yeah, without the Malga, you just don't have that front line. Like, they did a good job of staying in the fight for longer than realistically they probably should have. Oh, Slay gets the TP. That's nice. You can see that KSA has a very limited window in which he's going to be able to get value out of this Malga, right? The Orisa is just going to be able to stand up. So they need to take value of the space that KSA is giving. They've actually gone over and still playing this Symmetra to be able to TP the team around. Oh, look at that little bounce back. I like that.
Flip the script. Nice rush.
Oh, they're still going.
Use of it, though. They are still going. Not afraid. Got all those cooldowns are refreshed. Crocs picks up Quartz. Sky also falls. Okay, really good start. Twisted Minds, even with that sim just CPing around, could not fall.
Twisted Minds just weren't expecting them to continue to follow, right? And that's one of the weaknesses they have of, once again, not playing that Tracer. Like, China is going to go completely unmarked. They're going to be able to follow them around no matter where they go. So they need to get values from these TPs.
China just weighing up in the skybox here. Pulse bomb in hand, trying to hunt for the one to support. Oh, swing and a miss there with the pulse from China. Crocs, though, needs this beats. Go, use that sound barrier, but only hits 3. Not enough to save Crocs. And now Quartz with a railgun, an overclock too. Pretty scary prospect as Twisted Minds put themselves on the point now to try and cap. Quartz now getting paid attention to, and Go trying to escape. But there's no escaping from the Sode. The slide and the melee will finish him off. And Kyo will also fall in the very end. Good bit of stalling there though from Crocs. Nice bit of extra percent. 75 and then some.
Great punish on the Crocs, recognizing Crocs are just going way too aggressive. Maybe expecting to get the sound barrier just a little bit early. If that sound barrier had gone down, maybe it would have been a little bit different. But now Twisted Minds have a lot of ultimates in the tank to be able to hold these doors. And we just know how difficult it is to fight into a Malga who has the cage. He can choose anyone to go into 1v1 into the Gulag at any moment, and he's chosen Crocs.
There's the cage. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you, I wouldn't want to face an Orisa in the cage.
Wow, they use the ultimate just to get the damage reduction from the fortifier you get from the ultimate.
That was the most thrilling tank battle I've ever seen.
Well, the Mauga leaves his own cage and then the Orisa just ults in the cage.
That was awesome. KSA pretty low. Oh, pointer was flipped. That was like 1 pixel away. Well, here comes Quartz with the overclock. No heads found just yet. Overclock wears out eventually. EGS almost ends up going down. It's actually Crocs to fall. Twisted Minds with the beat pushes forward. Admiral still dies, but they still control, and that's the important thing. Go.
That was a lot of ultimates by Twisted Minds, right? It cost them everything to stay within that fight. So Dampero should get another ult cycle in this one. And Twisted Minds are actually going to back up a little bit. Give them a little bit of space. Maybe walk them into the rush.
Krogs is so low again, just pushing so far up. And there's just no chance you survive against this rush. Twisted Minds trying to make this the last fight. Couple of extra staggers straight to the spawn door. KSA chasing down Kaio. One more fight now for Dampero to come back in.
Crocs is the one who needs to adjust. Maybe not used to playing against the Mauga. They're just taking way too much damage and taking too many resources from Dampero. Needs to find a way to take less damage and get the rest of his team more time.
Right, China with a pulse bomb. Spotted somebody, but Kai's already dead. There's the pulse. They end up trading. Yubi super low in the front line. Giving Crocs a little bit of a high five. Crocs somehow surviving. That's sound barrier coming in just in time. Point's going to get flipped unless KSA can get back. In the nick of time, he does. And unfortunately for China, the rest of Dampero are long for this world. And yeah, goodbye. All the way back to spawn with you. I don't think there's much they can really do now. Twisted Minds, they have the reinforcements coming back in on what looked like a very sketchy start to the round. Twisted Minds managed to short on up. Nice little teleport away there. And KSA just looking Crocs dead in the eye, says bring it.
God, there's nothing you can do in that situation if you're Crocs. Yeah, as you said, Dampero came out very quick, loved the style that they were playing, but once Twisted Minds found their footing, even though they were trading back and forth a lot in these fights, Twisted Minds always coming out on top. Maybe that's the mechanical difference of, you know, having Quartz on that Sojourn. Slay also picked up a lot of kills as well, so we'll see if Dampero are going to change anything up. Actually, looking at the Winston.
Ooh, okay.
I'm not sure how I feel about the Winston into the Mauga matchup. I feel like that can be very difficult to fight into sometimes.
Yeah, especially as you just get perma-chunked down because you want to engage, then put the bubble down, but the Mauga's not afraid of like stepping in and like not receiving any healing for a short while because you can just hit the cardiac overdrive. So we'll see. I mean, this is the map to play it though, to be fair.
Yeah. I definitely think Winston is the right call on this map, just against the Mauga. We'll see if Crocs can at least do a better job of surviving than they did in the last map. You can see Twisted Minds have already decided he's their target as KSA is just running in a straight line, but China takes down Yubi while that's going on.
Yeah, big kill. Crocs being the bait. And Dampero managed to sink one of them. Oh, Quartz is down too. All right, point unlocks. EGS taking care of Quartz. Maybe they're stretching Twisted Minds thin here. Maybe that is the game plan, Scott, where, okay, you want to kill the Winston? We know you do, so you chase Winston, that's fine, because then our Tracer, our Soj, like, we can get these off angles and then pick off the more squishy people.
Yeah, ooh, Crocs is actually going to give up on the Winston. Okay. I actually really like the idea of the Winston. I agree, like, you know if they're targeting you, all you have to do is live to tell the tale. Ooh, Quartz getting low, they're going to actually get the pick.
That whole entrance there. They do end up killing China, and this might be a cap for Twisted Minds. Yubi onto the high ground could just pop up. Hello, goodbye. Uh-oh, wants to get away. Uh-oh, okay.
Nice
maybe a little too aggressive there. Either play, it was rather cute, but not cute enough.
That's how I gauge my plays, by the cuteness of them.
By the cuteness?
Health, Slay lives. It's not bad. Like, this is a pretty good fight for Twisted Minds, right? Like, yeah, you're going to go on to lose it, but you flip the point, you got 20% on the board, didn't cost you any ultimates. So, it couldn't be the worst, but Quartz and Yubi, not that far in ult charge as well. Yeah, both of them struggling to really find any value, yeah.
I mean, Yubi's been killed on the entrance a lot of the time too by China, so we'll see if Quartz can land a big railgun shot to start the fight off, but it's not looking likely so far, especially the way, I mean, China's playing right now, just playing on the point. They don't know he's here, I don't think. Pulse bomb, perfect stick. Oh, the beat comes in just in time though, and I believe it's Suzu to save him.
Yeah, Suzu moment.
Sound barrier available from Gogo still. Ooh. Playing with fire there was Crocs just diving into the back line, but Kaio on this high ground, there's nothing to fear if you're the Soj up in here. 52% and counting, although Yubi just making this fight hurt though. A little bit of revenge, earned himself the wall, the little turret killing off Crocs. China's 37 HP, has to play really careful. Diempero are managing to get a little bit more of a touch here as China dashes back on, but those little turrets are just really frustrating to deal with. And there you go, EGS dead. Those Twisted Minds do manage to find the flip there, Scott. Back on the Winston though for Crocs here.
Right, Yubi's Symmetra was nasty there. That wall was perfectly timed, beaming everyone allowed, managed to live to tell the tale. Almost single-handedly won them that fight. And now Diempero Crocs back over to the Winston. Can't really decide which hero they want to play. I think the Winston is the play. Like, I think the Orisa's just getting beamed by both the Sojin, the Mauga, and the Symmetra. He's just never getting an opportunity to stay alive.
A lot more mobility too. It's kind of nice.
But he has to be careful with his cage. Like, as soon as he steps up, KSA is going to put him in the cage.
Really nice move there from Gogo. There's the cage. And now there's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. That was a very quick team fight there from Twisted Minds. Only used the cage, so yeah, not too happy about that. Not too upset about that if you're Twisted Minds. Don't have to use anything else. They're playing super far up too, trying to make this final fight potentially, or just maybe a little bit of poke damage before they back off.
It's a cute little play. Like, sometimes people will get complacent walking out of spawn and they'll just like lose.
Yeah, walk into fire, right.
Yeah, so, but now Diempero, they're in this awkward spot where they don't have ultimates, but they have a lot coming up. So they don't really want to take this fight too quickly, but Quartz says, yes, you do.
Oh, nice little headshot there onto Crocs, but the shield's a bit annoying. Oh, another Suzu, perfectly timed by Slay. Quartz kept alive, and Crocs going down. This is final fight. Twisted Minds about to take man number one if Diempero are not careful. China, Kaio, they could be the difference makers, but China having to deal with these turrets is quite the frustrating matter. Kaio unleashing the overclock, but they've got a rush on the point, Scott. I mean, Twisted Minds are more than happy to bunker down, and that's Quartz just ripping the head off of Kaio. There will be a sound barrier. Still, these turrets are just kind of chunking away at people's health bars, including Gogo gets chased down by Yubi. And this is Twisted Minds closing this one out. And yet again, a very nice quick start from Diempero, but the tenacity, the raw power there from Twisted Minds coming up clutch.
Dude, the Symmetra by Yubi, I'm impressed. That was really well played. Like, just the way that they're playing around the turrets and the rest of the team is supporting them, but also Slay saving their Sojin twice, both times when overclocked was pressed with the Suzus and just completely invalidating that pulse bomb, saved them a couple of times. If those pulse bombs had gone through, that would have been a very different round.
Yeah, I mean, you can see why I was kind of hyping up China for a little bit there at the very beginning. Like, very, very solid Tracer player, but the sticks are great. But Suzu moment, you know, like, I'm just going to save my Sojin now. Like, it's okay. And I want to point this out as well. Like, your point about Yubi's sim, Scott, just remember back to last stage. Like, their sim play was what won them a lot of their games. Yeah. A lot of their games were just Yubi TPing the team around. It wasn't a lot on the teleporter play here, but it was just like raw fundamentals on the sim. Just like beaming people, target acquisition, and also, I mean, it's not the biggest thing in the world, but the turret placement a lot of the time, China's peeking in. Oh, turret's annoying me. And then Gogo was like, oh, peeking in. Oh, turrets are annoying me. Like, it's just kind of frustrating to deal with. Not normally the thing you think about when you think of sim, but the turrets were quite annoying for both China and Gogo to kind of grapple with. So yeah, Yubi coming up clutch again.
Symmetra's one of those heroes that it's like, it seems like it's easy to play. You know, we're all just like, put turrets down and then bzzz, like, but there's actually a lot of nuance there, especially in a quick, when there's a lot of quick stuff happening on the map. It's very easy to die. You don't have a lot of self-sustainability. So doing a phenomenal job of just like moving around and dealing with those threats. And all of a sudden, Twisted Minds, you have a big advantage when you're playing like a niche composition. If you're playing the Mauga and no one else is playing or scrimming the Mauga, that becomes very difficult to deal with because, as you can see from Diempero, they don't really know how they want to deal with this Mauga issue. They keep sort of going from the Winston to the Orisa, just can't really find the answer.
Yeah, no answers been found just yet, and no substitutions either from either side, so same 10 loading into the next map. And it's quite interesting, I think, the Mauga discussion over the last like month, I would say, like, Mauga super OP, must play, like, oh, now he's not as good, like, but you can still definitely play him, and then everybody just migrating to Orisa pretty much. And then also a lot of teams also running poke with Sig. They're, you know, Hardy running Ryan. Like, the tank slot seems very open right now, but I guess because Twisted Minds, they've had so much time on the Mauga, that they're more than happy to just kind of stick with it because everybody's kind of switching up. You've had a little bit of time on the Orisa, but not as much as the Mauga. Like, they're very comfortable on this, and they're very comfortable with Yubi on the Sim, which is very good when combined with the Mauga. So I don't blame him for sticking with this kind of comp, especially when the meta is not like solid. You have to play these 5 heroes. Like, so I really like the style that they're bringing out with.
I also think there's something to be said about just like the raw practice and experience that you have playing a composition. So they're obviously coming into this stage with a lot more experience. Maybe their composition is suboptimal, but if they play it to a higher pedigree than everyone else, then all of a sudden it offsets that difference. Like, so Mauga had a lot of the buffs that made him giga strong in the last stage reverted, right? The duration of his cardiac overdrive has gone back to 5 seconds. The cooldown is higher. So it doesn't make him completely useless. It just means that you have to play smarter and better around it. And KSA so far is doing a phenomenal job when paired with the rest of his team.
So look, what lies in store for us on Midtown then? Just DMPero running the same kind of thing. I expect we're just going to see this from DMPero the whole time.
Yeah.
It's what they played a lot on their Swiss stage, and Twisted Mind's the same thing. So expect the Mauga perma pick here from KSA. How do they do the teleporter here though? Because you can just like TP to the little like left back room, like the mega health pack kind of area, or you can if you really want to just TP straight to the point, or even to the big choke on the right. But
there it is.
Yep, just the default rotation. Oh, they were expecting it though. EGS picking off Yubi.
They can stay in here. I want to see if DMPero make the decision to go in, because they have the numbers advantage, but Twisted Minds are very difficult to fight into because they have the Mauga, has the cardiac overdrive. Yeah, they're going to think better of it once they got onto the high ground.
Yeah, at least they got a lot of sustain. Causing a little bit of trouble though, getting chased there by China, but yeah, at the end of the day, Yubi can TP back, and I think that's what they're trying to check for right now. Oh, Yubi makes it.
They tried
to hello. Yeah, they tried to, but unsuccessfully.
So now let's see what Twisted Minds want to do with this. How do they get out of this room? Because you can see DMPero can just play so defensive in all their setups. Maybe they're just going to try and just brute force Crocs. Actually, they're going to TP all the way to this.
Oh no, Fakey.
They pay.
Okay. Now where's the response? They've already got a tick. China taking care of those turrets, taking away that mega health pack as well. But now Quartz with a nice little angle. China's just really the one to check Quartz here, and you're going to need to do that at some point. KSA using the charge to get back to safety. 2.5 minutes to go. Slowly but surely, just chipping away at Twisted Minds, just earning a lot of ultimates. The DMPero are going to have to use them eventually. This pulse one from China could go rather large, but has to contend with Slay first. Does he just want to willy-nilly it is the question.
Yeah, I think he kind of has to wait for the Suzu. This is going to be way too easy of a Suzu on a pulse bomb. Teleporter down, push.
I got my one. There was the TP. There's the rush on the point. Here's the Terror Surge. KSA is just standing in that. Does not care. Moisturized in his own lane. Doesn't mind. Nice little high ground control here from Kaio. But where's the kills? Where's the damage? Had to chew through that sound barrier first. And that will be an easy take from Twisted Minds. I say easy. Still took him 3 minutes or so. But, I mean, these fights were pretty one-sided.
Okay, I'm going to say it. They don't need to use the pulse bomb and the overclock to kill the teleporters. Like that, I feel like they need to get more value out of those ultimates than just killing the teleporters.
No way,
obviously, but like both situations, like maybe the pulse bomb they thought they were going to hit someone, but their overclock. If there's a teleport there, no one was really using it in that situation. You need to be finding picks there. So Twisted Minds, it did take them 2 minutes, but let's see how they're going to use the teleporters on this second point as well. They're going to be bouncing back and forth, trying to dislodge DMPero from the high ground.
I love the Mauga crouching behind the payload. So I think your character model is a little bit too big. Yeah, exactly. I can't see you means you can't see me, right?
And they've got the car moving right now. They don't have positioning, but because of the symmetry, they're going to be able to take that. And you can see DMPero recognize that. They're trying to just put as much pressure on them as they can. They're going to TP all the way over here.
Oh, that is a fantastic wall as well. Yubi just isolated it. Like, what can you do?
That's really
We have the control of the payload. You have to walk through the wall, and the first person who does, we're just going to all shoot. Where's the touches? They have to beat to try and get the touch here, Scott. Pulse bomb lands. China kills one. Cage on the payload, and now try and get through it. You can't.
ESG just getting run down. He's pretty low, ends up falling down to Quartz. There's the charge into the back line, unstoppable too, mind you, so their spear didn't mean all too much. Somehow, some way though, Diempero keeping themselves in this, but is Slate and Quartz taking this one over? These kunais, they're going to have to land eventually. Oh, the clutch TP Suzu from EGS. Can they keep themselves alive? No, they cannot. But Crocs is, and that's the important thing. Now, slowly but surely, they're getting back their health. They're getting members back onto the point. An unbelievable rotation there from Twisted Minds. Not working out, but the fight's still continuing.
Yeah, they have the sound barrier and they have the rush. They're going to put the rush early on. That's going to give them a lot of damage. EGS needs to get up to a rush of their own.
EGS has got it, Scott, but Admiral's still got this sound barrier in hand. There it is. There's the beat. Surely this fight's over now. I mean, Kyo is trying to get a little cheeky flank there on the Sojourn, but quickly dealt with. Postal on the ground for China, still picks up a kill. A dash into the backline there for KSA, but swiftly ejected from the point as Crocs is holding this one down. Again, Twisted Minds throw their whole bodies at this point and unable to get the cap. 0.8 meters to go. Diempero standing tall.
And you can see that's why people play the Orisa. Crocs just stood on that cart for what, like 2 minutes, unable to be killed. EGS is just dying on cooldown, comes in, Suzu's the Orisa, dies, and then just does that 10 seconds later again, right? But they managed to hold on, and Twisted Minds committed a lot of ultimates, both support ultimates to try and close that out. So now, Diempero in a great position to hold the second point.
All right. Can't really use the TP here. I mean, I guess you could if you wanted a TP behind them, but...
You don't need to in this situation. I wonder if they're just going to wait to get up the same combo that they got last time. Get the overclock, get the Symmetra wall, so then they almost can't fight into you in that situation.
Ooh, they're TPing right to the back. There's the sound barrier in response.
Probably a little early.
Oh dear, they left Quartz on the high ground.
They need to get
close. Sojourns, yeah, I think Quartz realizes that too. He is enemy number 1 right now for Diempero. They do manage to escort themselves on the other side, and there you go, there's the combo, Scott, but Diempero in a much better position. They're not all isolated on the high ground. A lot of them have this, like, backline control. KSA with the ultimate has still got it, yeah, but he's so low. And it looks like Crocs just kind of walked out of that one, no problem. China takes care of KSA, and there's the rush on top of the point too. Diempero with an unbelievable defense right now. This is ridiculous. 30 seconds to go, and Twisted Minds yet again try and sneak past them with this sim wall and fail to do so.
Diempero is just having great recognition of what the win conditions of Twisted Minds are and recognizing. Maybe that sound barrier from Gogo was too early, but it also completely invalidated the sim wall, and then they could match the overclock. So they're doing the right things time and time again, and now Twisted Minds backs against the wall.
Fakey.
Both support ultimates coming up, but they have to fight from the low ground.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get a touch here as well, so no fear.
Nice.
Oh my god, and Yupi's already dead. That's a whole lot of your damage now missing there, Scott. The Orisa's going to be pretty immortal.
Sound barrier.
Sound barrier super early as well, and no one's fallen. That other health is gone. China's been holding this payload this whole time, Scott, as well. Kyo getting chased down by Quartz. Quartz trying to line up a kill here, but Go-Go Gadget's sound barrier is available. Hits 5. Diempero in a good spot to win this one now as Twisted Minds. All their cooldown. Oh, the tracking on China there. Disgusting stuff. All the resources burnt. Diempero, yeah, with their perfect understanding of Twisted Minds' win condition, end up holding on that second point.
Just a little bit of desperation there from Twisted Minds, maybe thinking they could just brute force some of these fights, but Diempero honestly impressing me in a big way in the way that they're absorbing a lot of the aggression coming out from these symmetric teleporters and then utilizing it. And as you said, Jack, China on the Tracer has just been very impressive. He's taking this space that he's being given because there's no Tracer on the other side and doing a masterclass of just putting on so much pressure.
Yeah, absolute legend. Legend of the sport currently. It's looking great. And also the ability to survive on your own on an island as a Tracer is just so important, and China's just holding down the payload a lot of the time on his own because Crocs needs so much support from EGS and Gogo as well, to be fair, because how much damage Twisted Minds are throwing at them constantly. Like, they're really stretching Crocs to his very limit, but it is the backline of Diempero that are stepping up in a big way, and then having your Tracer just survive on her own is just real good stuff. Twisted Minds changing up the comp, running the Sigma now.
Yeah, Kiriko got the moves in that Atlanta Rain skin.
Moves, yeah, looks good. I really like that. The Rain colorway is really sick on the Kiri because she was like, she had default red headband anyway. Yeah, it looks cool.
Pair that bad boy together. But interestingly enough, Twisted Mind's actually going to come out on the Sigma. So maybe thinking better of the Malga. I wonder if this is, they were always going to play Sigma on the defense because Sigma's better in this situation. That could absolutely be the truth, but it could also just be a response of, hey, what we were doing wasn't working on Midtown. Let's switch things up.
Well, let's see what China can get done. Of course, a little bit more uncontested. We spoke about that a little bit earlier on, Scott, on the Tracer. Same rotation here for DMPero, just without a teleporter. Just more than happy to walk over there.
Yeah, once you get your Sojourn in here, your backline can sit in here pretty free. Lucio's getting a lot of cleave healing. And now this also forces the position of Twisted Minds. You can see they're kind of in this like middle ground of like standing in the fire trap.
Oh,
where's the rest of the team?
In to the disruptor shot. Real rough stuff. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think they just kind of evacuated the small building. Ooh,
Didn't get the memo, and now it's going to be a slow bleed out here from DMPero.
Nah, okay pick,
but it shouldn't matter.
Whatever, yeah. It's whatever. Small stagger, but nothing too crazy. 3 minutes to go for DMPero.
Yeah, I don't really know what happened to the team there. Keo was in that room exactly where they wanted to be, and then he got pushed, and there was nobody in the room with him. So it just took too much damage. Maybe a miscommunication that they were trying to like rotate out through the right side, but now they're going to need to rotate again, but you're rotating into ultimate. Slay getting close to that Kitsune rush, and you can see Slayer's just trying to hold this off angle, try and get some extra damage in if they try and go the down the left side alley.
Trying to force a recall there. I was watching that health bar going pretty low. Slay's hitting some nice headies from across the map with that kunai. Oh, TP back to the rest of the team here. Both of the Kirikos maybe they've got or they're close to that Kitsune rush. Very slow attempt here from DMPero.
They have the rush now. Let's see if they're going to pop it on the point. I'll go on right side.
Yep. Oh, nice little headshot there as well. Onto Quartz. And China's found himself into the backline, but already forced a recall. Notices that overclock was charged up, or the railgun, sorry, was charged up. And now China taking another opposite angle. Pulse bomb in hand. Here comes the rush from Twisted Minds. They've got to find something here. Sound Barrier comes in to try and counteract their Terror Surge. Slater stalls out with China and just takes him to the cleaners. EGS doesn't stand a chance either. A couple of little headshots there, forced to fend for his life. Twisted Minds holding on to this first point. Scott. One tick, sorry, 57%. That second tick will regress. So they're staggering out the Sojourn too. Only dying to the turret.
Slay living up to their namesake, just absolutely clicking heads. And those are like big plays, and that's what sort of separates the good Kirikos from the great Kirikos, just able to find some picks, especially the one onto China. Now all of a sudden, minute remaining, there's a lot of ultimates. It has to be on Keo with this overclock, but it's going to be matched by Quartz. And also, as soon as you see Keo pop this overclock, Yubi has been dropping walls so that the Twisted Minds have a defensive place to back into.
The rare train push. You can see why it's so deadly.
Bad idea. Yeah, it's so dangerous.
You're also walking out into sim turrets, and then Sojourn, Disruptor Shot, and then Spheres.
They need to get out of here.
They just need to get out of here. They need to go, or they need to leave. Go or just go again. You know, just they gotta decide. Well, Crocs is in. Time to follow up, team. There's the wall. Good luck following up now. Sound Barrier to try and counteract that flux. Crocs didn't get it because he was on the other side of the wall. That's a lot of tools invested there to try and keep Crocs alive. And Twisted Minds, more than happy with pushing here. 30 seconds to go now. Any more staggers, and it is game over for DMPero. That high ground push not working out. Doesn't work out at the best of times, and these stagger kills are going to be a deadly. DMPero, I don't think they're going to be able to win this one. Scott, Twisted Minds holding their spawn doors. Oh no, don't worry! China's in the back line. We're all good.
They have a rush as well. They're in a pretty good spot. The issue they're running into a rush of, from Twisted Minds as well, and Quartz with the overclock. We were talking about how deadly he is.
You be super. Oh, Go already dead, and that, I'm afraid, is it. That Sound Barrier is just the cherry on top. Twisted Minds holding Midtown on first points, looking as clean as ever. Take a match point as well, 2-0 in the series.
Yeah, DMPero just maybe an ill-advised run through that train. That's why people don't run through that train. You have to use ultimates to get out. And yeah, if you try and fall backwards, there's just so much damage coming your way, especially against a Symmetra as well, right? You have turrets, you have right-click spam going through that corridor. So maybe they should have just gone faster or just gone a different way. But honestly, pretty solid map from DMPero, but good adaptations here from Twisted Minds, going over to the Sigma, slowing things down, not feeling like you're the ones who have to be pressured to always be making a move.
Yeah, two very different like tempo comps, right? With the Sigma versus the, I was going to call him Ramatra, Mauga. Just either wanting to get in your face with the TP, or just kind of running at you, or then playing as the Sigma, playing all the way back. And again, a kind of like credit there to Yubi, because the Sim in those two different comps also plays drastically different. Like TPing to either save yourself, even like getting out of the Terror Surge, which is a pretty cool play, or just TPing even straight past people onto the backline with the Sigma. I mean, it's very different ways and styles of play. So yeah, Twisted Mind showing us a lot of variation in Midtown. I mean, we'll see what happens on this map number 3. The Impero though, Scott, they're not looking so hot. China's been really sick on the Tracer, but right now the rest of the team just not able to kind of live up to the same caliber. Although I will say, this second point defense was extraordinary. I was watching like Ben-Hur Part 2, like another Great War epic. Like, it was ridiculous what we saw here. And like the understanding of the win condition, the team clearly like is, I wouldn't say like figured out the Mauga comp in any way, but their understanding and their ability to kind of play around that was just fantastic to watch.
And you see that a lot of this situation with a lot of new teams where it's like you're really good at like one point or like certain styles, but as soon as you get tilted off balance or there's a new problem sent, it's a lot more difficult to deal with. That's what we saw on this first point defense, or at least first point attack for D'Imperio, where it's like they just didn't really have a great idea of how they wanted to break this, because they couldn't rush forward in one direction because then they'll sim TP away. They have to deal with Quartz, but then they also have a lot of pressure coming out, and just some miscommunication and ultimates at times really cost them. So just I would say a hallmark of new teams, but I think it's something like D'Imperio is still impressing me for the most part with how they're playing against a very strong team in Twisted Minds.
Definitely, yeah. It was always going to be kind of an upward tilt battle. We knew that. Another kind of underdog team going against, well, the reigning champions, right? They won last stage, and Twisted Minds just still sticking with the Mauga and then switching up to the Sigma. Looking good. We'll see what happens in map number 3, though. Of course, that'll be up in just a moment. Do we expect any kind of difference here for push, Scott? Do you reckon it's going to be the Mauga again, or would they want to run poke? I guess it depends on the map, but
I think it comes down to the map. I think if we go over to Colosseo, like it says here, I think there's a world where you can play the Sigma, but I actually think this is a pretty good Mauga map, because you see those long corridors? It doesn't matter if you can just run really fast at them as you're unstoppable and then jump on top of them. So it does seem like that's where the comfort for Twisted Minds is as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Twisted Minds going back to the Mauga, playing around those symmetric TPs. I think it's going to be on D'Imperio. They need to be the ones to prove, hey, that second point hold wasn't a fluke. We can do this again.
Oh, 100%. Right, Twisted Minds, D'Imperio, as they get ready, we're going to jump to a quick break. Do not go anywhere. Map number 3 could be the final one too, if Twisted Minds have got anything to say about it. Colosseo up next. Be right back.
Let's make history! No way! Ha. This season's got my name written all over it. Tectonic Shock is ready to rock! Taking names from strata to stratosphere.
Only the good triumph.
We will tear them down.
No mercy. I decide who receives my aid.
Good always has the last word.
Mace to the face.
Evil can't hide from my sight. I can be nice.
Hard work is rewarded.
Welcome back. Colosseo up next. I must say as well, D.Va does get the slap skins, right? She gets the sick ones. I'm just saying. I mean, I guess it's easy to make it with the whole mech, and then you have like the pilots. There's like a lot you can kind of do with it.
Yeah.
But she has got some really good skins over the last.
What do you think of the Mercy skin?
Matches. I think it's great.
You like it?
Yeah. I'm not gonna. No, I mean, you know, there's a Mythic shop now, so I don't have to get it. So I might just spitefully not buy it. You know. Like,
okay. Yeah.
It's crazy.
Haters gonna hate, I guess. Okay, as we move to Colosseo, let's see what both these teams are playing. Probably not Mercy. Looks like, at least right now, unless we're being baited, KSA is going to start on this Malga. I expect that, right? Like, I think this is a pretty good Malga map. Sigma can kind of get overrun by the Orisa, so just continue with what's working. This is their identity. I don't think it's bad either. I think maybe the Sigma on that defense was more just a map-dependent thing.
Man, I love Yubi cooking with the Sim too. Just keep it, man. This is such an interesting map to play Sim on because you can just insta-take high ground as well. There's no like big wraparound or anything. So if you do end up winning that first fight, just have someone touch the point, like your Lucio or like even Quartz, for example, and then just TP everybody up to high ground and then force Diempero to fight you up there while the bot moves for free.
Yeah, I agree. So now there's going to be a lot of poking and prodding. We're going to wait. Usually the Sojins are the things that open these things up, either finding a rail or
time. Give me a
KSA's emoting. Okay.
Give me a timestamp.
We're going to move on from here at 8:13.
8:13 is the first kill.
Yeah.
Okay, 8:13 is the first kill. I got 8:30.
No, don't step up, Twisted Minds. You're going to make me look bad.
All good. We've got 30 more seconds. Although Twisted Minds, are just kind of running it down right now. Maybe we're just both wrong. No kills just yet, Scott. Oh, Keze manages to get out. There's the Suzu. Under 9 minutes now.
Oh, hey,
Yubi almost ends up going down. China almost getting the one clip. There's the teleport, though, to make sure everybody is kept alive. 8:45, 15 seconds to go before I'm proven correct. KSA spear spun into the backlines, but maybe that's actually where he wants to be. Here's the Sojin. Kaio in trouble. Oh, I'll take that. That's a me win right there. That's a slam dunk. 8:36 was the time on the board. KSA does end up trading, though. Not good if you're Twisted Minds.
Is way worse in this situation. You can see Crocs recognizing that, going aggressive, punishing Yubi, and this should be a first fight win here to Diempero.
Oh, that's cheeky. That's cheeky, Quartz. Maybe a little bit
on the wrong side of the map.
They are. They need to get out of there, but they're going to get matched. A couple of seconds before the slide's available, though. Oh, hits the statue. All good.
Oh, they got
just slide away. Slade does end up dying. Yeah, no swift step. I mean, Quartz wasn't that far away, to be fair, so probably wouldn't even have made a big difference.
All right, now we see China being able to push the card. We talked about it a little bit in the first series where you really want to control this high ground, but because Twisted Minds, they have the Symmetric Teleporter, it becomes a lot less valuable. You more just want to play in a situation where you can support each other.
This rush is going to be quite deadly, especially when you're in these small angles. Like we were just back to the poking and prodding phase. Here we go. China getting rolled by the turrets. Name something new. There's the two-man sound barrier from Diempero. Only hitting Gogo and Kyo, but I mean, Forge is getting run down. Good punish, Scott, but can they make this up? Because this rush might be a little bit more deadly than they desire. Yubi takes down EGS, and McCrock's in the front line. It was a good punish, but kind of just, I wouldn't say baited in, but Slay's like, okay, we'll just lay down rush now. Like, you can't fight us in this, and you're already way too deep for you to even get out.
Yeah, it's one of those things of the defender, you know, Quartz is just able to sit on the high ground completely safe. Admiral and Slay don't really need to get into a bad position, so they're able to just use their defender's advantage. Now they're going to be getting some meter on the board, but now they have to fight that uphill battle. All of a sudden, Diempero, Kyo is going to be able to sit on this high ground, pull the overclock whenever they need to. Just need to be careful about doing it too early. Twisted Minds have done a good job of disengaging whenever it feels like Diempero is going a little too early.
Well, I mean, they do have this TP, and they've got this photon barrier as well. So they could just kind of split the team up, or they can do what they've done previously, which is what Yubi does a lot, and just treat it like a giant Rhine shield.
Just going to poke for now. Just both teams are happy to sit here.
There is the wall. Okay, they're going to bisect the high ground as that railgun gets used. Terra Surge drags KSA towards him. Still got the cage available, but KSA refusing to go down without a fight. I mean, there's a lot of free charge there for the Sojourn, but here comes the cage. Yeah, and Go-Go, Crocs, stuck in the middle of that one, and Twisted Minds slowly but surely eking out advantages here, just forcing Crocs to use all those abilities and then lay down the cage. It's like, you can't survive, and your healers have to get in the cage with us to try and heal.
Oh, these are brutal staggers here as well. We always talk about how difficult it is to get under that bridge, and then another stagger with EGS. They need to be careful because if they get this checkpoint, huge advantage here for Twisted Minds, and they can't step up themselves. Yeah, there's no way they can step up.
There's just no way, right? Because EGS is like so far away. I mean, now they're just spawning, Swift stepping in, but yeah, it was up to China or Crocs to touch the point, but that is a capture for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and now all of a sudden you can see they're having to sort of step up in a little way. Slay's going to probably use this rush, or maybe they're just going to disengage from this fight.
Okay.
It feels like they're trying to bait the rush, and then they're going to leave of their own.
For free? They're moving for free? All right, there's the rush. It's going to go off of the high ground too, so they can use it if they drop to low. And Kaio is just in Quartz's line of fire, tried to slide down to the rest of the team, because they're also just trying to escape from the rush. Clinical execution right now from Twisted Minds. 4 and a bit minutes to go as Crocs is forced to reset.
Yeah, you can see Twisted Minds were so ready for Dampero to use the rush. They just move away from it, get a better rush of their own, and then they're just in a better spot. There's nothing Dampero can do from there. And now it's all the way around the corner. Once again, they have to be the ones to walk down this long sideline, and Quartz with the overclock just waiting to punish them once again.
The EGS there went super low. Nice Suzu again. China every single time gets a stick. Reminds me of Vestoli in all the pulse bombs. Slide available from Quartz, so he's out of there. Slay not quite so lucky, but they're having to invest to try and turn this fight. It's actually Quartz that's using his own ultimate. I mean, can you get much more? Almost. EGS almost goes down to the turrets.
I don't think Quartz was expecting so many of his teammates to get caught by that supercharge by Orisa. And it's just one of those things that if you're Twisted Minds, you don't have to use that many ultimates. You're fine. Right. You got the wall, you got the sound barrier, you got the cage coming up again. You're at 105 meters. You're sitting pretty. The only way you can lose from these positions is if you start losing a couple of fights or you start making a couple of mistakes. So let's see how Twisted Minds are going to play it. Crocs is isolated.
Man, Crocs is getting rolled. Even with the sound barrier, it's like perma holding S. And there is the wall too. Well, they've spotted someone on the flank. Okay, just to try and scare them away. Man, Dampero have got like no answers to what Twisted Minds are throwing at them right now.
2-for-1 ultimate, so not too bad for Dampero, but more time off the clock. That's what Twisted Minds want, right? They're more than happy to take this fight, and they want to take it at a neutral standpoint, right? They don't want to fight where Dampero can just play on the high ground, so they're going to go for another Sim TP cage play.
Uh-oh, yeah. So I was like, actually, this time you guys can have that one. Well, I'm just going to appease the rush inside the cage. Yeah, not where the Mauga wants to be at all.
And talking about mistakes being made, that was one of them, right? Twisted Minds getting a little too aggressive. They're actually stuck in this mini room as well. Dampero recognized this. They can punish.
There's no shot that Soj survives here, right? Surely Quartz is dead. Surely clueless, apparently. There's the stick again.
Oh, Suzu, man.
Suzu moment. Slay once more, saving Quartz's life with a Suzu. Okay, stay super low. This is it finished off by China, but there's no checkpoint garnered here for Dampero, Scott. They were stopped just short. Man, Slay is unbelievable on this Kiriko right now.
Just so consistent with every time China hits a pulse bomb, it is instantly Suzu'd.
I would like to see attach rate for China.
Yeah.
And then attach rate versus like kills. Like it's got to be close to 0 kills versus like how many attaches he's got. Surely.
Yeah, and it just feels bad. You know, obviously China can be doing more to mitigate that, maybe tracking the Suzu. But in the middle of a fight like that, you have to hope for better. Kyo's going to pop the overclock. But once again, Twisted Minds just see it coming, disengage, and that's an ultimate they're going to invalidate. But that still is a team fight win for Dampero.
They're still feeling pretty good. You got to just put on the pressure now. You got 1 minute and 30 seconds to go, and you're 50 meters behind. Slay doesn't want to dice any longer. Oh. Rough. All right, there's the Suzu. Where's the pulse? Unfortunately, China doesn't have it. But Quartz, he's got a railgun. Oh, giving the Goosey. Little loosey-goosey with it. Oh,
okay, go. That was a little...
little over-eager there. He thought he had the go-go gadget arm to get away, brother, but unfortunately did not. And the bot is being stolen, by the way. This fight is happening on the wrong side of the map.
That's really bad, actually. Unless they win it. Okay, they're gonna win the fight, so it's not that bad. They stole the whole bot. Yeah, but if you win the fight... Oh, Crocs.
Oh, you're investing. That's rough. China's still taking names and numbers. Pulse bomb. Oh, no attach this time. That's unfortunate.
They actually got the forward spawns as well, which was actually kind of interesting, so it was actually a really big deal.
China? Jeez. All right, chill. Okay, there you go. Finally put to rest.
Slayer's had China's number this entire series. Actually, you know, in both Suzu's and just picks, like a couple of very important picks. And, you know, talking about time, 20 seconds remaining, Twisted Minds. If they can get a couple of staggers, oh, nice. Javelin by Crocs will punish Quartz for the aggression.
Both Soji's dead, but look at Slay in the base. Slay was just trying to stall as much time as possible. All right. Here's OT, swiftly approaching. Twisted Minds, they stack ults. They got Rush, they got B, they got Cage coming up, they got Wall, the Photon Barrier. Oh, Yubi, what the hell? Okay, Yubi's already down. He's like, team, please help me. There's the Wall. Sound Barrier available from Admiral, and they don't need to use it either, because no one's going down just yet. No one is below 90% health, apart from China, who's dead, flat dead, 0%. That's how much health he has.
Oh,
there's the beats, and that should just be it. Twisted Mind. I'll say it once and say it again. Clinical execution with their comp. This is what they love. This is their bread and butter. The Malga sim is looking good still, despite meta changes. Twisted Minds take that series with a clean 3-0.
This is what we expected. Twisted Minds, on paper, should be the better team. They have a lot more experience. The roster's been around for a lot longer. But Dan Peru, they impressed me with some of their parts. They're definitely not a team that you can count out in these group stages as well. You know, they push TM on some of these maps, and I think if they're going up against something they're more familiar with and they can play their own game, they might be in a better situation.
Yeah, just another team that is expected to win, expected to get a 3-0. Twisted Minds, they come in, you know, in a different meta, but still manage to make it work. I don't want to say like Shades of London Spitfire or anything, not just yet, but like if they just continue to make the Malga go, then, you know, maybe it does look like that. And maybe the Orisa's good. I don't know, that's the thing, because I do think the Orisa, in a lot of the time, it does feel better, but KSA's Malga is just very, very clean, and it obviously is a backline too, just keeping him up.
And I will... Oh, sorry, you go, sorry.
No, you go ahead. You go ahead.
I was just gonna say, because like I wasn't able to watch the Twisted Minds Swiss stage matches, the ones that they did end up losing to SSG and ENCE, but I wonder if that was also something. Wow, that was a great Suzu, by the way. I wonder if that was something that they struggled with, where it's like the Malga works when you're slightly better than your opponents, but if you play up against a matched opponent in terms of skill, maybe the Malga just doesn't hold up in the same way.
Yeah, and I mean, most teams, they now, because of the meta we had for like a hot minute, they are familiar with the Malga, how to play around the Malga. They are very familiar with the changes that came to the Malga, so I feel like that could be very exploitable if this is what TM wants to run.
Yeah, I completely agree. I completely agree. And it's one of those things of like, is KSA and, you know, the entire Twisted Minds, are they just playing this Malga because they know it works and they can play a Orisa or they can play something else in their back pocket if they need to? Or is it kind of, we're going to die on this hill? So I'm curious to see what happens to Twisted Minds. If the Malga stops working, what type of adaptations are they going to make? Is it going to be similar to the Sigma that we saw here on Midtown?
Yeah, it very well could be. I mean, I expect them to just also continue to run the sim, because Yubi's sim has just been exceptional. The Photon Barriers, it's a pretty easy, I feel like it's a pretty easy ultimate, just kind of not set and forget, but like, okay, I'm just going to plant it and we can play around it. But like the way he's using them, every single one of them is pure purposeful. It's like, boom, okay, we know where we want to stop the enemy team, and like I think Midtown was a perfect example of that, in the way that they're like, boom, okay, we just shoot a giant Ryan shield and we just walk, and you can't do anything because you need to walk through the barrier and kill us. It's not like we're going to split the enemy team and then they have to kind of like shield dance. Like, no, nothing. Nothing like that. It's every single wall is super purposeful and they make it work. Slay, though, player of the match. Honestly, Scott, after seeing these highlights and like how many times he saves Quartz is absurd. Like, ridiculous. Like, another one. We're watching Quartz POV right now and it's just like, yeah, Slay gets play. Like, it's ridiculous how much work Akiriko can get done in this meta, and Tracer pulse bombs are the like #1 thing you have to stop going through.
And it's actually difficult to have that like presence of mind to like save your Suzu for the exact moment. It's so easy to just throw it when you see someone get low, or you want to give them a little bit of invulnerability. But always had the Suzu. Actually, look at this. 1 second remaining. It literally just comes off cooldown when the pulse bomb goes down, and then we have the situation of just a lot of big picks onto the Tracer as well.
Yeah, and of course, Slay is joining us now for a quick chat as well. We just gushed all over your Kiriko play. So congratulations, making a player of the match. Yeah. And of course, getting the dub on this series. Looking at the composition that we saw from Twisted Minds here, you're still running that Maga. We were wondering, is this going to be the hill you guys are dying on? Or are you just going to run it until it stops working? Because why change it, right?
Well, there's a new patch coming out on Tuesday, so we thought that we are really good at this comp, so we might as well just keep playing it, right? Like, our group is not the hardest one. We're not playing INS or SSG or something like that, so we don't have to like hard swap our comp. I think the comp is like way harder than it used to be, so we will see next patch, right? Maybe it's good, maybe it's bad.
Yeah, that's a very fair point. Like, if you're not too scared of the rest of the group, it's like, we can play here and also kind of hide stuff, which is really cool. You did have a little, like, Sigma style on Midtown, which is really sick, but your Kiriko was just exceptional. Like, the amount of times you save Quartz, I mean, it's like saving Private Quartz a lot of the time, and everybody's kind of hyping him up. Like, what's going through your head in these matches? Like, are you only looking for those pulse bomb saves? Like, what? Your timing is just immaculate.
Well, it's always save Project Quartz when we play these comps, or it's always like that, you know, so you always think, oh, they have pulse bomb, they're gonna go for Quartz, so you just keep it in mind, and you know, so that's about it.
I have a question about your Symmetra, because obviously Yubi's playing a lot of Symmetra. No one else is really playing that style. Is this just something that you're like, hey, Yubi's just like incredible at this hero and our team plays around it well? Is that why you're really leaning into it? Or is it something that you're like, hey, it's just working for us right now and it's dependent, like if we're going to play Naga, we need to play the Symmetra?
Well, I think we are a really strong Symmetra team just because of how our team works. Like, he calls a lot of the stuff, like a lot of the plans, so playing Symmetra style comps works really well for us just because he can just take the lead, right? If we were playing like the Chaser comps, you're not really the guy talking, so that's really why we play it, you know? It fits our team very well.
Yeah, and I mean, it shows, and obviously the results speak for themselves. You have now qualified for the main event. Which of the teams in this region do you have your eyes on? Is there anyone you feel like is really going toe-to-toe with you, or even potentially better at the moment? Anyone you're scared of?
Well, I would say SSG, like it was the same last season. I think SSG is definitely the best team to watch out for. Like, they're definitely the strongest one, and yeah, I think ENS will be hard as well, but I watched that game versus Team Peps today, and maybe we'll see.
Not
you know, maybe hard, maybe easy, but
maybe easy.
Team Peps actually played really well.
Right on. Well, we can't wait to see more from you and the team, and hope to get that SSG clash as well in the main event. For now, we're going to say goodbye to you. Thanks again for joining us for a quick chat, and we get to see you and the squad once again in the main event, as Twisted Minds are now finally qualified, or finally already rather qualified for that, so they get to sit back, watch the competition, struggle, you know, battling it out. Let's actually take a look at the bracket for this group to see where we're currently at, as they just punched their tickets.
Oh yeah.
That's right. And the Impera, though, they were impressive. I think they have a good chance of also making it to the main event if they can take a team like Twisted Minds to, like, you know, some sweaty territory here and there.
Sweaty territory, you know, that's the best place to be. But honestly, like, this isn't one of the hardest groups that we have out there. Usually there's like those two juggernaut teams that are in every single group, but Twisted Minds are really the one that stands out the most right now. So for them, absolutely, if you can lock in, but you know, as Slay just said, it's interesting because there's patches coming up, everything's going to change in a few days. So all that matters right now is getting out of the groups.
That's right. Well, we are wrapping up, of course, our first day here on our broadcast. 3 winners matches is what we got to say in the EMEA region. And obviously, that leaves us with some amazing plays. So let's take a look at some of the highlight-worthy clips. That's right, Costa.
It's still good. It's still good.
It's still good.
can't say anything about that, Scott. Come on now.
I'm just gonna enjoy the plays. I love a good pun, but maybe you lost me on that one. But honestly, yeah, it was actually a great day. There was some closer matches than I think some of us were expecting. I think this SSG versus Ex-Oblivione was interesting to start off. SSG definitely looks like the team to beat right now. Slay said so himself.
Yeah, SSG is just so strong, man. I mean, this was a crazy game too, to be fair. Like, going to a map number 5, like, you're expecting ENCE to win, but Team Pebs put up a heck of a performance. Exodial was really nice on the Sojourn, like super sick against Kai and Kevster, and shined down Kevster a lot on the Tracer. Like that's
but in the end though, letting Kevster go unchecked, you just don't want to do that.
Yeah, exactly.
Bold strategy.
It's a bold strategy. But I think Team Pebs have got a lot of promise in that group as well. It's a tough group. I mean, you've got ENCE, you've got Pebs. I mean, maybe another team can come up big, but that seems like it's pretty locked for that group.
Yeah, 100%. Unless Schmungus comes through with some, maybe they're gonna pull things out over the weekend. You never know. Don't count anybody out ever, Jack. Hater.
What are you saying me? What are you throwing me under the bus? Like what? I didn't say anything.
I don't know. I'm just Team SK at this point.
Yeah, I mean, that's facts. Yeah, same.
Aren't we all? Let's actually take a look at the EMEA standings as they are right now. Again, this is the second day of plays here in the groups. Yesterday, we already saw the intro matches, the opening matches in each of the groups, 2 each, of course. So this is where we're at. Do you feel like in every group we have very clear top 2 frontrunners?
No, I think in the Group A and B, I think I would expect SSG and EXO to really, and ENCE and Peps to really make their way up. But I think Group C and D is a lot more up in the air of like who's really going to be at the top. Group D, honestly, for me, is the most interesting. I think it doesn't have any of those like top 5 juggernaut teams that a lot of us expect to be there at the very end. So I'm excited to see more matches from Group D over the next few days.
Yeah, pretty likewise. I mean, Group D is definitely the most exciting one. I'm excited for like I just want to see that team play again. I like watching I think they're really funny teams to watch and cast, so yeah, should be a good time. Group A and B though, group of death, both of them.
And that makes it so exciting. Well, we will be back with more EMEA action tomorrow. For now, we have to say goodbye, not just to the teams, but also to Costa and Jaws. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me. I'll see you again bright and early tomorrow. And we're heading into a quick break. And when we come back, we will be continuing all the OWCS action. We're going to dive into the NA portion of things. And of course, for that, we're going to bring in a new caster duo. So stick around.
Good? Good to go anytime?
Camera roll.
Hey everyone, I'm Gavin Winter, Senior Systems Designer on the Overwatch team. We're back with another developer update to talk to you a little bit about some of the upcoming competitive changes. My teammate, Senior Research Scientist Natasha Miller, will tell us about updates to Defense Matrix a little later. A few weeks ago, we heard from Aaron that heroes are coming out of the Battle Pass and they'll be available for free the day they launch. He also talked about the new Mythic shop as well as the upcoming Clash playtest. He closed with a little sneak peek at what we're covering in this developer update. Season 10 is just around the corner, and we're excited to share these changes with you, starting with how we're updating the way you can play with friends this season. So let's talk about exactly how that'll work. We think Overwatch is at its best when you're playing with friends. So our new system in Season 10 lets any rank group with any other rank. That means, for example, if you're Plat and you've never been able to group with your friend in Bronze, you will be able to do that now. We'd refer to your group as a wide group because you and your friend are pretty far apart. There are some trade-offs for wide groups though. They only play against other wide groups, the queue times could be longer, and the matches will be sillier. We'll still use our role delta tech to try to match you against similarly shaped groups. So if you're a Plat tank and your friend is a Bronze support, we'll try to find another Plat tank and Bronze support to match you two against. At the end of a wide match, you'll see a new modifier just for this system. Avoiding boosting is really important to us. So the wider your group is, the less your rank will change after any match. If you're Bronze and you're grouped with a champion player, you can expect almost no change to your rank, regardless of the outcome. We expect all this to be a huge match quality win for our solo players, because they'll never play against wide groups. We think of groups that are close in rank as narrow. So narrow matches will only be solos and narrow groups. All this means that you'll be able to choose whether you want to prioritize the highest match quality or playing with friends. We're also expecting to see fewer Smurfs after these changes too, since we know some players were only creating alt accounts to play competitive with their friends. We've heard your requests for more Void slots, but having more than 3 in our current system breaks matchmaking for high-skilled players. We realize that basing our Void count on that restriction hamstrings the system for 99% of players though. So to add all the new features we're about to discuss, we had to rethink what it means to avoid players from the ground up. First off, we're increasing the number of avoid slots to 10. We're also going to let you pin some avoided players so that they never fall off your list. The trade-off we make to get these features is related to our next new feature. You'll now be able to prioritize your avoid list, where players at the top are most likely to be avoided. For players below Grandmaster, that's most of us, you can expect all 10 avoid slots to be reliable, but we still want to give you the tools to organize your list by how much you dislike the players on it. For our highest skill players, this feature is particularly important, because if we can't find a balanced match, we'll start ignoring players at the bottom of the list in order as queue time increases. Another area we're addressing will bring changes to our lever penalties for unranked and competitive play. Right now, on the unranked side, our penalties kick in when you leave 4 out of your last 20 games and get worse when you leave 6 out of 20. We aren't changing those, but we are adding a more lenient 5-minute penalty if you've left 2 out of 20, and a much more harsh 48-hour penalty if you've left 10 out of your last 20 games. Now, there aren't a lot of players leaving more than 50% of their matches, but they do exist, and we think the game would be better without them most of the time. On the competitive side, we're closing another edge case by suspending any players that leave more than 10 matches a season. We're also going to start counting matches completed in competitive toward the 20-game window for unranked. Finally, I want to talk to you about our improved anonymity features. We already had a streamer mode, but we're making this feature more useful to all players, not just streamers. Right now, this feature is client-side only, which means it only changes how players' names appear on your screen. The big change we're making is adding server-side functionality, which means we'll change how your name appears on everyone's screens in your match. We think this is great for players who may experience harassment because of their battle tag and just want to queue up without any chance of that happening. Don't forget to report players that harass you or anyone else though. And speaking of reporting, don't worry, players in streamer mode being disruptive in text chat or voice can still be reported, avoided, and blocked, and penalties will still apply to them in exactly the same way as normal, because we still know their name behind the scenes. Next, Natasha will talk to you about our main initiatives to combat disruptive behavior.
Thank you, Gavin. Hiya, I'm Natasha Miller, a senior research scientist at Blizzard working on Defense Matrix for Overwatch. While we are always working in many areas of combating disruptive behavior, today I want to talk about disruptive chat. I'll also touch on some of the tools that we're improving to help keep the community safe. Disruptive chat can really negatively affect someone's experience in-game. In our focus to curb this disruptive behavior, we are taking a multi-pronged approach that will roll out over several seasons. Today, I'll discuss the first 2 coming out in the next few seasons. In our first approach, we will prevent players at endorsement level 0 from using text or voice chat. To be clear, the only way to get to endorsement level 0 is by having your account actioned for an in-game infraction. Even brand new players start at endorsement level 1. So these are players that have proven themselves to be bad actors, so much so in the past that they received a penalty. This feature would allow those players to take a forced break in team and match channels until they work their way back up to endorsement level 1. And from there, in all higher levels, chat would work as it did before. Remember, the best way to work your way back up to endorsement level 1 is to demonstrate good teamwork by trying your best, helping your team, and using the in-game ping system. In our second approach, we will remove chat functionality for spectators. Spectators don't have an in-game need to use the chat channels, and by removing their ability to chat, we remove a channel that is increasingly being used by bad actors. Along with these improvements, we are looking at making it easier and faster to report any reportable offense mid-match. At the moment, our numbers indicate that most reporting is done towards the end or post-match. And one reason for this is that it's not quick to report mid-match. However, this could put pressure on players to remember that they need to report, who to report, and what to report them for, all after the match. And at that point, they are likely more interested in just starting the next match. So we are hoping that by making it faster to report mid-match, more players will use the reporting system. This is very important because we rely on players to help us know what is happening in matches so that our mitigation systems can be more effective and reliable, overall making Overwatch a safer community for everyone. Player feedback is a vital part of improving and optimizing these types of features. So we want to create even more avenues for you to share your thoughts with us. In Season 11, we're introducing the first iteration of player surveys into Overwatch 2. This won't happen after every game because survey participants will be chosen at random among the player base. The survey will be prompted after the progression screen at the end of match flow. This means that you'll be able to watch the play of the game, give endorsements, and review progression without getting interrupted. Once the progression screen is closed, the survey will prompt the player for their feedback. Both console and PC players will get the option to give us feedback via a QR code. PC players may also choose to open the link in a separate browser. Surveys will ask questions about the game, including new modes, events, features, and how you feel about the way we're mitigating disruptive play. We're excited for this feature, and we look forward to continuing to improve the game as we gather your feedback. These are just a few of the things we have been working on in this space. We will continue to bring you updates on our progress mitigating disruptive behavior via the Defense Matrix blogs, which will get a refresh in the coming seasons to include even more on the impact this work is having in the community through transparency metrics. Defense Matrix and Competitive will always be core to Overwatch, and we'll continue iterating, improving, and of course listening closely to your feedback on these systems. So please keep sharing your thoughts with us, and we can't wait to show you what we've been working on in Season 10 and beyond. See you soon!
Natasha said you will not be getting an outtake out of me today.
Well, that clip just came off. Any reportable offense.
And they get worse.
And reliable.
You got so close to the end.
All right, he's coming back for another pass.
Circling.
Turning around.
Overwatch Champions Series. I love the sound of that.
And EXO against the wall, and Team Peps will full cap.
Where did Pelican come from? Straight on top of their heads.
Quartz won't let them stand much longer, kneecapping 3 in that fight.
The new kings of EU have been crowned. Toronto defiant in an absolute shutout. Some kings were born to rule.
Welcome back, everyone. We just finished up the EMEA portion of the day and are now getting ready for all the goodness that our NA region has to offer, and who better to tell you all about it than Uber and Necra. Uber, first things first, they removed your highlight reel intro to the show? How are we feeling about that?
Yeah, this is what happens when you miss the main event. I really don't have anyone to blame but myself. Do you know what I mean? I'm going to get back in there, mate. I'm hungry. I'm hankering. Give me some of that B-roll space. Production!
Gotta spout some quotables today. Necra, great to see you back in action this time with Mitch. Are you just gonna pull a Jaws on us and try to just pair with everyone once at least?
I mean, I think I've started to capture part of that Infinity Gauntlet. I've got Jaws, I've got Lemon Kiwi, now I've got Uber. I need a couple more here, so... Yeah,
we'll make it happen. Work. Yeah, at the end of the season, you're gonna, capture them all. And now,
you click your fingers and everyone becomes a mercy main. It's gonna be a crazy world out there.
It's gonna be phenomenal. Some people will be more happy about that than others. So now, of course, if you're not just watching our main broadcast and want to hear us yapping, but you also enjoy the yappenings of your favorite streamers, well, it just so happens that everyone can co-stream. You can apply for that right here on your screen. You see the link. Open it up, apply, or tell your favorite streamer to apply, and you too can enjoy all the action with your community. Huzzah! We love community.
Yay!
And we also love formats.
Have you been watching The Great,
right?
Zoe? Is that why you're saying huzzah? I was going to say, quite a great series. Oh, okay.
Got me. Now, of course, I've went over this like a bajillion times, so let's make it a bajillion and one. We started with the Swiss stage here, and 16 teams advanced out of the Swiss stage into a GSL-style group stage bracket. 4 groups, 4 teams in each. The top 2 will advance to the main event. Simple as that. And of course, during the main event, they will be earning lots of money and circuit points, which is the most important thing. The breakdown you see on your screens right now. We're upping the circuit points for this one as well. I think it's going to be more as the stages go on. Am I right? Am I wrong? I think I'm right. It was double.
Double points, that's right.
Double points. We love that. And of course, if you're winning this very event, you also will get into the Dreamhack event. That's right, that's the big one. You don't have to fight for it if you're watching. You can just buy a ticket. Easy as that. Throw money at the problem. And you might be able to meet us there.
I mean, you can fight each other over there if you really want to, but the idea is to get there and enjoy some quality Overwatch.
You can do the classic, I see you on LAN.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you ever been hit with that one? I have.
I mean, I came up in Australia in esports, so you better believe I have. Yeah, many times.
That's right. It's extra funny when they are unaware that you are in fact a female. And then you are looking for them on LAN. And
so you like the was it the Arnold the Aardvark with like the bald fist meme? Like that's you like walking around the convention hall, you know?
Hey.
Who's talking smack online, baby? Exactly.
Yeah, tiny hands were thrown that day, and you can do that too. We hope to see you on LAN at Dreamhack
Don't
Dallas.
beat each other up at me. Just turn up,
Obviously
please.
don't. Just turn up, but
enjoy
we're
the
not your
matches.
parents. Do whatever you want. These teams, however, they will be beating each other up when, at least on the server, when they're hitting those spots in Dallas. So now looking at the group standings here in the NA region, of course, yesterday we already seen some games happening, and these are the results. Any surprises?
Not particularly. I think like we're seeing a lot of like the usual customers. Like, it's nice to see Citrus Nation and Shikigami Hikari in the mix, right? FMCL is, a team that's renamed, but we're very familiar with them. It's nice to see students of the game still being a fixture and a factor here. But I think we've all got our eyes on this Toronto Timeless, M80 LG, this 4-pack of teams that always seem to be nipping at each other's heels here. I am personally looking out for Timeless. Yes, they fall 4-0 in the final of that main event in stage 1. But it was quite a run to get there, and they take 2 maps off Toronto Defiant the first time they play them, and I'm thinking, hang on, we've got something here. Toronto really just breezing through the competition up to this point. Now, Timeless lose, then they just roll the lower bracket. They drop the single map to M80, they 3-0 Luminosity, and then they get this rematch against the Toronto Defiant, where unfortunately they're just not there. They've done their dash, they seem to be fatigued, and they can't handle this Toronto Defiant team. I'm sure Timeless are squarely looking at Toronto saying, we want that rematch, we want to earn the right to take you on in a high-stakes game. And this team is sick. This core has remained together for so long, right? Chopper, Rocket, Riker, that Wisp roster that impressed many people who didn't even know what was going on in Contenders when they played in those Pro-Ams last year. That's a team I've got my eyes on. This is a group they should advance from, barring any sort of issues with LG and then a complete upset loss. So they're my team to really put some pressure on the front runner Toronto once more.
Yeah, and somebody's going to have to give Toronto Defiant the business, but can they even do that? Toronto Defiant had such a commanding first stage. I think one team, though, that could potentially give them a run for their money is going to be M80. They made some adjustments to their roster in between the last stage and this one, and it's going to be coming in from just being able to get a chance to see how like Pelican and Happy are going to be able to come back together. I'm really excited to see them a little bit later on, but it's kind of amazing when you take a look at the rest of this roster as well. Like, while we do have UGVU, that's Happy, by the way.
Yeah, that's
for anybody that's actually wondering. That is actually Happy.
That's Happy, yeah.
But yeah, just seeing Happy and Pelican back on a roster together again, I'm super pumped about that. If they can make it through the stage and they get a chance to play at Dallas together, then those two are going to be monsters without having to play on ping. And I think that's what really they're all playing for right now.
Yeah, and they made it look effortlessly in their opening match yesterday. Same, of course, can be said about the likes of Toronto Defiant. They are definitely the team to beat with a big, fat target on their backs. Let's see if D-Hill Duck can hit the bullseye, or if they just, have to take it like every other team. Toronto Defiant at it again. No changes for this roster, because why would you change something that's working so well?
Yeah, obviously this lineup, that's the coach, Danny. Obviously Rupal in the roster itself. We're dealing with a team, obviously, that features someone who is probably still the undisputed best tank player in the world. Merit, of course, alongside Sugar Free. This is kind of a combo you might have even dreamed about, watching them on separate teams in years past, but they come together. Sugar Free is electrifying young rookie and a very powerful projectile player, and of course Merit has given us some of the craziest individual moments from a hit scan that we've ever seen. So we saw some trolling, some role swapping at times.
Just a little bit.
How easy it's been for this team, right?
I mean, also if you have someone in the mix, that's just what's happening. He wants to have fun with it whilst also winning it all. Now, did I hear that correctly from the voice inside my head that RuPaul will in fact not be playing this first map because he's still in a collegiate game?
Yo,
double booking,
back,
my man.
Get that
what a
full
grinder.
Bag. That's what I'm talking about, you know what I mean? Yeah.
But, this entire series was actually delayed already because in both teams we have players in collegiate who are double dipping, getting the bag, grinding it out. They're hustling. I respect that.
Mad respect.
But, RuPaul giving D-Hill Ducks maybe an in here with his sheer absence. Will Danny be the one filling his shoes? We'll see. Here's D-Hill Ducks. Let's talk about them.
Okay, so I'm gonna call them Dilducks. I'm gonna treat that H as if it's sort of silent.
Definitely just Dilducks.
Dilducks. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
This is obviously a team we're dealing with 1-0 teams, right? So Dilducks able to beat out FACEIT yesterday, which is obviously a pretty good result, and they've been showing a lot of dive composition so far. Generally, not as known players as far as sort of we're concerned, but we do have players that are on collegiate teams here. So I think they're going to get absolutely smashed in this game, but it's really a question about how the rest of this group plays out for Dilducks, and this is obviously a very important experience. And they're going to be annoyed. Like, where's RuPaul? We want to play against the full stack here. Sorry, guys. Well, you have to work your way up.
They got the name game. A large bagel, frothy Philly 7. I don't know. Something's in the water for those dogs.
Crime?
I like what I'm seeing.
Just do a heckin' crime.
Yeah.
Something's in the water, be like hallucinogens, perhaps. Something to really give them inspiration on coming up with not only their team name but their individual name tags. Yeah. Look, I think we want to sort of see where the Toronto Defiant are at, sort of coming out of that brief break after the main event here. I think we expect them not to have missed a beat. I think a lot of people are watching to see if there are any vulnerabilities, especially their opponents, to see if there's anything in their tape here that could potentially be exploited. But the team's watertight, and they have been for some time here. So Dilducks are going to have to give them a real showing here if they want to put that pressure and maybe start to touch on some weak spots.
I think if you're going to see any weak spots, though, I think they're going to be hard to find. Even just looking at their match yesterday, not only did we get a chance to just see them have full dominance in a matchup like that, but the fact that we even saw some trolling, Mitch, I feel like that's just a testament to how strong Toronto Defiant still are, feeling confident to be able to play the Life Weaver of all heroes and still be able to role swap as well.
Yeah, look, I think when you have a team like this, and it's kind of important to remember, like, okay, so someone is like a top tank player, right? But we know just how freakishly much these guys played a game, and you could virtually put them on any hero and find them to sort of have a decent sort of output at any kind of level. I'm thinking like Checkmate did this, right? You know, we saw Checkmate play tank a fair bit, and I remember that very fondly over on that Florida Mayhem squad. So many of these players at the top level can make those switches and still find success here. It does look like Coach Danny, though, is coming in for the Toronto Defiant, as Zoe hinted at here. So a change at DPS. And Dildak's hoping that might be enough to give them some step to this matchup.
Listen, I think even when you're taking a look at the coach role, though, Toronto Defiant, they've got a full arsenal of people at their disposal to help make sure that they're going to be one of the top teams. So I'm kind of expecting that Danny's going to be able to show up here.
A lot of money.
Okay, there is that too. Money can talk. That might be part of the reason why we see Toronto Defiant at the top, but it is also going to be hopefully within the team strategy that Danny can bring to the table when playing with the team.
Here we go now, starting on Samoa. Now the Torbjorn in play for Danny here, Merit of course on that signature pick in the Sojourn. And we'll have the Sigma set up here, and someone again has to be careful, doesn't want to get wedged in that corner as Baz does connect a charge. Immortality Field thrown down by Dildaks, even though they were on the offensive. And as that expires, Merit's able to find an opening to pick off the Bastion. And the lion's share of the damage for Dildaks is now, it's gone.
I mean, this is just going to be a really big opening here for Toronto Defiant to take if they're even able to break through the Symmetro, but Crime has been up for so long that is going to be a very charged sim until at the final moments, no longer. I don't know how much I believe in this Reinhardt composition. Uber, I feel like we've seen Reinhardt get tried, especially by a team that has been able to make its identity based around that Reinhardt, like Space Station, but it just feels so easy to manipulate on maps like this when you're able to just kind of get in its face with something like the Sigma.
Yeah, I mean, there are some of those wider sidelines that you can force the Reinhardt to play in for a time and pressure that shield down. Baz wants to play the corner, try and wrap around it if he can. At least force out that kinetic grasp, but Crime's already fallen, so Merit's finding pick after pick around the periphery of both of these shields. And he can do this as a solo player, and if there's no individuals or, you know, duo players that can challenge Merit, he'll just have his way with them, and so he does. The disruptor shot there was enough to clean up Frothy Philly after he at least was able to trade, and Danny, why you gotta do my boy like that? Baz gets hammered? Okay.
Who has the better hammer, the Reinhardt or the Torbjorn? And I think Danny might have just been able to show us which one. Well, I mean, Baz is able to walk away with the Earthshatter here, but if someone is going to continue to play with this aggressive Sigma, it would be difficult to weave in that Earthshatter around that movable shield.
They're going to use the TP now to try and keep themselves out of poke range for as long as possible. And it's a great shatter here from Baz that is followed up upon Gravitic Flux to actually call Crime. This is huge. The Symmetra's out of the game, so that sort of long team fight damage ramp up is gone. The Bastion here, of course, Razor needs to reset real quick because Toronto have not given up this point for a second.
It's a great Earthshatter, but an even better response from someone to be able to hit that Gravitic Flux. And so Dildaks, they got one last shot at this one, Mitch, and it's only going to be off of this Photon Barrier. Maybe this Lucio Sound Barrier as well will give him a bit of extra sustain heading into this final fight.
It's going to have to be a Sound Barrier to start this fight. I think there's no other option here. Crime going to play from behind the Sim wall. So Dildaks have been able to drag out the ultimate somewhat by having the Sim Barrier in play and knowing that Toronto can't afford to engage or get close with that pod combat. It'd be useless. They're going to have a go at it right now, though. They know they're going to be walking into a Sound Barrier. Can they put pressure down on Redex and make this hard to use? Molten Core from Danny gets interrupted. He's brought down because Razor is in Wheels mode. And that'll be a nice fight here from Dildaks. They spend that Sound Barrier in just the right way.
A great use of that just to make sure that they can buy themselves an extra life in this fight. But Toronto Defiant, well, they might have had to use the... okay, I don't know how much this Torbjorn ultimate was going to end up doing in a fight like this. But they still have Merit to overclock, and that's going to be the next piece of the puzzle that Toronto Defiant are working up towards. And Merit, with the overclock in his hands, like he's already deadly as just a Sojourn player, but now might even be a more tour de force.
Dangerous, though. He wanted to try and flank around, but going to the left would put him on the edge of the map and mean he could get booped off very easily. The Immortality Field from Sugar Free was not enough to keep them hanging around in this fight. Yeah, Sugar Free on Baptiste, something we didn't really spend too much time talking about, but that's obviously a different look here for the Toronto Defiant.
True,
They don't get much done there in that fight, though.
No, I mean, Toronto Defiant do have to play around with the pieces that they have, but this is where Dildaks can really shine with this comp, is they get to play from the forefront.
Here comes a mortar strike here. It's mostly avoided by the Toronto Defiant. I like the upfront TP here from Dildux. They are trying to get around this Sigma zoning as much as possible. Mera going to pop the overclock here defensively and needs to respect the Symmetra damage up on that high ground and to disrupt the shot. Will put some pressure down as well. Bazno appears right in front of Merritt, who just is able to get away. The charge won't allow the Ryan to close the gap, and Baz gets dragged down before he reaches his target. Danny, though, fell to a tactical grenade here. Dildux have the numbers to work with now. Merritt needs to find some solo kills. So low was Razor there, but Merritt was unable to finish that kill. Red X, though, bites up a bit more than he can chew. Then Immortality Field will only drag this out for Frothy Philly. Toronto now are back on the point, and they should have this one tied up.
That was a really great fight, though, by Dildux. As soon as they were able to take control of the point, they were in a firm driver's seat position. When you're able to play with the Reinhardt from more of a defensive point, or even just being able to set the pace a little bit better with the Symmetra teleporter, I feel like we saw a brand new look to this Dildux comp, but it took so long for them to get there that Toronto Defiant were able to wrap around them with ultimates and get the job done.
Yeah, like in theory, you favor the Reinhardt comp when there's so many of these close quarters to play from. Like I think we noticed Toronto trying to set themselves up on a part of the map that, you know, allowed someone to get chip damage against Baz's shield, but doing that actually forces them out towards like the very edge of that map and puts them at great risk of being knocked off. So they had to play corners a lot, and this meant that Merritt had to go off on his own. Now heading into this round, you probably have a little bit more room to breathe as the Sigma, of course, with some more open sight lines.
And more open sight lines, but it does take the Sigma a little bit sometimes to walk into something like the Reinhardt. That's where Vega's going to be able to come in clutch here for Toronto to help make sure that those rotations are very clean and very quick.
Oh, that's dangerous. Frothy Philly tries to challenge Merritt there, but the Immortality Field falls behind him. He doesn't have the buffer to take that fight. Someone did get picked off, though, pressured down by Baz, who wanted to close the gap as quickly as possible. Danny off the Sim, or the Tor brother. Now on the Tracer is able to bring the Bastion down as Razor was on an island of his own here.
Tracer's super nice here from Toronto because Dildux have not wanted to show us a Tracer look of their own yet. So Danny can go relatively uncontested with the Tracer and lock down maybe even some of these health packs away from Dildux. But it's going to be a bit of a swap up here. Bass is going to go over to the Orisa. This gives a little bit more dunk walk power to the Dildux as you're able to just kind of go forward into the Toronto Defiant team. But hey, look at this. Someone's also going to switch over to the Doomfist too. So tank stops across the board.
Yeah, I feel like this was almost Bass responding to someone switch. You need some form of disruption now against the Doomfist. And Ryan can't provide you that unless he's hitting a big old charge. Razor very low. Looks like he got caught by a rocket punch of someone who now has taken so much space behind that barrier. Beautiful stuff. A lot of pressure now on Frothy Philly. Might be forcing out that Immortality Field, and so it did. Pulse from Danny doesn't connect, but Crime has been taken down. Merritt trying to play front and center here, but taking a lot of poke damage as he tries to assert himself. It'll still have the outcome of forcing Dildux back to their spawn.
They go back to their spawn, but for not very long, as Dildux still have that personnel advantage. You're going to see Merritt have to wrap around, though, to try to get an off angle as the mortar strike comes through.
Okay, Power Slide just got used there by Merritt, so he actually has to walk away from these. He's very, very low, but somehow survives, and Sugar Free now tries to get back involved with the Kitsune Rush. Maybe boost that healing capacity somewhat. Frothy Philly, it's a very threatening position here, and he sends an Immortality Field down, but maybe he should have saved it for himself, because Merritt comes knocking. The Baptiste is out of the fight now, and Sugar Free's more than happy to go for some solo kills, especially given his background. Razor on the point, though. Not much of an issue is Sood as the power block of someone gets thrown in his face.
Look at that, though. It's going to be one more fight here for Toronto Defiant to be able to take this first map. And with all of these off rolls as well, we kind of already thought this might be a bit of a stomp here for Toronto Defiant, but they could make this a real clean sweep in this round. Someone, though, can't get away.
Yeah, again, the hindrance of the mag grenade from Crime kind of keeps the Doomfist in play for long enough to pick him off. Pretty deadly, of course. Crime doesn't really fancy trying to play at the range that Merritt can, but against the Tracer, against the Doom, his Cassidy is a decent pick. Losing Razor here, not the end of the world, especially if someone's going to suffer this level of pressure. Here's the Terror Surge, and Sugar Free doesn't get out alive. The Orisa running rush shot over Toronto.
Orisa's been looking so good here. One another reason kind of why Dildux has been able to play so well from taking control of the point is just how Baz is able to play a bit more aggressively in these team compositions. But you're still looking at something like Crime being able to go with that Cassidy High Noon, might be able to force away Toronto Defiant from going in, and the poke is working here. Toronto Defiant have had to take a little bit more time on the income.
They need to try and land on the Cassidy if they can. someone with a redirection mid-air. The punch was on a fortified Orisa though, so no value to be found there. Hindered once more, but power block was up, now expired, trying to interrupt the Cassidy, and Crime is knocked back into a wall. It's enough damage to secure the kill on the Deadeye and Cassidy. Nicely done by Merit. I think he knows this one is about wrapped up now, as there's really nothing Razor can do to get out into the fray. All the sidelines are covered here by Merit and co, and all the blinks being used to try and keep him alive. Here's the sound barrier, but Dilducks don't really have anyone to contest, and the Toronto Defiant, as many might have expected, start on a strong foot.
Toronto Defiant should win this series, right? Like, on paper, Toronto Defiant, pound for pound, are able to probably get the better of most of these players in 1v1s on Dilducks, but like, they have to show us convincing victories, and that's really what we're looking for in a match like this.
Yeah, I think like at the first stage of Samoa, I think objectively their composition was a little bit weaker. And that's maybe part of the reason why it got so close. There was some snowballing, and I also think the rationing of ultimates by Dilducks was quite good there. The switch of Cassidy is also fine, but you are still going to be susceptible to what the Sojourn can do. She's still going to be able to pressure you well. And you also still don't like being dove by a Doomfist, even if you can throw a mag grenade and sort of stave him off for a time. I think, I don't know, nothing's more emblematic than seeing like the Deadeye getting charged and then someone coming in and just punching the crud out of the Cassidy and sort of ending it. But there was this fight, like when we saw the sound barrier come out here. Like, I like this. This was where we started to see Dilducks make it competitive in that first round.
Yeah, it was after they took control of the point that they felt a lot more confident to be able to go in and make those calls. And I do wonder what Dilducks will look like when we do go over to these maps that have strongly identified attack and defensive sides, because it did take them a bit to kind of get off the ground running. But once they were able to figure out their momentum and their rhythm, they did figure it out. And that was why that first round did look as good as you said.
Yeah, like you see, like Razor generates a ton of threat on the Bastion. Like, you can't just brute force a solution to that problem. You've got to make use of power block. You've got to get your Tracer in behind him. You've got to pressure from multiple angles. So I do think at least Dilducks are able to propose a complex problem to the Toronto Defiant and force them to not only outskill them, but, you know, come up with like a academically like sound response. It's like, again, someone's hindered here. Okay, there's a Deadeye. All right, well, I guess me and Merit will just beat you up. Merit across the map was the one that got that big assist there. And, well, I mean, it's a pretty drastic difference in stats here. I think like the KD says a lot. You know, you will see Dilducks do more healing because they're taking more damage.
Yeah, that is, I think what we are able to garner out of a lot of these stats is hopefully things just line up the way that they're supposed to, right? Especially with Toronto Defiant are able to get the better of Dilducks in both those rounds. You'd hope that they would have the stats to match that. It's not always been the case in some of these that we've seen in the main event, but looking good so far for Toronto Defiant to kind of keep the ball rolling as we look forward to the next map. But I wonder, Mitch, is RuPaul done yet with this collegiate match that we might get to see the roles go back to normal?
We might, and I think people that are hoping to see what Toronto Defiant's been working on and maybe what they're capable of might like to see that switch, but they don't need to do that this series, I think, to win it 3-0. That is just how unbelievably talented, you know, this roster is. Like, Sugarfree's still able to have significant impact, even as support. Danny's done a fine job there on the Tracer. You know, I won't fault him too much for any of that. So Toronto Defiant looking very good at the start of this first to 3. More to come, of course, on the other side of the break.
Heroes, this is your game, your team, and now this is your league. This is your community's future, and this is your prize pool. Win your matches, battle for your progression. Go far, go further, even as far as the Esports World Cup. It is your time to shine. Build your team, register your team, go the distance with your team. FACEIT League, powered by you.
I don't know about you, Rose, but I'm really excited to be, you know, getting involved with the FACEIT League finally. I think it's actually something that we've been asking for so long in Overwatch, especially, you know, we were creating pro pugs for a time, right, to try and simulate that experience. So really want to encourage everybody to sign up there. It's a great way to experience competition. There are different skill tiers that have you matched against similar opposition, especially through the Swiss formats. It's really worth getting involved in. And talking to the FACEIT guys, they're in for the long haul. They really want to build out a competitive ecosystem over years and years. So get into the ground floor, get in early, and get stuck into some competitive matches. Well, you got your wish, Rose.
Ooh.
RuPaul's done with his collegiate game. He's getting maximum Overwatch today because he's been shoved straight back into the Toronto lineup.
All right, well, here we go. We get a chance to see Sugar Free now go back over to the DPS role as RuPaul comes back into the roster to take up that second support. And congrats, Danny, getting a map win here for the Toronto Defiant. It's a pretty big dub, honestly.
Yeah, we take those. Sugar Free also throwing us back here on this roster graphic to the time when Doomfist was a DPS. How terrifying. Yeah, absolutely terrifying. Of course, here's your Dildux roster again as a reminder. Razor, of course, showing us a fair bit of Bastion play there, and definitely able to have some impact. I think the Symmetra is also a good look on that first round, and they really got a lot of use out of her ultimate. But we're heading over to Hollywood, Rose. And I think you asked, like, what happens when we start to see maps come up that have a really strong like attack-defense dichotomy, like when there's a lot of identity per side of the map. I think we're seeing it now, and let's not forget, someone was one of the best dive tanks on this map for the last couple of years, and teams that he played in were ferocious on this map for that reason, especially defensive dive was really scary to see from him and his team.
Right, like you look at an attack and defensive favored map and you say, okay, Dildux, I think you actually have a much better shot to show us a bit more of what you're made of as a team. But then you bring that up too, right, Mitch, where Toronto Defiant, they get a little bit of a leg up as well, being able to play either this Sigma on the attack, the defense. I think Hollywood is also a great map for you to be able to show off that dive. Toronto Defiant just have so many different looks that they can give us in terms of team compositions that Dildux might struggle to show us any more than they've been able to on Samoa, but only time will really tell.
Yeah, I do want to wait to see what composition they come out with here. I see like even the Zen of it. I mean, against slower setups, it's actually not too bad, but it's pretty risky. Dildux going to be looking like going for something a little bit more all-in. And Toronto, it's a similar idea as what we saw from them in that first map, right? Have a really strong core, really strong front line that's quite strong against dive, and then sort of let Merit flank and let Sugar Free take advantage of that shielding.
And that shield is going to be so nice too when you've got this defensive setup, because you can put that Sigma on Cafe. You can actually give that shield over to any DPS that might want to be on that high ground or the off angle. It can be really valuable there. Just make sure that the DPS is protected. But look at this. It's going to be an immediate swarm of Merit in the back as Dildux see their prey and they want to grab it.
You'd normally expect to see Sugar Free on the Tracer and Merit on the Cassidy here, so a bit of a switch up, and that kill straight away sort of tells you what Toronto are trying to do. By the time Baz gets within striking distance of this front line, he's like 10 HP, and he's easy to clean up.
You just gotta bunker down over that Cafe, and then you have to make that Winston come to you, and that's really where Toronto Defiant can get that punish as soon as that Winston is out of those mobility cooldowns. But they're chasing all of these picks back to spawn, and someone on Toronto Defiant might even be able to complete the touch the spawn doors challenge here.
I mean, they could have done it if they really wanted to. Lenny's looking pretty sharp on the Cassidy today. Disrupt the shot here will slow Toronto down a little bit, but they're able to get back in formation, albeit on the low ground now. And we'll retreat back into the Cafe as the pressure comes in from Baz. This gives Cryam a good vantage point to play from, but he still has to respect because he's playing within the optimal range of the Cassidy if he's close to that ledge.
Watch the Winston. The Cleave is really good, but Sugar Free is protected.
So much healing here as well. Deadeye not quite connecting. Razor getting fortunate there. Sugar Free couldn't quite find the timing, but Crime's going to get taken down by a pulse bomb. Mirror waited the power slide out and made sure that bomb was getting stuck.
Bomb is stuck. These headshots are sticking, and everything is coming up gold here for the Toronto Defiant. It's still going to be 2 minutes off the clock here for Dildux, and they still have those 2 minutes to work with 1/3 of the pie, maybe in a bit of a better perspective. But when can they use these ultimates? I feel like Toronto Defiant have just been able to set the pace time and time again, being able to use that pulse bomb, being able to use the Deadeye to make sure that Dildux are pushed back. And here comes the Winston again, right into this, the window.
Great mortality field though. They can't really make use of the Amp Matrix here because they had to fall back, but I think they'll take that any day of the week. They're able to sort of bend with the pressure being applied to them, and Baz is getting juggled around, but now he's about to turn that on his captors. Good pressure from Vega though. Initial stun there on Baz as he went into Primal, and he's quite low. This takes the Winston out of the fight for the next few seconds, but it's an overclock coming to the second wave of offense for Dildux. Crime's got a decent sight line, but he's playing for the low ground, and that makes him susceptible to someone like Merritt, who just walks up on him and cleans out the kill on a Sojourn. And Redex will eventually be dragged down as well. That's about the best that Dildux could ask for in terms of ultimates in a fight. I don't know if they really had the positioning to set Crime up for success, though.
It's so tough because when you're the Winston, you have to expect that you're going to be able to break up that defensive hold that Toronto Defiant have, but it's so difficult to do that when you are playing against one of the best teams in the world and our kiting is elite. Someone also just deletes Razor in the back, and this is going to be another lost fight here for Dildux.
Yeah, there's no step to be had here. Baz not really able to close the gap and spent most of his time approaching the point under extreme poke damage. And sometimes those hyperspheres just bounce around the right corner that a Tracer's waiting in. Now you see, that spray, it's a good spray, but they also gave it to us talent. So it doesn't mean as much as you think it does, someone.
Yeah, hey, I'm not using it.
I flex it. I absolutely flex it. I will now use Defense Matrix to change my name to something else and then use it so no one knows my fraud. Easy.
Love it. That's the long con.
Sugar Free shouldn't be there, but you know he's still able to make the 1-for-1. Crime gets picked off, so now the Widow is going to have to re-establish a sight line that can work. Great pressure though on towards someone, and still, Dildux unable to get the touch there. Just a couple more seconds, and they might actually have had point A.
Someone was backcapping. Like there was a player on Dildux that was on the point trying to get the backcap. And if this had maybe been EU, we might have actually seen the back cap go through.
That is fair. I mean, you were casting, so I definitely believed it was possible.
I had to hold my breath for that one because I wasn't entirely sure if the back cap was going to happen. But lucky for us, the curse is at bay. Just yes. More maps.
We've managed to still the curse for the time being. Toronto, again, it's a pretty comfortable composition. It's one that obviously relies on Sugar Free to have pretty insane output. And it also gets a bit dicey when the enemy Sojourn gets up on the opposite high ground and starts to put pressure down. A lot really hinges on how that exchange goes between the two hit scan DPS. But I don't know, Sunrun was so hard to shift. I think Razor had a really tough time wrapping around the backside, and you know, the immortality fields were very, very good from Toronto. RuPaul made it very, very hard. The guy's warmed up, you know what I mean? He's been hanging out with his collegiate buddies. Now he's here in the OWCS, and yeah, he's looking pretty sharp still.
I mean, RuPaul had a full series, and it was versus Maryville, Luminosity. Like, what better warm-up could you have had than versus one of the best teams in NA?
Yep, Collegiate's getting kind of brutal nowadays. Like, they ain't messing around. You'd love to see it. All right, Iliari here for Vega.
I love to see the hog. I think.
Yeah, a bit of hog. I wouldn't read into it too much.
Do I love to see this?
Oh, I like to see that. Someone? You don't want to? No, that's fine. Don't worry about it. Actually, M1 is banned. M1 is banned. Nice hook. Pressure now being put on Baz, and obviously this is really threatening to a Winston. Baz again will get disrupted like he would against a Christian or against an Orisa Javelin, but also getting dragged into the enemy formation without being able to throw his bubble down instantly is a bit of a problem. Straight away, half his HP disappears as someone two-taps him, and Vega's there to finish off the elimination.
Take a breather, take a break, take a nap. Toronto Defiant, I don't know if someone needs to do much more than this to get the point.
No, I mean, he's done. He is channeling vintage Snizzlenose out here right now. Crime backing away. Yeah, Vega obviously bearing down upon that. Cassidy will end the round. Baz got body blocked there by Merritt in Ice Block. And Toronto Defiant make it pretty straightforward for us here. A pretty one-sided game on Hollywood.
You know that someone is having a good time when someone is going to bring out an off-meta tank pick and make it look really, really good. We saw this before Mauga was the Giga Mauga that we had for that one patch, and then it got reverted, and someone again bringing out the Roadhog, which is not something that I think we should ever expect to see much of in OWCS. Right?
I think approaching that hero pick from an academic standpoint would be a waste of time, but it was fun. And, you know, again, he hit like 3 hooks, and of course, like the pressure you put on Winston, like he is very, very strong against those Winston comps because all of a sudden, Baz doesn't know if he's diving into a Win or a Cactus. It's you know, pretty dangerous and it requires you to play much differently. The Lenny Cassidy, though, I'm a fan of this. Very aggressive, as you probably, you know, can see. But I think that's just a playstyle enabled by the rest of the Toronto Defiant showing no respect. At this point in the competition, why not? Get your games done, hit the showers after, and be planning for the rest of this group stage.
I mean, listen, if you've got a Brigitte that's as good as Vega, that's going to be there to give you some cookies, maybe give you a bit of a warm hug with the rally, I think you're feeling pretty confident that you can go walk up to basically anything and play without fear if you are going to be a long-range hit scan like Sugar Free. So I think you're feeling great on Toronto Defiant with your odds right now. Stat check?
Stat check. Well, look, it's a little grim. It is a little grim, but this is, again, we saw many of these team fights go where maybe Toronto losing one, maybe two players. Like, this is an expected stat line for a team that is unable to win a team fight over the course of the entire map. It's about as bad as it gets here, so the upside for Dildux is that, you know, it's only up and up from here, as Esperanza will be on the docket for our next map. This is the kind of map where, again, we can still see plenty of that Winston play. That is, you know, very appropriate. I also... You know, I think that you can do a lot with Sigma here. I think if someone just wants to stay on that pick and they can control the high ground effectively, then they're going to be very oppressive, especially once they're able to push up that first 10 to 20 meters of bot progress.
I'm waiting with bated breath to see if we are going to see the role swaps that are being hovered over right now.
They're doing it.
From Toronto to
I think they actually
This was the map last time.
They submitted official role swaps to administration in between.
Okay.
So they are doing this.
Listen, this is what we saw when they were on their final map yesterday to be able to get the 3-0 to be here today. It was with these rule swaps, and it's happening again. And you know, I gotta say, Sugar Free's Winston looked pretty good. I saw those Primal Rages, I saw the juggles, they were legit.
Now he's about to run it back once more. Merit on the Ana. Very suitable hero for a bit of an aim god. The Immortality Field going to be thrown down there. Merit does get clambered upon pretty quickly, but Bass is very low. Someone should be able to clean this up easily enough. It's going to be Vega on the Cassidy instead. They get the job done. Toronto, a bit of a back and forth fight here, but more than enough to be headed in the right direction. Bot is on the move.
And this one too, actually just getting information from production. Sugar Free is the first player to play every single role in an official match. So congratulations for that accolade. Please don't forget the bot. Please and thank you. Your resident C9 caster.
Yeah, I know. You're gonna have Rose on edge if you start getting up to those kind of shenanigans. Either way, Toronto now had to fight for the high ground once more. That was a Suzu that had to be forced out immediately from Frothy Philly onto Red X because of the Bionade that hit. One of the best targets you could ask for there. Merit connecting with the Lucio. All going to be thrown down now, and Sugar Free's just going to be topped up right here. You can see that Rupal playing back from behind with Vegas standing. He's able to keep Sugar Free in the fight. Pulse Bomb there on Red X, and Baz fell, of course. The hindrance meant that the Winston was never going to get out of that fight. And again, some signs of resistance being offered, but it is not remotely enough from Dildux.
Toronto Defiant at this point too, like they're gonna run rings around these ultimates being charged up by Dildux. You already had Pulse Bomb get thrown out here by someone. I think it's pretty awesome to see that someone can still hold his own on a DPS hero as well, as we kind of all have expected based on the sort of no fear play style that he has. He did just walk up to somebody and Pulse Bomb them too, so that's a great look. But Merit's got this nano boost. Very much give it over to Winston.
All right, over to Sugar Free now, is on the dive. Nano boost, of course, with a bit of extra durability, but still a lot of damage taken as that's front-loaded from Crime with that fan hammer. Still, Baz and Frothy Philly are down. Two most important targets, and that mag grenade won't save you this time, Crime. You know what follows Crime? Punishment. Back to spawn with you. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
Jail?
Jail.
I think the spot.
Jail, immediately. Crime and punishment. That's the phrase.
Jail. Crime and punishment, go to jail. Excellent. This is our Monopoly board here, and we're just living in the Toronto Defiant universe. It's going to be checkpoint unlocked as well as that bot gets to the butt scratch mode, unlocks his forward spawns. Sugar Free is back. He's creating some problems.
Okay, good peel back for Sugar Free here, but a lot of people piling behind him from Dildux, and they have built up that critical mass of ultimates here. Credit to them as well. They're not just blowing them immediately. They're going to maintain a sound barrier into the next fight. I think that's probably one of the most important decisions to be making here when you have such a big deficit to make up. Well, maybe some ego involved in that challenge. Just a little.
Maybe a little, but that was a 1v1 that someone was able to win. Versus a Lucio.
Good job. You beat a Lucio, someone. What's next?
Healing. So
you're gonna win a world championship?
Again?
Yeah, again. That's right.
Again?
Oh my goodness. That was almost a little bit of an Ajax there from RedX. Able to get the beat off just in time, but for who? If Lucio beats in the woods and no one's there to see it, does he beat it all?
No.
Relax. We're able to. Look, I guess it's fine. You're able to provide it to maybe a couple of players there, but the fight's getting very segmented, very broken up.
I think a lot of that is just credit to Toronto Defiant. They always play a little bit scrappy, especially when they're going to be in a bit of a silly mode. But they're isolating a couple of these key members here on Dildux, and it does make those pushes way more fragmented. And that's something that Toronto Defiant, as a team, know how to punish when they are able to take those players 1v1.
Yeah, right now in a 2v5, they just need to pull the plug. And they get on out there. Crime going to confirm that with a Deadeye. Toronto looking to regroup here. Is there a risk of giving up the first checkpoint to Dildux? Crime wants to reissue that high ground, but they've already lost Razor. That's a dangerous prospect. Okay, Bionade whizzing past Crime's left here. He's able to avoid the anti-heal, but can he find any targets? Yeah, the bot is on the move once more. Mag Grenade, no connection. Now someone can start to go to work with impunity. And Crime gets bopped.
This is the point where we would want to see Toronto Defiant bring things back together. Like, silliness is very fun, but if you are going to give up an objective, if you're going to give up enough meterage, then people might wonder a little bit, like, okay, what are you actually doing in the match right now? Maybe a bit of a gentle disagreement to give over a point?
Limit testing, I think. Just trying to see what they can get away with in many of these engagements, and also just trying to have a bit of fun. I think that's pretty important to remember.
Fun is a very important thing.
There are too many of these players played under Gunbert. They might have forgotten what it's like to have fun. So I'm really glad.
It's a video game. So.
Yes, I'm really glad they're taking this opportunity, and their brains haven't been taken over slowly by this like living AI that just encroaches into their neurons and acts like a parasite that drives their movements in game constantly. Big fan of that. Live it up, boys.
They've earned it. They really have earned having fun at this juncture. They look great. Someone is meleeing people to death.
Yeah, and look, tough to take a lot away from it because neither team is disengaging, right? So it's a long fight, gets dragged out, a lot of individual challenges here. Vega finding that one kill, that puts Dildux in a very nasty spot now. They've only got 2 DPS left, and the Mag Grenade connects with Razor, which means that Tracer is not hop skipping or jumping away.
I just want to call out again that they let someone get away with that kill at 1 HP. He was 1. He was like actually 1. If you're going to call out that somebody is 1, someone was actually 1.
That might be the first time someone was actually literally 1.
Yeah.
As opposed to being about 70 to 130 HP and still getting that call anyway. So that's the standard we should be setting in ranked. I appreciate that example. Rose?
Yep. Anytime. Anything to help out your ranked games.
But this is obviously a drubbing. Someone here putting a lot of pressure down, going to be able to get topped up as he returns to his own backline. And coming up here, there could be a Deadeye to punish like this aggression, especially now the dive's already been used by Baz. Vega's able to backtrack a little bit here, but the second jump from Baz is a scary one. This will force a disengagement. Sugar Free gets dragged down elsewhere now as we have both support ultimates popped by Dildux to try and get back into this game.
Is going to be a pulse bomb now dropped in the woods, and I don't think anybody saw that one, but
I wish I didn't.
My eyes!
What a day to have eyes. Yes. All right. Crime overextends a little bit there into the high ground that Toronto were able to set up following the elimination of Sugar Free, who has a Crime on his.
Junkrat?
Yes. Yes, he is. I'm not really sure if there again is an academic basis for that decision, and I wouldn't read into it too much, but you can take positioning up on this top left or top right side. You could be quite the nuisance.
You were trying so hard here, Mitch. I appreciate the...
I'm really trying to set expectations for people, though. Like, don't waste brain power on trying to understand what the underlying plan is here. Oh my goodness, guys! Oh, that's not how you want to meet Junkrat at all. At least take the fight face-to-face someone. That's dirty. Sugar Free here with a Primal, make it 3. Razor is not getting out of spawn, and they know it. We're going to get a full cap here for the Toronto Defiant to close out a 3-0 clean sweep.
Well, I'm going to chalk up the Junkrat pick to having more fun.
Yes.
I think is the answer to that question. That was fun.
Yes, against a Widow, I definitely think it's more motivated by fun than anything else. But look, Toronto is showing us they can sort of have a more lax approach to the game and still come out with a very clean result here. This is, it probably feels like a warm-up to them in some senses. They do know there are dangerous enemies, so we're lurking amidst the rest of these groups, though. And they'll know when the time comes, they'll have their guard up.
Yeah, they certainly will not be tested in their group specifically, but I also didn't really feel like they were last stage. So interesting to see who is gonna, take them the extra mile, make them sweat a little more. It wasn't the Ducks, but we get to see Roadhog, so I can't complain. I'm happy. Also, RuPaul getting the double warm-up by playing collegiate. I hope he won his game. I hope he was worth it. And Danny subbing in, showing us that he's not washed yet. Why not?
He was fine. Credit to Danny.
He's great. Just
came
fine.
out, showed us a great game in Samoa. Won't take anything away from it.
Yeah, I mean, there's not too much to be said about this particular match, but based on what you guys have seen from the Dilducks, how will they fare against the rest of their group? Because they're not out yet. This was the winners match. They will have another chance to actually qualify for the main event. Doable?
It's so hard to say. Like, I don't know how much we can actually classify this as a match because, like, it was Toronto Defiant. Like, of all the opponents that you could have, I think Toronto Defiant is going to be the one opponent that would make you, would just make it look silly, right? So I think we still have yet to see what the Dilducks can bring to the table, aside of the match that they played yesterday, which was a 3-0 victory and very convincing for the Dilducks in that way as well.
They could get out in second. They already beat Visored, so let's see Dilducks go all the way.
Well, for now, we're gonna replay the winning moments of Toronto Defiant. Let's hear how much fun they had with this one.
Yeah, Junkrat. Monkey one. Lucio. Oh my god, is that Shui?
Yeah. Who do you say gap to, bro?
That Gushue?
Is that Gushue? In my
Why is he screaming? He's screaming gap at them. Why are you screaming gap at them? Come on,
amp yourself up, man.
They
had fun with it. I mean, someone was living his best life. I always wonder when we see role swapping like that and them just like trolling around, who makes those calls? Also, is there anyone on the team who's like, guys, let's not.
I mean, look, they were still calling, right? They were. It wasn't even that.
Yeah.
It wasn't even that clownish, honestly. Like, they were calling their targets. They were saying like Monkey 1, which is great. That's, for those wondering, that's a great comm. Especially if the monkey is actually full HP or half HP. Monkey 1's still great. Still great.
He
That's
was
what we
actually
like to hear.
kind of one.
He was one. Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
One. I mean, he was definitely one grenade from dying.
Kind of one.
Great comms, guys.
Yeah,
this is a
you
world
said
beater.
Monkey 1 and Tracer 1. If you said that in your comms, then you clearly commed on the highest of levels.
Now, if you scream gap incessantly in our ranked games as well, I'm going to get very hyped up because that is going to signal to me that you are actually dominating your one-to-one opponent, and that's going to fill me with confidence. So, yeah, if you're in ranked games, make sure you scream gap as often as you can.
That's really great advice. And this is why we now have 10 slots to avoid players.
One of them is going to be Mitch in the very top.
One is going to be the person.
Listen, I'm number one. Doesn't matter where it is. Okay, could be on the B-roll highlights. Could be on your avoid list. Doesn't matter to me. It's all the same. Number one, baby.
Okay, Sugar Free on that Winston doing the Lord's work.
Yes.
He's had a fun game.
I mean, assuming that the Lord is Beelzebub and he's trying to wipe out existence, he is doing the Lord's work.
True.
Yeah. Cthulhu.
Facts. Any Lord will do.
I mean, look, Sugar Free showed us great Winston play. Like, it was pretty tight, honestly. Backed up, obviously, very well by his backline. And, of course, someone out there with just a chef's kiss performance on the Tracer. Maybe a couple too many 1v1s lost to a Lucio. That is one. That would be too many. But still, great to see him out there putting that pressure down. Sugar Free, of course, showed us some great support play as well. What are we even giving him player of the match for? It doesn't matter. It was an all-rounder effort from Sugar Free. It's the first player to play every role in an OWCS game.
That's right.
Pretty sweet.
What an achievement. Yeah.
Can we give that as like a personal, like a special achievement at the OWCS season?
Yeah, I'll give him a sticker for
verified
that.
Overwatch League player spray. You get the verified all-rounder and OWCS
Yes,
spray.
but it has to be in Comic Sans font. It has to be.
Yeah, or the Joker font, I think, for old Microsoft Word.
Oh, man.
Some good. I personally like Papyrus, you know. I like it a little more edgy. But yeah, we actually have an interview ready. I believe it's with Danny, who subbed in so very bravely on that first map since RuPaul just couldn't be bothered to show up to work, I guess. Danny, thank you so much for joining us here for a quick chat. You got to sub in. It finally happened. We're all waiting for it. You claimed at the very beginning of the season that we will not be seeing that unless someone is gravely ill. In fact, it just took someone to play some collegiate matches. Were you ready? Were you amped up? Were you nervous? Walk us through your feelings.
I mean, honestly, I was a little bit nervous. I had one map of warm-up scrim against Seeker's team, but it was a really fun experience just playing for the first time.
Now, obviously, you guys at the Toronto Defiant, you're in a position where you have the target on your backs, right? You have to find that motivation to continue to improve and stay ahead of the pack, even when you're not suffering losses to sort of stoke that sort of fire. So how do you keep the guys like motivated? How do you keep them on track here, especially when we have kind of games like this that frankly are pretty comfortable? You know, are you telling him to take it seriously? Are you letting him have a bit of fun with it? Like, how do you find a balance here to be the best team, but also still striving to improve?
Yeah, so, I mean, of course, these types of games, I think having fun is really good for everyone's motivation. But at the same time, we take practice very seriously. Like, we try to review as much as possible. We do reviews after scrims. And then even we stream all our scrims as well. We're always trying out different comps and everything like that. Like, we see that Venture's coming out next patch. We're also trying some new ball comps and everything like that. So we're trying to always, like, stay ahead of the pack if we can.
So you're reviewing this game? When's that scheduled for?
Oh, I don't know if we're going to review this game, but maybe I need to review my own performance. I don't know.
I need like the full meme content of you guys reviewing the game and finding some amount of approach.
Don't give them ideas for more content.
Play.
Okay. I like Junkrat.
I think we would all enjoy that. But hey, listen, when kind of love to get your thoughts on weighing in on kind of like the top 4 situation in North America right now, because I think everybody has a bit of a different idea of what the power rankings look like for those 2nd to 4th place spots. So curious to know who you think might be in those positions.
Yeah, so right now I think Timeless is actually the 2nd place team. That's kind of our number 1 enemy. We like to practice against them. We've been doing good. I think 3rd place goes to M80 right now, and luckily their Korean players are going to be heading to NA, so they'll be on better ping. Hopefully the competition will be a little bit better. But I don't know, Gator. We'll see what's going on in these matches. Your team hasn't been looking too good, dropping a couple maps early on, but yeah. And then I also want to give a shout out to Hunter and Luminosity. I think they're the 4th place team right now.
We actually get to see them playing in just a little bit against Timeless. Now, Danny, before I let you go, you may or may not be aware that Sugar Free is the first player, at least in OWCS, who's getting to play every single role in one single match. Now, here's some trivia question for you. Which player do you think was the first one to do so in OWL?
I think it was Mir. It was my former tank on Washington Justice, right? It was Mir on LA Gladiators.
It was not Mirror. He was, oddly enough, it was not. We did think it was him. We consulted AI about that. I don't know if we have the graphic ready in time, so I'm trying to yap and stretch out my sentence to get that graphic ready. But I consulted our AI overlords in the mighty interwebs, and they spouted out a name. Mitch, do you want to have a guess? Rose,
time.
Don't read out Discord.
I peeked, so like I cheated is technically. So I can't say
peeked.
anything.
Okay, yeah, okay. Rose knows. I'm just gonna drop it, graphic or not. It was Costa. Out of all people.
Oh, wow.
I know. In his time the Valiant. Season 1 time the Valiant went through something, I think, there. So Costa had to go through it with them. Right, well, that's it. Some trivia to end it all. Danny, thank you so much for joining us. Best of luck in the main event.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Danny,
that's not true. That wasn't Scott, right?
Was it really Scott? According to the sources that probably have more knowledge and capability and capacity than we do. I didn't think so either. I typed it in. I did not expect that reply.
They didn't even let him play support at some point for that team. How did he get to play 2 other roles?
They went through something.
Everybody at Costa on social media.
He has that accolade. It's like the only accolade this man has, but we want to give it to him.
No, he has the most amount of cosmetic ults used in the Overwatch League as well. Like purely just for the visual effects, yeah. Yeah, he's got a real eye for, he's got a real flair for sort of design and creating a great ambience on the battlefield with those transcendences. Yeah, big fan.
Yeah, we're all about those ambience lights during our matches. Now we let you and everyone else watching celebrate Costa's achievement as we're heading into a quick break. When we're coming back, we're going to take a look at the winners match of Group B, Timeless versus Luminosity. You don't want to miss it. Welcome back, one and all. Zoe here, joined by Uber and Necra, and we're getting ready for match number 2 in the NA region. It's day number 2 of the group stages. We're here to talk you through all the action and then some. First, let's take a look at the Timeless roster. We already hit on them in our pre-show a little bit. They are one of the favorite teams in this entire region, and rightfully so. I mean, look at this team.
It's stacked. I mean, this is an exciting roster, I think, to see continue to develop. I think that they're really well positioned in this group, right? They have experience going up against Luminosity, who, of course, the other threat in this particular lineup. But you've got a lot of experience. Some of these players have been playing since like 2019 and earlier. They were the most promising prospects of North American Tier 2. Obviously, CJ, spent some time on the Los Angeles Valiant. This team has remained unchanged as well recently. So, expect this team to continue to leverage the experience that they got the last, group stage and main event and take it straight into this game.
No secret they didn't have to make any changes when they were just so good in that first main stage as well, being able to grab that second place. But even just taking a look at how Chopper and Rocket as a DPS duo have been astounding. They have been touted as one of the best up-and-coming DPS pairs for North America, and we get a chance to see that roster rounded out with Seonjun, who can also come in to play things like the Sojourn, so they have a ton of flexibility in that lineup. But Luminosity, this is a team that also remains unchanged heading from stage 1 into stage 2. This is the Maryville Esports roster that Luminosity picked up to be able to help through the OWCS, and there's a lot of familiar faces on this one too, Mitch.
Yeah, and their esports program out of Maryville is no joke. They have led the country in multiple games, Overwatch definitely being one of them, for quite some time. We are looking at, pros of that past era of the Overwatch League, and even people like Juvie, right? Don't forget, spent some time on that Houston Outlaws roster. King, obviously, from the Vancouver Titans. Luke Mino's there, sat on the bench, waiting for his chance to come in. And I'm kind of surprised that this team is only getting the 4th place results, Rose. Like, looking at the strength of this roster and how good they are at playing like the Winston Tracer hitscan comps, I really want to see this team step up. I know that top 3 are incredible, but genuinely, like, these guys have as much experience, if not more, than Timeless does. It's about manifesting that in results that they've not been able to do so far.
No, not yet, but I do think it's only a matter of time before we are going to see Luminosity really be able to hold their own against the other teams that are considered the best 1, 2, 3 in the region. Even being able to talk to Danny, did say that Luminosity come in 4th, but as of right now, it's kind of just where we expect the cards to fall after seeing what happened in that first main event, where I feel like they can really start to form a bit more of their identity in this type of region. It's just when it comes down to how Dante performs on something like the Orisa. I think when it comes to Dante playing in this tank role, this is where we see a lot of flexibility for this team and also a lot of the leadership in that tank role.
Absolutely. Dante transitioning to the tank role had an impact immediately, and so many people wondered, why he was sort of moved off the roster that he started playing tank on. There was a lot of controversy about that because he was a standout for that team. On to Samoa though, Luminosity here. You see Squid having to cover quite a few angles, and Vision steps out of line of sight. Squid cannot keep him topped up, and that's looking dangerous. Timeless have already found their in. Rocket cracks this one right open. Now more than happy to duel with King because there's a player advantage that's starting to exert itself over the balance of power. Dante forced back here, body blocked for a time, that Fortify used up to try and get back through the choke, and Rocket is waiting for him with open arms on the other side.
What's so hard about this matchup is the fact that you have CJ playing the Kiriko versus Squid on the Baptiste. Both of those heroes, of course, can provide a ton of healing output, but when we take a look at the Kiriko and what they're able to provide in terms of that utility, that Suzu is just undeniably so strong, especially when you look at the pulse bombs being traded on both King and Rocket's side.
Yeah, having a cooldown that can basically cancel out an ultimate, and being able to do that regularly basically shuts down like the lion's share of Tracer's impact, at least 30 to 40%, and that's sort of a conservative estimate. It is a big difference maker. CJ though down, no Suzu available for the time being as King was able to stick to that Kiriko, and Vision spending much of his time flanking. Job being done by the rest of his team, and he'll get involved by removing the Tracer.
And that's one way you can really bring yourself back into the fight, is if you just take out that Thorn Kiriko. If you remove that main source of healing as well as that utility in the Suzu, then it's way easier for you to be able to get in and just kind of place that DPS from front to back. And so Luminosity now able to take control of the point, and they've got some ultimates to work with as well. That amplification matrix feels going to be like it's so big in this fight, but let's listen in to see how Luminosity are going to approch this.
They're all weak right now.
They spin.
I'm taking left, taking left. Yeah, I need a little bit heals, I need a little bit heals.
Yeah.
All right. I'm shooting short, shooting short.
I'm taking left.
We're gonna stop.
I'm gonna stop.
Zone one, carry me.
I'm shooting short, shooting short. Careful. I'm shooting short.
Switch up. Cutty, shit. Yeah.
In the back.
I have no left, care.
My bad.
Back. They pulse bomb carry. They beat Orisa. Surge.
I think you can stack harder on our cast squid because they're not shooting me at all, man.
I want Juby to start with them.
Yeah, I would have killed Surge. They were just beating me.
Okay. Put more into our cast, guys.
So a bit of frustration there. You could kind of see how King had a key opening on Icy there. Icy's so low, was saying, hey, I've got the Orisa low, Cammy, and the Suzu basically shuts that down, and Timeless able to turn that fight back around here. So Luminosity still working out some of the kinks in the communication. Deadeye here for Vision. Pushing Timeless away for now. But it's just a small opening. It doesn't even allow for a full cap. Timeless still maintain control of the point.
That's going to be what a percentage they're walking away with as well. Even more longevity with the sound barrier on top from Opener.
Oh my goodness, Chopper ripped Squid's head off his shoulders. At least the Out Matrix plus Vision shots able to come in and secure a trade. Terra Surge holding King and Vision in place there. Great turnaround. And that was the ult that was commed by Luminosity. They have sound barrier. They also have Orisa ult. Icy able to run Dante down here and put Timeless in a position to take the round here.
Still a very competitive round, though, coming out from Luminosity. I think something that they did struggle with is just making sure that they were able to keep pace with things that Timeless were bringing to the table, whether it was just making sure they had the right healing output or being able to actually chunk down those low health targets and actually take them out. Luminosity may just need like a second to really figure out the pace of how they need to match into a team like Timeless. But they're warmed. They should be warmed up, no? Uber, they got a whole collegiate match under their belt right now.
Everybody's playing collegiate today. Yeah, getting those games out of the way is definitely important, but I feel like this is probably a different beast entirely. Timeless are locked in right now, and that first round, while competitive at some points, ultimately looked very, very solid from them. I think Chopper coming in from the top rope, with some key overclocks there, really swung things in Timeless's favor. Well, of course, to have the Orisa mirror still in. Okay, we are sneaky beaky like here. Maybe hoping to catch someone overextended, maybe even a Tracer. Give her a energy javelin and follow up, but Luminosity do spot this out, and now we'll have a neutral played in this reactor room.
Dante's so low, though. He needs to get topped up before Timeless are able to move on that.
Dante a little low. Rocket, though, takes a big hit. Now needs to make himself scarce as King with 3. Runs over the top of Timeless. And that's the kind of start you're looking for here. Add another one to that tally. King is accounted for 4 of 5 eliminations of Timeless. Tracer already heating up.
A really great wraparound there from Luminosity as well. While we ended up seeing Rocket try to take an off angle from Timeless, the rest of Luminosity were just walking into that Timeless front line. It brought so much space for King to be able to just grab those picks. And a nice disengage here as well here from Luminosity to try to play around this corner.
Icy looking for a way in here. Or at least a way to create some space to send Rocket on a flank. Rocket playing the point right now from the left-hand side. Javelin's been used by Dante here, but he's taken a fair bit of damage. The Out Matrix, though, is going to allow Luminosity to force Timeless back. They are wrapped around the corner, and King isn't done. He dives deep and plucks Rocket out, and once more, the Tracer gives that player advantage to Luminosity.
Now this is what we wanted to see out of a composition like this. Luminosity are actually stacking on top of each other. It was a call out that you heard in their communication when we got a chance to do that listen-in, and they just want to be able to play on top of each other. Sometimes they're making way for a bit of an off angle, like King to be able to try to go play on his own as a solo agent on this Tracer, but still being able to walk back to the rest of the team.
Katsuna rush set up so Icy can plunge into the heart of Luminosity. Timeless need to get in charge of the point real quick. That'll do it. Sound barrier also expended here. So both support ultimates drawn out from Timeless. But they'll be happy enough to at least have a staging ground and actually get a bit of space and stop being shunted around the map by Luminosity, who keep taking the initiative.
There's always going to be a tough fight there for Luminosity to win when you have that Kitsune rush that gives so much extra mobility to the rest of the Timeless squad. And on top of that too, with the Sound Bearer ready to get the trigger pulled, you're just going to be a little bit too beefy to actually take out. So Luminosity did the smart thing. They expended a couple of DPS ultimates, but ultimately they gave up the point really quickly so they can come in here with this Terra Surge.
Rocket more than happy to shelter within the Terra Surge for the time being. Sound Barrier comes out just the right time, just as the Immortality Field went down. Great layering of that utility here by Luminosity. This is a very comfortable fight win for them after the fact. And you know, Kitsune Rush so powerful, it's not just like the mobility, but it's also survivability, because Orisa's cooldowns get refreshed so much quicker. 2 of her cooldowns, of course, are defensive, so it's really hard to like fight on even footing when she's like fortifying, you know, twice as often and having so much ability to break damage up with Javelin Spin.
Yeah, and she also just like shoots. That does a ton of damage. Like Orisa's damage output is nothing to be underestimated, but it's time here to see what Chopper can do with this overclock.
Chopper takes note of King, aggressively blinking into his field of view. That overclock, we might see Chopper try and take some more space to make use of it. He's trying. Javelin Spin's going to be a problem though. Mag Grenade dropped at his feet, but is out to catch vision on the way down. Beautiful work. Another big hit here, and Immortality Field is drawn out. Chopper walks into it though. And with that extra durability, Luminosity can hold their ground. Opener falls now. No speed to get yourself out of this fight, and Icy is going to try and stall, but this round is over. Pulse Bomb accounts for much of the Orisa's health, and the Kitsune Rush at least gets Icy out, but he still needs to contest to some degree, and CJ is zoned away. He can't heal Luminosity, even up Samoa. Quite a convincing second round.
Looked really clean from them. Again, going back to just being able to play on top of each other, make sure that everybody is going to be able to take advantage of the extra burst healing coming out from the Baptiste, or even just being able to utilize a bit more of that natural AoE healing that something like the Lucio is going to be able to provide. And so Luminosity really showing us a much better look. But does that change at all when we go over to a bit more of an open map once again as we head over to Beach? Because that is where we saw Luminosity struggle, is when we were on downtown and there was just so much open ground to play with, not necessarily those nice defensive corners that a round like Volcano would provide.
Well, it's a map that benefits Chopper as well. A little bit mauled in Volcano, as it can be hard to find value outside of those disrupt the shot niche plays. So we'll see it play out here. We have a switch over towards Ash for vision, so they themselves don't feel particularly comfortable with Cassidy's effective range on a map like this. They definitely fancy punishing the grouping up of Timeless with some of these dynamites. Exhibit A. Vision will be thrown back here for a time, but pretty unbothered by the Orisa for the most part.
It's going to be a standstill until one of these DPS ends up getting a pick. It's going to be the Tracers, too, that are going to be duking it out by the back of this point. So pay attention to how close these health bars drop, especially Chopper. Whew.
I mean, that was great interference being run by Juby there. Chopper couldn't close the gap. They got interrupted halfway through the power slide and got popped up just so Vision could pick them off. King also picking up from where he left off in the last round. Great little three-piece from King and Luminosity once more firmly in the driver's seat.
They get a chance to play a little bit more far forward, and something about Luminosity's comp that's just so nice is that Ash is going to be providing some really consistent damage output. Instead of having to charge up this big railgun shot and potentially whiffing it onto a head, you get a chance to just kind of keep putting out these consistent headshots, and so Luminosity now also set up to keep that poke going as Timeless walk back in.
A lot rests on Chopper, and how much he can get done against this Ash. They Ash Suzu off the dynamite. Reasonable choice, I suppose. But Chopper's still probing, looking for an opening. Can't stand still for too long, lest he have his head taken clean off by Vision. There's that air matrix coming up on the high ground now. This is going to force Timeless into more defensive positions. Fortify on Icy, but eventually will be brought down after the Pulse Bomb connects. CJ, he got hammered there by Vision. Beautiful headshot, and this Ash is kind of taken over the round alongside King's Tracer.
Icy got so isolated, and I think that's something else that the Dynamite does a really great job of, is it forces you to have to back away and sometimes into a disadvantageous position, like below point, where you are out of the sight line or even just out of the way of getting some help there from your support. So we're all like, just like that, Mitch, we're kind of looking at a last fight territory here for Luminosity if Timeless continue to take their time to get back into this, but they do have the rush, which is a great engagement tool here.
Yeah, but they're going to run into a Risa roll, a Bob potentially to pop them up here. Timeless had never really had a distinct advantage in ult economy. That's what they needed to see. Chopper finds Vision. Finally, the Sojourn wins out against the Ash in the long-range duel. This will allow Timeless to immediately transition over to the point, and only at the cost of a Kitsune Rush. So that is a very cost-efficient fight win.
It's a super valuable ultimate though for Timeless, even if it's not going to be just there as an engagement tool. It is a way for them to be able to actually get a chance to pepper up some of the rest of the ultimate charge for the rest of the team. So you've got the overclock, you've got the Terror Surge, the sound barrier so critical in this next fight here for Timeless because they can't make any mistakes here.
Icy on the drop down, but again, a little bit out of line of sight of some of that healing. You can see the opener getting thrown at the Orisa. Icy able to stay alive for now. There's the Suzu. Dante going to be interrupting Icy whenever possible, and that Terror Surge comes down. Opener won't have a chance to get away. He was the intended target there. Dante forcing Icy back. A Pulse Bomb will chomp through that health, and again, Fortify won't make a difference. Luminosity back in control.
Oh, a big stagger here too. Just to be able to increase a bit more of that percentage, give Timeless less of a chance to come back. Even look at Rocket getting chunked before able to touch the point.
No ults for the defensive team, but I don't think they really care. King's able to find Rocket here, traded out by Chopper eventually, but that'll be the entire map. Luminosity buck the trend that we've seen between these two teams in the past and actually get a key map win at the start of the series. And this is a team that we highlighted as one that could show the fruits of their labor over the last few weeks, month or so since that stage one. This is great looks from the underdog team.
Yeah, not only have they had a couple more weeks to be able to get that synergy together, but they also have such a huge test of strength right now to really show people what they are made of. And I think that the warm-up match might have had a little bit of a hand in it. Like, even though it is, we don't really know what the strength of that roster holds, but it's great to be able to see that they have had a chance to actually warm up, and this is a great look for them so far.
It's a great start. Let's hear some of the sounds from the end of that map because we got to hear Luminosity and they seem pretty dialed in. Let's check it out.
Just. I need care. I'm looking for
we do. I've left.
Luciano.
Let's not shot.
Ursa actually one.
Shot real.
Journey point. Lucio. Give me left. Ursa one. He's out. I'm okay. Ursa's one.
So dead.
Kill, we need kill. Stagger. Leave him for a second. Pull now. Nice.
Okay, your trust really starts to get abused when your mate take Dante says Orisa, not just Orisa won, Orisa actually won. She's 60% HP. She still has armor. Actually won. Like, that's when you start to get gaslit. It's like, okay, now like the next step of this is when they say Orisa literally won when she's at 70% HP. That's when you know you've just lost trust in your team.
Hey, that's what the Tracer Pulse Bomb is for. Because if she wasn't one, well, now she really is one because you attached a Pulse Bomb and she had to hit the Fortify, and now you can actually take her out, right?
I mean, I appreciate the mental gymnastics you're trying to pull off there, but again, you can hear like how a huge part of the calling Dante is, right? We don't always have like the main tank just because their field of view is basically trained on the other tank and at the front of the fight. They can't see flankers as easy. He is really involved. So you have put a veteran player in a position to impart a lot of that experience, you know, in real time, and it makes a big difference. This Luminosity team, remember last time these two teams played, it wasn't really close. And this team also, they drop a map to Citrus Nation, who are a pretty decent team in their own right. But a win here for Luminosity not only guarantees that they get out of the group in first place, it also starts to put other teams on notice that this team is not satisfied with being fourth place, and they're going for the big time in this stage.
This match win for this group also means so much because the winner gets a chance to get out before the patch hits next week. Keep in mind that we have a patch that's dropping middle of the week that is going to segment the first 3 days of our group stage and the final 2, which sadly the loser of this match is gonna have to play out. So do you want to actually try your hand at that? We don't really know what that meta is gonna look like.
Yeah, exactly. So all the other teams are playing a BR, well, they'll also play an extraction shooter. You know what I mean? They get airlifted out of the epicenter before the tsunami comes crashing in. But it's a great point, right? It reduces some of the coaching load, I think, and it gives you a bit of a buffer to really start to formulate your approach for that post-patch, because again, it will have some pretty reasonable impact here. But ultimately, Luminosity, after that first map, it doesn't look particularly close. Like, they are really well drilled. The Ash pick from Vision comes alive in that last round, especially.
Oh, that Ashe pick was so nice because it's consistent DPS. You've got the dynamite, so it's also going to force some really valuable healing cooldowns out of your supports. And if you're able to just land a couple of shots in a row, that's a pick. You don't have to wait for that railgun to get charged up, hit the head, and even if you do, the railgun charge damage right now is not enough to actually take out a single target anymore. You have to get a couple more pop shots in there to finish up the job. So I love the Ashe pick, and it doesn't hurt sometimes to have a 6v5 if the Bob is online.
No, not at all. I mean, we also saw just like the ability to interrupt any potential dive with the coach gun. I've got to say, like the Lucio playing close to vision, also protecting the Ashe by booping away the Sojourner she tries to power slide in, or any more mobile DPS that would try and challenge that was really important. You know, I don't really have that conversation a whole lot about the Ashe versus Sojourn matchup because it is quite nuanced, but nice to see that play out on that particular map. King also is firing. He's looking excellent. Dante, like we mentioned, is a cornerstone of that calling infrastructure on this Luminosity squad. And again, like there's a lot that being a collegiate team that is in close proximity to each other, sort of day to day gives you. Here it is, of course. Once again, your Luminosity roster. Luke Mino getting subbed in here. Juby comes out, of course, as primarily a Lucio player.
Okay, yeah, I love to see this because maybe we get a chance to see Luminosity bring out a bit more of like a double flex support lineup here. We know that Lucamino is super, super gifted at that Baptiste, and if you have Squid being able to kind of bring up the rear with the Kiriko as well, you've got like double utility, and that's going to feel really nice. But for Timeless, it's going to be a double sub here, Uber. We've got Riker now coming in here for Icy, and then Sunjun taking Chopper's spot with the Sojourn.
Yeah, and of course, like Riker, we've seen, on more of the dive tanks in the past. Even, there's potential down the line that we get to see his Wrecking Ball come back out. So that's something well worth looking forward to here. But on Eichenwalde, we have already seen Luminosity on this map, and this is the one that they lost to Citrus Nation. They were playing that, again, a very much similar dive-based composition with the Winston. So, opportunity here for Timeless to get in the game in a big way. I don't know to what degree Luminosity have been able to go back and workshop this in recency, but this might be their weakest point in the map pool in general.
Well, I will say that in that map, they did have Juby in the roster playing the Lucio with this dive, so maybe it isn't going to be the dive that they bring to the table this time when we did see a sub into that support slot. So that's why I think maybe we see the double flex. Maybe we see a bit more of the Orisa. Dante has looked so good on that hero so far, and it could also be that you continue to see the Winston, but maybe with a bit of a different look that the Lucio can't really provide you.
We might see a Ana brick set up here defensively, which kind of makes sense, of course. Yeah, that mobility isn't nearly as paramount, and look, Winston really gets supercharged, of course, by the addition of that nano boost. And again, like a lot of this is really going to depend on how well protected you can keep vision. So the theme is the same for Luminosity as it was on Samoa. Set up your Cassidy to have that big impact. Of course, Sunjun and Riker coming in here means the playstyle for Timeless changes, so Luminosity need a bit of a reset now in terms of their expectations.
Right. When Sunjun comes into this roster, we typically see that going to be one of the long-range hit scans. At this point, it's maybe a Widow just to be able to see if you can get a bit of a quick pick. Maybe you go back, bring out something like the Sojourn, and there it is. So we'll have to see how Timeless are going to approach this.
Rocket.
Cat's up. Bring the bear. Bring the bear.
I need time.
Cat's fine.
We'll keep close left, kind of. Yeah.
Okay, walk. Yeah, cat's on bar.
I can walk.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, walk.
Okay.
That's up, half.
That's one part of it.
Monkey.
Okay, walk.
Space.
Cat's up.
Monkey.
Bring back.
Okay, go back on. On. Monkey.
Just monkey. Go fast. Monkey.
Monkey one, hop over there. Nice. Put her, just hide. Okay, click out. Nice. Good shit. Sorry.
Just stay point.
Well, the more things change, the more they stay the same. That is a comm that has withstood the test of time. But we got a chance to actually hear the setup there for Timeless on the dive and the execution of it there. Pretty clean comms, and Sunjun racking up those kills. But overall, looking very coordinated here at the start of Eichenwalde.
It's really nice to be able to hear that setup because oftentimes we just kind of see a team go and we don't always know what their target is looking like. And it's nice too to be able to hear that from them because I think like when you look at a Luminosity composition, there's actually quite a few targets that you could try to go after. Cassidy's role doesn't get you very far away. You also have the Ana that has the sleep and that's kind of it. She doesn't have mobility outside of that. And the same thing with Squid. If you're able to just dodge the shield bash, then that's not a bad target to have either. But Timeless, they do have to back away from the plate for a little bit, recognizing that Luminosity does have a nice, firm stronghold on these two towers.
Riker, they're going to be able to sort of walk up the stairs here, and they've sort of sectioned Dante off for the time being. Pulse bomb though. Rocket throws one down. King went for one there as well. It's going to be open the first to fall in this fight. And even the Kitsune rush, this still could be quite dicey. Squid, of course, being able to provide the rally. Losing Lucamino is almost expected here, but Rocket's starting to run over them. Get out from vision. Yeah, getting that space taken away. That is obviously where Cassidy is at his weakest. So even though he finds a couple of kills in this fight, Timeless still might be in a position of working. We see a late ult pop by Dante. An audible called here by Luminosity, realizing they can buy some time to re-establish high ground.
And it's paid off. That cart has not moved very far. And if you are moving it, you are in danger. That Lucio was so vulnerable as you saw Dante try to chase down Opener, back away from the team, isolated him now as well. Knowing that he's able to popcorn back up for some really necessary healing there from Squid and Lucamino. You can still contest this cart too as they jump down. Oh, the anti!
Yeah, it forced an early recall there from Rocket, who just could not stay in the fight with that debuff applied to him. Again, up to the high ground, you see Dante trying to follow Riker. Sonjun able to find a kill at close range. Exceptional stuff here. With Vision out of the picture now, you could go to work on some of these supports. Squid very, very low, and eventually the Winston can easily finish off a low health Brig, even with that shield in play. And there it is, Timeless. Finally get the dive they were looking for onto the high ground. Walk up the stairs, Sonjun finds an unlikely kill at close range, and they're off to the races.
They're able to get this cart really close to the finish line, but not before they're going to be able to get their reinforcements back. Luminosity is a team of 5. Try to walk up on this bridge. King having this pulse bomb as well. If he's able to hit a target on that, that's going to be a null push.
Suzu there, shuts down the pulse bomb. Lucamino's only taken a couple of fights here to build this. Nano back up. That's because Dante, of course, is cycling those dives high and low ground, making sure he gets all of his healing from Luke himself. Pulse here for Rocket. Tough to find them here. Rocket can only really take this route in, and it's a little bit treacherous, but nice little pressure coming in from Riker. That means Rocket has heads turning away from him, and he's able to find both backliners. That is exactly what they were looking for. Now with Vision being taken out of the fight, it's all but done here for Luminosity. Dante at Primal just doesn't get it done.
I wonder if we do see a bit of a compositional swap here from Luminosity. Like, the idea behind the Brigida is it's able to give you a bit more sustain against a bit of a defensive style of dive play, but now you're entering into this castle phase where there's way less high ground to play around. There's way more opportunities for you to actually get this dive, but you're so close to the rally as well that you may as well just kind of play around it. It's a tough call. Maybe just try to cleave some damage from a corner.
They're taking so much poke damage here, though. Look, Luke and Vision down to half. I think Dante going to dive back towards the rest of his team. This is uncomfortable for Luminosity. Sonjun's putting a lot of pressure on them. Okay, I like the Bionade here, but Sonjun doesn't seem to be bothered by it until King comes to clips his wings. Now there's more to be done for the Tracer. CJ Swift stepping away, but King preempts it. Knew the Tracer would head in that direction, the Kiriko rather. And CJ would not be allowed to escape.
All right, well, the dive is working for now, and even still, Dante's able to get a bit more high ground presence. See if he can get a bit more scouting in by the time the Timeless are able to get out of spawn. Sonjun going over to the Widowmaker really quickly just to see if you can kind of force Luminosity back away from those spawn doors, but you still gotta be so careful, and I think Luminosity are playing with fire a little bit as they stay within Sonjun's sightlines.
Yeah, they'll probably want to hug that corner if they can. Dante sees the Sojourn coming and heads back to the corner as well. Pulse here for King, so wants to see the power slide drawn out of the Sojourn before he goes in. That would be the optimal target to find with that ultimate. In comes the dive, everyone gets split up there. Suzu gets used early by the looks of things, so there's an opening here for King to find the pulse. Dante also has Nano Boost, so needs to find a way to derive value from that in the next couple of moments, and he does so with a Primal Rage. Instantly, half his health bar vaporizes. Now being forced to play more defensively, but lacking the ranged option that Tesla Cannon gives you, he'll be brought down by an even better ranged option in Sonjun.
goodness, this card is getting so close to the finish line. Sunjun is continuing to just take some names here. Anti just isn't quite nearly enough to push Timeless back.
Yeah, Timeless looking much more comfortable on this map. Luminosity still a little bit unsure about how to get this Cassidy into the fight properly. There is a Deadeye available. If there can be some space created from that, it'll allow the defenders to trick up back in. There it is. Rocket gets picked off there. It's so hard in the heat of the battle for the Tracer to pay heed to the line of sight connection between them and the Cassidy. Vision goes down again, though. Again, maybe just oversteps somewhat. Sonjun dishing out the damage, forced that recall there from King, who's down to half HP, and eventually a strong wind would blow him over. It's got to be a rally drawn out of Squid, but not many players are benefiting from it right now. And Sonjun doesn't overextend either. Timeless realize they've got to back away with the rally being used.
Rally's just going to give too much overhealth right now for Timeless to be able to chew through, so they're going to just wait for that to expire and go in with this Kitsune Rush.
Primal available for Riker. He doesn't go for it just yet, but Dante got absolutely smashed there on the low ground. By the time he went up, it was too late. Beautiful pulse, getting the brick is massive. And Vision once again gets the fight taken up close and can't deal with it.
Really good push there from Timeless. They're going to finish with 27 seconds left in the clock as well, so no overtime push that Luminosity was aiming for by the time that they had broken through those castle walls. On the flip side, though, I feel like the dive from Luminosity is going to be quite potent. When Dante's been able to create some space for both King and Vision, I feel like they've had the pop-off moments we would hope to come to expect from those DPS players, but in addition, I think Luminosity are just the type of team that really work with well-generated momentum.
This is also probably the best roster look I think that Timeless kind of have right now, right? I think you can see the instant impact that Riker and Sunjun have added. Such confidence with these Winston dives. Sunjun able to manufacture picks where they otherwise just really wouldn't be evident. Switching over to the Cassidy still though, so despite that lack of mobility and sort of the danger of playing within the radius of a dive comp, both teams have opted for the Cass here, perhaps as well to make it harder for that Tracer to slip in with that mag grenade.
I think you always have to look at the mag grenade as just a really nice counter to the Tracer, but I think as well, you also just look at the Cassidy having so much zoning potential with something like the Deadeye on these long straightaways. Might not be as powerful on this first point when you can play around that central pillar, but as soon as you head into the streets phase of Eichenwalde, I think you feel really good about the sightlines that Cassidy has.
Out of the gates, Timeless finishing the map with about 30 seconds to spare. Not too shabby. Was a little bit slow going towards the end there, but that's to be expected. Vision on the Sojourner now. Here's a mag grenade go off somewhere, but wasn't quite sure where it was. We are charged up. No real targets presented themselves right now, as Vision probably wanted that disruptor shot to be on the ground, but it'll dissuade any dive for the time being. Mag grenade found Dante, but he had no intention of moving in that moment. And again, Vision probably feels better about dealing with the Orisa here. Maybe even wishing they came out of SWAT on the Cassidy to fight this. Riker almost having that armor chewed through. We'll try and interact with Dante from the low ground, and there it is. Vision finally gets involved. There's inevitability about a Sojourn on the high ground getting charged up. An opener is the prize.
Ooh, that's going to be another follow-up there, too, onto Sunjun, so Time must have to go back to spawn now.
Oh, yeah. No, they're absolutely done. Riker here, maybe just stalling this out a little bit longer. That is a very convincing fight. And I kind of wonder, you know, like Timeless opting to play a less mobile composition, one that can't really dictate the pace of play like Luminosities can. They had the fight taken to them, and they can't do anything about Vision once he gets to the high ground. They just let him play there.
That, but if you're going to take out the Lucio as well, you remove so much of your ability to kite away from that dive damage, and Luminosity are able to take full control of a situation like that. Now, though, opening up these castle gates, Timeless were able to beat Luminosity the punch to set up on this high ground, but Dante still has so much more playground when it comes to being able to use those Winston jumps.
Now,
isolated.
Yeah, Riker is free damage. Free damage down there for anybody. Or Luminosity wants to come calling. The rest of Timeless playing from the high ground and got sort of zoned off by Dante going upstairs. He just kept them at bay. They couldn't get involved. The bubble, of course, of Winston stopped a lot of the shots connecting. This Orisa setup is really exploitable because of its immobility.
Yeah, I mean, she's able to come back to this fight with the help of Opener's Taxi, but for how long? Timeless can't really touch the cart right now when the sound barrier is up.
Luminosity make use of that window. Sondra, though, now wants to get aggressive, and Dante falls. That's a bit of damage from the Deadeye combined with Rocket's contribution. But opening gets picked off again. It's going to be an overclock for Vision, who's looking phenomenal so far in this half. Backing away from the Terror Surge, able to get back to safety here on the high ground, and now Riker's in a bit of trouble. When that Javelin spinner's down, there'll be no armor to protect him. But Rocket is still active in this fight. This Tracer could still be a factor. There's a Pulse Bomb available, but you don't want to waste it on a target with that mobility. So CJ instead gets involved. Brings down the other Kiriko. Dante trying to slow this down, make it hard for Rocket and CJ to find their intended targets, but eventually they get their just desserts, these Luminosity players, and they'll be stopped.
Riker is going to come out of spawn, though, with the Winston. And I think this has to be a pick that stays, just knowing that the Winston is way better able to contend with something like the dive coming through from the Luminosity squad. The Orisa also just wasn't working. Really nice to see a giant ult battery, I guess, if you're Luminosity. But I think that Riker has also proven his worth on a hero like this Winston, especially on their attack push.
Absolutely. To the high ground we go once more. Vision leading the way, oddly enough, but Kitsune Rush is going to be big. Sound barrier, though, is timely from opener. You still have to contend with now the low ground disadvantage you've put yourself into on virtue of your disengagement as Timeless. Dante able to get back to safety, and Timeless end up not losing a player on that fold back. Now they have a chance to get aggressive themselves. Lukmino falls first. Rocket is really starting to string these kills together. Finding the Lucio straight off the top is massive. Adding a Tracer to the mix is just sublime. Timeless here started to find a rhythm against Luminosity's pressure.
And now that they've been able to kind of stop the bleeding too, like they really have dug their heels into the sand, drawn that line, and it's up to Luminosity here to try to build up to some ultimates to dislodge them. Dante has the Primal Rage, so it's a nice way to be able to kind of bop some people off of the high ground, but you also looking at Lucamino to have that sound barrier to just give that extra bit of pressure to sink this payload over the line. But they're starting to run out of time here a bit when it comes to just making sure they have a full slate of 5.
Yeah, I mean, 2 minutes also to play with, right? I think that's going to be pretty critical here. Sondren again forced to use his overclock from the low ground, which doesn't feel great, and so he wants to play aggressively to re-establish that spot. It's just too dangerous. He realizes how awfully quick now as Vision comes calling the disruptor shot deployed, but CJ slams him with a kunai. If Sondren can find one more kill here, it would be massive, but Lumino is the highest held targeted. He takes the honors of removing the Sojourn. It's back and forth stuff here, but now Luminosity are without that Kiriko. They have a sound barrier and they'd hate to have to spend it here, so Lumino finds a very cheaply found kill with that right click. Luminosity very much still in this, thanks to Luke. King is here with a Pulse Bomb, can punish Riker after a jump is used, but too risky to double, triple blink across the bridge to stick it, with the whole of Timeless lying in wait.
Now they just gotta back up a little bit here, because they're starting to really run out of time.
Beautiful.
Rocket! Great.
Rocket's so nasty. Yeah, I mean, that's another huge kill to open up a fight. Last time, I think it was Luke Mino, maybe? This time, I mean, getting a stick on the Sojourner is perfect. He finds Vision unaware, and now Luminosity are down to their last 50 seconds to play. They need to make something big happen here, and it's going to have to be potentially off of their high ground control. They'll have to fight to assume and get that overclock in play.
Really would have been nice to see them get something like a eco push just to have more ultimates to work with here, but it does come down to Vision being able to get enough space to use this overclock.
Good disruptor, this is how you get the high ground. Throw that out, force everybody to concede that position. Sondren goes down, but they lost Dante, and they lost him far too early in this fight. Riker now's trying to exploit the lack of a Winston on the other side by getting in Vision's face, obscuring that field of view, making it impossible to find a low-held target to clean off in one shot. And that is Luminosity falling apart here, losing Dante a little bit too early, just to a face full of damage. And Timeless able to exploit that player. Obviously advantage, but also just a tank not being on the field. It's too hard to play around that. And Timeless even themselves up the series with a strong showing on Eichenwald.
We were kind of expecting that this series would be really close. Taking a look at what is touted right now as the second best team in the region against the fourth in Luminosity, I think we are potentially in for a 5-map series. But it came down to making just some of those small adjustments to the composition, bringing Riker into the roster here for Timeless, making sure that they had these super cohesive dives that made it difficult for Luminosity to find their edge.
Yeah, like it's exciting to see that the gap between second and fourth is not particularly wide at all. I do think that I said this sort of during the round that the substitutions made all of the difference here. You know, Timeless look very, very solid. I think Sunjun is able to just achieve these very high peaks that Vision sometimes threatened to reach himself on that attacking side. But so much of Eichenwald, especially second, is positional. It's about who can control the high ground and who can gain it without losing too many players in the process. Rocket, though, by the way, absolutely dirty on this Tracer. And you're playing against, like, for some of this map, you're playing against, like, a Brig comp with a Cassidy. So very hostile to Tracer in general. There's stuns, there's whip shot knockbacks, there's, of course, the hindrance to the mag grenade. Rocket is able to wade through all of that and still have an outsized impact on his team's success. Then the switch over, of course, later, not dealing with so many hostile elements and having an even greater impact. This is a pretty sick map in general for Rocket.
Yeah, Rocket looked so good on their first map as well, but I think just being able to play with even a bit more space created by the rest of the team, you're seeing a true superstar being born. And this is another DPS, again, a DPS player that Jake Lyon, one of our resident Overwatch League players/analysts, has touted as one of the best up-and-coming DPS in the entire region. So great to see them really live up to that here.
Yeah, and now this sort of resets the narrative a little bit on this series. We're starting to see Timeless looking like themselves once more. And honestly, I didn't feel like this Eichenwald ended up being that close. There was a lot of scrappy fights. I mean, I think the KD probably helps sort of, tell that story, but it's very contextual, and we probably don't have the data we need to really tell the whole story with that. But I don't particularly think that, Luminosity were able to hold much of a candle to Timeless over that round. I think they were losing out in the DPS head-to-head. So Dante played really solid, but Riker is, again, kind of felt like he was on another level and was often preempting Dante's attempts to start fights, but making the right decisions, whether they were disengagements or even just getting in first, especially when it came to how you fight for the high ground on second. I feel like Timeless had those protocols now down far more cleanly.
Yeah, and Riker was the tank of choice that we saw Timeless use in their match versus Daybreak yesterday to get that 3-0. So it's something I think that Timeless are really familiar working around, whether Riker is going to be in something like the Winston or even able to bring out something like the Orisa just to change things up. Does have some fantastic awareness when it comes to both of those heroes to really provide to a team composition like that. And I think when you take a look at Riker's playstyle on the Winston too, super self-survivable. Knows that he can rely on the team, but also understands that he has to be able to operate on his own.
Absolutely. I think we might even still see a roster switch here, just because Colosseo, of course, might be a map that demands some slightly different compositions. Icy does come back in here. So Rocket and Sunjun stay in at DPS. Riker, of course, going to be, taking a seat for the time being here. So, all right, I'm definitely interested to see Juby come back in, because I think that, the Lucio definitely basically a necessity on these push maps, but especially Colosseo.
I agree. You want to make sure that you have the mobility to be able to make those quick rotations, especially up to those high ground, the bridge to play around, or even that midpoint. You got to be able to get back to those very quickly so you aren't giving up too much area over to your opponent. But I think when it comes down to the substitution there of Icy and Riker, we have seen Icy play such an influential part of this roster to be able to come in and play things like the Sigma, like the Ramatra, just more of these sort of brawl-oriented heroes that can really hold that front line. And so maybe we can expect to see a bit more of that heading into Colosseo.
Now again, this game up until now has played out almost identically to how it did in these two teams' earlier matchup in Swiss. They played in round 3, through the group stage. They played Samoa, which Luminosity won, then Eichenwald, which Timeless managed to win. So very much how that has played out. Now the difference here is, of course, in the first of 3, we have Push instead of Escort for our third map here. So that game ended with a win for Timeless on Rialto. And so that's how they advanced. Actually, no, I think Timeless, they won Samoa and lost Eichenwald. So there you go. I mean, that's how close these two teams are. It's actually flipped from how that first round matchup went. But again, these two teams really familiar with each other, already having to play each other in Swiss, and it was close in a best of 3, right? So expect to see a little bit of a divergence from, if you've been following these teams up until now. We had that roster swap. Just Icy on the Orisa right now, so maybe we're not seeing the full intent behind that revealed yet.
I think the Orisa also works in this scenario, especially if you expect that Luminosity is going to come out with the same type of Orisa comp that they did on Samoa. You just go, yeah, okay, we can match that. But maybe this time around, playing with a bit more of these straightaways and Sonjun on this Sojourn instead, that might be the bit of a mix-up we were needing and we were missing there on Samoa.
Early damage trades seem to favor Luminosity here. Sonjun, though, you'll notice, is trying to play much more in the middle of the road as opposed to the fringes of it. A little bit more aggressive. We've already noted that after his time at Eichenwalde. Icy will knock Dante back briefly, but these are just damage trades. So a lot of the interest comes from these Sojourns landing these rails, all the tracer duels that are happening on the right side of this area. You can see King posturing quite aggressively here in that courtyard. Now the team wants to take a huge risk here because first fight could really determine very much about the next couple of fights on Colosseo.
It's all about the battle of the midpoint. How long are we gonna be here? I give it another 30 seconds.
You're probably not too much longer. Dante's starting to feel the pressure a little bit here and it's gonna have to disengage. So this now allows Timeless to play up and have some space on their right. And here it is, Vision getting accosted by Rocket instantly. A railgun though comes out. It's just a body shot though. Now that disruptor shot plus another body shot claims the Tracer. And Luminosity have the edge.
It's almost as if like Timeless walked a little bit too far forward into Luminosity territory before they were ready to actually pull the trigger. And so Luminosity able to set up that crossfire, get that pesky Tracer out of the way, but not before Rocket was able to do some pretty big damage. I mean, these Tracers are still kind of going toe-to-toe. King able to get the pulse bomb online, but I wouldn't expect Rocket to be too far behind when coming back out of those spawn room gates. But plenty of time here for Timeless to come back in and get the recontest.
Luminosity really getting up. Yeah, I mean, they thought about it. They definitely thought about it. I think they realized that they don't really want the bot to get too much free progress and also don't know much about who's on that left-hand side down there. They don't want to group up too much. Sonjun here sees a sound barrier. Maybe regrets making use of the power slide in that moment, but is still in a safe enough place, all things considered. King sees the power slide. It might be time to go here with his pulse. Maybe concerned about the Suzu as well. There's a lot of layers you have to get through his Tracer, but now King's window as well and truly closed. Vision finds one, but that's all that Luminosity are gonna get there.
A nice tussle over the point, but Timeless is able to walk it back over into their own territory, and really like forcing out quite a few big ultimates there from Luminosity. They got out the sound barrier, they got out that Kitsune rush, but I think right now I'm really looking at the fact that Luminosity has held on to that overclock, and if Vision can get some high ground control, that could be very, very powerful. Rocket though looking for the pulse first.
Juby here, which is wanting. Wow, that is, I mean, that's quite a statement you're trying to make there. No connection on the pulse bomb there from Rocket, but I appreciate the audacity. Here's that overclock that Vision has been sitting on for quite some time. He'll initially turn it into a kill on his opposite number. Well, that may be all for now, but Icy's in trouble. He's about to get surrounded. King actually fell to Rocket here, so at least Timeless have some step to this fight. But as the pendulum swings, Luminosity now have the edge once more.
Starting to work their way forward means that, you know, I think like we're still gonna see one more team fight before we do get a chance to actually push this bot over to that first checkpoint. But this fight is so null for both sides. You have no ultimates for anybody, and in fact, Timeless, they do have to wait for another player, but Luminosity just backing up.
I mean, it's still a decent place to fight because you've actually forced you know, Timeless off the high ground. They're sort of just playing these strokes, and now they're susceptible to Vision sliding up there himself. He's dueling across the platforms right now with Sonjun, and CJ riskily shows his whole self out there in the open while healing up the Sojourn. Okay, Kitsune Rush had to be matched here because the amount of DPS coming Icy's way. Well, CJ needs a little bit of help with covering that up. A great focus fire on Dante. He's down. Sonjun eventually falls though. So now it is a Sojourn advantage for Luminosity. Opener trying to stay safe here. Juby already sent that sound barrier out in response. So both Lucio's parting with their ultimates. So Luminosity still have this 23-meter buffer. If they can break the dam here, they might have themselves a checkpoint available. Opener trying to take the fight in there towards Squid. Icy helping out. Great moment to focus down on the Kiriko without cooldowns.
Oh, you can see Rocket just barely able to get away. And so Luminosity, they've got to wait for just a little bit longer to try to grab that checkpoint. But this has been such a little progress on both sides, so back and forth. Really nice recognition from both teams to just back up and try to get some ults online before that last engagement. But Luminosity, they still have the ultimate advantage right now.
Again, Squid gets caught out in the open on their own, and it happens a second time. Almost prophetic that moment was, but Icy might be the bigger fish to fry here as King's been able to secure the Orisa pick with a pulse bomb. Dante staying alive for the time being, and also, should it be required, has extra defensive options in Terror Surge, which will apply Fortify for a time. But you've got to turn this into something. You've got rid of the enemy Orisa. How do you go forward? Luminosity, though, making no progress in that direction. In fact, Sonjun's able to find a window to bring Juby down. This is huge for Timeless. They lose their Orisa and still get to keep coming forward, or at least not give ground. And now Icy's going to be back in the fight.
The damage trades were just so much better for Timeless, and now that Icy is back, as you mentioned, like, I think Luminosity, they just have to try to hold their ground on this bridge to wait for their own 5th member to return.
Dante really trying to preserve his HP there.
Exactly.
You see, like, doesn't want to play in the open because he knows his healers are occupied right now and he can't rely on them here. Pulse bomb for Rocket could be big. Dante hoping to be full health before attempting a Terror Surge play potentially. Rocket again to the high ground. Oh, I see the pincer comes in. Sonjun slides into the face here of Vision and King, but it doesn't go their way. Both Sonjun and CJ fall as a result of that. Eventually, Vision gives up his life, but he gets his and some. Great response from the Luminosity defenders here, and that might be enough to stop Timeless from encroaching further. Yep, with a Rocket pick-off here, Luminosity are back in the driver's seat. What a close game. Like 3 or 4 meters separate these two, and we're down to 3 minutes and 15 in the round.
Yeah, it's been just a standstill every single time there's been a fight over this bot. Now the Luminosity's been able to walk it back into their territory, though. They are just waiting for reinforcements so they can actually pop some of these ultimates. What a wonderful fight for them to win with using nothing. So they've got 5 coming into this next fight. So you should be feeling pretty confident if you're a Luminosity fan right now that they can get the job done.
Timeless are giving a fair bit of ground before the fight even starts. To be fair, the bot has moved up to their side of the straightaway. Here's a Terror Surge. Not really a targeted one there. It looked like Dante just wanted to maybe force some action out. Well, he got what he asked for. Sound barriers now from both sides, but Vision will be the one with the overclock once that barrier clears. Sonjun, though, very close to building his. Will he have an opportunity? Vision wants to try and chase him down, so Sonjun drops to the low ground. CJ might be punished for his audacity in keeping his Sojourn up, and so he is. Vision now has a high ground position to play from, and Sonjun finally gets involved. That's 2 kills for the Timeless Sojourn, and he's looking for more. Down to half HP, and Vision is trying to get rid of the Sojourn as quickly as he can. Eventually, Sonjun brings him down, though. King forced away. Suzu self-used on Squid, which leaves him in the open. And Timeless bring it back. Luminosity got a slim lead off that, but it is the slimmest of margins.
It's a slim margin, but it's enough. You know, you delay the bot progress if you're Timeless, but now you still have the chance to like come back into this as a team of 5. Luminosity already at the bridge, so you should be able to deny the lead being taken as long as you play this safely.
Slow and steady for Luminosity. It's a tenuous lead, Rose, but you're right, it is one of that. Yep, Icy getting picked off there. That was a hell of a lot of damage pumped into Icy. And now this is very, very dangerous for Timeless. Not only have Luminosity got the bot control, but they do it without spending ultimates. That lets them now play in enemy territory with a potential war chest to leverage. What a pick, though. Getting rid of the Tracer is good. At least cancels out Rocket getting picked. But we have a 4v4. Can Sonjun actually get here? He has some ability to take a commanding position here on this high ground, but CJ's down. Dante is able to find another opportunity to run the Kiriko out of town. This could be bad. Both teams have lost them, though. Sonjun under no real threat from Dante, but the follow-up from Juby was always going to be there. Now I think Luminosity may be happy just to cut their losses here. With only Icy and Juby in play. Opener, excuse me, who has a sound barrier. You want to try and force that out here if you can. Pulse, though, won't get it done. Icy's way too healthy for that, and King eventually will fall. This last fight might just occur where Timeless has a position to win the map outright as a result.
They could. I think that's something that was really important about the stall that Luminosity put forth out of that bot just a couple of seconds ago, is that we are now in last fight territory. Timeless have the ultimate advantage. And so Luminosity, they just want to try to buy as much time as they can to get their own resources online. But if you take a look, it could be an even 4v4 fight, as long as somebody doesn't get picked early.
No one has any checkpoints, so there's not that volatility to contend with either. Neither have got there so far. Dante's very low, they've got to keep him up. Squid desperately trying to hold M1 down. The sound barrier comes out from Juby, but it's too late to save Vision. The Sojourn's out of the fight. They need that damage. Vision had overclock available. but the timing for Juby just wasn't quite there, and now Timeless can run it on down. They only need a couple more meters. You can see that yellow line, and desperately the Doomfist switch from Dante comes in, rolling back the years. But that little bit of DPS nostalgia won't save Luminosity, and Timeless at the last hurdle clear the map and clear Luminosity and get themselves a lead in the series.
Well, this is amazing because you did see that there was that 4v4 of ultimates on both sides, but then the fact that we just saw Timeless be like, oh, we have no fear, we've got this, let's just Terra Search right now, we've got the beat, we can back it up, and then they executed. And that was exactly what you wanted to see out of Timeless, to be able to get that lead. But it was so close, Mitch. That map was so back and forth. It could have gone either way.
Yeah, and what they ultimately, they applied enough pressure to force a timing error for Juby. Juby could not, I guess, sort of anticipate the burst damage coming down and sort of the timing that he'd have to beat in order to keep Vision alive. But that's a huge part of it, because Vision wants to stay alive and hold on to that overclock until both beats have subsided. That kind of requires keeping him alive in the fight in general. So great opening there was found, I think, by Timeless. And that small edge, I mean, I think Luminosity are going to be feeling that cut throughout the rest of this series here. It takes us to a potential series point on New Junk City around the corner as Timeless, yeah, look really good after that roster swap in map 2. Let's hear a little bit from them as they manage to close out a very intense Colosseo map.
So then.
Where's the drop? We can go top, we can go top.
Okay.
Where's the drop?
You're gonna carry on, maybe?
I'm killed, I'm at.
Okay. Tracer one. Tracer no re. Come on, set up top. Shoot the kippy. Shoot the surge. Just I got Just him. Care. Easy.
Oh yeah, they're very locked in there. You could see, I think there's like a railgun that body shots Vision, and then he immediately gets sucked into the Terror Surge, and it's curtains for your Sojourn at that point.
Yeah, but I mean, like, even just the comms all the way up until the very end, they're like, we haven't done it yet. We still need to make sure that nobody actually touches the bot to trigger the overtime again. So it's great to see them locked in, and it's very clear how evenly matched I think both of these teams are. We still have more of the series yet to come.
Yeah, again, but worth taking this opportunity to look back over them so far, because again, a lot of the conversation has been about, Vision, who looked really good on that first map. The switch to Ash seemed like he was, fairly dominant in general. I think Chopper was struggling to keep up, but things changed once Sunjun got brought into the lineup. Even with Riker coming out, Sunjun's impact is still being felt on this particular map. You can hear him in the comms. He is adamant, he is loud, he is aggressive, and that's manifesting in his play as well. Obviously, the Orisa battle can always be a volatile one, and so much hinges on trying to find the Kiriko after she's used her mobility cooldowns to try and flatten her. Even if you're not the fastest comp, Lucio speed into that Kiriko, get her out of the fight quickly before she can regen those cooldowns and have that extra impact. It was a game of inches, literally, on that scoreboard. These two teams were separated by like 1 to 4 meters for most of the map. But again, it's maintaining that mental acuity until the last moment that garners you a win. And what a hard-fought victory here for Timeless to set themselves up with a lead.
I want to take a second there to also call out Opener specifically. I think Lucios are support heroes that go a little bit underappreciated, I think, in a meta like this. And you called out something really important there, Mitch, that so oftentimes the responsibility falls onto the Lucio to make sure that they are going to end up making sure that you get the mobility right away, or you're able to, even in Opener's case, actually create an opening to get a pick. And so I think just being able to watch how Opener is able to move around the map, and not only the macro with the team, but also the micro, watching which he boops away or even just makes a bit more vulnerable, is really, really important to keep looking at.
Okay, here are your substitutions. So Chopper looks to be coming back into the lineup here alongside Rocket and Icy. This was, of course, what we saw at the outset from this Timeless squad. And again, like, that was obviously the map where they started strong and then began to struggle a little bit. So Sunjun hits the bench alongside Raka and Tensa, and New Junk City comes up, and it's a big time here for Luminosity to kick it up a gear. they've come close to Timeless. I mean, the Swiss matchup in that round 3 was quite compelling. To take a win here, though, this is a completely different story. A win versus Timeless, exit from the group in first place, escape the patch coming in.
Patch.
There's so much to play for.
God. Mid-stage patch, who's gonna get the buff or the nerf? I think that's the scary thing for a lot of teams is there's a lot that we're anticipating changing, even some whispers or rumors of a Wrecking Ball being meta again. So who's ready for that?
I mean, yeah, we've been hearing about that, like the Wrecking Ball venture looks. I mean, that's somewhere like Riker could be pretty scary. Timeless, though, would prefer not to have to show something like that until we get to the main event itself. Here we go first, Flashpoint as per usual, folks. Middle of the map. We're going to have a Cassidy versus Sojourn difference, so this is actually making the switch here. Chopper more than happy to pick up where Sojourn left off. And we'll have the Orisa mirror. It'll be a Baptiste though for Squid.
All right, so the Baptiste coming back into play. You do have the Immortality field, even though on a smaller cooldown, but can't save that.
No, I mean, that's just like a very easy 1-2 combo that is super effective at long range. Javelin, and then you throw in the railgun, and there's nothing Cassidy can really do. Chopper very quickly asserting himself, coming back into the lineup here.
It's always so interesting to see how Timeless play around the use of Chopper and Sonjun's Sojourns, because they both come in for very different reasons.
Their pools seem similar though, right?
They're super similar, yeah, but Chopper is basically like a Sojourn one trick. Right. Is mostly what I think we see from him. Not necessarily that he can't bring out anything else, but the Sojourn is just by far the best look. Sonjun, though, on these straightaways has always had just so much more impact, and so that's often where we get a chance to see a bit of a difference there between those two DPS.
Sonjun also with the really flashy moments in that previous map. Also not afraid to get very aggressive. Squid is struggling to keep his team healed up through that DPS passive. Eventually he's able to get them to some more stability. Luminosity is able to flip control of the point here, but Chopper doesn't want this to be a long-term solution. No siree. Here's that overclock going to be forcing a recall instantly from Rocket, who needs to get out. He might have hoped to make use of a pulse bomb here. Timeless flipped the point though instantly. Luminosity let that one slip away.
And now this is going to be so tough to get back into because you've got Rocket that's going to be pressuring down with this pulse bomb, and CJ even with this Kitsune rush at the ready. Juby's going to have this sound barrier on its stat.
Dante's going for it here, but I don't know if Timeless realize what's actually coming at them from the other direction. Dante tries to distract them, does buy a bit of time here, but how did Luminosity use it? Not well is the answer. They use a sound barrier and still get crushed. And that is not only bad for this flashpoint, but also for the first fight on the next one. Opener is grinning from ear to ear right now, not having to have had to use that beat.
What a valuable asset to have into this next flashpoint. I mean, if you're able to just get immediate control, sound barrier is something that could totally give you that. So as we take a look at where we're going next for flashpoint, it's going to be Refinery, and this is actually where I would feel like sound barrier is even more impactful, just because of how enclosed this space really is. You gotta fight close together.
Yeah, especially if you, as the team controlling the point, want to push into that choke and take advantage of the fact that your opponents have to group and sort of filter out. Dante, of course, has a pretty good ultimate for that, in fairness, in that Terror Surge. Okay, so it's an aggressive sound barrier used here by Timeless. It's just as well because Icy was looking a little low. Great interruption of the Deadeye. Vision eats a Javelin there from Icy, but it might come at a great cost. Opener eventually gets pulled down, and Icy desperately being tended to right now by CJ, but it's slow. The healing not coming all at once. There's no burst about it. Still low, Icy using his defensive cooldowns again, and pops the Terror Surge probably for that exact same reason, but there's not enough healing in lieu of the Lucio.
All right, well, that's good news, though, for Luminosity. They got past sort of the big behemoth, which is that sound barrier that Opener had held on to. And now that that's off the table, it's kind of back to square one for both of these teams. Looking at another rotation of ultimates from Timeless, we've got the Kitsune Rush and the Overclock from Chopper. But Luminosity, on the flip side, now that they have control of this point, just, you know, okay, just hit the pulse bomb. You know?
Just hit the pulse bomb.
Dodge the Suzu. Hit the pulse bomb. Easy clap.
That's part of the plan, and guess what? Squid is able to, at least with that Immortality field in play, avoid the impact of Rocket's Pulse. King will have one though, but will he live to use it in this fight? That's looking unclear though, as Luminosity with a good lead here, happy to drag this out even further, and even happy to concede the fight. King eventually brought down, but Vision got his, and now Timeless have to start stacking up a percentage of their own.
but not after Luminosity's already walked away with 80%. One more fight here, and Luminosity get a chance to tie up this flashpoint score. And still off the back of the pulse bomb, the sound barrier from Juby as well. This is another kind of interesting give and take we'll have to see from these Lucio sound barriers is how do they really change the tide? Juby has one and Opener does not. Not even close.
Juby here. Feels like he was maybe a bit exposed in that position, so rectifies it instantly. 58% and counting now. Icy trying to stay in this fight, but the sound barrier is going to be Luminosity can honestly just brute force this. Then they do. Chopper knocked back, doesn't have any healing available here. Timeless will lose this flashpoint now. Might as well hold on to the Kitsune rush for the next.
Alrighty, so all tied up, 1-1. Going on to the next flashpoint, still with ultimates to spare on Luminosity's side. The interesting thing about the Cassidy ult here is, you know, based on where you are, or I guess what side you end up on, might actually be really nice to have as a zoning ultimate. What better than to have bomb flats, such an open territory to play around, to have that Cassidy pop off.
Alrighty. Vision here. This map can play to his ideal sidelines at times, but honestly, Chopper can space enough that the damage fall off of Vision becomes pretty significant. Not if you're hitting headshots though, he's still going to have impact there. That was a very quick cancel. I think Vision was maybe expecting a javelin? I'm not sure. Either way, you pulled the plug on that.
There's a shot on top of him.
That'll do it. Just take the damage, bro. What's the worst that could happen?
He gets chunked.
You only need 1 HP.
A sad flashback moment to Colosseo.
I mean, again, like he wasn't really able to do much with that Deadeye. I think that Timeless weren't really going to offer him much of an opportunity to turn that into a kill, so I appreciate the discipline at the very least. And hey, you get a free reload. Don't forget, there's always some upside with your Deadeye. But now we have 2 Terror Surges in play. It's that sound barrier advantage, though, that Opener has, that we've actually seen manifest on that first flashpoint as well. Okay, that's going to be enough. Yeah, just, again, push into Luminosity. So these 2 teams are out of sync, Rose, on those sound barriers, and it creates some pretty variable fights.
Yeah, that's kind of what we were hoping to keep paying attention to, right? Is that even though we have seen, Juby had to use it first, and now Opener got to hold on to it, it hasn't really felt like it's given either team a particular advantage.
No, it didn't work.
It did, yeah. Both times now Opener has had it, and it hasn't been as big of an impact as you would expect when you have the sound barrier and the other team does not.
Still, though, Timeless able to turn that into a prolonged engagement, probably, you know, to some degree owing to the sound barrier having been used there. But Juby now's coming up on his. So Luminosity are in a good position to take 30, 40, 50% off this combination of support ultimates now at their fingertips. Icy, though, at least has Terror Surge, but that's really speculative. It's going to be hard to get value when your opponents are so durable under that sound barrier. And Squid here wants to take a safe spot. This might be like an Ant Matrix for him and the Cassidy. Make sure their healing is good and everybody getting out of that line of sight. No one wants to face Vision down now. So much so that he's had to push through that ultimate from the Baptiste here. And there it is. Terror Surge gets shut down instantly. I don't hate seeing the Kitsune rush here, but that might have gone for nothing now if this fight goes the way it seems to be. Rocket trying to save things. Good stick, but eventually it's shut down. Chopper caught with a pulse bomb of his own. CJ and King both fall there, so you can see it's Vision now trying to play alongside Juby and these other 2 supports. And that's beautiful. There's enough healing to keep Vision in the fight. And this town wasn't big enough for the 2 of them, apparently. There's Luminosity threatened now to take the map away with another flashpoint win.
Hey, well, there's a great example of your high noon to reload. It was plenty for Vision to be able to get that 1-2 tap there onto Rocket to seal the deal on that second flashpoint for Luminosity. Now we're going to head over to the scrapyard. Another really great location to have these Cassidys and these Sojourns just take these sightlines. But once again, we have the conundrum of Opener's gonna have a sound barrier, but is it gonna be enough of a difference maker in this fight for Timeless to keep control of the flashpoint or even get it?
Yeah, I mean, they have to turn it into something. Look, they can't be using it defensively. They need to lean into it proactively. Opener, I mean, getting chunked down. The poke damage is real here. Dante, though, doesn't seem to be bothered being at half of his original HP. Oh, he saw Rocket. Who's he trying to catch? They've all tracked the Lucio, but Opener's able to get away. I mean, that's pretty rough. The Kiriko's still in play and able to save Opener's life, who then pays the favor with a fantastic sound barrier that'll give Timeless the flashpoint to start here.
All right, 3rd time's the charm sometimes. but they were able to get the job done, and major, credit to Opener for just the perfect timing of that ultimate. And now Timeless, off the back of that, get a chance to work up to yet another of that kind of nice rotation we expect to see. CJ with the Kitsune Rush is a nice engagement tool for this next one. Rocket with another Pulse Bomb. Rocket has been farming these left and right.
Yeah, and also getting value out of them as well. There was okay. Yeah, for a time there, Vision looked like he'd be in trouble, but it's actually Rocket that gets brought down. Luminosity see an opportunity to punch through. And Timeless don't really want to fight with 4 here. They also don't want to feed over. Another Terror Surge, potentially. Although much of Luminosity are coming up on these big ultimates. They are heavily favored coming into this next fight.
Especially with the sound barrier. That's really the big key, is Juby has just been so clean with that timing and making sure that everybody's finding maximum value. So Timeless can wrap around, but for how long does Luminosity start to make their approach?
Okay, Timeless go for a Kitsune Rush. What can they turn this into? Rocket's forced to play defensive for the time being pressured down by King, and oh my goodness, what a Javelin connection! And Matrix there at the back of the point. Squid didn't benefit from the sound barrier, but handing over an offensive ultimate to his teammates is going to become something, but Icy might have something else to say. 4 kills, 3 off the Terror Surge. What a way to put Timeless back in this game. It was all done before that point, but Icy keeps him in it.
Wow, this is one of the best Terror Surges we've seen all of today. Honestly, being able to get 2 picks, what a nice clutch moment there for Timeless. They have to win one more fight though, because the job isn't done. And Luminosity come back into this one with that Deadeye as well as that Pulse Bomb of their own. Rocket still has yet to use his, and so as we've been able to see that attach rate go higher and higher with the rate of how this match is going, maybe that's going to be enough to bring us into a flashpoint number 5.
Vision here, trying to square up on Icy. What a play from Icy in their previous fight. Vision must be furious. Okay, Deadeye catches Chopper somehow. He's going to fall. Juby, they're going to be traded out now. The sound barrier in play for Timeless, but Dante's Terror Surge claims Opener after he sends that ultimate. Icy's low, but Rocket keeps him in it. Eventually, Squid and Vision run over it, and Rocket needs a recall now. It's all up to him for the time being. And where's the health pack? Nowhere to be seen. Luminosity end up taking the flashpoint and the map. And yes, we get the 5th map we were hoping for.
We knew it was going to be close. Maybe not about 5, but like also we're here for it, right? This has been so back and forth between both of these teams. Not only did we get a chance to really see that play out in real time of a game mode like Push, but now as well to go into the 5th and final map. What a huge win for either of these teams to take.
I mean, again, I think, honestly, if you walk out of this game with Timeless, and you're able to, as Timeless, and you're able to do it in map 5, you're probably not feeling that great. You probably feel like you dodged a bullet, because this Luminosity team now is playing it closer against them than they ever have before. That hard work that they've been putting in as a unit, of course, in the collegiate world, and this one is now starting to pay off. Some of those individual moments were absolutely crazy. Vision starts to really get a lot done. I'm thinking of like that, that sort of 3v3 situation at the end of Bomb Flats there. That was really impactful. Some of these Pulse Bomb 6 were huge. Even the Terror Surges started to have really game-breaking impact in those last few fights, especially because there were no support ultimates available when they were drawn out.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at those mag grenades. Some of the Fan the Hammers were really good at being able to just take out something like the Orisa, so beefy and just trying to isolate that Cassidy. Feels really good, I think, if you're Luminosity, to know that even though your back is against a wall, you were on a match point, you were able to climb your way back into this one, and that just might be the confidence that you need to head into a map 5.
Yeah, I mean, it's impressive. This is definitely where you need to find yourself a little bit of a boost, right? These two teams played each other close in Swiss. So, I mean, really, we probably could have even used that as a taste test and realized that those 3-0, 4-0 days between these two teams might well and truly be over. Dropper comes back in, probably must be, at times like this, you probably wouldn't admit it, but it can get to you a little bit, right? You see Sunjin playing a similar role. When you come in, it's not your fault, but your team doesn't come out with the win in those maps that you're subbed in for. It's going to bother you a little bit. It's going to get to your head. So you're hoping that you don't get dragged out, that you have a chance to sort of, remind everybody that you definitely command respect in that Sojourn or in that hitscan DPS role. afterwards. I also want to say, like, you know, some of those sound barriers from opening, you kind of pointed it out, that Timeless weren't able to turn those into distinct advantages. Normally, you'd think, okay, be an advantage. Just push into them, brute force this, just go for the throat, get a free pick with that extra durability, and then snowball it out of control. But in quite a few fights, Opener wasn't able to do that. So you had like off timings between both teams' sound barriers that were out of sync. But when you have a sound barrier advantage and you're not able to gain anything from that, that is really going to hurt you. And eventually, it took its toll for Timeless.
Yeah, 2 out of the 3 times that we ended up seeing that sound barrier advantage in favor of Timeless, it didn't work out. And so that was that amount of percentage that Luminosity was able to capture to get the win. And I think that you have to look at that too and go, was it right for us to hold on to it as long as we did? What can we do to clean up those moments that sound barrier advantage should have been a one fight for us and it wasn't? That's a big question mark heading into this 5th and final map, because you gotta make sure that that is all put together if you're gonna rely on this Lucio comp.
Yeah, it takes a lot though, because, you know, even if you get a good beat, the calling needs to be good. Like, have you forced out Suzu? Does the Sojourn have slide? You know, have you done enough, like, in advance to make sure that you can just run at them and guarantee yourself a pick or multiple, right? That's, like, the hard part, and that's where there's a lot of volatility, especially with these comps, because you have, like, pulse bomb burst damage, you have, like, random railguns connecting, like, there's a ton of things that have to be considered. Timeless, though, they're mixing it up again. They're gonna make some more roster substitutions here as Riker is the one that comes back in. So there's like 3 different looks at this roster, 3 different permutations of tank and DPS here. But this is what they're going to come out on Shambali Monastery with. Of course, Chopper and Rocket remaining in. He's not being subbed in. He was in that last map. So Chopper will get a chance to show he's got nothing to do with the DPS configuration.
No, and it just has, I think, a lot to do with the team comms and communication. And I think when you take a look at just how the team is formed in these 5v5s now, or even just with 2-2-1 rollout, oh my god, I'm thinking back to days of 6v6. We don't want to get into that on the broadcast. But Icy and Riker, I think, are the 2 pieces of the equation you have to look at now and isolate out which is going to be better for the team in this moment. We're playing on Shambali Monastery. This is a payload map. Who is going to be able to have the better idea of how to make sure that this actually gets over the line to take the win?
Yeah, often like the sort of like Orisa or Ramatra-based compositions find success here mostly. So the pace of play a little bit slower. You know, I might have expected Icy, you know, if it were going to be a matter of Orisa, there might be something else planned here, of course. But outside of that, like even with the substitutions, I really expect these comps to be very much the same. This is the kind of standard that's been set. I like the Baptiste variation for Squid. I thought that was fun to see. It definitely had some huge moments, because if that's combined with Cassidy, nobody is going to try and maintain a sightline, not even a Sojourn, who of course can outrange him and can have an advantage. But here we go, baby. Luminosity, Timeless have drawn even and taken us to a decider map. The winner likely exits this group in first place. And that is very, very important for seeding, but also for the rivalry that's been brewing between these 2 rosters, as Luminosity have more often than not been on the receiving end of punishments from Timeless. Finding a win here would be unprecedented and a huge boost, proof of the hard work Luminosity have been putting in.
They've been putting in a ton of hard work, and I think you can also give a call back to the fact that this squad is also playing in collegiate. A huge tour de force when it comes down to some of the competition we've been seeing as of late, and a really big proving ground for a lot of these teams to be able to show their worth, not just in the OWCS open ecosystem, but also with just how strong collegiate has also become. But hey, I think like Timeless, they also want to prove that they still are deserving of that 2nd place spot. It's gonna come down to the wire here. I think Shambali Monastery is one of those maps that you don't always know how it's gonna end until it's over. And it all comes down to this very first point. Can the attacking team get past this first checkpoint?
Vision still preferring the Cassidy here. With access to the high ground off the rip. Can't really blame him too much. But a little bit hard to like apply pressure via any AoE effects that like Ash and Sojourn would have available with the Dynamite, of course, the Disruptor shot. Here it's about having some good self-sufficiency, ability to peel off a potential flanking play by someone like Rocket. He looks like they were briefly stunned up there. Timeless aren't quite sure how to shake Luminosity loose at this high ground. They might try and wrap together here. That's dangerous. I mean, the Baptiste has such great AoE healing now. Luminosity can fare well in these trades.
Yeah, I mean, you also have a small high ground advantage. Take it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, again, like, they're both, you know, again, sort of being able to peer up the stairs or having to peer up the stairs can be a little bit limiting sometimes, so it's a small thing, but it definitely makes a difference. Time to stop now to go towards the cart, making that incremental progress. I think Rocket may be nudging it forward while they try to contest the high ground. No kills yet. This has been really a lockstep play from both these sides, but with the Kitsune Rush available now for CJ, Juby and Squid having both support ultimates, this is about to break down into absolute chaos. Here comes the Kitsune Rush. Squid instantly gets taken down. That's what I mean about chaos. He does get an Amp Matrix, but who's going to make use of it? Vision tries to step up and eats a Javelin instantly and goes very, very low. I mean, he's got stones to even try and continue playing from that spot. And as I'm not able to find anything, as the Suzu is an insurance to keep Chopper in the fight. Timeless eventually break through that first holding point.
What's great for both of these teams is that look how inexpensive it was for Timeless. Only a Kitsune Rush there to break through that defensive stronghold, but Luminosity still get a chance to come back into this one, having only used the Amplification Matrix. So I think we still have some more shenanigans to get up here too, Mitch.
Absolutely. We are at the tip of the iceberg right now in terms of chaos. Hey, it's going to be the overclock here for Chopper, but he's not in a great spot to make use of it. And I think he gets caught there by the doorway as he's trying to power slide away from the Terror Surge. There's an opening here for sure. Vision though, no immortality field available to keep Luminosity alive under that kind of pressure, and Riker's able to isolate Dante and Vision. So despite losing a player first in this fight, Timeless get a huge win, taking a fight off the beaten track, so to speak. And Squid can't do anything to stop this. Timeless win 2 straight fights.
No, and they've used so many ultimates too on both sides. As we've kind of seen time and time again now, the Haidu's not really going to be much more than a zoning ultimate here, and even though you have access to this window, the Disruptor Shot from Chopper can push you back. And now Luminosity have no choice except to try to fight on this high ground, as we still see a bit of card progress being made here by Rocket.
Yeah, I mean, we sort of find value randomly on, like, the junkyard of last map, where you, like, I think Vision randomly kills Rocket with it. Yeah, yeah, that's right. The reload was value, but there was a Tracer kill that was pretty impactful, but you can't, like you said, rely on that at all. Riker a little bit low. Deadeye here for Vision will be bullying Timeless back down that slope until the bully gets bullied by Riker, coming in with a Javelin spin. Vision far too close to the locus of the action to get out of that one alive. Make it 2 for Riker here. As Squid gets skewered. Quite the delectable street food treat, I would suggest. Luminosity again struggle to slow Timeless down. They are getting ground down in these fights, and Squid is unable to really generate value from the Amp Matrix.
It's so tough because when you're the Baptiste of the situation, what do you use the Amp Matrix for? Is it going to be selfish just for you? Do you try to set it up for your team? Either way, it feels like you're making yourself like vulnerable though, right? Because now you're giving yourself this big shiny box that you're like, oh, as Timeless, we know somebody's going to peek their head out through there.
That's right, yeah, it says basically click here for free kill. At least it seemed like that in the first fight.
On sign.
Yeah, it's like one of those bad like scam ads you'd see on like, you know, early 2000s GeoCities and forums, right? You wouldn't dare. Timeless here. Have that Terror Surge up. But it's a sound barrier I'm looking at. Juby's about to build his in concert with Opener. So pretty even footing to take this next fight on. Vision goes down before there's any chance to use that sound barrier. This is going from bad to worse for Luminosity. They keep losing any advantage before they can derive it, and Dante Shaw's able to find Opener. But the fight's already over by that point. In fact, it's already over after they lose Vision. There's no coming back from this, and again, Timeless get to sit on it all. Kitsune Rush maintained into the next fight. Juby Gap didn't beat. Credit to him for that. But at some point, he has to make the play to stop Timeless, who right now have been irrepressible.
The game over spray. Oh no, don't do it to him. I think Riker might be feeling himself or something. I'm not sure. But yeah, you're right. Like, when is the sound barrier going to get used, and to stop what? Because in the past, we've seen Juby use this as a response to the Kitsune Rush from CJ. But when Opener also has one, it just feels like it's going to be such a non-factor.
Well, it's just a huge disadvantage. And Squid here, this is not the best place to use Amp Matrix, I would suggest. You'd have to play it down and out in the open here, where you'd much rather have some high ground to deploy it from. So they've got to give it a little bit of extra ground first, and that's already an immortality field down. And that's before Timeless have really done anything more than just posture menacingly at the defenders. Juby in this beat has to be a match made in heaven in this next passage of play. It's got to be Chopper with the overclock, and he respects that air matrix, but still wants to peer in around the masonry and look for a kill. Gets Suzu there, probably just used for the heal if anything else. And those ultimates are going to expire, but now the Pulse, beautiful King, bides his time, finds an opportunity to get in and bring Chopper out of the fray. And now Luminosity finally find a stop. They finally get Timeless to respect them on this map.
Oh, but has the damage already been done? You have such a small amount of distance left to be able to make that third point yours if you're Timeless, and you still have 4 ultimates to work with. Juby has yet to hit the sound barrier, by the way, so still has at least been able to hold on to it for a more critical moment where you are looking at Timeless with just almost a critical mass of ultimates. But still, a minute and 20, and Luminosity have to keep this card stopped.
Riker low, very low, so he has to give up all that space that he just fought to gain. Rocket, though, might try and exploit this now, just as Luminosity look to be a bit more confident. What a stick! But it's going to be the Mortality Field that saves the day once more. Squid diligently gets that one out.
Huh?
And Riker could not get healed up in time. Luminosity here, rolling over them. Yeah, that first pick, I think, as Riker was forced away and out of the fight, made it very easy for Luminosity to set up to push into that Orisa.
Right, but why did CJ hit the Kitsune rush there?
That
like
is
that fight
a great question.
Already over, no?
Kinda, yeah. But I mean, he heard people talking about Scott being, you know, like a, you know, pretty flexible player, able to do it all. CJ said, well, I haven't done this for a while, but why don't I just throw for a moment, just to know what it feels like, and then we'll get back to dominating. Again,
Yeah,
this is being exploited.
Yeah, you would have loved to have that here.
Right, Riker gets a sound barrier though, so the pulse bomb gets shrugged off. Vision, okay, not a huge risk he's taken there. Able just to wrap around with that air matrix and guarantee himself a kill. The card, in fairness, has pushed a long way through this map. Timeless have done a good job, but man, you've got to stop and think of what could have been if those last few fights don't go so disastrously for the attackers. They're going to have to be satisfied with 2 checkpoints in 55 meters.
It did really feel like Timeless had enough of an ultimate advantage a couple of fights ago that they could have just completed the map. But I think if you're Luminosity now, you gotta take a deep sigh of relief. You did not let Timeless have all 3 points. You now get a chance to show up here on the attacking push, but it all comes down to can you get past that first point? Because we've already seen today, teams get full held on that point. It's so tough, and it's so defensively favored. So, Luminosity, they've just gotta put up here.
It's not even that. It's, you know, if they get past the first checkpoint, that's great. But Timeless won like 4 or 5 team fights in a row.
Yeah,
with
true.
the cyclical nature of like ultimates in Overwatch, for teams that are evenly matched, that shouldn't be happening, right? In theory, it would be back and forth. So being able to get so much push there at the start of the map, like Luminosity have to match that to some degree. Shambhala Monastery is really long. Like, it's a very, very long map, and you mentioned how often these first point holds are, but so are second, so are holds towards the end of the map as well. It's just genuinely very difficult to get done, and you're also playing from like a low ground disadvantage for a lot of the map, which can definitely play a small role in just how treacherous the climb tends to be.
Yeah.
We'll see what Luminosity, if they go with this, they're not going to go with this end, but I kind of wish they did against a slower comp, but there's too much risk against Chopper.
They might,
There's
actually. They might, and I wouldn't
Holy!
this. I realize.
There we
Okay,
go.
never mind. You know, listen. I was gonna give it some props because I think if you do put all of your eggs into the Zenyatta basket, you are expecting to explode somebody. You put that Orb of Discord, and they should be deleted from the server. Maybe just going with something that's a bit more static, a bit more reliable after seeing what Timeless has brought. But maybe they were just in anticipation of seeing something a little different.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good against Suzu. It might have been maybe if there's like a Ramatra setup.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not really sure, but yeah, the value proposition isn't exactly sterling. This is nice from Luminosity. I like this. Great pressure on Riker. They've not really bothered about the high ground too much, right? They're just so focused here on dealing with the tanks, but it's taken them a long time to get rid of Riker. So much so that Dante goes down first. Now, that may not be what ends this fight. It might not be a difference maker. But they need to be able to try and complete some of these kills, and they are no closer to getting the high ground, with Rocket contesting the car to make sure it doesn't get away from them, but Opener steps up to try and relieve him and gets killed instantly.
Well, that's one way that you can keep pushing this payload forward, taking advantage of the fact that neither tank is in sight, is just get those picks as the DPS. Timeless have no choice here but to back up, give away all of the space. And by the time the Timeless can come back as a full team of 5, Luminosity are playing around this archway, which is a great defensive corner for them.
We saw a fight taken here earlier on. I feel like it was by Timeless in a losing fight. Riker was able to isolate a couple players here with a Terror Surge and ended up winning a fight that started horribly for Timeless. So see Rocket now go straight through that air matrix. Okay, has to be an immortality field instantly, but you forced that out. You probably were hoping for a little more, but you couldn't get that cooldown out of the Baptiste beforehand. That's fine. Opener falls though. Timeless starting to buckle, crumble under the pressure here. Riker clinging to life. Rocket takes a huge hit from somewhere behind and has to recall out of the fight. That checkpoint comes out for Luminosity, and this is a cracking pace they're setting across the map. This is a great start.
It's a great start, but they've got to keep it up. But Luminosity did just get past level 1 of this dungeon, and now they've got to work out what is going to happen here on level 2. The new challenge here is to deal with this cavern. And so you'll see Dante immediately try to take a bit more of that forward space, get a bit of poke, see if they can even get a quick pick there with somebody like Vision next to him. But back up, great disengagement, waiting for Timeless to just have to come to them.
Vision in trouble there. Stunned up briefly, I think, by a Javelin, but wants to go for the Deadeye basically straight away. Immortality field is down, so you don't feel nearly as confident holding that as the Cassidy, but Vision has nerves of steel. He's able to deal with Rocket alongside Squid as the Tracer comes calling, but eventually he will fall. He's used to it at this point. He's playing Cassidy. After the Terror Surge, Riker tries to defend himself, but the crackback damage is immense. Squid and Judy popping right off. And with just like 4 or so players, 3 players in fact, Luminosity have not been stopped. 3.5 minutes to work with. Everything according to plan for the underdog team in this matchup.
Ooh, well, Luminosity might not be able to sink this over the line right now. As I say that, the Juby Taxi has arrived. So that's going to be a full 5v5 here with very, very little pushback.
Yep, there's that immortality field. Oh, good value for the air matrix. Squid still able to pressure Riker down. Shooting at the feet and the knees. And the card isn't enough for Riker to have to cover that they so desperately need against that air matrix play. Luminosity are doing all of the right things right now, and they're going to have this checkpoint in the next few moments. Rocket definitely can't cross the gap to Squid. And this is beautiful stuff. Coach Under has whipped this team into shape. Luminosity, they're not thinking about 4th place, they're thinking about 1st. And Timeless is their first real challenge on the way to proving that here in stage 2. And they might be about to do it. They've got a whole 4 minutes to make this happen.
That should be plenty of time. Like just mathematically speaking, that should be plenty of time to get 2 full slates of ultimates and then some. And so if Luminosity can't get the job done here, then we've got, I think, a bigger problem on our hands for this team. But it all comes down to Juby's Sound Barrier right now. They could just do it here, Mitch. They've got full ultimate advantage.
Beat advantage, they've hardly been stopped here. Timeless might be getting in their own heads just a little too much. Dante needs to stay in this fight. Juby probably needs to beat now. And he does. Dante's going to stay alive and push up. Terror Surge comes out. Oh my goodness! The lack of horizontal mobility there for CJ hurts him. And Luminosity are looking like they're going to make a huge statement here in this Group B match, taking Timeless to task, winning it out in an exciting map 5 that frankly wasn't all that close.
Well, they didn't need the 4 minutes. They needed 20 seconds.
That's wild.
Incredible.
And now we are starting to see potentially a changing of the guard, right? Luminosity have been able to make so much progress over the last, God, it's only really been a month, right, since stage 1. And this is a huge statement. They lost, they got crushed in that lower bracket semi-final by Timeless last time around. And I'm sure that hurt because they had to fight, to get to that game in the first place, right? That 3-0 against Pirates in Pajamas. We're like, okay, Luminosity looking like the real deal. But now they've set themselves up to really challenge that triumvirate of teams, the Toronto, the Timeless, the M80s. They might find themselves amongst that mix sooner rather than later, Zoe.
Yeah, I mean, this was a close series, and I think a lot of people would have absolutely expected it to go that way. As you said earlier, Nekra, map 5, maybe not that close. However, it is what we got treated to, and I think a lot of that just came down to a lot of great adjustments in their approach to the team fights and whatnot, and even compositions from both of those teams. They both seem to have a really, really good read on the win conditions of not just their own compositions, but also what they're facing off against. So I feel like both teams really, they did their homework coming into this one.
Yeah, they really did. I think this is also just a good testament to scouting, the coaching on both of these squads, the fact that they also have had a chance to get a lot of scrims. I think that's something that is going to be really highly valued in this open ecosystem, is just how much practice can you get against these top teams. And I feel like when you look at Timeless and Luminosity, these are teams that scrim against each other a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. Like they do know each other quite well. I think these teams have kind of exchanged some pleasantries on social media as of late here, and you know, like Luminosity. Well, yeah. Here's the thing, right? So when your coach is Hunter, it actually doesn't matter if you're winning or losing. You're always talking smack. You actually don't have any choice because you know your nature and your wiring has kind of priced you into that approach. So
do you know, being Australian?
No, I mean Hunter's a special case even for an Australian. Genuinely, he's the most irreverent person I've ever encountered, and that is saying a lot. Like, he doesn't care if he's losing or winning. The trash talk will be there. You got to respect it. As a countryman of his, I do, but it's got to ruffle some feathers sometimes, and that has stoked a rivalry between these rosters that we've just now seen a new chapter written in. One in which Luminosity get the better of them. Let's be clear, Timeless are still in this group. They're going to get out of this group, and these two teams are on a collision course, of course, when we get to the main event. But for now, the score has been settled.
I love that. Story writes itself for us. And I'm with you here, Mitch. I think fighting words, regardless of a dub or a hard L, that's the kind of confidence you need to have in yourself and your team. Also find it always very fascinating that it's just the coaches trash talking and the players are just like, guys, can you please not?
Please behave.
Please.
I mean, he has the most vigorous hugging style I've ever seen. If you remember that? Do you remember that? Well, I can't really for, you know, it's a family show, but if you remember the Hawaii tournament, when the Gladiators won, Hunter went and gave them a very vigorous hug. You know what I mean? Like that kind of energy you can't deny. That's infectious.
I don't know if I do know what you mean, but I take your word for it. And
if it's a problem, see a doctor. That's all I'm saying.
There has to be a clip on social.
Someone please share. There's gotta be something out there. But yeah, I mean, like, you can say what you want about him as a person, or like how he takes to social media and like his public image. It's very clear that he is an incredible coach, because he's done it time and time again with different players, with different rosters. He knows how to lead a team or help them find their stride, etc. So yeah, I did love that this was a close series. I did love that both teams showed us what they got, and as you said, Mitch, they will most likely both advance out of this group. So we might see this clash again. The question then is, of course, who's going to have the upper hand? Which individuals stood out the most for you guys?
Ooh, I mean, I'll be honest with you. I was a big fan of what Dante was able to show us. I think there's been a huge step up there in just how the team is sort of formed around him. Vision had a tough job. Like, playing like Cassidy, it's feast or famine. You're either having huge impact or you're dying first in those fights, and there's no in between. That plays havoc on the mental. It really does. It can be very hard to stay in the game with, like, half the fights you're just ulting, you're pressing Q to respawn, and you have to run it back there. But Cassidy had some huge impact in some of those fights, including getting these unexpected kills from the Deadeye to really turn the tide sort of midway through these fights or behind like an Amp Matrix. I think the Squid Baptiste was a big difference maker. That's something we didn't see at all from Timeless. Those Amp Matrices, and especially that Immortality field, was absolutely crucial, because it's not just Pulse Bomb that they're stopping. It's also just like these heavy rushes and these sort of surprise plays we saw from Timeless.
Well, let's actually bring in Ante and hear it from him, what he think actually turned the tide. Ante, it's great to see you again for a quick chat. I see the mullet is gone. I'm deeply disappointed and a little hurt. Or is it still there?
Yeah, it's all gone, I'm afraid. I miss it terribly, but it had to go. But it'll be back. The thing about hair is it regrows,
I mean,
especially on this side. So, yeah.
That's how immigration works in Australia, by the way. You either have to come back after a few years, or you have to send your mullet back. It basically is equivalent value, and that's how we're allowed to stay abroad, imparting our wisdom amongst the world. So good one, Hunter. Take one for the team, mate, and hopefully they get your mullet attached to a necklace or make a wig out of it for you, big son.
That's
there was a lot of hair there.
That's exactly how it works. Well, Hunter, let's chat a little bit about this match. It was a big back and forth, great performances on both sides. What do you think actually ended up giving you guys the edge? What adjustments did you have to make throughout the series as it went on in order to come out on top?
To be honest, it felt like we were better than that team pretty much the whole way through. This isn't just funny trash talk. I just decided to piss away Eichenwald for a laugh. I put Luke Minnow in, played a matchup that we don't normally practice, don't normally play in matches. And then like Colosseo, I mean, like we won that map. The scoreboard just didn't really reflect it at the end when we decided to throw with 5 ults for no reason. But honestly, I feel like we genuinely did have like the edge on them pretty much consistently. Whether they played Tank 1 or Tank 2, they were both absolutely Mickey Mouse. Like they didn't stand a chance against Dante, veteran experience. We had the edge on them the whole time.
What do you guys think about this Timeless squad? Because you've got a let's say communication style onto that can ruffle some feathers. I've definitely seen the reaction on the Timeless side to that. What do you kind of think about this team? Because they've had your number up until now, mate, but you feel like there's a changing of the guard afoot?
It is a bit of that, to be honest. Timeless is a team that's full of all the next up young talent, emphasis on next up, obviously. We've even got some of the next up coaches on that team in the form of Capitology and whatnot, who, obviously we're all terrified that he wasn't in the Overwatch League because, God knows what he could have done with the roster. But yeah, I mean, you're right that Timeless is very much this new generation of talent coming through. But you'll also see that on our team. Like Luminosity, we have players like Squid, who are genuine up-and-comers. And, you're looking at him and thinking, wow, his BAP performance was insane this week. If you watched him play BAP in last OWCS, that bastard threw our matches playing Baptiste. You give the guy a couple of weeks, and he's just taking over the lobby, like carrying the game. So,
I'm sure you sorted it out proper good though, Max.
I did absolutely nothing for him, but I'd love to take the credit.
Oh my goodness. I mean, Hunter, there has been a lot of chatter though about this patch that's coming in mid next week. How do you feel like your team is going to fare on that patch, and are you like relieved you're dodging it for the group stages?
I'm so glad that we get to skip that group, because if Wrecking Ball is important, we are cooked. Like, we are so cooked. we have two off-tank players that are like both 40 years old. So I don't know, we might have to look at the Gumba strat of signing a 17-year-old if that's the method, because it's not looking good on the next patch.
Well, you have a little bit of time to figure that out. Now, generally, how do you feel like your team is stacking up to the rest of the competition?
I think if we can take Timeless, we can pretty much take anyone in the tournament, to be honest. As much as I would love to talk down to Timeless over and over and over again, they have had really solid performances. M80 has crumbled to Timeless a few times over. You watch practice and whatnot, and again, they lose to Timeless loses or beats M80 quite often. So I think that, Toronto is the really big dog where everyone knows, Toronto's the best team in the region. But beyond that, I think that we have like a very strong matchup. There's pretty much every team now.
Well, we're very excited to see more of you in the squad. Hunter, thank you once again for joining us. It's always great to have a chat with you.
Oh yeah, watch Uncoachable and team.
Hey, make your bed for Uncoachable at least.
No one's going to watch a 4-hour show.
I had to roll it. We started at like 4 in the morning for Collegiate. I'm not making my bed. I rolled out of bed, got here. Give me a break.
Yeah, it's a flick of the wrist, big son. Easy clap.
It's like 1 minute.
I've got weak wrists. I can't do it.
All right, big brain, weak wrists. That's the Hunter we know and love. Thank you so much for joining us. We're going to see more of you in this squad, of course, in the main event. What a guy.
No, I'm going to do it. I mean, again, tell you what, he's always down for a bit of trash talk, but when we get to brass tacks, it's pretty clear to see that there's respect as well for just the talent that's been developed on that Timeless side by Hunter. Guys full of confidence here, and I think that entire Luminosity team is going to be over the moon about what they've been able to do. And I love that they mentioned the transition with the Baptiste play. Squid is really coming into his own. We talked about how much of a difference maker he was, especially setting up Vision, and that's a big part of their win here today.
Yeah, I was going to bring up, too, that I think Juby also had a glow-up between stages 1 and 2. I think that is a Lucio that you need to count on for a lot of these team fights, whether it was the sound barrier coming in at the right time or also being able to help out with making sure that Vision actually had a good sight line. Juby also came up really big today.
Yeah, I think this team has definitely put themselves on everyone's radar. The top teams know to be afraid, or at least wary of them when it comes to their matches against them. We will be seeing more of Timeless, of course, of Luminosity, sorry, as we're heading further into the tournament. Both teams still in it to win it because this was the winner's match, right? So we get a second chance for the loser, and the winner just moved on to the main event. So they get to sit back and wait it out. Now we have one more game to play today, and that's going to be between M80 and Pirates in Pajamas. And all of that is going to happen on the other side of this. Champions Series. I love the sound of that.
An EXO against the wall, and Team Peps will full cap.
Where did Pelican come from? Straight on top of their heads.
Quartz won't let them stand much longer, kneecapping 3 in that fight.
The new kings of EU have been crowned. Toronto defiant in an absolute shutout. Some kings were born to rule.
Welcome back, family, friends, and acquaintances, I guess. Mitch and Rosemary here joining me for the last game of the day. We're going to see M80 take on the Pirates in pajamas. So let's dive straight into those rosters. Necro, you actually in our NA pre-show already talked about the M80 roster overhaul. So give our viewers TLDW, too long didn't watch, and catch them up on the changes.
Hey, I'm always happy to talk about this M80 roster. I feel like they're just one of those teams that you will always expect to see towards the top of NA, and how could you not feel even more confident in that when they've got the additions of Happy and Liar into the roster? Liar has had so much experience on this Lucio, so really able to bring that to the team, but Happy and Pelican playing together? Mitch, I feel like what a throwback we've got to the 2023 season.
And they were unbelievable, right? What a dynamic duo to reunite. I really feel like M80 have streamlined this roster very heavily. There was a lot of like leaning into, I guess, that synergy of like, Spectre and Hydron a little bit, and sort of rotating them in. But the Happy Pelican duo is a big deal. And especially when, ping stops being an issue, then this ex-Houston Outlaws setup is going to absolutely pop off. They had honestly, they had a pretty competitive matchup against Unk Inc., I'm going to call them, yesterday. Fairly, I don't know, man. Come on, like, we need like quality filters and some of these names. You think I'm going to use? I'm not going to spill out that acronym. There's no way. But again, so they're still finding their feet, I think, and I'm expecting a fairly competitive game up against a Pirates in Pajamas team who's shown their capability in that stage 1. Have now brought Arnion in from Dreamland, and Taejong's now joined the roster. So yes, less known as a unit. It's a massive roster as well, but they managed to take down Shikigami Hikari yesterday. That was a team that obviously featured pretty heavily in our group stages in stage 1. So I'm feeling like they're coming in with some momentum at least.
At least feeling a little bit of it, right? I think if you take a look at this group and you segment out who you think will make it out of the group stage, you look at M80 and Pirates in Pajamas as the two teams that are most likely to do that. So I think this might just be a bit of a taste of what we can expect to see in the main event.
Yeah, we're looking to see how M80 hit the ground running, right? We've already seen, they've already played a game in this group stage, and like I just said, a little close, like, a 3-0 in fairness, but definitely a lot of back and forth amongst that series, and a lot of different picks. Like, we saw Hawk on the Diva, the Orisa, the Sigma, and the Winston throughout that series. So, yes, showing his flexibility, but also M80 looking like they were still trying to, fit into a bit of a rhythm there. Again, you know what to expect from Pelican and Happy. It's going to be Pelican play Tracer. I'm hoping we get some Echo, where there are some maps that sort of suit that.
Same.
Not so sure if, that's going to be amazing in this first round, but we have seen Echo here on this particular stage.
We have, and I would love to see some more Pelican Echo as well. I know it's one of his favorite heroes to play, and it's one of our favorite heroes to watch, but I think you also have to take a look at what's going to be the most beneficial for the team, and I don't always feel like the Echo is as self-sustainable as I think you might want it to be, especially if you're on ping. That's tough.
Yeah, 100%. It definitely needs some infrastructure built around it in terms of team comp, but sometimes that's just too restrictive. That Storm Tower going to work. Mateball not ready for that push there. Hello, Happy. Explodes onto that high ground here. Strider being knocked off, and my goodness, M80 have this down pat straight away. Anion, she's going to have to get out. She does, but an absolutely brutal start here for Pirates in Pajamas, and that Storm Turret garnering some attention there in main somehow.
I think the Torp turret's going to help out a lot. You might be playing on ping. Your turret sure is not going to be doing that. So a little bit of extra DPS output. And I think what's really nice about having the Torbjorn 2 to actually give it some merit is the fact that you have this ability to lock down some of these flanks that might be coming through from Stone, or even Anion if she's going to be teleporting back into some of the other kind of DPS members to give them a hand.
Oh, it's extremely troll against Tracer. It is so effective in that matchup. It also is like a higher ping option. It's pretty reliable to go for. So Chronic here looking for an opening. There are very little presenting themselves. Stone at least has been able to get amongst the low ground here on this site, but right now it's all about trying to put some pressure down on Hawk. Eventually Pelican's turret is going to be picked off. He's had a lot of impact with that already. Ultraviolet sent careening over the edge by a Magic 8 Ball. We shook it. The answer was yes. You may have the point.
I think you have to take a look at that 8 Ball again, though, and see what it's going to come up with next. Because do you get to keep the point? Yes, no, or whatever the other, like, 12 options are that could come out of that thing. But M80, like, they've already done quite a bit of work here. I think what Pirates in Pajamas now have, though, having that point control is a little bit better angles to play around with this Orisa. First stop is this high ground.
You know, I think remembering that toy, or ever having held one, might make us boomers. That was like, now I'm realizing now, like a lot of this current generation might not ever have asked a question to the Magic 8 Ball. Either way, Pirates in Pajamas don't have time to be consulting for advice. They need to get themselves set up here on the point, and they push themselves through this air matrix. I like that approach, but it ends up being Onion that takes a riveting shot there from Pelican. Chronic is going to be brought down. Now Pelican has a nasty little off angle and a Molten Quarter Spin in the next fight.
Of course, nice to just have a little bit of territory control, especially if you expect Pirates in Pajamas to try to come through this small room or try to get access to that high ground. Even on top of the turret, actually. Let's go ahead and throw that ultimate down and see what they can do against it. Pirates in Pajamas don't have that vertical mobility either. Not like Hawk has on the D.Va to be able to just kind of slide away. So, I actually listen to Lucio here. Gotta go quick.
That's it. Gotta make a play happen here around that sound barrier. That high ground control, though, is something that's going to take a little longer to assume. Magic Maple doesn't want to take the risk of going up there right now, and here comes the Molten Core. That's on the low ground. Happy interrupted during that Deadeye. Sound barrier comes out here from both Lucios almost simultaneously. It's a lot of pressure to one Strider. Forced back. Hawk, of course, able to retreat to some degree behind that defense matrix. Oh, but taken down as he tries to get ejected with a self-destruct reset of the mech. Strider falls now. Pelican could turn his attention to the Kiriko. Onion doesn't have much left to do anyway.
Should just be a point capture here. I don't even know if the Lucio can touch, if it gets just booped away. So, Liar able to play the keep away there to secure that first objective for M80. But this is kind of what we expected, right, Mitch? Like, taking a look at this first map, it really should be coming up all M80 here.
Yeah, it looked very hard for sort of Pirates in Pajamas to get the high ground consistently, especially with like the displacement potential that Hawk offers. Pelican operating off angles pretty effectively, also making it hard for Stone to flank. So your ability to pinch M80 or even like to force them out of position kind of isn't really there. So we saw Pirates in Pajamas, like they speed into like a defense, an amp matrix rather, just to try and like, you know, take M80 by surprise. And they had a decent go of it, right? That fight ends up going in their favor eventually. And make it competitive, but not quite on the same level there in that first round. Let's see what City Center has in store. Once again, D.Va for Hawk and Pelican on the tour.
Now maybe do we get to see like a bouncing Torp turret? Well, we see a bouncing Lucio, actually.
Oh, Strider. I saw what the idea was there. He didn't actually have the room to push Ultraviolet outside of his immortality field. And eventually gets punished for it. Bit of an overextension there. The rest of the fight has been back and forth. Not enough, though, to give Pip a chance for a first point cap.
I think it's going to be so tough to contend with the D.Va on the high ground. I think you're always going to struggle if you're Pirates in Pajamas to actually take that elevator up to the top and keep it. And especially when you have, you know, the Torp turret or even just the Cassidy coming through from Happy, there's a lot of ways you can lock down that high ground away from Pip. So they're going to take this low ground approach now.
Very annoying turret placement there for Pelican. Can't really be seen unless you push up into it. Do they have Liar here? No. He's able to skid away. Still healthy enough, in fact, to hold his ground and send some shots back in the direction of the Pirates, who right now trying to reclaim the point. They finally clear that Torp turret out of the way, but that can be refreshed in a few moments. Back grenade stuck. Happy doesn't know to whom, but it doesn't particularly matter. He needs to keep that damage coming to keep the Pirates at bay here. Now with 44% counting, it's going to be a sound barrier exchange with Chronic. Oh dear, Magic 8-Ball couldn't build his in time. And that ends up being a one-sided fight, to be sure.
And you only needed a sound barrier to do that. That feels so good, especially as a response to something like the Kitsune Rush. Usually you get the Kitsune Rush and you go, 9 times out of 10. It's a very powerful ultimate, and that could be a fight winner, especially if you can capitalize on it and pair it with another ultimate. But Matey, they get to hold on to literally everything else, and it should realistically be a fight win here. They don't have to play around the Terra Surge, and they also have the Amplification Matrix to help boost up some of this damage from Pelican and Happy.
Pip need to go for it. They know it. But the Molten Core's going to make it really hard to advance. Pelican at least is going to fall to the Pulse Bomb here, but the Immortality Field keeps the rest of M80 standing. Strider went down to that engagement, though. You've lost your Orisa, so now how do you put pressure on this D.Va? You try and close the gap, but Defense Matrix completely shuts you down. Deadeyes staring each other down. Chronic's going to come out on top despite there being a Defense Matrix in play. I don't know how you're supposed to win that. That is unreal. What? Pirates in Pajamas with a very unlikely outcome as Chronic stuns the entirety of M80 and gets them back in the game.
All right, so what should have been a fight win there for M80 does not go their way, and so it's going to be Pirates in Pajamas that get another chance at this round. They can't make any mistakes, though. M80 already have 99% capture progress, and they are also going to wrap around just to negate this high ground.
Nicely done by Stone. No Torp here, so the Tracer can start to play a little bit more aggressively. Perhaps some audacity in taking opportunities to get these big picks on supports. Just like Laia in that case. A long way back, Pip off to give this ground. Because they want to play from the high if they can. Especially if there's like the threat of a soldier getting up there at any point. That'll be a huge problem for them. Hawk goes deep, very deep, but Defense Matrix gets exhausted in order to give him the spacing that he needs.
Yeah, but he still has to try to follow that up. Maybe with like...
What?
A kill?
That was crazy. Fantastic little burst there from Hawk as he goes on in with the micro rockets. There's no way she could have really been ready for that. Now Strider's in trouble. That Fortifier's about to expire. Hawk's more than happy to give up the mech for this. At worst, he's created space, and Strider's not getting healed up remotely fast enough, not without Anion on the field. So that's bought so much more time for M80 to flip the point back, and they threaten to end the round here. Hawk will use the displacement, hope to stop any sort of swift step from getting Anion onto the point with anyone else contesting. She's going to try for a Kitsune Rush here, but can't commit to it. She's too low, getting healed up slowly, but Hawk is keeping them all busy. And M80 snatch away the win.
I was not expecting that burst damage to come through so quickly onto Anion, and by the time that had happened, I'm like, was Swift Step available? She must have been so isolated or not have sightlines in order to actually get away. But what great recognition there from Hawk. Whether it's going to be on the D.Va or the Orisa, understanding that one crucial way for you to get a fight win is just keep a support lockdown.
I guess like something people don't always think of is that Kiriko is actually a little bit more unsafe when playing with her team, because you don't have someone in the periphery or out of the fight to swift step to. Yeah, you can Suzu everybody, but you yourself are actually at more risk if you get dove when you're playing amongst that concave of players, notwithstanding like a Lucio booping you for safety or something like that. And we know that those micro rockets up close, like the amount of burst damage that can be applied from D.Va, something that we're not often thinking about, there it's super relevant. And getting that pick also means that Strider can't get healed up quickly enough after Hawk just throws himself at the Orisa as that Fortify came off cooldown. So great game sense from Hawk there to identify some opportunities to slow down and create a huge amount of spacing where Pirates in Pajamas don't have the ability to push back in. They can't recover quickly enough to be in the round anymore.
D.Va is one of Hawk's best heroes. It feels like such a breath of fresh air to really see Hawk let loose on a hero like this, because we can, I don't know, get a little nostalgic about the good old days where we got a chance to see Hawk on D.Va.
Yeah,
I mean, time ago.
Before 222 came in, like Hawk obviously back in 6v6 was a huge off-tank player, right? Was required on that Atlanta Reign team to really step into that main role after a while, right? And they attempted to sort of work with Dreamhack and get him in a position where he could be sort of substituted in, but there were many times, especially like where Hawk was relied on to kind of do it all, and it's no different on this particular team. And he'll show us like a bunch of different tanks over the course of the series, but the D.Va is always one you can put your trust in. Midtown comes up next here as M80 actually opt to ban Hollywood, a notorious Winston map. And Pirates don't want any of that Eichenwalder action here.
That's a smart ban. That's a really smart ban on both sides, but I think this ends up coming up a little bit bigger for M80 with the Midtown pick. You have the option to play the Orisa here. You can put Happy on the Sojourn or the Cassidy and feel really good about the sightlines that you're taking. So I think the onus is kind of on Pirates in Pajamas to really show us what they're able to do. When they were able to show us the Sigma versus Shikigami, they did get the win with that Sigma composition, but this is a whole different beast when you look at M80 as your opponent.
Absolutely, and Hawk Sigma is absolutely a comfort pick. That is where he is feeling very strong. And the Mei coming up here, like, I don't know if we'll really see it out of the gates, but there's definitely some effectiveness that could be sort of generated with isolating certain individuals. Just doesn't feel like really much of a happy pick. But yeah, so like a poke composition here with Maple on the Brig. I think that both teams are going to opt into this here, so a lot of that shield pressure is going to be where we set our eyes for the first sort of couple of engagements.
It's going to be a mirror match on both sides, though, when it comes down to the hero selections on both teams. But you're right, yeah, it comes down to where does this Sigma shield go? What kind of safe rotation can you make? A lot of times these Sigma compositions, we see this wrap around into the laundry room if they feel like that is going to be a safe enough approach.
I mean, it's a very good spot now to be as Cassidy, because all of a sudden you can easily see that Sigma on the high ground, and they have to play with their shield close to them. Good immortality field. That's lovely timing from Ultraviolet. What you'd expect from a player of his caliber. I mean, Pip are going to absolutely crumble here. Wow, that was not even close.
So that's a quick first point capture, a very quick payload unlock, and that's also going to be some forward space that M80 gets to take. If they're able to take this high ground control as well, I think like you're feeling really good about your opportunity to progress through the second point.
Well, Happy's going to fight for an off angle again, right? I mean, he's going to try and maybe even wrap on the right side. Oh, okay. Oh, I love this.
Happy
the winner pick here. Yeah, I mean, like now, you can't, with confidence, play the high ground if you're Pirates in Pajamas. That is a scary prospect.
Well, you could even see the window he was locking down too, where he's like, I could just totally suspect Tracer to be here.
Like, you have to put your Sigma on the low ground here, which also means that, yeah, like if you can get Pelican on the high ground, like it's much harder to stop the Tracer from doing whatever she wants. I like the approach though, the response is good from Pirates. They take a ridiculous amount of damage from that Gravitic Flux though, and they have to recover from this quickly. Now with an Air Matrix in play for Ultraviolet though, that becomes harder and harder to do. The stick though is good. Hawk going to be very, very low and forced to try and back away. The healing though came quickly enough for Hawk to turn around on Stone. And Happy's flanking on Widow. This can't end well.
Nope. Watch your back. Watch your front. Can't watch the side angles all the time either. So that sucks. If you're Pip.
Look, I mean, so much of that fight got decided by the Gravitic Flux. I think Hawk is 3 or 4 players of Pirates in Pajamas there, and they have to first react to the fact that they've been dropped in a strange location. They've got an immortality field. They've got to heal up very quickly, whilst M80 are still piling on that pressure. In these poke comps, the Flux is so big to decide these fight outcomes.
It doesn't have it, at least for now, but I mean, the fact that he just used it and he's 60% towards another one is pretty good. Kind of insane.
Pretty good. Yep, some have said occasionally that Hawky Boy, pretty good at the game.
Hawk is him.
A lot of pressure being put down now, and you can see this Widow denies any sort of fanning out from Pirates in Pajamas. They have to play the stairwell, but they can't contest the cart like this. And so Pelican is getting incremental progress. That is a nerdy angle. That is extremely nerdy.
This is so good. Oh my god. What a maker's dream is to just have a shield in front of you.
Here's another Flux. Strider trying to go for his in response. Hawk lapped him on Flux charge. There was no chance for Strider to get an angle to use that ultimate because he couldn't get info about the high ground. He couldn't see it because he couldn't peek it. The Widow was too threatening and too lethal. And eventually, M80 get another Flux, another fight win as a result of it. It's 3 kills for the Widow, I guess. But this has been a drubbing so far.
Even though we aren't seeing kind of the typical happy pop-off on the Widowmaker, you can feel its presence. It is so palpable. Like, you even call it out that Pirates in Pajamas, they can't peek, they can't hit the high ground, they can't look anywhere, because they're so scared to pop their heads out.
Pelican in and out can drop down on his own volition. Find the optimal target for the pulse bomb. Perhaps the Cassidy wasn't it. He doesn't really force out a mag grenade there. And that is still a looming threat. Pelican might just run it back again. Just run circuits on them. Hawk eventually falls. The Air Matrix and Cassidy combo is a little bit too hard to react to quickly enough. Oh, hello. Good for Suzu. All right, Immortality Field rather from Anion. That's what keeps Chronic alive. Good pulse as well. Liar getting picked off now, and Pirates in Pajamas are making the right moves here in this fight, but the high ground still being controlled. Pelican bringing the Sigma down means Chronic is in trouble. He tries to predict the positioning of the Tracer. And he gets a nice little dink on Happy. This is stunning stuff from Chronic, but he's going to be overwhelmed.
Oh, even Magic Mayfall just isn't enough there with the Brig to stop this pressure that's coming through from Happy's Widowmaker, Pelican's Tracer. Pelican's gonna have another Pulse Bomb online, and while the Widowmaker isn't offering very much point presence, you still have your Pip have to step out into these Widowmaker sightlines.
And Happy can still play the high ground now with how aggressively Pirates are pushing up. Yeah, you've got to cancel that Deadeye. That third shot would have been the end of you. Hawk stunned up briefly by that rally stun from Brig. Immortality Field from Anion, though, comes out at the perfect time to stop the Pulse Bomb reprisal that was being threatened. M80, no ultimates to lean on right now, but he can say the same of the defenders. Quite a hardy exchange of those. Now it's going to come down to the individuals. Trying to shield very, very low here, but Hawk also struggling to maintain a fighting position. And Stone now has the high ground, but for how long? Finally, a kill comes out. It's going to be Happy actually brought down by Chronic, who has to play within that danger range for Cassidy.
Hawk is going to have this Gravitic Flux, though. And so we're talking about lapping an ultimate charge. You know, Hawk does have an opportunity to just stop a fight. Once again, these Gravitic Fluxes have been huge, whether it's been 4 players, canceling out of their ultimates. Let's see what he can make down here. Minute 45 left to go.
Okay, nice Flux. Ultraviolet. Oh, that's so clever. Okay, Immortality Field there from Ultraviolet gets him out of trouble. Did he have to throw that at the higher ground? I'm not really sure. Either way, he stays alive. Here's the Flux now from Hawk. That should give him the Strider kill. Very, very low. And again, Anion has the antidote. Beautiful response from both support players. Hawk can't get a kill there, and they also lose Ultraviolet. So now, M80 starting to run out of steam.
I think this Widowmaker might have to go. I just like, especially when you take a look at how far this card has progressed, not sure you're going to quite get the sightlines that you want with the Widowmaker, and even the high ground is going to be a little bit too difficult to actually find those sights. So we are going to see Happy switch over to the Cassidy to come back into this next fight.
Yeah, that experiment maybe lasted too long. Cassidy, though, eventually going to be the answer. Happy making a switch over, but again, we see the same combo again. That Amp Matrix Cassidy look from Pirates, a little too scary. Wow, what a nice swing on that. M80 quick to respond, but Pelican couldn't get away there. Mag grenade struck true, and Chronic was able to follow up. Big pulse as well. This is looking good now for the Pirates. 30 seconds left in the round, and M80 are short on options, and even shorter on time.
Oh, the double pulse bomb. Oh my god, that was great. I feel like everybody on Pirates in Pajamas just kind of woke up for this final point. Stone got a double pulse. Chronic has been able to hold their own with this Cassidy. It's just been really stellar to watch. So maybe 10 seconds left. They gotta use this window to create some space here for Ultraviolet.
Yeah, it's set up Happy maybe for a couple quick picks, something that wasn't available to them when he was on the Widow. It makes space, at least. But can Pirates do a little bit more than just fold back? They can afford to give some ground, in fairness. That mag grenade didn't connect. The Flux, pretty darn good here. But the Immortality Field is going to come out at the prescribed time. Keep Hawk fighting fit. Good accretion. That buys Hawk enough room here to at least secure the trade of Sigmas. Very, very low, though, is Liar. Has to keep that shield up now. Heal pack being given over towards Pelican. Stone is looking healthy enough, playing from behind his own Brig as well. It might be Chronic to be the difference maker here with an Air Matrix. That Cassidy is going to get supercharged. It's Liar falling first, and it was Stone to open up the fight. Pulse was there, but not an issue as the round had expired. M80 stopped in their tracks.
If you're M80, you're pretty happy with that push, though. I think at the end of the day, when you look at that third point of Midtown, those defending spawns are so close. You're almost always at a disadvantage if you're the attacking team, unless you can throw 5 ultimates at that fight and sweep away the competition. So the fact that they got stopped there was a bit of a death sentence. But now they get a chance to see if they can full hold, maybe.
No, I think you pointed out, like, the Widowmaker was really just not gaining them any traction in that last phase of the map.
So tough.
You have some high ground you can play, but how many times did we watch Happy having to aim vertically down to make use of that position? Like, Pirates they just fold back a little bit and say, okay, well, we can still get the most out of our Cassidy, whereas now your Widow has to play on the ground if she wants to sort of be a factor. But look, I'm not mad about it because Happy's Widow was basically what decided the second phase of the map. So, you know, you've got to take the dubs where you can find them. And maybe you should still be pleased enough with this, but this definitely throws the victor of this map into question. We know Pirates are good enough to at least get to that phase of the map. Or a lot of teams struggle with finishing, but we've seen them really find their footing and hold their ground admirably in their last round.
They did. I think that defense, especially knowing how much time they had to work with, Pirates in Pajamas did put up a valiant effort on that third point defense. We are going to see them take a very quick approach as we do see the Symmetra teleporter to help get Pirates in Pajamas out of spawn. But Pelicans on the Torbjorn once again. That's going to be the big difference between M80's and Pip's comp.
In theory, like a rotation that lets you preserve the Sigma shield and also deny the high ground position if the attackers want to get real aggressive. But M80 aren't playing from there. They have like a Torb set up, so they really do want to form a concave and fight for the point itself. This means that Pirates in Pajamas can actually make some progress here through this choke if they can keep Strider standing, but that's when things get a little hairier. That's when they get less guaranteed. Accretion's being traded, Kinetic Grass there. Magic 8 Ball, yep, gets caught out.
It's a nice pincer attack. You can see the off angle the Pelican is taking over by Laundry, so it's a little bit more difficult for Pirates in Pajamas to actually make that rotation. Either you're going to be turning your backs to all of the damage that M80 has right by that train car, or you're turning your back to a Torbjorn. Either way, not feeling so great.
And they would not dare walk down that train against the Sigma comp. Pirates in Pajamas, they know where their bread is buttered. That would be absolutely catastrophic for them. So instead, maybe a setup around this out matrix. Chronic still on the Cassidy here. They don't have a great vantage point. Oh, a great interrupt there from Strider. I interrupt myself as the Accretion interrupts Hawk's Gravitic Flux. Now that Immortality Field is going to have to do some serious heavy lifting and an out matrix from the high ground here for M80. It's an awkward angle though. With all the Pirates playing from the choke, they deny the value of this ultimate.
They deny the value, but they still are not able to get past this choke. So even though Hawk wasn't able to land the Gravitic Flux, everybody in Pip is going back to spawn.
Yeah, I guess to deny the value, they had to, you know, stay in the choke and wait. And then when they emerged, they were still disadvantaged in that engagement. And they may have been able to sit here on a Molten Core, which, as you can imagine, would be extremely nasty if it got thrown into that choke. But the rally's also really important. There's the stun aspect that can, you know, give you an extra tool to stop this Tracer. Stone already has it hard. He has to deal with, like, the Cassidy slow, and of course this Torb, which has been a real nuisance.
Yeah, either way, I think, like, as a Tracer, you're not feeling super great, even though you are the only Tracer in between both of these teams. It's gonna be a bit of a rotation, though, through Laundry. A couple of members of Pip are able to make that happen, but you gotta be really careful because that Sigma Shield could only last for so long, and you got a Brigitte on both sides.
Oh, no. This is about to become a hot box. Gravitic Flux here. Strider only sees Happy, I guess, and gets stunned up there as he hits the ground. That's Laius rally stun coming into play. They're able to overwhelm Strider. Great response here from N80. We've seen how bad those Gravitic Fluxes can be for the team subject to them, but they bounce back beautifully and not off the ground.
1 minute remaining. Pirates in Pajamas are going to make a compositional switch with Strider going over to the Winston just briefly. Thought about it. All right, they're gonna have the Lucio instead of the Brigitte, so a little bit more mobility, and it will help them to make those rotations just a bit cleaner. But they're still suffering from this problem of getting sandwiched by ults, whether it was the Molten Core or just the Torb turret, or I guess skills as well. They gotta make these rotations faster, and they're getting stopped with this choke.
This is a risky Deadeye for Chronic, but he's going to try for something. Immortality Field does its job, and Ultraviolet ends up getting knocked to the low ground. Who's in the flux? Chronic, well, he never hit the ground. And he's going to get brought down by the Deadeye of Happy, and that is a huge blow to take, especially when there's an Ant Matrix to play with. But who's backing Hawk up here? Okay, he does have Lyre coming in off to the side. There's actually a lot to work with Happy in play, so M80 should have the numbers to close this one out and get themselves out to a comfortable 2-map lead. Yeah, they got ground to a halt on the attacking side, but their defense was ironclad. M80 with 2 in a row.
M80, 2-0. I think a lot of people expected this, looking at this matchup, not because Pirates and Pajamas are bad per se, but M80 is just so good. They are such a clean team. They are filled with so much star power. It's hard to feel like many teams can hold a candle to them.
Yeah, I mean, this is not the stage of the competition where we really expect Pirates and Pajamas to be put under, rather, M80 to be put under a great deal of pressure. This is, again, us checking in on a lot of the teams coming up around them, right? Seeing, like, how have Pirates and Pajamas developed after making these couple of roster changes? Like, are they continuing to grow as a unit? It's almost just like a check for, you know, M80 to go, righto, you know, you need to get out of this group to be part of the main event. It's something we expect, but we're going to be scrutinizing your play to see if there's a meta shift and you've struggled to adapt to that or whatever. But this suits them. Everything about this suits them, right? Hawk gets to play the Sigma. Ultraviolet, obviously, nasty Baptiste player. Pelican, what more needs to be said? Just playing the tour, absolutely chilling. Maybe phoning it in a little bit at times, you know what I mean? Just sitting back with the turret.
Yep. But poor Happy and Pelican. Yeah, actually on their POVs can tell that they are struggling to hit some pretty easy shots. And so that's ping right there. Not much you can do about that except to try to lean into it a little bit. But something maybe a little bit easier.
Yeah, but I think like all these numbers being equal, like damage mitigated, healing done, but having like, you know, a significantly large amount of damage dealt over the course of the game, it sort of really adds up. And I think that's also an advantage we saw derived by M80 while they were able to pummel Pirates of the Pajamas in that choke over and over and over again. The Sim TP came out at the start of the round, and I'm thinking, okay, maybe Pirates can just circumvent this whole choke neutral trading plan because you're heavily disadvantaged as attackers. Walking in with the low ground advantage, having to look up to your top right, like it's awkward. I thought they might TP to the point itself, but they still go slow. They don't stay on the sim, which is fine against a poke comp. I get it. But maybe there's a strategy where they could try and overrun this, like by using a sim TP and not having to opt into what feels like a game that really suits M80.
I'm with you. I would have loved to see Pirates and Pajamas hold on to that Symmetra teleporter just a little bit longer, because I think what a lot of teams struggle with in this poke war is getting through that laundry room. You don't want to walk straight forward because of the high ground pressure that you felt from the train car. Every team has to walk into that if you're going to see your opponent take that defensive hold. But going through laundry, you can also just get yourself stuck. So that's not really a great feeling either. So yeah, with the Symmetra teleporter, you should be able to bypass all of that even if you wanted to. Make it all the way to the back of point or even the high ground above the point. Just a little bit of a different angle there.
Again, when you decide you want to play a poke comp as well, like that kind of predetermines a few things for you, I suppose. It's like, hey, we feel strong in this setup. We feel like we can leverage Chronic's like custody play, for example, to find an advantage. Hey, like Happy and Pelican, you know, like they're not playing Tracer right now. That means that, you know, our backline maybe, you know, stands to suffer a lot less pressure, a lot less harassment. You know, with the healing resources for our backliners being freed up, maybe that allows, like, you know, Baptiste play to sort of, you know, level up. Maybe there's more we can do to add to the damage in this regard. So I kind of get it, but again, like it's going to be hard to match up to that team even on your best day. After what they showed you on the attacking side with like the flanking Widow. And the fact that he did it on ping is like something we didn't even talk about with Happy, but that's just kind of cracked. Either way, new Queen Street.
Kind of disgusting.
Yeah, a little. Yeah, the new Queen Street coming up here. And again, it is M80 looking to secure ultimately their route out of this group with a strong showing in their first 2 games, basically making their lead unassailable. Other teams in this group, like Shikigami Hikari and Unk Inc., again, still have to sort of fight for that number 2 spot to make their way through. And again, we are, you know, Unk Inc. managed to take a map over M80, so that's pretty sick. They were, they were able to, they were able to put some pressure on them on that new Queen Street. So this is M80's map from yesterday that they did drop.
Whenever you say Unk Inc., I can't help but think of like Unka Bunka.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure there's a reason.
There has to be a real.
it's bloody 0-3 Splash. Why are we? Okay, never mind. Why are they doing that to me?
I don't know.
That's the name you come in with. That's the name you get.
That's what we're yeah, no, it's gonna be what we call you. I'm actually really glad that we don't have to say whatever battle tag Happy's using right now.
No, I draw the line at that. Yeah.
Yeah, everybody know that UGV. I'm dyslexic. I can't read that.
I don't even. Yeah. You know what?
That is Happy.
I bet you it was his FACEIT name or something like that, and it like might have he might have signed up with that name and could have done something in game. I'm not really sure, but it's kind of funny. Happy, fair enough, mate. You want to be incognito? We've ruined that for you. Oh, I think Hawk's in trouble there. The Orisa is a bit of a scary prospect for the Sigma to deal with, especially on this highly contested high ground. Gets knocked off the map on the jab spin.
I think you just have to be so careful if you're going to play the Sigma poke comp versus the Orisa, because what the Orisa provides is just like straight mobility. Not only do you have the Lucio to help make sure that you're able to keep that front line super strong against the Sigma, but like the Sigma only has a shield that can go so far.
I'm not sold on the Sigma on New Queen Street, not at least against the Orisa, right? Hawk did play this yesterday. Similarly unconvinced, having seen how that went down. So this poke comp doesn't really have the room to live up to its namesake here. But Pelican is able to run through the back line and find his way to try to pick off the Orisa. Now you've got a bit more freedom here as this Sigma, as Laia rips Stone back to reality.
And maybe able to quickly correct course after Hawk was jabbed off of the map. And Pelican also back to show us that he's not just a Torb one trick right now. He can also play the Tracer, which is really nice to have against a team that's also going to be relying on that. Stone has been really impressive with the Tracer flanks that he's been able to pull off. But can he continue to like find those successes weaving through this Brig shield bash, the accretion from the Sigma, the mag grenade from the Cassidy? There's a tough ask here out of Stone.
All right, here's Terra Search. Hawk, well, mostly unscathed coming out of that. Stone able to find Laia there with the pulse bomb. All right, Pelican just caught out there as Strider is able to find a clean finish on the Tracer. And yeah, don't love it from M80. Don't love it at all. Hawk will play Orisa on a couple of maps. I'm happy to see the mirror come out here, but this Sigma setup doesn't have the room that they need it to have. They might be like, honestly, they might be practicing comps that they intend to implement once Pelican and Happy are off ping and just want to like prepare properly.
I would, because at this point, the Pelican and Happy, they're hoping to be off ping soon. But I think you still have to make sure that you know how to cycle those cooldowns, whether or not they work out currently.
Chronic missed 0 of those railguns off the first 5. Great pressure coming down, a good chunk of damage that M80 have to remedy. Hawk, wait, do they? No. Did they get the checkpoint amidst that? No.
No, just barely not. I think.
Okay, I heard a sound. It sounded like a chime, but looks like they're able to avert that potential situation. Now into the tube. So no one is going to challenge the Sigma up there, but Hawk's trying to provide a staging ground here, probably for Happy to try and set up as the bot starts to move back.
We do have a Deadeye coming through from Happy. Maybe able to use that to just kind of bully away the Pirates in Pajamas. But I guess we'll find out.
But he creates space, so all good, right? Happy pops the Deadeye, Pirates in Pajamas. Yeah, I mean, they can't challenge that, that's fine. But this is such slow going for M80. It is glacial progress to try and at least get back to parity here. The M-Matrix, though, that was the real threat, not the Deadeye. Oh, sorry? Stone just materialized where Happy's fist happened to be and got punched from the future.
Yeah, I think that we call that an interdimensional swing.
I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got a ring to it.
I like it. Yeah, maybe that's the new collab from Overwatch 2 sneak peek. Space Adventure. That's not Cowboy Bebop.
Space Force? I've been waiting for that collab. I'm very excited. Oh dear. M80 backing up here. Just out towards the side of this little bend, as they know that the Orisa can get up on them awfully quick. Oh, okay. I don't want to hear about ping anymore. I don't want to hear about it. It doesn't exist. This guy basically has light speed connection. What a stick with a pulse bomb from Pelican. Terra Surge, though, at least clearing out some of this defensive infrastructure. And Happy Falls. Magic 8 Ball has good timing here with the sound barrier, trying to keep Strider in the fight. But even that overshoot gets stripped from him awfully quickly. He got Ultraviolet, though.
They got the checkpoint.
Healing. Oh, they did. They did. See, they both 57.18, right? That's why I got so confused. But M80 gets that checkpoint. Snuck it in midway through the fight.
Yeah, they got the checkpoint. And it's so sad because Pirates in Pajamas were there. They were there, but they had taken the fight elsewhere. Something that the power of the Sigma from Hawk really can provide. Yeah, this is just back to square one for both of these teams as we start to fight over the midpoint. There's one ultimate online that's going to be Chronic with the overclock. But I feel like M80 have not had a chance to breathe here.
Strider! Oh goodness, that's a big overextension.
No, Suzu was too late.
Yeah, Chronic hoping to intervene here with his overclock, but there's no way he's going to get remotely enough to cover over that loss of the Orisa. Pirates in Pajamas really held their own at the start of this map. In fact, they were leading at some points, but these last couple of fights, there have been a couple of sloppy moments. They've allowed M80 to waltz, not crawl, waltz back in the lead. Strider just gets away. The Javelin spin, buying him the space to try and avoid Happy's pressure. But again, the Orisa gets picked off first. This is uncharacteristic based on what we've seen so far in this map. Pirates in Pajamas have to shape up quickly. They're running out of time.
They're running out of time in meterage. I mean, with 3 minutes left, there isn't too big of a gap right now between these two teams. I think that Pirate Pip can really get themselves back into it, but still's got to hit these shots. We've got to see Strider just keep walking forward.
Pulse dropped in there. Stone able to take down Happy, but Happy was not the intended target. I'm not sure of that. Immortality fills from Ultraviolet. Getting picked off first was crucial, though. The Terra Surge did its job. I like the timing from Strider there to make sure there was no Immortality by the Pulse detonation. And now we're going to have a pushback.
Ooh. Well, I think that's still going to come up pretty well.
I mean, yeah, you have the Terra Surge now, so like you can turn the pressure on. Anian barely got away there. Was knocked back by the Javelin. With 2 minutes and 20 seconds left to play with here. Some individual moments from Pirates, but that's not enough. On the whole, M80 are absolutely dominating. They've got a big meterage lead, like over 20. And that checkpoint, of course, which is really got to be crucial. That's just so oppressive to play into. You're trying to make a comeback in overtime. You don't even have that first checkpoint. It's like, man, how on earth are we going to win enough fights in a row to do this? But they have the Kitsune Rush to play off here. Both support ultimates, in fact. They're going to have to leverage them about now.
It's gonna have to be now or never, because you're right, like this is starting to get out of hand, especially with those close spawns that M80 get a chance to take advantage of. Huge advantage for these last couple of moments.
Pelican with a pulse, knowing of course that Suzu needs to be taken out of the pitch before he can guarantee a kill with that ability. Or simply use it to force the Suzu itself. Anian, they've noticed that Hawk is slower. They're gonna try and push into this now. Strider, though, going to be knocked back by the Javelin. Hawk makes enough space for himself and now plays from behind the Amp Matrix. M80, defensive, turtling up for a moment. They're going to have to use that Immortality field, and Stone isn't able to pick it off in time. It doesn't matter, though, because the rest of the Pirates are here. They do spend both those support ultimates, but the upside is they forced Lyot apart with his own sound barrier and had a dominant fight win.
I don't think you hate that, though, if you're M80, because you've stalled enough that there's only a minute left. Yes, Pirates and Pajamas are going to be able to get this checkpoint finally. They've been like a 0.005 meter away from being able to capture it before.
Oh, so they did have it, right? I guess the bollard, because the bollards were down by the time the bot got there. So I think they just got it and got stopped on the other side. Doesn't matter here, because Pirates might be starting to equal this meterage total in general. They're popping off right now. Magic Maple, a quick little double here, and this is scary for M80. Under 30 seconds left. Pirates threaten to equal and exceed that meterage tally. M80 have got to go now.
Oh, they've got to go now. They have to stop this because it's going to be very difficult to do that once Pirates in Pajamas have taken control. That's a really quick stagger, though.
They got a lead, though, 78.91 to 79.62. M80 still have that edge. Hawk now going to throw himself in there. Okay, Terra Surge doesn't find too much, and Pelican gets picked up by a kunai of all things. Alien, what a huge pick to find at this moment. And M80 have again conceded new Queen Street. 2 days in a row as Pirates in Pajamas stay alive in the series.
All right, well, that first checkpoint was very impactful for both teams. Honestly, I'm blind. I totally missed that they had that first checkpoint. It really looked like they didn't.
It was very close. I think I heard it. I think I heard it happen midway through the fight. So both teams actually kind of C9'd the checkpoint quietly amidst all of the action there. So it did matter, yeah. I mean, if there isn't a checkpoint and you have to wait, then we don't see this like reckless push from M80. They actually have time to set up and have a proper fight there. So Pirates, they kind of paved the way for success right at the start of the round.
No, it looks great for them. And I think when you look at how scrappy a lot of those fights were, I would be a little bit worried if I were M80 taking a look at a map like Suravasa for the next one. Because can you play the Torb? Like, do you feel confident being able to play the Tracer? I don't know how good M80 are feeling with their odds of having to play a lot of these like higher mechanically skilled heroes.
This might be, this might be about as exploitable as M80 are ever going to be. So if you're Pirates, you see that blood in the water, yeah, you know that this might be the time to strike. This would be massive for them. I mean, in terms of like how their seeding is going to be set up for, you know, the main event, and that stuff really, really matters. But look, just a generally very strong showing on this map. I thought Stone was really good. Anian finds such an important pick in that last fight. She opens up with a kunai headshot kill. Hawk is terror searching, like kind of off the point. It doesn't find any value. M80 they're desperate. They've run out of time here, and it's hard. This is hard to do what Pirates just did. Like they stay in control over the maps, mentally speaking, right? And even when they fall behind, they know they have a checkpoint. They know they can play off that. They just need a good fight, and they managed to find it at the perfect time.
Super good positioning, really heads up play as well to just kind of keep their cool. I do think something that M80 struggled with is playing the Sigma comp. It was too slow. It was taking so long to get this composition set up or to have Happy and Pelican on the right angles in order to take advantage of that Sigma shield. And by the time we ended up seeing Hawk actually switch over to the Orisa, I felt like it was a little too late being able to actually get that ultimate rotation and find the meterage advantage. I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, I mean, like, the Sigma objectively is just, like, it's not good in that matchup, right? There's just, like, no way you can keep your shield up for any length of time. It just gets chewed to pieces immediately. So you don't want to be, like, rotating your cooldowns every single time you see the Orisa and having to, like, kinetic grasp and just have her look at you funny while you get no value out of it. It's, like, really easy to punish that Sigma all the time. And if you have good enough mobility, then you can just pound their backline over and over. So we know why Hawk had to switch to Hawk on Orisa. It's fine. But that hero pool of Hawks is something we talked up a lot when it came to the D.Va. We talk up a little less when it comes to maybe like Orisa games that look like that, where he kind of struggles to find like a clear advantage. You know, and playing the Sigma here at the start of New Queen Street just wasn't a great look. Suravasa, I think you can play Winston at some points. I don't know if that's really the best. Like a lot of time we also see the Orisa involved here as well. So I don't know if this map necessarily plays into Hawk's best tank heroes. It's got to be something to keep an eye on here. And you don't want to be letting this one go all the way. I think they did play Suravasa yesterday.
They did. And they did win, but it was a 3-2 versus Unk. So
Unk
what?
Yep.
to Unk Incorporated. But yeah, it was a 3-2. Played with the Orisa composition with like Tracer, Soldier, and Kiriko and Lucio. And after a certain amount of time, Hawk did switch over to the Winston, which was able to close out that map for them. But if it's the Winston, then I ponder, why not the Doomfist, which is a hero that Hawk is very good at.
I think like it's fine here. I think like trying to deal with Orisa with Fortify up is really punishing for Doom. If you punch into it, she's Fortify, you might be in trouble. Getting caught out, that could be pretty bad, and it's really easy to interrupt you with that Javelin. Now, why is Winston better? It's kind of a good question, right? I think like Primal Rage offers you some unique opportunities on certain flashpoints, but I would expect players to trend more towards Doom in that case. But here we are. We have the Sigma. Now these points, like you have more pitched battles at the start of these flashpoints, so maybe there's a chance to be oppressive with this poke setup, but eventually the Orisa's going to step up and demand your attention.
The Orisa just collapses on you, and that's the big problem about the Sigma Shield is you want to be able to play around it and just be able to use that as just an extra bit of sustain, but it's down already. Like,
yeah, I mean, I think you hit a big accretion just now on Strider. That was big, and it didn't really allow Orisa to command any space for that short window. I think Magic Maple just gets pounded from across the map here. If your Sojourn play is sick, then it won't really matter what the tank matchup is. Like, it's going to be up to Happy here to find these rail connections and punish, because Chronic doesn't have a shield to play from behind.
No, and so now you have to just play around the natural architecture of the map, which is not always the easiest thing to do. You're so vulnerable, especially if your back is turned and Pelican is looking at you. It can be tough to actually find the angle that you want to have. And similarly, if you have the Sigma Shield that you are playing around, you have to also try to find a way to hit past it.
Nice. That's huge. Oh man, this might already be over. Pirates have to back away here. Now, they're not going to give it up entirely, but in the back of their heads, they're thinking, oh, we may as well just reset. I mean, the Pokop not great at chasing these kills, right? But they'll get some free ult charge.
I mean, they're basically putting it at a point here where, yeah, you get some free ult charge. Happy gets to walk away with the overclock by the time that Pirates in Pajamas have rotated around. So this is not a fun experience for Pip to have to walk into.
Oh God!
And Stone is dead.
Okay, so we have a gap here, I think, at both DPS roles in this early phase of the map. That's definitely getting sort of pretty nasty, I think, at the start of these fights. We see some great railguns from Happy. Pelican's able to confidently, brazenly take that 1v1 and win it out. We did see a flip back by Pirates in Pajamas, though, which is the only reason why we're still here. But that's about to be rectified.
All right. Well, that's going to be flashpoint number 1 heading to M80, and now the onus is on them to figure out how they want to set up for the next one. And they have so many ultimates to work with here, too. Like, the fact that they have the sound barrier online, it just feels really nice to have against something like the Terra Surge. Yes, you have the Suzu as well, but it feels like a nice extra fail-safe to have in a matchup like that. The big difference here is going to be the accretion and the Gravitic Flux versus something like the Terra Surge. Both of these tanks have to play so differently around these ults.
I mean, the Flux was devastating on Midtown every time Hawk played, like Hawk used it, and here it's similarly powerful, right? There's nothing worse than, you know, having to group up to play on a flashpoint like this and just getting caught inside that. Pelican though goes down. Stone eventually is able to win out the Tracer 1v1, and Chronic is going to keep M80's heads ducked. Okay, here's the Flux though. Sound Barrier comes out in response, so Hawk basically making an exchange of ultimates there, and he has to have expected this outcome.
What's nice though about the Gravitic Flux getting used is you did get out the sound barrier. Yeah. I think there's not a better way for you to have at least released that ultimate from the pockets of Pip. You also are going to change as well. So I think a good recognition there by Hawk to identify that the Orisa is just going to have a bit better of a time on these smaller flashpoints. I mean, Temple's tiny.
It is. There's not a lot of room there, and also, like, this is a good time to switch to a tank that can really benefit from sound barrier, because you have a beat advantage in this fight. Wait a minute, it looks like it'll start to lose that one. Strider now has to go for the Terra Surge to salvage this. It might not be enough either. Pelican is able to bring the Brazen Orisa down, but Stone, yeah, okay, finding that pick of the Kiriko is pretty important now. Stone will linger because he kind of has to, but M80 aren't in a position to flip this with 3. It'll just be Pelican sent ahead.
All right, well, you gotta take, you gotta get the flashpoint now before it flips over. That would have been like the biggest bag fumble I think we've seen in OWCS. So glad we avoided that. M80 also have a chance to come back into this one as a team of 5 to play around that sound barrier advantage. But they didn't need it in that first fight. It almost feels better to have it now.
Yeah, I want to see a proactive beat here from Lyre. Push into the entirety of Pirates if you can. Magic Maple's very low. Okay, so we're going to start with a continuing rush, which is fine. It's going to draw that out of Alien as well. Good pressure, Happy putting down on Magic Maple, and here's the beat to follow it up. So, like, it's just you have no excuse losing this fight. It cannot happen, or rather should not. Stone, though, hard to catch. Playing inside the Disruptor shop for a time here. Eventually, M80 will maintain control, and then keep big ultimates to potentially close this flashpoint entirely. So they go from 0 to hero here on Temple.
No, it's amazing. This is kind of what you are hoping to see from a team like M80. Also a big turnaround from what we ended up seeing on New Queen Street. But here we go. A couple of percentages left. Pipper gonna come back in to try to recontest this. But with what?
Well, with no Lucio, that's for sure. And that was the beat that they were supposed to be able to contest with. That was the one shining spot that they were going to be able to leverage to have a decent chance in this fight. Now that's off the table. Pelican is removed, though, with a pulse bomb still in hand. A brief opening here, and if Happy takes another of those, this one could go the other way. Chronic now at a sound barrier. Magic 8 Ball quickly gets back into the fight, and I love this! Pirates and Pajamas play safe. They stay in the fight, and they're going to have the flashpoint because Magic 8 Ball gets there in time. Because they bought enough time for the Lucio to arrive with beat in tow.
Wow, he didn't even have beat, actually, when they were engaging. He just barely missed it and got it when he died.
Brutal.
So, I honestly, maybe a bit of a blessing, no? Because then you had it to actually come in and finish out that flashpoint when the cards felt so stacked against you after losing Mateball so early. And so it's all tied up. Going over to the next flashpoint, I'm really looking at M80 to see if they can turn the tide with this Orisa composition. The Orisa versus Orisa has looked to be in Strider's favor as of right now, and we're going over to yet another tiny flashpoint.
Hawkeye playing in the corner. This makes it a little bit hard to poke him down from all of these little hidey holes that this point features. Force a recall there on Stone. It ends up being quite close by. Stone wasn't overly mobile before Hawk turned up, but we didn't even see any of Hawk's teammates there. They were not really within their vicinity. Pirates in Pajamas look to be, honestly, a little better when it comes to this Orisa composition.
They have. Whether or not it's been Strider creating more space, I think Chronic as well has really been able to get the better of some of this backline of M80 and really opening things up for Pip to play a bit more aggressive. I think, too, to Anian's credit, she's been doing a great job of keeping this team healed up while also making sure that you have the Suzu online for those critical moments.
41% and counting. That's just a huge buffer build off that one fight win. Ultraviolet gonna have to go for it here. Kitsune rush deployed. They kind of zero in on Strider at the start of that fight, who's had to use his Fortify awfully early, and a Suzu just got thrown on Pirates' Orisa. Pelican there. Takes a railgun, has to recall, can't really keep that pressure going, but M80 use that opening to at least flip the point in their favor.
All right, now they get to play from that ultimate advantage too.
Double Kitsune rush. Rather just the individual. Ultraviolet using his prior. Hawkeye sees Magic Maple as a big opportunity here, but eventually has to become defensive as Anian starts sending those kunais in. One of them slips through the net, apparently. And once more, Pirates in control here. God, threatening to push us to a map 5 against M80, that would be absolutely wild. But frankly, it's on the table here and now.
It is, and at this point too, you can see Pirates just chase down these picks. If there's any more staggers here, M80 cannot get back to the splash point, and that will be a flashpoint point match point.
I follow. Yeah. Yeah.
We still have to work on that one. I think we all have to work on that one.
I'm okay with map point, I guess, at this stage.
Map point. All right. Yeah.
Oh, these overclocks from Chronic, man, they have been hitting beautifully. M80 here again, you know, we kind of alluded to it. Some of these more like mechanically intensive heroes on ping can be a little bit harder to achieve the outcomes that you're looking for, even for the most veteran of Overwatch players. That would fit the bill for Happy and Pelican completely. Chronic wants to take a flanking angle here. This is brazen. Slides into position. Okay, Terra Surge now going to try and bring all of M80 together, but there's some terrain in the way for Chronic. It doesn't matter. Man, he may as well not even have had that ultimate. The rest of his team doing the work to follow up on the Orisa roll from Striker. But it's down to 3 here. Magic Maple falling. Hawk needs a lot of healing. He buys a little bit of space now, but eventually is brought down as Strider comes crashing into him with his own javelin spin.
This is going to be another huge amount of flashpoint progress for Pirates. Not having to use much of anything in that fight too. You get another Kitsune rush. I feel like Anian has been charging these up so quickly with just how much healing she's been pumping out into the team and the damage. It's going to feel nice to have that online to potentially close up this map. People only need one more fight here if they're dragging out.
Almost a 6th sense leads Happy to sort of preemptively slide away from that javelin. Okay, double consider rush in play here. Pulse bomb avoided. Might have been the Suzu that inoculated M80 from that explosion. But there's more follow-up damage where that came from for the Pirates. And in low, Chronic also somehow hanging on. Eventually they will be overrun. So M80 still have a fighting chance here, but it's just Hawk. Hang on, this is dangerous now. Pirates could look to try and end the map here. Hawk can't even flip the point into his team's favor. Laya has to get him back into the action quickly.
He has to back away because he doesn't have enough to if he goes down there, that I think the whole team is screwed. So go into overtime here with a little bit more reinforcement. They do get the point back, and this is where Pip recognizes they have to back up because they have a chance to just close out the map in this next fight. Sound barrier advantage. They've got the Terra Surge. The only thing they have to really worry about here is Pelican's Pulse Bomb.
Man, the composure it takes to know you're on the precipice of beating a team like M80 and back off the point. Give it up voluntarily, set up, and you know you have, a couple of fights to really make this work. Man, taking them to a map 5 would be absolutely unreal for Pirates in Pajamas. But we are seeing some of M80's weaknesses exploited. Let's see just how hard Pirates in Pajamas can press down on that. We have a pulse bomb here for Pelican. Both teams have the sound barrier, so much will come down to the timing and execution of those. Pelican, okay, he's going to draw a Suzu out. He's probably happy enough with that here, even if not getting the kill on Strider. There is a Terra Surge to worry about, and Strider's going to go for it right now. Ultraviolet's able to swift step away, but Happy gets wrecked by Chronic. And that was that overclock I was talking about. Stunned up in midair, but still has a couple of these rails to deploy. And there's no targets, because Anian deals with Hawk. M80 are screwed. Pirates in Pajamas absolutely dominant here, and this Orisa Mirror, after forcing the switch off the Sigma, they're going to take us to a map 5.
Ooh, so the plot thickens. No way. A map 5 between these two teams. I think when you look at this matchup, everyone's like, oh, M80. Like, I would love to know what the chat predictions for this one, because I think it's like, oh, I think M80 wins like 3-0, 3-1, but a 5-map series? This has been a banger, and I think Pirates in Pajamas have earned it over and over.
A brief look at what went down yesterday, though, like with a very similar map pool, between Ink and this M80 team, probably might have made us reconsider just how simple, how straightforward this would have been. Now, they did win Suravasa in that matchup, but it wasn't close, and I don't know if the play necessarily was very convincing in the Orisa composition. I guess the upside being Junkertown does offer a pretty decent place to bring your Sigma comps back into the fray, right? You can play that poke style if you want. It's also quite hard to exploit that in many parts of this map. Teams have tried to play like that hard dive look, but I think right now that's hard to make happen. So there might be, they might be avoiding execution, M80 here, by being able to go back to what has worked for them so far. But man, let's talk a little bit of, about this Pirates in Pajamas team, because this is a great result already. I mean, the play with the Orisa comp was super clean.
It's been super, super good, and I think it's a really nice moment to kind of give a couple more credits to the players that are on Pirates in Pajamas. Anian, she was a player for the New York Excelsior during her time in the Overwatch League. She gets picked up by this roster to help come in and play this Kiriko. It's looked so smooth today, and this is not, we didn't get a chance to see her too often in their matchup yesterday. It was Anian, and then Divinity came in to play a couple of those maps, and Maypal as well. I think just on the Lucio has been stellar. This is a player that I feel like has been kind of on the up and up in the tier 2 scene, and it's nice to see them have a great pop-off performance here.
And seems like a great shell of a team to fit into here. I think the coordination has been fantastic, the beat timing as well, especially when it comes to keeping Strider in these particular fights. I think it's been crucial. The Orisa battle has been extremely chaotic, but generally Pirates in Pajamas have just looked better there. Hawk seems to be constantly giving ground, constantly being forced to use his defensive cooldowns earlier than he otherwise would like, and even something as pedestrian as like the Terra Surge timing and usage has looked really good. So that comp, now we know Pirates in Pajamas, very good there. The better team on that comp, undeniably. They can't really get away with that on a map like Junkertown. It's so vertical. The sightlines are so wide. They're going to have to go, potentially into a Sigma mirror or something that they could sort of maybe, play to the topography a little bit more with. Either way, those questions and many more I'm sure will be answered after we come back from this break with map 5 on the line.
Begin excavation log. Sloan Cameron here on side to Petra. Me and the Whitefinders just found the coolest artifact I think I've ever... Again? Come on! Whoa. If you want to mess with these artifacts, you gotta go through me. Hey, I'm on to you. I gotta tell you, I wanna scream it out. Hey, I'm gonna show you, here's what it's all about. Up top, you big doofus. Rock and roll. Excavation initiation! Time to really drill it in. We did it! We had a party or what? Whoa, no way.
That's right, folks. That's what we have to look forward to on April 16th. And of course, we're all wondering what the implications for competitive play might be with Venture's addition to the game. But for now, we turn our attention to this 5th and final map in a series that has gone a direction we definitely didn't expect. M80 were off to a strong start here, but Pirates in Pajamas have slowly wrested control back. New Queen Street, then Suravasa. Maps that we knew that M80 were a little shaky on, they ended up dropping to this upstart squad. And now that 2-0 title is on the line coming out of this Group C.
It's amazing that Pirates in Pajamas could reverse sweep a team that is considered top 3 in the entire NA region. Isn't that something? Like, not to knock Pirates in Pajamas' skill, but it's just that we have seen in NA these top 4 teams of M80, Luminosity, Timeless, and Toronto Defiant just be such a cut above everybody else when it comes to their power level and the power rankings that you see for the region, that it feels so unprecedented taking a look at a team like this. But Mitch, we're getting our answer, I think, to how PIP are going to handle the Sigma composition, and that's with maybe a bit of a look into the future crystal ball of the next patch.
This is wild. I mean, the Wrecking Ball creates a huge amount of space here. Chronic is still going to have to, win the 1v1s here and gets happy, which what we saw in the previous map, that's very much within the realm of possibility. Frustrating for Hawk, who won't really know where to put himself. Look, knocked out into the open there. Strider being very disruptive. You don't have a Sombra, you don't have a Zenyatta here to deal with this Wrecking Ball, so Strider will be really hard to stop.
And he got so low there, and do you see how his health bar magically increased all the way back to full? That's impressive. Anian and Maple are really putting in the legwork here to make sure that that Wrecking Ball can stay alive.
Oh, great immortality field though from Ultraviolet, really holding it together here. Pirates in Pajamas, for all the flair and flashiness this compass, they haven't really found enough of these eliminations, these raw kills, to get through this choke. So M80, despite looking a little bit shaky, have been able to hold their ground for now. And they're predicting some of these angles from Strider quite well. But you can see it's evident. This comp is very good against this more static, grouped up, sort of setup from M80 that wants to keep you at arm's length.
Oh, the Widow versus Widow duel, though. It'll be interesting to see how this one goes. Because typically when we look at just Widowmakers and their proficiency, I think Happy's up there as maybe top 3 in North America. But Chronic, kind of a bit more of an unknown factor. See how it works.
All right, once more. A foray into the back line there for Strider. This time with the nano boost added in. Stunned up briefly, taking basically 0 damage. And the Bionic Grenade from Anian, who really facilitates for that play to happen, is going to be more than enough for Strider to roll over the top of M80. Now you have a chance to make a switch if you want to. That just might not be an option. Hawk might hope that he can catch the Wrecking Ball in this Gravitic Flux.
Oh, Strider's just rolling strikes left and right. Pelican goes back to spawn, the cart is going to be basically towards the end of the checkpoint by the time that Pelican comes back. Happy's dead.
Yep, the Wrecking Ball again. Victim of the Hammond. Striker, 775 HP. Pretty insane. And the fact that he's able to do that and walk away is just, I don't know, that's just not reasonable. This is not reasonable at all. Pirates in Pajamas now, 3 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. M80 are scrabbling. They have no idea what to do. How do they respond to this? Cassidy grenade slows the ball down. That okay, and they're going to give it a go here, but by no means convincing switch up to handle this comp. And now they're going back.
But then, yeah, like this is what, it's just gonna be rock, paper, scissors here. What Pip want is to be able to play the Sarissa composition, but they forced M80 off of some of their best choices to be able to handle that first point. Widowmaker is gone. You don't have to deal with the happy Widowmaker anymore, and how you feel pretty good, I think, if you're Strider playing into the Sarissa versus Sigma. It's worked out so many times already, forcing Hawk to play the Orisa, and you feel good about that 1v1 also.
Yeah, look at all that, look at the pressure that Hawk's under. I mean, he's virtually on the wrong side of the map here, as Pirates can play a death ball, and they can take the route of approach that exposes them the least to any of this poke damage, which is get the high ground, keep the cart moving. M80, they're in shambles.
This is not looking great for them. I mean, Hawk uses the Gravitic Flux here.
It's gotta be big.
Nobody. I don't think that count anybody.
I think maybe Strider got caught in that and then was Suzu'd immediately and killed back up. So that's very telling. The tools that M80 have aren't really getting them the result they need. Hawk the accretion, but it's a wild one.
And they
are on tilt.
The cart.
They're on tilt. They're giving up another checkpoint, Rose. This is getting out of hand real quick.
They didn't touch the cart.
That is true.
They didn't touch.
Nope, they did not.
There's somebody stuck. Pelican is stuck.
Oh God, what am I watching? What is actually happening here?
We're watching M80 crumble is what's happening.
And it's nothing cheesy now, right? They've just gone back to the comp that's worked for them so well over the last couple of maps, and M80 have no choice but to match this. There aren't any good opportunities to get Sigma value here. The high ground isn't that accessible for defenders, or at least it's no more accessible than it is for Pirates in Pajamas. So Hawk now needs to match on this Orisa. It needs to hope that they are more coordinated than they were in Suravasa. Deadeye buys a little bit of breathing room, some chance to sort of contemplate how to fight their way out of this situation. But Laia just got blown to smithereens. Man, this feels like Pirates in Pajamas are meant to win this map.
They look insane. They look like they have protected a president that isn't a bastion. In this case, it might just be the horse. I think the horse is president now.
Okay, horse is the president. You know what? That's fine. I've seen crazier plot lines. For example, Pirates in Pajamas beating M80. That would be crazier than an equine president. Pulse bomb dropped there, no connection, and finally Happy's able to find a couple here, but Hawk needs to move out. He's low on HP and Happy's under extreme pressure, gets hit with by a mag grenade, and just one shot for Chronic would be enough. The dance is dastardly for Happy, but eventually he'll be brought down, and 2 minutes and 8 seconds on the clock. Those are grim tidings for M80.
That is almost a speed run. They didn't get stopped on second. The cart barely got stopped on third. I don't
good.
like this.
I mean, look, I mean, I guess like seeing the Wrecking Ball out of the gates, like it maybe shouldn't be too much of a surprise. It's really good against those Sigma compositions because, you know, it's so predicated on just being able to stand where you want to and not be shifted and just be a bulwark for your poke heroes. So Pirates in Pajamas don't respect this. I also think getting to see Arnian on the Ana is great. It's definitely one of her best heroes. I think we even, you know, like we saw hyping that up a lot during the
that was the match she won.
Era. Yep.
In NYXL.
That's right. Like we definitely hyped it up a lot in that era. But you saw like that fight win. Strider gets nano, and then Anigun hits like a really nice 2-player body grenade. Like it's just so easy for the Wrecking Ball from that point on to just roll one up, take 2 quick kills. But even in like a 1v1 sense, Strider just like pile drivers down on Happy, who's playing Widow. Happy doesn't really have the support from Hawk, who's playing across the map by necessity. Like they completely countered this M80 comp, and now they've forced M80 onto a less comfortable setup in order to hang. Are they a Wrecking Ball defense? Okay. That's kind of wild.
It's wacko, but it could work. There's no switches coming out here from M80. Wait, Hawk. Pause. Hawk, walk back. Hawk plays D.Va.
Okay, right.
Okay, I like this. I like this. Hawk D.Va, me happy.
Yeah, look, better access to some of this high ground, and also you can interfere a little bit more with Wrecking Ball's pathing just by booping into him. Defense Matrix also gives you a couple of windows, but you are in a Cassidy versus Widow matchup, excuse me. So trying to secure side lines for Happy is something that Hawk has to be constantly aware of. And you see that Defense Matrix getting thrown across the cart. So he's trying to do that now, but
you see Pelican?
Now he leaves. Okay.
You see Pelican? That was sick.
I've seen him now.
Yeah, he wrapped around the entire back of the point. It did work until it didn't. I will say that. But it was really cool to see him just kind of walk towards Pip's spawn and then come out to have that pincer dive with Hawk's D.Va. But I think the same problem remains as what you were saying, is that Hawk is the kind of the sole diver onto the Widowmaker unless Pelican can get in a position and coordinate with that, which is going to be very difficult to do.
No, kind of awkward as well, because I think like Hawk doubles back. Well, no, he dives in just as M80 are getting hit by the Wrecking Ball and the Tracer play from Pirates. So both teams are diving each other at the same time. So there's no peel. Makes it super volatile and hard to predict how that plays out. And Pirates just end up kind of winning that little engagement. Strider still putting a lot of pressure here. Now down on Happy. He's going to have to take a moment though, back away. Gets a little low. But that card, it's not leaving the choke anytime soon.
No, it's not. We're gonna hear what Pip, though, is kind of thinking about as they try to think about how to keep this cart stopped.
D.Va all the way
D.Va, shoot the fuck out of D.Va.
Fighting D.Va.
I've tried coming back. Oh no. If you guys stall, I've tried coming back as well.
No shield, Evangel.
You top our chaser a little.
Okay, can't right now.
I got Mega.
We're gonna bottom left. Farm nano. Should nano D.Va or nano ball out, right?
Nano's Zen out.
I think Nano's Zen. I agree.
Yeah, come under.
I have first touch. I have first time.
You have first touch?
Widow pink to the left. D.Va close. They're looking at me. Yes, base. Push support on me.
You know me?
I don't have it yet.
That's nano team. Fighting on a point.
On a point. On mine, so I can switch.
Okay.
I'm just stalling.
Okay.
Wait, don't second. We can get out here.
I'm popping one. No.
Yeah,
that fight definitely not going the way that Pirates in Pajamas would have liked it to. But again, when you have to defend on this part of the map, bros, like it's much scarier to play against an attacking Widow.
It's very difficult to do that. I think as Wrecking Ball 2, you just don't nearly have as much point presence on that particular portion of point 1. So Pip are already going to make the adjustment to put Strider back onto the Orisa that has been so potent for them. And it feels nice that Union was able to hold on to that nano boost as well. While you heard that they wanted to call out, maybe give it over to the Zen, make sure you've got the Transcendence. Those are two very valuable supportive ultimates that are now online for pretty treacherous second point.
Happy has a feeling at least that is being pursued through some of those tunnels. Retreats up to the high ground, and so is a much of a factor in this fight right now. That's a Transcendence from Maple. He's put to sleep after the invulnerability phase is over, and he will be dispatched. In the corner, Chronic is stuck, and Hawk is going to be more than happy to take care of the Gunslinger. Okay, there's a pulse here. Gets Strider low enough, and there's actually a lot of value in Pelican. Sticking that beautiful. Absolutely nails Strider.
That was gorgeous. And now the Tracer has no choice except to step out into the loving arms of Hawk's D.Va. And so, good stuff from M80 to really try to turn this around, but the clock's against them, Mitch. Pip were able to finish with 2 minutes and 8 seconds, and at M80, they're kind of working to try to match that and just have enough time bank to get through, hopefully, a third round.
Yeah, I mean, like, the point is, though, like, this D.Va composition is working out. Like, even against this Orisa look, which you can see Hawk can't really take, like, a toe-to-toe fight with Strider on so many occasions, and is under a lot of pressure constantly health-wise. Able to rely on Ultraviolet and Lyre to keep him in mech most of the time is important. There it is. That's what we need to see. Stone brought down with a headshot. Happy might be in trouble, though. There's a scary matchup for even the most seasoned of Widows. Magic Maple does prevail, but the card gets to that second checkpoint.
It was a valiant effort there by Magic 8ball's Lucio, but ultimately the rest of the fight was happening on the point, and they were just able to take down that defense very quickly. So now, hey, you know what? It's not a bad time pace. They've got almost 3 minutes heading into this third objective. They are continuing to keep this card steadily moving forward. And what this D.Va has on this Orisa is this high ground presence. And he has the pulse.
Yeah, that is rough. Stone really looking for a way to break this open, or at least give Pip like a player advantage to snowball. Now Strider, Core playing that high ground. Remember, if he gives it up, it's for good. Hawk can always go up and down as he pleases. Deadeye for Chronic again functioned as an instant reload and nothing more. And Hawk is soaking up so much of these hits, giving the space for Happy to get rid of Anion, and that's the Kiriko out of the picture. Hawk, I mean, you can see what this guy looks like on a comfort pick. It's a different story entirely.
Something that's really nice about the D.Va in this matchup is that Hawk is very solo actor. You know, he has a ton of damage output. He's always been very good with the defense matrix, so it's kind of like having a mini shield, but you can use it way more reactively to help out when maybe his teammates aren't able to get out of that line of fire easily themselves. It's been working out great here. M80 has been smooth sailing so far to the final part of this point, and they still have to continue rushing the D.Va bomb.
Yep, last-ditch switch here to the Cassidy, and it goes about as you'd expect. Completely run into the ground by the D.Va. Getting pretty busy now with the Terror Surge on the point, but Strider gets taken down midway through that animation. Not an easy thing to do, by the way, with how durable the Orisa is there. Pelican's Pulse here may not even be needed. Good old-fashioned janitorial work from our Tracer. And Chronic will walk into it. Looks like M80 are going to get the map done, but we're going to be running it back. That's wild that Pip still have a faster time after their Wrecking Ball shenanigans. But M80, well and truly, keeping themselves in this game. Has to be a self-Susie for Anion, which means that this one is about done. A 1 minute difference. Pirates in Pajamas still have that lead.
They have the lead, and that's enough to comfortably have ultimates online. And so that's something that I think you're really excited about having as an advantage. But M80 played with so much momentum. They just came out of the gates swinging with something like the D.Va right away. I don't know if Pip can feel good about just immediately locking in the Wrecking Ball.
Right, you feel like it's a pretty big risk to take when M80 could come out on literally anything. It probably doesn't do them any favors when they're going up against an Orisa comp, but maybe they feel like they have the room to switch to mirror that. But Hawk will be on the D.Va still, potentially. I don't know.
Strider's thinking.
Yeah, I don't know if we get the time heroes to mix with it. So the safest pick here for Strider is the Orisa, and that's where Pirates in Pajamas go.
Well, the Orisa too, when you think about it, if you like lock in the Wrecking Ball and then let's say you have to switch over to the Orisa on that second point, you're gonna be able to ultimate charge as well. So I think it just does feel better to at least have a known factor that you might be able to get the Terror Surge online. And Strider has been really clean with those when he's been able to actually land them onto the team. Big difference is that D.Va's not so easy to lock down. Neither are any of these heroes that do have mobility or play away from the team. So as we see these spawn doors open for the attacking side, Happy's looking for the opportunity to maybe catch Chronic off guard with some sort of grapple shot and just get some scouting information to the team.
Yeah, obviously just like the mere presence of the Widow makes it a little scary to push out into that cul-de-sac just in front of the first checkpoint. Okay, so we are interesting. Like, obviously it can be hard for the Baptiste here to heal the D.Va consistently, but Ultraviolet doesn't want to play Ana here.
Yeah, the Baptiste is nice because you do have the opportunity to have the immortality field. If you're gonna go against something like the Kiriko, then you want to make sure that you at least have like the immortality field. Even the amplification matrix on attack is a great engagement mechanism.
Pelican very wary of the Widow. That's hunting! But apparently the hunter becomes the hunter. Pelican gets a good amount of damage, can't quite complete the one clip here. Forces a defensive probe on the right-hand side from Pirates in Pajamas. Chronic now definitely starting to feel the pressure a little more, taking a more defensive position on this high ground, but as he has his head turned, it's Strider going down. Still, what a pick. Getting the Baptiste there is huge. Here comes Happy sliding on in and gets brought down by the SMG mode. Pirates in Pajamas now in a position to hold this. They might actually be making this happen. Pelican triple blinks across the point, and Chronic's just waiting for the Tracer to emerge, and so he does, but it's Strider that's there to meet Pelican. And the Pirates are taking this one all the way to the bank. All they're going to do now is exceed that push. Oh, it's more than doable. I might even say it's likely.
I think this is winnable. Pirates in Pajamas, they did the hard work. The hard work would be trying to get a full hold on Junkertown. How many times have we seen that in competitive play?
Pretty rarely, honestly. It requires, and we don't really see it in teams where like one team is utterly dominant. That being said, there's like, it's overtime. There's less time to like fix your comp and make your push here, but you know, Pirates had the chance. They switched over to a Wrecking Ball probably just for the speed to come back. That one shot, Rose. Chronic smashing Ultraviolet there on some kind of wild flick towards the cart. I feel like that tilts things in their favor hugely.
You remove such a huge source of healing. The immortality field is off the table. All the burst healing from the regenerative shot is just, it's all gone. And so if you don't have that, I feel like the cards fall so fast, even though Strider is out of the picture. He was able to come back on the Wrecking Ball, and respawns are just that much faster for the defensive side. It was a great pick, and then Chronic able to just keep that distance between himself and the rest of the DPS on M80. Winnable. Super winnable.
Again, like a Widow pick can decide it all, just as it felt like it did on defense. Happy though, still going to be more than happy to opt into that duel. I wouldn't have it any other way. 2 minutes on the clock here. Chronic maybe was just baiting a shot there. Pirates in Pajamas poised to win the entire series with a compelling push on Junkertown.
Chronic needs one pick. Widowmaker, one pick on the attack. Feels like it's the end of that defensive hold. So he's hunting for it, and we're gonna see standstill up until then. But this card has been allowed so much free progress that this one pick on the attack could decide it all.
It's been Stone here as an easier time of getting to grips with the back line. He was spotted by Lyre briefly though. Oh, and now the counter tracer play from Pelican. This is good. This takes Stone out of the fire, and the one clip is big. What do you do with 4 players now, Pirates in Pajamas? Looks like they're gonna back away.
They have to, because if they get staggered, or if they give over any more ultimate charge, or like Pelican could have a pulse bomb by the end of this one.
And they could drag this fight out, Rose. This could go on and on and on. If they can catch Anion here, that's another 10 seconds added to the timer for Pirates in Pajamas to be back as a whole unit. Regardless, it gets us down to under 1 minute. One good fight left for Pirates in Pajamas.
Yeah, but Happy wants a pick. Is gonna peek over to have the potential to just stop this attack push in its tracks. But pay attention to Ultraviolet. Almost as Kitsune rush online, and that could be the end of this attacking push here for Pip and their dreams of making it to the main stage just like that.
Strider's taking too much damage here. This slows things up for Pirates in Pajamas. Kitsune rush plus like a Diva dive could allow you to blow up like a Kiriko if Anion's not going to be ready for this. Stone has to recall. He's been struggling against Pelican here, who's stepped up to counter this Tracer flank. Here's a rush now from Ultraviolet, gonna match Anion's. Okay, disengage here from EMEA. They're back away, so some space created here by Strider. Cart's getting very, very close. Who's gonna touch? Hawk's getting a little bit low. He's gonna get demeched in just a moment. He gets the self-destruct on, but will he be able to climb back in is the question. Infrasight is in play, and that's a big stick. Magic 8 Ball now is taken out of the fight. It's Strider, down to half HP with a Terror Surge. It could be the difference maker, but it's a disaster right in front of their eyes. Pirates in Pajamas' dreams of winning this match crumble to dust, and M80 hold the line.
When it all looked like Pirates in Pajamas was gonna take the reverse sweep over M80, they clutched it. Mitch, they did not look good on that Orisa versus Orisa. They looked really good when Hawk was able to play that Diva. Maybe it's just something about the veterancy of this roster where they're not going to falter under the pressure of knowing that they are about to get reverse swept.
I think, yeah.
Wow.
So many rosters have that hurdle to cross where they've got to lose one of those like very close games, I think, before they can really have a chance. It requires so much on the mental side, and yeah, unfortunately, wasn't enough for Pirates in Pajamas.
I mean, they did get the victory there, M80. However, the struggle on the Orisa mirror does make me worry moving forward, because the Orisa compositions have been very dominant in this particular region. A lot of teams very much heavily rely on them, map dependent of course. So for them to struggle against a team which, quite frankly, shouldn't even or isn't really considered of the same caliber as they are, that will make me worry moving forward. And I think that's definitely something that other teams will be able to exploit. However, they of course made it work here at the very end. And also, in just a few days, Happy and Pelican will be joining the squad. Imagine that duo popping off without having ping issues. I mean, sheesh.
Yeah, I mean, right? Yeah. I think that's the thing, right, Mitch? Is that like they're on ping, and that's something I think that we can't like forget when looking at how that Orisa versus Orisa did look. Is a key factor of that is the ability to work together as a team and have your DPS actually like do something.
Yeah, I mean, that was like the best chance you have, I think, to get a win against M80, because once the reinforcements arrive, the team definitely takes a step up.
Let's actually take a look, or listen in rather, at the winning moments here from this squad.
I'm looking, come here.
Nail soon. Let's just steal.
Cast.
Arthur, no CDs, no CDs.
Can you hear me?
I heal Happy.
Cast.
One point. Don't see 9, don't see 9. Carry.
Oh my god.
Did he say scary? Is that what I heard?
That's like carry or scary? I'm not sure.
I thought I heard scary. Like,
I hear what I want to hear. Let's actually take a look at highlands, some highlights there as well from the match in general, because there were plenty of moments left and right with pop-off situations on both of those squads. I'm very, very impressed with what we've seen from the Pirates in pajamas.
I mean, look, I think that they didn't look great out of the gates. Like, Oasis was a pretty difficult map for them. They are dealing with, like, you know, a pretty strong comp, which is like the Torbjorn, the Cassidy setup, right? There aren't any opportunities for Stone to easily get in. He's always getting checked, always getting detected. And Hawk gets to play the Diva and abuse that verticality. I think that Midtown gets out of hand because of the Widow flank, bros. I'm not sure where you are on that, but we do see M80 slow down towards the end.
I do think that the Widow flank had a lot to do with it. Mitch, you called something out in the middle of the map, which is that, like, just in point 2, the presence of the Widow alone really adapted or even just affected the way that we actually saw these two teams face up against each other. We didn't get a chance to actually see Pirates in Pajamas take the high ground because there was always that threat. The Widowmaker would just take your head off as soon as you stepped up there.
Also imagine playing Widowmaker on ping.
I know. It's wild.
And he still looked good.
I know.
To be fair, like, Overwatch has pretty good anti-lag codex, but even so, like, it's definitely harder. Yeah.
Yeah,
I think you could just see that with the tracking, even for Pelican. Zoe, I'm sure you were watching like the kind of first-person POVs, but Pelican didn't look like the Pelican we usually see, and you can attribute a lot of that to ping.
Yeah, so for them to work their way around it and still making it work for them to for the team is obviously a very impressive feat. But I do feel like, Mitch, as you mentioned, yes, slow start here from the Pirates in Pajamas, but they looked really, really good on Surabasa and, of course, the map right before that, which I'm completely spacing on for absolutely no reason. What was it? New Queen Street, which is honestly something I want to talk to M80 about here as well, because they didn't look hot on both of those maps yesterday already, and they were the team to actually pick New Queen Street, so...
Yeah, I guess there's a question like what the alternative is when it comes to those, you know, push maps. Maybe they kind of feel like that's where they're most favored. I would almost have said, oh, just go Esperanza if that's the case. Like, that's actually not a terrible Diva map if that's what you want to play. I think the difficulty for M80 here is more to do with it's less to do about Hawk's tank pool and more to do about like the number of comps that this team as like a whole are confident in playing. Like, I don't think there's any concern about Hawk as an individual about being able to play these tanks, right, and Orisa Mirror, because that is so coordination based. Like, that composition with the Orisa requires you to be so much on the same page. That's why, like, I'm super hyped about Pirates in Pajamas, because that's the comp you want to be good at right now, and they are.
Yeah, and I think that when you look at the rest of the group, and if the meta stays this way, I still think that Pirates in Pajamas have a great shot of making it out of the groups. They're still a favorite to make it out alongside M80. It's just going to be a bit of a longer road to get there. But I cannot wait to see what's going to happen when Pelican is all synced up with the rest of the team. There were still some amazing moments. Like, it felt like he clutched up this final map of Junkertown. to secure this defensive victory.
Oh, yeah, he dragged the team over the finish line. He was not willing to let that one go. Absolutely.
I mean, like his counter tracer play was very, very good. So like Stone was trying to, on that defensive side, like find his way and get aggressive. Pelican just ruined him. Like, and that didn't look like much of a mismatch in the first half of that map. Like Stone was actually getting a lot done. Pelican just like went for him over and over and over again. He locked in, man. That was that tracer gap that Pelican has shown us for years now coming back.
And I mean, I can always appreciate a meta where tracers can be such different makers. It's just so much fun to watch those explosive tracer plays. And we were blessed with so many great ones in the Overwatch League and now, of course, also in OWCS. And now it is time to chat with our winners. We have Liar joining us for a quick chat. So Liar, thank you so much for taking the time. It's great to see you again. It's been a hot minute. And of course, a big congratulations on the dub. Walk me through some of the map choices here, starting on a low note, and then we're praising you, I swear. New Queen Street Suravasa looked shaky from you guys, which was the same we saw from you as well just yesterday. What is it about those maps that causes an issue, or is it just the opposition, unlucky, cursed? What's going on?
Well, thanks for having me back. And New Queens, everybody has been avoiding New Queens for literally the last 2 stages. Like, I'm not kidding. I don't think, like, every time someone like picks New Queens, everyone's like, we're banning this. So we just like, no one plays it. And we feel like it actually like, it's a good map for us. It's good for our DPS and tank. Last 2 days, like, I really don't know. We went up 2-0 in the series going into that 3rd map. And I think like we kind of just took our foot off the gas. And we just started playing sloppy, maybe not respecting. I don't want to, maybe not that. I don't know. It's just like a feeling. Like we went up 2-0 and I don't know, just kind of, like I said, took our foot off the gas. And for Suravasa, I mean, after the map, I don't know if you guys noticed, like their Sojourn was just flanking a lot. We kind of were just sitting there letting them flank instead of like pushing her out or just pushing the core. Again, just like started playing sloppy, and since we're a new team, like we've only had like a week and a half of scrims, and all of these other teams have been scrimming for a long time. So their team plays, you know, compared to ours is a little bit better. But once we get those issues fixed, then I think we'll be good.
Yeah, obviously, like you mentioned, like you guys are really just sort of coming together, and of course for you, like now sort of being a part of what is a pretty ambitious project on the M80 side, and we know that because they're making big changes in between stages. Like their org is really serious about obviously getting some results. You've got experience at the highest level of Overwatch now, coming into this ecosystem. How do you feel like the team's coming together? Because we're really like cross-pollinating from like players from different, you know, our teams in the past, like Happy and Pelican on this roster and yourself. Like, how's that sort of feel to, you know, see all, I guess the last few years turn upside down, and now you're in this roster with great expectations on your shoulders?
Yeah, well, I'm not gonna lie. If you told me after the season I just had on Valiant that I'd be on a team with Hawk, Kelly, Happy, and UV, you know, I'd be like, sounds about right for a player like but no, I mean, these players are amazing. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I definitely benefit because of the structure. That's just how it is. I mean, I can't say anything bad about these players. They're some of the best players in the world. I just think we need more time, and also with our Koreans coming to America in a couple days, I think it'll fix a lot of our problems, and it'll definitely like help us build way more team synergy being all together.
Larry, what's your take on the patch that's about to come up? I've asked a couple of teams this now, but since you guys have made it through this group stage, you get to dodge it and have a little bit more time before the main event to figure it out. So are you looking forward to that? Do you feel like your team is going to benefit from that patch coming through?
So, I mean, I just want to say during the match, after the second map, we were just like, let's win this so we don't have to play next week. And we kept saying that after we lost, just like, please win. We don't want to play next weekend with a new patch change. I'm going to be honest, I don't know why that's happening during the middle of a group stage. Besides that,
keep it spicy, it's fun.
Yeah, I guess, but I haven't really looked at the patch notes. I heard there's like ball changes and stuff. I mean, it could. I'm not gonna lie. I really don't like this meta. It feels really Mickey Mouse. I think a lot of teams that aren't better than these teams, like mechanically, like you can say like, oh, like we have the better players. We have Pele, Happy, Hawk. Like, and we're still going map fights against these teams. That's no diss to Pip. I think their players are like not bad, but like it just feels like teamwork is heavily relied on. So that's kind of working against us. Either way, like I said, our Koreans are coming, and I think having a week of practice with them on the new patch is definitely going to benefit us a lot.
Absolutely. And of course you get to, you know, lean back and just watch other teams figure it out and take some notes from that. So that's definitely a big advantage, making it directly into the main event. But that's it from us here. Thank you so much, Liar, for joining us. Best of luck in the main event for you and your squad. We can't wait to see more of you.
All right. Thank you, guys. Bye.
See ya.
Bye. All right, it's 2 Mickey Mouse for Liar. Strider on the other side, though. He's ready for that ball patch. I'm feeling it.
I was gonna say. What he's trying to say, I think, is there's less room for individual skill expression here, and like more emphasis on like that cohesion. So yeah, a newer team with cracked players is gonna be weaker than like a more established team with maybe players that haven't shown those same peaks at skill level. So I don't blame him for saying it doesn't like the meta, because I don't think it sort of suits them where they are right now. But that doesn't mean it won't suit them down the line. When they've had more time to sort of gel, because I do think that their coordination in the Orisa mirror wasn't where it has to be sort of a fixture here when we get to our main event.
I mean, the opposition also forced them off of their comfort picks. Simple as that. Like when they threw the ball into the works, you just saw the struggle bus like rolling in as well on the other side. So let's see if they can figure that out. And of course, for Pip, nothing's over yet. They still can make it through as they get another chance in their elimination match. For now, though, let's actually take a look at some of the amazing plays that we got to witness today. 3 matches, some absolute bangers in the books, and some highlight-worthy plays for sure.
Yeah, so we got this obviously needs the soundtrack of their comms to accompany it. There's like people screaming, Gap, is that Gushue, Sugar Free just popping off, mouthing off, all the rest. I guess a highlight, in a pretty one-sided match. Pretty, I guess, tough to watch. Obviously a team get beaten that bad, but that's the way it goes. This, though, wasn't nearly as one-sided.
No, I think this was the highlight match of today. Just on paper, when you took a look at the teams that were competing through EMEA and NA, you're like, okay, Luminosity and Timeless is going to be a close match. But I don't think anybody had it as close of a map 5 as it was, or Luminosity coming up as the winner, not after the performances that Timeless had. That was impressive.
I thought it was over there when Chronic finds those couple of kills. I thought they had it in the bag, but like Rose kind of teased it. Like just a minute difference isn't a huge amount when it comes to Junkertown, and like that last part of the first stage is so open. So she kind of foreshadowed it, but yeah, that was also like a banger of a matchup.
I think it would be like that fuller of a hold. I wasn't expecting that either, to be honest.
I mean, you're going up against some absolute veterans, right? Like they have nerves of steel. Like they're gonna fight until the very end. And Pelican showed us how it's being done. They moved on alongside many other teams today into the main event. Some others took an L, and they will have to continue fighting on. We have, of course, another day of group stage matches coming to you tomorrow. So let's take a look at our schedule and highlight some of the matches coming your way, because I'm sure there's going to be some goodies in there. Which one stands out to you?
So obviously, at this point, our top teams in each group are not really sort of in contention, right? They've managed to sort of escape. I do think that that Students of the Game, FMCL game in Group D, obviously, that's still like the winners match in Group D that we're yet to decide. I'm particularly looking at that one. And also like this Daybreak Citrus Nation matchup. I want to see how that sort of gets broken up, how that Group B ends up sort of falling out, even if Luminosity and Timeless are the ones that are going to end up advancing.
I want to see the Schmongest match. That's all I want to watch tomorrow, is see this team, this squad. It was like total shenaniganry in their very first match of the groups. But like, I want to see them on the big stage. I have to see whatever they're gonna get up to tomorrow.
Well, we don't have to wait long. And in the meanwhile, of course, if you are itching to see more Overwatch, well, we got just the right thing for you, because we're raiding Kenobi Cast. So don't go anywhere. Say hi to him from us, and we hopefully see you again tomorrow. Thank you so much.
how he's going to do this one. Maybe he's just going to pin to the back line. Protect the high noon.
Oh my god, that pulse is huge! The wall too! It wasn't quite enough to save Dan from the high noon. That was an unbelievable pulse bomb there from Psycho. Laying down that Suzu. Stops them advancing though. Ana's nade's going to be up and available in just a moment. That Suzu a little bit further behind. Going to go in for the instant nade again. There it is on the back line. No Suzu! There's a cooldown differential there. That Crimzo took full advantage of it. Come on, you got no health, you got no Suzu. And you got to win this one. They got to win this one now. That Orisa, raid boss dead. Oh, Naga just weaving his way in to the back line, but Kai with a sharp shot to 180 to finish off the Tracer.
In this mini room as well. Denpera recognize this. They can punish.
There's no shot the Soch survives here, right? Surely Quartz is dead. Surely Clueless, apparently. There's the stick again.
Oh, Suzu, man.
Suzu moment. Slay once more, saving Quartz's life with a Suzu.
Wait, none of us are on the right skin. Wait, why we both got fusion on? Wait, you guys matched without even. Wait, what? Wait, what? Monkey one. Lucio. Yeah. Oh my god, is that Ushui? Yeah. Who are you saying gap to, bro? Give myself whiplash.
Strider went down to that engagement though. You lost your Orisa, so now how do you put pressure on this Diva? You try and close the gap, but Defense Matrix completely shuts you down. Deadeyes staring each other down. Connic's gonna come out on top despite there being a Defense Matrix in play. I don't know how you're supposed to win that. That is unreal. What? Pressure a little more, taking a more defensive position on this high ground, but as he has his head turned, it's Strider going down. Still, what a pick. Getting the Baptiste there is huge. Here comes Happy sliding on in and gets brought down by the SMG mode. Pirates in Pajamas now in a position to hold this. They might actually be making this happen. They back away, so some space created here by Strider. Card's getting very, very close. Who's going to touch? Hawk's getting a little bit low. He's going to get demeched in just a moment. He gets the self-destruct on, but will he be able to climb back in is the question. Infrasight is in play, and that's a big stick. Magic 8 Ball now is taken out of the fight. It's Strider down to half HP with a Terror Surge. It could be the difference maker, but it's a disaster right in front of their eyes. Pirates in Pajamas' dreams of winning this match crumble to dust.
One more time. One more